World's Best Martial Artist Chapter 1237 to Chapter 1259. They ate and drank to their heart's content. The subduing heavenly king said a lot. He did not know how to quickly transform his mental strength. This was something that could only be achieved with time. How far was the great Tao? He did not know either. However, he knew that after 300,000 meters, he would be able to see the first door. As for which door it would depend on what you were good at. The second door was 60 meters away. The third door, he didn't know. From this, it could be seen that the old man had seen the second door. As for whether he had broken it or not, Fang Ping did not want to guess. Maybe he had not. So after reaching the Heavenly King stage, there will be a 0. 1 times increase in 20,000 meters? Not bad. Fang Ping asked again. Heavenly King Zhen chuckled and said, 300,000 meters is almost a 4-fold increase. After breaking through a door, there will no longer be any amplification. However, your power will gradually return to 1, and the various powers will start to fuse together. How much you can fuse will depend on you. What kind of power you use will depend on what you are good at. Fang Ping nodded. He did not really care about this. Right now, he was not going to take this path. But to break through the Xianxia gate, if I don't take the Great Tao path, Fang Ping pondered in his heart. Could it be that he had no way of breaking the door, or was it necessary to use other methods? Roam the origin with the old cat, find the real door, break it, and complete the transformation? What the suppressing Heavenly King and the others broke seemed to be projections of the portal. Fang Ping suspected that his own projection might not have appeared. If not, then to complete the third transformation, he would have to break the real portal. This was still a little far away. Fang Ping did not want to think about it anymore. Finally, he asked, then, how many powerhouses and origins powerhouses are there who have integrated Earth? A fusion of Earth's cities. Heavenly King Zhen fell into deep thought. After thinking for a long time, he said, the ancient martial artists back then actually rose up on Earth. Fusing the origin with a materialized object is something that many people can do. Fusing a city on Earth. Heavenly King Zhen Wang thought for a while and said slowly, Emperor Dong Huang seems to have fused before. After that, his chickens and dogs ascended to heaven. Back then, many people in his dojo achieved the Tao with him. The Beast Emperor had fused before, but he seemed to have fused with some islands in the Sea of Bitterness. The human sovereign might have done it, and he might have done it when he was in charge of the human realm later on. The God Emperor. The God Emperor was rather mysterious. He had always been cultivating, so he didn't have much contact with him. Mia might have done it too, but the world he descended upon seemed to be the heavenly realm. After thinking about it, Heavenly King Zhen continued, as for the one who created the origin source, I'm not too sure. I'm not familiar with him. I've met him once in the past, but it was just fate. He had listed quite a number of people. Fang Ping raised his eyebrows. It wasn't just 1 or 2, but several of them, the East Emperor, the Beast Emperor, the Human Emperor, Mia, the Divine Emperor, and the one who created the origin. All of these people were possible. In that case, it would be difficult to judge. Fang Ping did not ask further. He continued drinking and chatting. After bidding farewell to the Heavenly King, Fang Ping continued to integrate Magic City for the next 2 days. Shanghai was too big, and the integration was not something that could be done in a short time. 2 days later, Fang Ping had almost integrated the rough outline of Magic City into his source world. In the past 2 days, the strength of the martial artists in Demonic City had been rising steadily. One by one, the martial artists broke through to the next realm, becoming stronger and stronger. Shanghai had always been a gathering place for martial arts powerhouses. There were many martial artists here. There were tens of millions of martial artists in China, and Shanghai had more than 2 million martial artists. Magic City also occupied about 1/3 of the high-ranked martial artists in Sino Nation. This time, there were even more high-ranked martial artists who had advanced to the next realm, becoming stronger and stronger. This included some people from MCMAU, who had improved this time. The Great Path had loosened. Previously, when it was close to the human world, some rank 9 martial artists who seized the opportunity that day could walk a few hundred meters in a day. 2 days later, on the 18th of May. On this day, not only was the integration of Magic City successful, but the system had also completed its upgrade after 6 days. Sky Island. In the cultivation room, Fang Ping's body trembled slightly. He opened his eyes. At that moment, the system had completed its upgrade, and the screen was no longer black. This time, however, Fang Ping was not as excited as he was in the past. There was more indifference and calmness. The system had provided him with a lot of help. If it was an inanimate object, then so be it. If in the end this thing was involved with some invincible powerhouses, then it would be troublesome. Fang Ping exhaled softly and looked at the system data. He did not know what changes there were this time. Wealth, 105 billion points. Vitality, 2,920,000 calories, 2,920,000 calories. Mentality, 22,999 Hz, 22,999 Hz. Origin path, plus 150%. External path, origin world, 699 meters. Combat techniques, God-slaying saber techniques, plus 9%. Origin energy conversion, 100,000 points. Cloud imperishable substance conversion, 10,000 points. Yuan energy shield, 1 point. Minute, plus. Aura simulation, 10 points. Minute, plus. Origin detailed analysis, 10-100 million points. Time combat technique combination deduction, 1 million points. Time unity. Spiritualism path, 100 calories. Vitality to 1 Hz. Mentality physique path, 1 Hz. Mentality to 100 calories. Vitality, irreversible, strength control, 80% limit outburst, 6050240 cal/7562800 cal. Fang Ping frowned and fell into deep thought. Unity, there was no excitement, only a frown. The system had a new function, unity. This was similar to what he had guessed. But, this so-called conversion and irreversible, what did it mean? Spiritualism path, physique path, Fang Ping mumbled to himself. He seemed to have understood a little. King Suppressing had said that when it came to Breaking 8, it was all about unity. No matter how many types of strength there were, in the end, it was nothing more than 2 forms. One was mentality strength, the other was physique strength, which was actually also vitality strength. Was this so-called unity to convert these 2 types of strength into one another, irreversible? Did this mean that after conversion, it could not be converted back? Spiritualism path. After my vitality is converted into mentality, I will become a mentality path cultivator? And after converting physique path, I might become a powerhouse like Emperor Badian? Fang Ping frowned. This time, when the new function of the system appeared, he was a little unsure if he should use it. A long time ago, Fang Ping actually understood a principle. Being too biased in one subject was not necessarily a good thing. Old Manly was biased in one subject more seriously. Among the 4 extreme emperors, Emperor Badian and Emperor Badian were also biased in one subject more seriously. According to the new function of the system, this was obviously making Fang Ping start to be biased in one subject. 1 Hz mentality to convert to 100 calories vitality. This should be referring to basic vitality and basic mentality. After the conversion, his basic vitality might be as high as more than 5 million cal. If the origin enhancement could be used again, then Fang Ping would directly possess the strength of Breaking 7, Temptation, a great temptation. If vitality was converted into mentality, his mentality could quickly reach more than 50,000 Hz. More than 50,000 Hz, that was also the mentality of Breaking 7 Heavenly Kings. At that time, Fang Ping's mentality would be incomparably strong. He would not need a physical body to condense a powerful mentality body. In the origin world, in the mentality world, he could unleash even more power. He could break into the origin and destroy the enemy's mentality, more than 50,000 Hz mentality. Mentality cultivators seem to have an origin enhancement too. Without the enhancement of the physical body, there would be an increase in mentality. In this way, after the enhancement, his mentality would be even stronger. This was something that physique path could not compare to. Under normal circumstances, the origin enhancement would only increase one aspect. It would either be the physical body or mentality. It depended on what your focus was and what path you mainly took. When the two were about the same, it was usually the physical body that was enhanced. If there was more emphasis on mentality, it would increase mentality. In this way, after the enhancement, Fang Ping's mentality would exceed 100,000 Hz. According to ability, he would be almost as strong as a 10 million calories powerhouse. In other words, if the current Fang Ping underwent a conversion, he would become a breakthrough 7 powerhouse. However, the path he took might be equivalent to one of the extreme paths. The strength of a breakthrough 8 powerhouse was also in the process of unification. Would the final result of unification be the same? It would be either the physical body or the spiritual consciousness? No. Breakthrough 8 seems to be more comprehensive. Could it be that this thing of mine was left behind by an extreme path heavenly emperor? That might not be the case. The system gave 2 choices. It shouldn't be an extreme path heavenly emperor. Usually, there is only one choice for extreme path. Why would the system give such a result? Fang Ping frowned. Why would there be a choice of unification and one path, unification of strength? This was what Fang Ping pursued. It was also what all powerhouses pursued. However, what Fang Ping pursued was not a bias in strength. He needed overall strength. Now, however, the system had given him a new choice. After unification, Fang Ping would soon become a breakthrough 7 powerhouse. Is it because the system can't provide higher-end strength? That kind of comprehensive unification nature of energy? Or could it be that the creator of the system had not actually reached that step and did not carry out comprehensive unification, resulting in a deviation in strength? This time, Fang Ping really had a headache. After the system upgrade, a headache-inducing choice appeared. Should he continue on his own path or proceed with unification, converting mentality into vitality? His base was more than 5 million calories. If the origin path could still be borrowed, then it would be breakthrough 7. If it could not be borrowed, his origin world should still be usable. If this continued, there was hope that he could achieve breakthrough 7 very soon. Breakthrough 7 of his own strength, Fang Ping fell into deep thought. Maybe I don't have to be so extreme. I can still choose to balance both. My mentality has always been weaker than my vitality. Maybe I can use this function to make both reach a state of balance so that there will no longer be an imbalance in strength. Is this considered a third choice? Fang Ping did not know if this was the system's hidden third choice. Actually, it was possible to balance both of them. However, it was not reflected. The system only presented 2 choices. After balancing, will my strength decline? Converting vitality into some mentality. When mentality became stronger, vitality would weaken. At this time, what kind of changes would occur? Mentality was related to the origin world. When that happened, would the origin world expand? If the origin world expanded, it would nourish vitality and mentality. If that was the case, then it would not be considered a loss. However, if it did not work, then Fang Ping's current strength would decline. Will my control over my power increase after I've achieved balance? Fang Ping pondered again. Right now, his strength control was not high. On one hand, it was because of the origin path's amplification. On the other hand, it was also related to the imbalance of his mentality and vitality. Under normal circumstances, powerhouses who achieved breakthrough 6 would have at least 40,000 Hz of mentality. Breaking 7 meant that it was at least 50,000 Hz. Fang Ping, on the other hand, only had emperor-level mentality. However, he had mastered the vitality force of breakthrough 6. Fang Ping walked out of the secret chamber with doubts and hesitation. This time, the system had given him a difficult problem. It was no longer a single choice. At this moment, perhaps there were some people who could provide him with some help. Half an hour later. In the conference room. The cat looked at Fang Ping in a daze. Heavenly King Garrison appeared on the projector. Old Manly hugged his sword and looked at Fang Ping. Zhang Tao, on the other hand, felt a little strange. Fang Ping pondered for a while and said, "This time, I've troubled all of you because there are some cultivation problems that need to be solved. Tell us about it." Zhang Tao laughed. "Aren't you omnipotent, Fang Ping? There's still a problem that you need us to solve?" Fang Ping was speechless. He said, "After all, my cultivation time is too short. It's only been 3 years. I'm only 21 years old this year, stop. Zhang Tao's expression darkened. Say it again. We'll leave immediately. Fang Ping said helplessly, I'm serious. It's true that I'm lacking in experience. Now that I've encountered a problem, I need everyone's help. Aren't you pointing out my shortcomings? Old Manly was tired. He said tiredly, just tell us the problem. There's no need to mention anything else. Fang Ping pursed his lips and continued, it's like this. In the cultivation of martial arts, even at the beginning, it seems like there are thousands of daos. However, in reality, I think there are only 3 paths in the end. First, the flesh and vitality. Second, mentality. Third, neck and neck. The third path usually represents mediocrity. The 4 emperors of extreme path actually cultivated the first and second 2 paths. Everyone nodded slightly. Heavenly King Zhen said, you can say that. Battle and Celestial Emperor Badian cultivated the first path. Annihilation cultivated the second path. Battle is actually neck and neck. It's considered the third path. As for the 9 emperors, they also cultivated the third path. Fang Ping asked, then, what are the advantages and disadvantages of the first and second paths? The advantages are obvious. If you focus on one path, you'll progress faster. The difficulty will be slightly lower and the possibility of success will be greater. For example, Celestial Emperor Badian and Battle have gone very, very far in terms of their flesh and energy. That's why they're incomparably powerful. Even emperors might not be their opponents because of their mediocrity. Of course, the shortcomings are also obvious. Take Celestial Emperor Badian for example. He tends to focus on his flesh and vitality. His mentality is slightly weaker. That's why when he encounters powerhouses who are good at mentality, he'll be slightly restrained. There's also annihilation. He's good at mentality, but his flesh is weak. It's very easy for others to destroy his flesh in an instant. In this way, although his mentality is still strong, his flesh is still his foundation. Without his flesh, his combat strength will be affected. Moreover, his mentality will easily become rootless duckweed. As for neck and neck, there are 2 outcomes. One is mediocrity, being good at nothing. The other is strength, being good at everything and reaching the pinnacle in everything. Mentality is comparable to annihilation and flesh is comparable to Celestial Emperor Badian. Such a powerhouse might be able to fight 2 Celestial Emperors and 2 annihilations. Heavenly King Zhen laughed. Of course, being good at everything is very, very difficult. But in reality, in the end, the potential of neck and neck should be greater. Fang Ping nodded slightly and looked at the cat. Seeing that it was still a little confused, he patted the cat's head and asked, Big cat, you should be considered to be neck and neck. Your mentality and flesh have reached a balance. In the end, your strength can also be unified. What kind of strength is this unified strength? After being patted by him, the cat felt a little wronged. It thought for a while and said, I don't know, think carefully before you say it. Fang Ping looked threatening. He knew that it would say it did not know. The cat felt even more wronged. It said pitifully, I don't know. I'm not a neck and neck Dao because my mentality seems to be slightly stronger than my flesh. It's very difficult to achieve balance. If you want balance, then you need to constantly maintain this balance. If you can maintain this balance, then maybe a new kind of balance strength can appear. It was rare for the cat to talk about a big principle. Fang Ping listened for a while and looked at Heavenly King Zhen. Heavenly King Zhen thought for a while and said, the cat is right. It's too difficult to maintain the balance of 2 kinds of strength. People like us are actually a little biased. There are more or less problems, including Celestial Emperor. It's not that Celestial Emperor doesn't have mentality. It's just that his flesh is strong and it covers up his mentality. It's the same for annihilation. If you really want to say it, maintaining balance, maybe. Heavenly King Zhen glanced at Old Man Li and thought for a while before saying, maybe Li Chongqing is a little different. His mentality has merged with all his strength. This situation is actually very rare, especially now. He seems to have broken through a boundary. His strength now is actually not pure vitality force and mentality. If you can maintain this balance, a situation like this may happen in the end. Of course, Li Chongqing still has a flaw. His flaw is that he can merge but not divide. Fang Ping frowned and said, "Can he merge but not divide?" "Yes." Heavenly King Zhen laughed and said, "The so-called extreme is strong in everything. Actually, it shouldn't be like this. For example, if your strength is merged, then you will become like Li Chongqing. All strength is one. This should make you stronger. However, at critical moments, your strength can also be divided. Mentality is still mentality, vitality force is still vitality force. In this way, you will be stronger, more comprehensive, and more targeted. When you need to defend, you can make your flesh stronger to defend against the opponent's physical attacks. You can also make your mentality stronger to defend against the opponent's spiritual consciousness attacks. Do whatever you want, targeted attack and defense. This is more comprehensive, Heavenly King Zhen continued. Li Chongqing is very powerful now. He has just entered the peak, and now he almost has the combat strength of a saint. However, I want to ask, how will he continue to become stronger? Heavenly King Zhen looked at Old Man Li and said with a smile, "If you want to improve now, you can only improve your overall strength. This is actually very difficult. However, it is different for others. When you can't improve your flesh, you can improve your mentality. When your mentality is strong, it might be able to reflect back on your flesh. Similarly, the reverse is the same. Extreme Tao, then focus on one Tao. You are different. You focus on all Tao, so you will improve quickly in the early stage. However, in the later stage, you will definitely slow down. You might even lose your direction and fall into a complete standstill." Old Man Li nodded slightly. In a low voice, he said, "That's a problem. If I were to improve my abilities, I'd need to spend more time and effort. I'm improving fast now because I've only just started on this path. When I reach the later stages, there'll probably be huge obstacles." "That's right." Heavenly King Zhen laughed and said, "This is the drawback of your Tao. Of course, it doesn't mean that this Tao is bad because no one knows when you will fall into a bottleneck." At this point, Zhang Tao continued the conversation and looked at Fang Ping. "What problem did you encounter?" Fang Ping knocked on the table. After a while, he said, "There should be no problem. I want to try the Tao of balance. I want to cultivate my mentality and golden body to the extreme. I feel that if I achieve Emperor in the end, I might be more powerful. Then, I will return the power to myself. I feel that when that time comes, I might be a combination of beginner emperor and origin emperor." The few of them were speechless. He was already thinking about becoming an emperor. This kid's ambition was not small, his confidence was also so strong that it was scary. However, Fang Ping did not care about this. He felt that the new function of the system did not lie in the two options shown, but in the hidden third option, balance. Balance is vitality and mentality. After balancing my vitality and mentality, my vitality will drop a little. However, if my vitality drops, I might be able to improve even more soon. Lowering it might not be a bad thing. During the battle between the North and the South, who was stronger and who was weaker had been debating for many years. In the end, the results showed that both sides could not do it. They would all be finished. In the battle between the 4 emperors and the 9 emperors should have won in the end. There was no other reason. 3 of the 4 emperors had reincarnated, but the 9 emperors might not. Back then, Old Wang had also said that the 9 emperors had to be more balanced. From the looks of it, it was not a good thing to take the extreme path. Fang Ping made up his mind and did not hesitate anymore. He wanted to balance his mentality and vitality. 100. This was the balance data for the current stage. Once it was balanced, Fang Ping felt that there might be some unexpected changes. After all, almost no one could maintain an absolute balance between the two. In fact, he had eaten a pill given by Heavenly Emperor Xianming back then and balanced his strength. During that time, Fang Ping's strength had improved very quickly. At that time, he might not have reached the point of balance. It was clear that balance was not a bad thing. "I understand. Thank you very much. I'll leave first then." Fang Ping got up and was about to leave. Zhang Tao was helpless. Seeing this, he quickly said, "Don't cultivate too much and don't be too anxious. Recently, some things have happened in the three realms. Read up on the intel when you have time. Got it. Fang Ping did not say much. He wanted to try it out. He was a little impatient. As for what happened in the three realms, he was not anxious now. Anyway, there was no change in the sky, and no powerhouses died. He did not need to care too much about these. Watching him leave in a hurry, Heavenly King Zhen did not say anything else. Instead, he glanced at the cat and said with a smile, "Cat, come to my source world when you have time. There's delicious food at the end of my Dao." The cat swayed its body and left directly without looking back. It swayed and muttered, "Big idiot, damn old man. He lied to me to dig a tunnel for you. I'm not stupid." Zhang Tao was stunned. He looked at Heavenly King Zhen, a little puzzled. Heavenly King Zhen grinned. "It's nothing. Can't this cat roam the source? At the end of the Dao, we can't see the back. It might not be able to see it. Let it dig from the opposite side to take a look. It might be useful." Zhang Tao was stunned. Then, his eyes lit up. Could it be done? Could it really be done? Their Dao had been open to the end now. It was considered blocked. If they wanted to continue opening up, they could either continue to open up ahead or, it was not impossible to go in the opposite direction. Of course, they could not do it. But what about the cat? Old Zhang suddenly thought of something and said hurriedly, "Can it enter the Sanjiao gate? Try going in the opposite direction from the Sanjiao gate?" "I don't know about that. Maybe it's possible." Heavenly King Subduing smiled and said, "What I meant just now was to let it try. The interior of the Sanjiao gate should be considered the source universe, but no one has tried it before. Whether this cat can walk through it is unknown, but it might be possible. You can try to fool it." Zhang Tao looked at the cat in the distance. He looked at its swaying butt and salivated a little. This scene made Old Manly speechless. Could you not stare at the cat's butt and drip saliva? Those who did not know better would think that you were up to something. Of course, he knew what old Zhang meant. It was nothing more than tricking the cat to do manual labor. However, this cat was not stupid. It ran away as soon as Heavenly King Zhen said so. It might not be easy to trick the cat. In the cultivation room, Fang Ping stared at the data for a while. Balanced. He had 92 million HP and 23,000 MP, which was just a bit short. If he was in a balanced state, his vitality would be around 61 million calories and his mentality would be around 26,100 Hz. However, if that were to happen, Fang Ping's combat strength would be greatly affected. He would fall quite a bit. Is it worth a try? Fang Ping did not know, but since the system had mentioned it, he did not mind giving it a try. Now that his mentality had reached Mach 26,000, even if his HP dropped, his source world should be able to expand to more than 700 meters, which would be enough to make up for his loss. What's the use of balance? What Fang Ping did not know was that this was just a possibility that he had come up with. The system did not give him any hints. You'll know once you try. Fang Ping stopped thinking about it and started trying to convert his vitality. His vitality dropped by 100 calories and his mentality increased by 1 Hz. For his first experiment, Fang Ping did not dare to change too much. In the end, there wasn't much of a reaction. His HP didn't drop much, and his mentality didn't increase much. There was almost no difference. 1,000 calories. 5,000 calories. 10,000 calories. When his vitality dropped by 10,000 calories, Fang Ping's expression changed. After dropping by 10,000 calories, he could clearly feel that his strength had dropped a little. However, even if his mentality increased by 100 Hz, it did not seem to be of much use. Of course, the source world seemed to be undergoing its final transformation. However, the source world had always been in the process of transforming. If this doesn't work, won't I lose hundreds of thousands of cal of vitality for nothing? Fang Ping gritted his teeth. He was in trouble. Continue. It had already fallen by 10,000 calories. It was too late for Fang Ping to regret. The drop of 10,000 cal was not just a drop in vitality. Fang Ping realized that his physique was dropping as well. The previously incomparably tight bones seemed to have a trace of loosening. Obviously, the system's heaven-defying conversion ability did not give Fang Ping the opportunity to steal a chicken. If his physique remained the same, he would only need to replenish his vitality. Now that the strength of his body was decreasing, the situation was completely different. However, Fang Ping also noticed something different. In his source world, there had been some cracks in the brain nucleus that was suspended high in the sky. Logically speaking, as his mental strength increased, the cracks should have widened. But now, an invisible force had fused into it, and the cracks had disappeared, robbing Peter to pay Paul. Fang Ping suddenly had this feeling. He used his physical strength to mend the crack in his brain. The price he had to pay was a drop in his physical strength, 20,000 cal, 30,000 calories. 100,000 calories. After converting 100,000 calories, Fang Ping felt it too obvious. The difference in his physique strength was slightly greater than before. While Fang Ping was converting his vitality. In the depths of the Forbidden Sea. In a dilapidated world. An elegant-looking middle-aged man walked forward with his hands behind his back. Behind him, Wang Jinyang carried a longbow on his back and followed. The middle-aged man said as he walked, "You were my most outstanding disciple back then, there was no one else." Wang Jinyang bowed slightly. If it's a battle, then Wang Jinyang doesn't dare. But if it's a battle, then since Master has said so, then although I don't dare, I'm willing to do my best. There's no need to be too conflicted. The middle-aged man smiled and said, "Who you become depends on yourself. You are still a little stubborn. Whether it's Zhan or Wang Jinyang, they're just one of the many living beings." Wang Jinyang smiled and said no more. The middle-aged man continued to say, "Among the four extreme Tao heavenly emperors, extermination and heavenly emperorbation's shortcomings are the most obvious. Dou and Zhan know the flaws of extreme Tao. Hence, they are working hard to make up for these flaws. Zhan's weakness was actually the least obvious. His energy was strong, his physique was strong, and in terms of spiritual consciousness, it was also extremely strong. Although he did not reveal it, Zhan should be the powerhouse closest to becoming an emperor among the four. Zhan was also making up for this weakness. In the past, he apprenticed to the Divine Emperor to learn the Divine Emperor's path of longevity. He apprenticed to the Emperor to learn the Emperor's path of vitality, which could also be called the path of the flesh. And he apprenticed to me, to learn the path of the mean, or the path of balance. Zhan had three masters, the Divine Emperor, the Emperor, Dong Huang. At this moment, the middle-aged man said this. If there were outsiders present, they might be shocked and stunned. Among the three emperors, this person only did not mention Dong Huang. The middle-aged man and Wang Jinyang did not mention this. The middle-aged man continued to wander in the broken world, smiling. I'm not outstanding among the 9 emperors. Among the 9 emperors, there is the powerful earthly sovereign, the cunning human sovereign, the domineering beast sovereign, the sage-like celestial sovereign, the daring spirit sovereign. Dong Huang, the second sovereign after the divine emperor. The middle-aged man grinned. The world first had the divine emperor, then Dong Huang, and then the other sovereigns. The time when I reached the Tao was not earlier or later, not earlier or later. Among the 9 emperors, I am neither outstanding nor mediocre. I am in the middle. I am good at everything, forging artifacts, brewing pellets, setting up formations, strong physique, strong soul consciousness, but I am not good at anything. In terms of physique, I am not as good as the Emperor of Heaven's tyrant. In terms of soul consciousness, I am not as good as the Emperor of Heaven reverse. In the end, I would rather fight. The middle-aged man smiled again. Even if I don't compete with the extreme Emperor, I am the same as the other sovereigns. My physique is not as good as the beast sovereign, my soul consciousness is not as good as the divine emperor, and my energy is not as good as the human sovereign. But you have to know that in a long fight, Dong Huang is the best. The middle-aged man said calmly, the 9 emperors and the 4 emperors have sparred. Dong Huang lost 3 out of 5, to Emperor of Heaven's tyrant, to Mia, and to earthly sovereign, but that is sparring. In a fight of life and death, the result is different. Because, they can be dominant for a while, but they cannot be dominant forever. But I can. The middle-aged man turned around. Wang Jinyang asked, because of your teacher's balance? You can say that. The middle-aged man grinned. Xian came to me, saying that he did not want to be Emperor of Heaven's tyrant or Emperor of Heaven devastation. He wanted to find his own Tao. But he realized that there was no way. The God Sovereign could not teach him, the human sovereign could not teach him. He asked the other 8 sovereigns and 3 emperors, but no one could teach him. How could he find his own Tao? He came to me and I told him that I could teach him. But the Xian I taught might also become a mediocre heaven emperor. Wang Jinyang thought about it and nodded. Among the 4 emperors, Xian is indeed mediocre. He is not as distinctive as Emperor of Heaven Extermination and Emperor of Heaven Tyrant. He is not as omnipotent as Emperor of Heaven Reverse. Among the 4 emperors, if it were not for the fact that he pointed out the emperors, I don't think anyone would know about him. Not bad. The middle-aged man said with a smile, some people say that fighting is the ultimate path of qi and blood. Blood qi extreme Tao. Is the fleshly body extreme Tao? The physical body nurtured qi and blood. If the physical body was not strong, how could one have the extreme Tao of qi and blood? At this moment, Wang Jinyang was deep in thought. Yes. The middle-aged man smiled and said, since his qi and blood are extreme Tao, then his body must be. However, his physical body wasn't as strong as the celestial emperors, so how could he be considered the extreme Tao? Xian's control over his power is extremely high. This also means that his spiritual awareness is also extremely powerful. Is it the extreme path of spiritual awareness? Wang Jinyang said in a deep voice, so Xian is an all-rounder? You could say that, or you could say it's mediocrity. The middle-aged man smiled and said, Xian and I are very similar. Of course, we are also different. All of this was due to the difference in our choices. Xian Long and I had both chosen to develop in a balanced manner. There were pros and cons to this. The pros were obvious, and there were no shortcomings. The disadvantages were also obvious and not prominent enough. There are actually many benefits to the balance of the various powers that ordinary martial artists cannot experience. When the powers are balanced, it is actually a metamorphosis. The metamorphosis of potential, the metamorphosis of future, and the metamorphosis of one's various limits. Wang Jinyang listened for a while and thought for a while before saying, actually, there is another benefit. That is, the 3 gates can be used at the same time, and the 3 gates can be broken together, right? 3 gates, the middle-aged man thought for a while and nodded with a smile. You can say that. Breaking the 3 gates together to prove one's Tao and become an emperor will be more perfect and comprehensive. Teacher, was it like this back then? When I proved my Tao, there were no 3 gates yet. It was a little regretful that I did not think too much back then. My fleshly body was still lacking a little. In the end, I proved my Tao one after the other. The middle-aged man sighed and said, such an emperor is not perfect enough, not flawless enough. In fact, it is not even comparable to people like the God Emperor who proved their Tao one by one. Therefore, after proving their Tao, they are also a little mediocre. Xian wanted to prove his Tao together back then, but he failed in the end. The 2 of them, Ba Tiandi and Mia, had long since broken through that door. Although there was no real door, they had indeed broken through that barrier and walked a long way. However, because of the other flaws, they were unable to continue. As for Dou, he is even more ambitious. He wants to prove his Tao again and again. Perhaps he did it, but he realized that he could not prove his Tao, and Dou also failed. Hearing this, Wang Jinyang nodded again and said, Teacher, then what should I do now? You, the middle-aged man looked at him and thought for a while before saying, you reincarnated to cultivate again, probably to fulfill your unfulfilled wish back then. You still have a chance to do it now. But I have already walked the Tao in the opposite direction, no matter. The middle-aged man smiled and said, Gate, it is an illusory gate. Your gate is not here. Actually, they are all gates, just illusory gates. The real gate is not here. Break 1 gate, break 2 gates, in the end, they are all illusory gates. The real gate is not broken. What I want to say is, in the end, if you meet 3 gates, break them together. At that time, you will be the real emperor, the invincible emperor. Wang Jinyang said in a low voice, this is the gate of the origin, then is there a gate for beginners? Or, is it really impossible for beginners to prove their Tao and become emperors? Beginners. The middle-aged man smiled and said, "The gate for beginners is in the heart." Dou may have seen the gate, but he could not break it. Not only Dou, that person also saw the gate back then, but he could not break it, so he chose a different path, created the origin, and used the power of the origin to break that gate. In this way, that gate was broken by external force, so his Dou was actually a little bit lacking. If Dou could not use external force to break that gate, then he might surpass that person. Wang Jinyang nodded, thought for a while, and said again, "Teacher, is dead?" The middle-aged man smiled lightly and said, "How can it be so easy to distinguish life and death? Whether the main body is dead or alive, I do not know either. Whether I'm a clone, a projection, or even just a memory of the past, I can't tell, and you can forget about it either. That is why I said, whether you are Wang Jinyang or Zhan, there is no need to distinguish and care about it. Just like me, whether I am Dong Huang or myself, I will not think about it either." The middle-aged man continued walking forward, lamenting, "This was my dojo back then, and it has long been ruined. Those who ascended with me to the heavenly realm back then are all dead. Now that I think about it, everything is empty. Fate rises and falls, the sea turns into mulberry fields, who can exist eternally?" Wang Jinyang frowned slightly. "There are probably people who want eternity." "Yes, of course there are." The middle-aged man smiled and said, "Actually, at this stage, what you pursue is eternity, freedom, unfettered, free and unfettered between heaven and earth." The middle-aged man did not dwell on this, saying again, "This time, you found this place, and that is fate. Whether it is Zhan or Wang Jinyang, I cannot give you much, nor can I teach you much. The only thing I can do is to combine your powers, forging your bones, refining your spirit, and strengthening your blood, all in one Dao. Humans have 3 Daos, and I will combine your 3 Daos. Walk 1 Dao, and see if you can finally experience the glory of the Sanjiao Gate." With that said, the middle-aged man chuckled and slashed at the sky. In the next moment, a universe appeared. A small star appeared. The middle-aged man walked on air, and Wang Jinyang's eyes were dazed. In the blink of an eye, he seemed to see his source world. In the next moment, he was sure that this was his source world. He was not at the apex and should not have been able to see this, but at this moment, he saw it. A great Dao led to the endless void. The great Dao was not long, very short, but extremely wide. The middle-aged man smiled and said, "This is your Dao, but there are 3 Daos. You people actually only see 1 Dao. The Dao you walk is the main Dao, but you cannot see the remaining 2 Daos." With that said, the middle-aged man waved his hand, and at this moment, Wang Jinyang saw a different scene. At this moment, his great Dao was actually like an overpass, showing 3 levels. The highest level, the great Dao, walked less than 300 meters. The middle level, walked more than 800 meters. This was the Dao he was walking now, the most solid path. The lower one was also somewhat illusory, walking less than 100 meters. The middle-aged man laughed and said, "Walk forward and walk to the end. That's a door, an illusory door. But when you break a door, you'll discover that you still need to walk, continue walking, and walk a long path. Only then can you see the second door hidden above or below. Do this 3 times in a row, and you can truly break your Sanjiao Void Gate and truly see where the great Dao is." Wang Jinyang was somewhat absent-minded. 300,000 meters away is the first door. As for the second and third doors, they're actually above or below that door, but you can't see them. You must walk again to see them. Is that so? 300,000 meters, is it used to measure? The middle-aged man laughed and nodded. That's how it is. Therefore, ordinary martial artists must break 3 doors if they want to prove their Dao. Only by breaking 3 doors can they see the great Dao. See the true Sanjiao Gate. And what Master can do now is to unite the 3 doors, unite the 3 Daos. You only need to break 1 door, and now that you've united the 3 doors, one of them is already unobstructed. Breaking the other 2 doors is enough to prove that there's only 1 Dao and see your true self." As soon as he finished speaking, the void trembled, and the top, middle, and bottom 3 Daos suddenly compressed towards the center. The middle-aged man was no longer calm. With a low grunt, he began to compress with all his might. Wang Jinyang's body trembled violently. But he endured the pain, the agony of exploding, to endure all of this. The Donghuang clone was helping him merge, 3 Daos combined into 1 Dao. This meant that once he broke through 8 doors, he could instantly break through 3 doors. This was not like the usual 8 doors, where he had to break through 1 door at a time. Once he broke through 1 door, he had to walk again and break through another door. At this moment, there seemed to be movement in the endless darkness. The Donghuang clone chuckled. You've already seen your true self, there's no need to separate Daos. 3 doors combined into 1, there's only 1 Dao, 3 Daos combined into 1, the true Dao has appeared. A low grunt resounded in all directions. In the next moment, 2 of the slightly illusory paths of the top, middle, and bottom 3 Daos were instantly compressed into the middle Dao. At this moment, there was an incomparably huge pressure sweeping over from all directions. In the outside world, Wang Jinyang's golden body exploded, his psychic energy dissipated, and his qi and blood scattered. Donghuang's clone was also dissipating at this moment. He sighed and said, "You'll have to rely on yourself for the rest. After all, I was the one who forcefully suppressed them together. In this world, there are some monsters who might not need to do this. In ancient times, there was a cat that combined all the Daos into 1, so there was no need for 3 Daos to combine into 1. In the past, it was laughable to seal the gate because there was no gate to seal. Now, heaven and earth are changing. Master seems to be seeing someone fusing all Daos into 1, each having their own Dao. Remember, I've only barely managed to fuse the 3 Daos into 1. If I'm not careful, there'll be a setback. If the 3 Daos are separated, it'll be even more difficult to fuse them back together." Wang Jinyang's face was filled with pain as he watched the middle-aged man disappear. He cupped his hands and said, "Thank you for your help today, teacher. Wang Jinyang will remember it." Ha ha ha, the middle-aged man laughed and his figure began to dissipate. In the blink of an eye, he completely disappeared from the world. As for Wang Jinyang, he sat cross-legged on the ground, feeling the transformation. Essence, qi, and spirit were in balance, 3 Daos fused into 1. Everything was developing in a balanced manner. However, the 3 Daos were originally not 1. At this moment, the veins on his face were bulging and his blood vessels were bursting. It was extremely difficult to control them. The balance of power, it was difficult to control and grasp. A slight carelessness and there would be a deviation. Once there was a deviation, the current him would easily show signs of his body exploding. At the same time when Wang Jinyang's 3 Daos were fusing into 1. Sky Island. In the secret room. Fang Ping had finally achieved a balance between his mentality and vitality. Both had achieved a balance. At this moment, Fang Ping's source world was exploding and expanding. His brain core was flickering as if it was about to explode. His golden body was shaking as if it was about to explode. At this moment, Fang Ping had a feeling that if he continued to convert immediately, continue to convert and make the power not maintain a balance, he should be able to suppress this situation. But Fang Ping did not. He wanted to try and see what would happen under the condition of maintaining a balance. The source world was shaking as if it was about to be destroyed. Above his brain core, some power was spilling out continuously, destroying this piece of heaven and earth. However, very soon, another wave of power was gushing out, balancing this piece of heaven and earth, preventing the source world from collapsing. Half was destroyed, the other half was repaired. Both parties maintained a balance. Fang Ping's power was constantly being depleted. Fang Ping was also rapidly recovering his power to maintain this depletion. At this moment, Fang Ping felt something different. Between this destruction and repair, his golden body was transforming. A wave of power was wreaking havoc in his body as if it was about to explode him. In the next moment, another wave of power was like life force, rapidly repairing all the damage. Fang Ping could not tell what kind of power these 2 waves of power were. Perhaps it was the power of destruction and rebirth. At this moment, Fang Ping was constantly being attacked. His flesh was changing from a golden color, vaguely transforming into a jade color. As for his source world, it was first destroyed, then it was reborn. Every time it was destroyed, it would be repaired. This piece of world seemed to be becoming more and more solid. Fang Ping could feel it. He could feel his vitality being restored. Previously, it had dropped from 2.92 million calories to 2.61 million calories. but now, his power was rapidly recovering. The source world had yet to transform completely. Logically speaking, the current him should not be upgrading. However, Fang Ping could feel that the birth and death of the two waves of power was causing his bones and skin to undergo a transformation every moment. Such a transformation consumed a lot of energy. His vitality and mentality were constantly being consumed. The consumption was terrifying. In the blink of an eye, millions of cal of vitality had been depleted. But Fang Ping did not care. He began to recover rapidly. At this moment, Fang Ping felt the feeling of body honing that he had not felt for a long time. Yes, body honing, two kinds of power were circling in his body, helping him to hone his body. Not only was it honing his body, but it was also honing his brain core. The transformation of the source world was actually honing his brain core. I see. At this moment, Fang Ping felt a little emotional. When the power was out of balance, Big Brother suppressed Second Brother. Only one kind of power was helping you hone. But when the power was balanced, no one could suppress the other. At this time, instead, two kinds of power were helping you to transform together. Is this equivalent to doubling the cultivation speed? Fang Ping mumbled. Maybe it was not as simple as doubling. Logically speaking, these two waves of power should not have been able to hone and transform together. But now, because the power had reached an absolute balance, no one could suppress the other. Instead, it was done. His flesh was still strengthening, his brain core was still honing. And his vitality was still rising. At this moment, Fang Ping suddenly felt a sense of imbalance. His vitality suddenly skyrocketed. The source world's transformation was completed. It was 700 meters of transformation. At this moment, the power of the origin was integrated into his body, causing his vitality to grow tremendously. His power was out of balance. With this imbalance, Fang Ping instantly felt a huge destructive force. In his body, a wave of power suddenly strengthened. In the next moment, it destroyed everything in Fang Ping's body madly, suppressing and destroying the other wave of power, destroying his flesh, wanting to blow him up. Fang Ping was shocked. He hurriedly continued to transform. When the power was once again balanced, Fang Ping heaved a sigh of relief. The feeling of explosion disappeared. At this moment, only two waves of power were rotating, helping him to quickly hone everything. Fang Ping's eyes were bright. This time, he really felt something different. It was as if the two waves of power were gradually merging and were about to give birth to a new power. Fang Ping quickly looked at the data panel. His gaze changed again. Wealth, 102 billion points. Vitality, 2,800,000 calories, 2,800,000 calories. Mentality, 28,000 Hz, 28,000 Hz. Force? Unity force, origin path, plus 150%, external path, origin world, 715 meters. Combat techniques, godslaying saber techniques, plus 9%, return to 1. Spiritualism path, 100 calories. Vitality to 1 Hz. Mentality physique path, 1 Hz. Mentality to 100 calories. Vitality, irreversible, strength control, 90% limit outburst, 652-6800 cal/7252000 cal. Fang Ping looked for a while, his gaze changing. His limit outburst limit had been lowered by hundreds of thousands of cal. According to the original situation, when the origin reached 700 meters, he would definitely have a significant improvement. But now, because of the balanced power, he was slightly lower than before. But the key was that his control, under the condition of the origin's enhancement, had increased to 90%. Unbelievable, this meant that most of his power could now be used by himself. This was still secondary. That force. Fang Ping had a guess in his heart. There was no need to guess. It was written that it was the power of unity. In that case, when vitality and mentality finally merged, the power formed was the force. This was a little similar to when he used celestiality when he was rank 7. However, celestiality was an external force. This force seemed to be his own power. Fang Ping let out a long sigh. His combat strength did not decrease. Instead, it became stronger. His outburst exceeded 6.5 million calories. He was stronger than ever. This time, the system upgrade and closed-door cultivation had a huge breakthrough. Fang Ping suspected that when the two forces completely merged and completed the transformation, he might have a huge leap. Interesting. It's getting more and more interesting. The more I cultivate martial arts, the more mysterious I find it. Everyone can cultivate something different. At this moment, Fang Ping could only feel his own insignificance and ignorance. The more he cultivated, the more he realized that martial arts were too mysterious. There were too many mysteries. The current him was completely different from when he walked the origin path. The gap was huge. Even his power was changing. After cutting off the emperor path, I walked further and further on this path of no return. Fang Ping shook his head. At this point, there was no room for regret. Of course, he did not regret it either. The current him and Song Mao's path might be slightly different. Too many accidents had contributed to his current path, a completely different path. The two forces continued to temper him, constantly improving him. As for Fang Ping, what he had to do was to constantly maintain the balance of these two forces. There could not be any deviation. In this situation, if not for the system, it would be difficult for him to do so. However, Fang Ping firmly believed that when he mastered this sense of balance, he might be able to achieve 100% control of his power. At this time, Fang Ping also began to try to balance these two forces by himself instead of relying on the system to balance them. I've gained a lot this time. So much that I don't even want to come out of closed-door cultivation. I'll continue to try. Fang Ping muttered. He now had a little understanding of those powerhouses. Once they went into closed-door cultivation, they would spend countless years. This feeling of exploring the mysteries of martial arts on his own was really satisfying. But it's time to go out. There are still many things to do. I can't afford to delay. At this time, Fang Ping's spirits were lifted. With his outburst as high as 6.5 million calories, he was now an absolute powerhouse among those at Broken 6. It should not be difficult for him to defeat those at celestial extremities who were not strong at Broken 6. The gains from the trip to the fake sky grave were also almost depleted. Next, he should start a new journey. P.S. There's no third update. Sorry. The catacombs. The war between humans and the catacombs had never stopped. The war was still going on, year after year, day after day. They fought until they were numb, until there was already a blood feud between the two sides. Since the establishment of the new heavenly court and the return of various true kings, the previously suppressed catacombs began to attack again. Both sides fought again and again in the outer region. Fang Ping had almost taken over the entire southern region. Now, the southern region was once again in the flames of war. The war was endless. The new heavenly court wanted to expand its territory. After Hongyu and Lizhu united, the new heavenly court's goal was to unify the three realms and restore its former glory. In the four outer regions of the north, south, east, and west, the western and eastern regions were about to be completely taken over by the catacombs. The northern region was also in danger. Only the humans in the southern region still had the upper hand, not giving up an inch of land. Both sides fought on this land, blood flowing like a river. Millions of martial artists fought ceaselessly in the southern region. The catacombs' 6 saint tokens and heavenly king seals kept covering the southern region, but they never succeeded. On the southern region's side, a gong hung in the air. Cat's Sky Gong, under the control of the Sky Sword, 6 sage badges and 1 heavenly king seal invaded the southern region. On the human side, the 3 emperors, Shen Haoyan, Ming Ting, and Sika Lu, were controlling the Bell of Heaven to defend against this invasion. There was no more war between the two sides. However, as the armies occupied more and more territories, the light covered different areas. The battle between powerhouses stopped, but the army war did not. With the addition of the Earthly Emperor God Dynasty's Divine Court Army and the Heavenly Court's Divine Army, the combat power of the Catacombs Army was also rising. With a few desperate realms as commanders, the humans' living space was constantly shrinking. The northern region was about to fall. The human higher-ups had already decided to give up the northern region and defend the southern region. The catacombs would not attack the human world unless the celestial realm wall was broken. However, they would never let go of the outer regions. The southern region was the bridgehead of the war between the two sides. Among the 8 realms that existed previously, Kuokang Mountain, Purple Cap Mountain, Luofu Mountain, Huatong Mountain, and Suling Grotto Heaven were all destroyed. Wangwu Mountain was sealed, Weiyu Mountain was sealed, and Xuanda Grotto Heaven was now used by the humans to guard the southern region. The war was also concentrated in this area, and the flames of war raged. Xuanda Grotto Heaven, which was the first to submit to the human race, had been fighting non-stop these days. Xuanda Grotto Heaven's Empyrean sovereign Xianxia had returned with 3 desperate realm experts. In addition to the peak that he was originally guarding, as well as Xianxia who had just advanced. 1 emperor 5 paragons, this was the power of the Xuanda Grotto Heaven. At this moment, these experts were guarding the southern region for the human race. Under the continuous battle, there were heavy casualties among the mystic virtue realm, but the bloody battle still continued. All forces in the 3 realms were making their choices. Last time, when Xianji and the others were not around, the rank 9 Xianhua made his choice. He chose to guard the southern region for the humans forever. But now that Xianji had returned, he did not deny this statement. Instead, he continued to accept everything. In the fake sky grave, he witnessed the strength of humans and their unity. They had also witnessed the scenes of Feng Ping and the others killing ancient heavenly kings as they were not heavenly kings. Xuanda Grotto Heaven could not be considered to be very strong among the various factions of power. Even though it had 1 martial emperor and 5 absolute peaks, it was not weak. In the midst of a great battle, the slightest carelessness could lead to its destruction. Of the 108 blessed Grotto Heaven in the past, only 3 were left. Weiyu Mountain was in a precarious situation, let alone the Xuanda Grotto Heaven. Xuanda Grotto Heaven. In the heavenly palace. Xianqi's face was pale, looking at Xianji above. Master, the catacombs' true kings have returned. The war is endless. The number of true gods in the southern region is limited. The Xuanda Grotto Heaven has become the catacombs' main target. The humans have no more reinforcements. We are going to lose. Beside him, another absolute peak powerhouse said bitterly, Master, our disciples have suffered heavy losses. In the Mount Royal Sea region, the war is endless. In just a short period of time, almost half of the high-ranked martial artists in the Grotto Heaven have died in battle. The human king and the others have not given any response. Defense, if this defense goes on, the Xuanda Grotto Heaven will be destroyed. Master, Sky Sword Saint sent an envoy to the Mount Royal Sea region to pass a message that the Xuanda Grotto Heaven belongs to the heavenly court. Master is the great sage Tianning of the 36 saints. As soon as he said that, Xianhua growled, Brother. The 3 realms are in chaos. The flames of war are everywhere. Since the Xuanda Grotto Heaven has chosen the humans, if we turn back now, we will be courting death. Master has helped the humans several times. The disciples of the Xuanda Grotto Heaven have also fought many battles, with countless casualties. Now, we have been conferred by the humans to guard the southern region forever. All of this was exchanged with the lives of our disciples. Now that we belong to the heavenly court, won't all of our previous efforts be in vain? The disciples who died in vain. Xianqi said with grief and indignation, if you hadn't made a careless oath that day, today would not have happened. The humans asked us to guard the southern region, but right now, there are only 3 venerable emperors fighting against the Sky Sword Saint. There are countless venerable emperors and true gods in the catacombs. The humans have no reinforcements. If this continues, the Xuanda Grotto Heaven will become the next blessed Grotto Heaven to be destroyed. From then on, there will be no more Xuanda Grotto Heaven, Xianhua. All of this is because of you. Enough. Xianji shouted, interrupting the disciples' discussion. He frowned and looked ahead. In front of him was the main hall, and further ahead was the Mount Royal Sea. Now, the southern region had become a land that the catacombs and the humans had to fight over. No heavenly kings, no saints, no emperors. However, battles between true gods broke out from time to time. When it came to the number of true gods, the humans could not compare. The flames of war continued, and the Xuanda realm had also become the main target of the catacombs. There were threats and temptations. He had sent people to the human world to report the war, but until now, he had not received a reply. There were no reinforcements either. This made Xianji very helpless. The catacombs were still attacking the northern region. Once the northern region was pacified, the southern region would inevitably break out into a war. Now, in the Mount Royal Sea area, the Myriad Demon King and the Sky Demon King had already begun to lead the army there. Next, a great war would probably break out. Xianxia sighed in his heart. The humans had many heavenly king powerhouses. Fang Ping, Martial King, Lin Zi, Heavenly King Subduing, Dragon Transformation, a total of 5. But now, these 5 powerhouses were also under some restrictions. It would be difficult for Heavenly King Subduing to attack now. The Human King was in seclusion, Martial King was in charge of human affairs. Lin Zi and Dragon Transformation were seriously injured, and the other had just advanced not long ago. They were all waiting for an opportunity. If this went on, he would be in trouble here. Xianxia pondered for a moment and said, "Don't be impatient. The Human King and the others will not sit back and watch the southern region fall. Once the southern region is lost, the humans will lose control of the land, and the battlefield will soon move to the human world. With the personality of the Human King and the others, they will resist the enemy outside and will never drag the war into the human battlefield. So the reinforcements will arrive soon." Xianxia said in a low voice, "But, the Heavenly Kings are not attacking now. They want to recuperate, but also because they are restraining each other. If the Heavenly Kings stop fighting, how can the humans match the Heavenly Court? There were too many saints, emperors, and true gods in the Heavenly Court. In this regard, no force in the 3 realms was stronger than them, unless the Chuwu lineage joined forces. Not only that, but there were also some forces that were defecting to the Heavenly Court. Some Outer Heavens emperors returned, feeling the pressure from all sides. There were already Outer Heavens clans defecting to the Heavenly Court, and some Outer Heavens chose the divine sect in the sea. Now, there were still a few Outer Heavens who had not made a choice. The few Outer Heavens who had previously cooperated with the humans had not made a choice yet, but they seemed to be hesitating whether or not to form an alliance with the humans. Among the 4 Brahmas, Changrong Heaven and Pingyu Heaven were almost destroyed, and the rest had defected to other parties. The son of Yulong Heaven's venerable Emperor Yulong was the deputy minister of heaven, and his dragon transformation was directly in the human world. These 2 Outer Heavens had reached an agreement with the humans, but the other Outer Heavens had not. The humans were not weak, but the strength of the middle class was still too weak, which made the powerhouses of these forces hesitate. Because once the high-end combat power was restricted and they defected to the humans, they were afraid that they would be the first to fight and would be instantly involved in the war. Just as Xianxia was feeling a little tired, his eyes moved slightly, and the next moment, he walked down from the throne and walked out of the hall. When the others saw this, they all looked puzzled. At this moment, Xianxia waved his hand, and the barrier of the bounded domain opened directly, revealing a passage that led directly to the outside world. In the outside world, Fang Ping was wearing the Heaven Battle uniform, smiling and nodding slightly, stepping into the air and striding forward. The Xianxia Grotto was also the first time he set foot in the Heavenly Palace's bounded domain. The last time he came, Fang Ping did not enter the Heavenly Palace again. This time, Venerable Emperor Xianxia returned. He came out of closed-door cultivation, and the first place he came to was the Xianxia Grotto. Walking on the long imperial road, Fang Ping felt a little emotional. His mentality spread down, and Fang Ping saw the outer sect land below. He could not help but laugh, saying, "Venerable Emperor Xianxia, the outer sect land below, why don't you clean it up?" Xianxia came to greet him with a few paragons, and laughed when he heard this. "Why clean it up? If this place is not destroyed after a few years, maybe it will be a good story. The place where the former human king achieved enlightenment, isn't it?" Fang Ping laughed out loud. Some of the others could not help but laugh, and some coughed lightly without saying a word. The ground below was full of potholes, which Fang Ping had dug back then. It was really like digging 3 feet into the ground, and there was no soil left. Venerable Emperor Xianxia replied, and quickly smiled. "The human king actually came in person. Your presence brings light to my humble dwelling, senior, don't be so polite." Fang Ping cupped his hands and sighed. "I know what happened in the southern territory. These days, the Xianxia Grotto has suffered. Many disciples have died in battle. I also know about this. I just came out of closed-door cultivation today, and Minister Zhang asked me to thank you on behalf of the human race. It's my duty." Venerable Emperor Xianxia laughed, turning sideways and saying, "Since the human king is here, this old man's heart has also calmed down. Let's go in and talk." Fang Ping stepped forward, saying as he walked, "This place is really unforgettable. This is the first time I came here, and the senior tested us. Until now, I still remember the inlaid demon core on the throne." Ha ha ha. Xianxia laughed. "If the human king likes it, just take it. That demon core is just an empty shell. Back then, I fought with a true god demon and killed the other party, but the essence has already been lost, and it's just a decoration." Fang Ping said regretfully, "That's a pity. I've been thinking about it for a long time, but I didn't expect it to be a fake. If the human king likes it, wait for this old man to kill the catacombs' true god. There are many demons, and there is no shortage of demon cores." The two of them talked and laughed. At this moment, from all around the heavenly palace, many Xuanda Grotto heaven powerhouses had rushed over. Some were excited, some were frowning. The human king was here, but it seemed like he did not bring reinforcements. The human king was a heavenly king powerhouse. Could it be that a battle between heavenly kings was going to break out now? Otherwise, the restrictions on both sides would be useless. In the main hall, Xianxia asked Fang Ping to sit on the main seat, but Fang Ping refused, walking to a giant bronze chair at the side and sitting down. Seeing that he did not sit on the main seat, Xianxia did not continue with the formalities. He did not go up either, but sat opposite Fang Ping. The other 5 true gods took their seats at this moment. "The catacombs emissaries are recruiting the Xuanda Grotto heaven again?" Fang Ping's first sentence made the expressions of the few Xuanda Grotto heaven powerhouses change slightly. Humans were still very well informed. "Seniors, you don't have to think too much," Fang Ping said with a smile, "this is how it should be. Li Zhu and Hong Yu are not the kind of people who act rashly. It's inevitable that they would rope in our people. The others are also not in the catacombs. Otherwise, it would be normal for people like Senior Dragon Transformation to be roped in." Xianxia smiled and said, "Since the Xuanda Grotto heaven has made a choice, I will not be indecisive. I understand this. In the face of a great war, if one's stand is not firm, this is the path to death. Now, although the catacombs are strong, compared to 100 years ago, the human race's strength has increased by 100 or 1,000 times. The catacombs, on the other hand, are exhausting their resources," Fang Ping said with a smile. "That's true. In terms of potential, the catacombs are definitely inferior to humans. Li Zhu and Hong Yu are astute. If the two of them join forces, they are indeed a great enemy of humans. They are even more troublesome than if new martial arts and the divine sect joined forces, but we are not afraid of them. However, now that all sides are restraining each other, the battle between heavenly kings and even saints will be extra cautious. In this way, the impasse realm has become the next peak combat strength, and also the main force. In this aspect, humans are much weaker than the catacombs. This time, I came to change all of this, to turn the situation around. Among the North, South, East, and West territories, the other 3 territories are not strong enough. If they give up, then so be it. But the southern region cannot be given up. These years, the southern region has been in countless battles and countless people have died. If we give up now, we will be letting down those martyrs." Xianxia looked at Fang Ping. Turning the situation around was not as easy as it sounded. However, Fang Ping was a legend and a myth. Since he was here, he might have a plan. Fang Ping continued, "This time, the catacombs have sent out myriad demon king, heavenly demon king, Jing Qi, 2 grandmaster emperors, and more than 30 true god powerhouses. They want to take down the southern region in one fell swoop. Li Zhu and Hong Yu are in contact with all sides, including the divine sect. They probably want to restrict us heavenly king martial artists from taking action. The other party did not hide it. They probably also want to force us to take the initiative to leave the southern region and let the catacombs unify." Xianxia nodded. Indeed, the other party did not hide it. They probably also wanted to force the human race to take the initiative to leave the southern region. The southern region is the battlefield, the bridgehead, and also a nail in the future. Fang Ping said slowly, "Once the heaven-human boundary wall opens, the human world, the land realm, and overseas will become three forces, each of them independent. If the human race wants to continue to stick this nail in the catacombs and don't want the human world to become the main battlefield, then we can't retreat. Xianxia nodded again. At this time, beside him, Xianxia said in a low voice, Lord Human King, right now, on the human side, there are not many Emperor powerhouses and true God martial artists. 3 Emperor realm powerhouses are resisting Heavenly Sword. In this way, there are 5 Emperor realm powerhouses on the opposite side, and only Master is resisting the other party. Fang Ping smiled. I know this. There are not many saints in the human race. Once the 3 Emperor realm powerhouses retreat and let the saints take over, the other party will continue to increase their military strength. Moreover, the other party still has many saints. So if we don't want a large-scale war to break out, we can only maintain the current situation. Xianxia looked at him, frowning slightly. Fang Ping continued, but it's not like we don't have reinforcements. I've already asked Di Xing to help. Also, God of War has proven his Emperor realm and will soon bring a few human powerhouses to join the battle. Xianxia breathed a sigh of relief. Although 3 Emperor realm powerhouses and some powerhouses were not as strong as the other party, they could still resist the other party's invasion. Not only that, Fang Ping smiled. If there are only 3 Emperor realm powerhouses, then we're still under the control of others. The Emperor realm powerhouses in the catacombs are actually limited. If we kill a few, their power at this stage will be greatly reduced. They're restricting us, and we're also restricting them. The catacombs' heavenly kings and saints also dare not join the battle rashly. If we kill their emperor-level powerhouses and some true gods, we'll have a great advantage. Xianxia looked at him and did not speak for a while. Fang Ping did not say much. A Chongdao appeared in his hand, and he smiled. This is the saber I took from the Chuwu clan saint I killed previously. The quality is not bad, and I feel that it's stronger than the average holy weapon. Since Xuanda Grotto Heaven is the human race's stronghold in the southern region, Senior Xianxia won't be able to do without a good weapon. Fang Ping handed the Chongdao to Xianxia. Then, a ball of origin qi appeared in his hand. There are a lot of imperishable substances in the blessed Grotto Heaven, but there shouldn't be a lot of origin qi. Seniors need it for their cultivation, so use this first. Xianxia was slightly moved. There was a lot of origin qi. For them, origin qi was much more important than imperishable substances. After handing over the items, Fang Ping continued, before I came to Xuanda Grotto Heaven, I went to Guan Ming Ming and Black Ming Ming. The 2 outer sky emperors were summoned by me. At this moment, outer sky is already moving, and the entrance to the catacombs will be opened in the Mount Royal Sea area. Once the war breaks out, the 2 emperors will come to help. The other outer skies seem to have closed the passageway to the human world. I haven't found the entrance, so I don't know their attitude for now. On Earth's side, many outer skies entrances had been discovered. However, these outer skies, a few had closed the passageway directly, perhaps the kind that would seal it forever. Obviously, they were a little afraid and did not dare to get involved. Now, no one knew where they had moved the entrance. Guan Ming Ming and Black Ming Ming's entrances were still there. The existence of the entrances actually meant that these 2 outer skies still wanted to take sides. Otherwise, they would not have dared to open the passageway to the human world rashly at this time. There were many heavenly kings in the human world. Fang Ping had come knocking on their doors, and the 2 emperors had promised to help in the war at the critical moment. This time, Xianxia was completely relieved. He smiled and said, that's good, that's good. In this way, there was no need to be afraid of the catacombs. Fang Ping smiled and said, I'm not afraid, but it's difficult to kill the emperors. Before the catacombs, there were 4 royal courts and 4 leaders, Life King, Li Zhu, Myriad Demon King, Heavenly Demon King. Li Zhu can't be killed, and Life King is already dead. Now there are still 2 big demon clan emperors alive. My idea is, if war breaks out, attack these 2 demon kings and try to kill them as much as possible. The demons now have no top-notch combat strength. The Dragon Island lineage has already surrendered to the divine sect. The demons in the catacombs should either be more obedient, or go to the Dragon Island side. Getting involved at this time would be courting death. The demons have heavenly king powerhouses. Now the only heavenly king is the dragon transformation heavenly emperor. These demons are stubborn, then kill them. Moreover, if we kill these two, the demons in the catacombs might be chaotic and divided. It will also make those true gods hesitate. After all, the 4 leaders back then died one after another. The new heavenly court has just been re-established. Even if Li Zhu and Hong Yu are powerful, I'm afraid they won't be able to completely convince the masses. Xianxia frowned slightly and said quickly, I'll try my best, but it's not easy. I know this. I came here to tell you that at the critical moment, the target is these two. I will go to Weiyu Mountain and try to convince Saint Qingtong. If Saint Qingtong attacks at the critical moment, he can still kill the other party if he catches them off guard. Qingtong, Xianxia frowned. I'm afraid this will be difficult. Qingtong is actually the Divine Emperor's heir. His master is the Divine Emperor's disciple. Now that Weiyu Mountain is sealed, I think he wants to wait for the Divine Emperor's return. Fang Ping nodded. I'll try my best. If he attacks at the critical moment, a saint, then the catacombs will have to pay a huge price. We will keep an eye on the other saints and heavenly kings in the catacombs. Xianxia laughed. If Qingtong attacks, then there is hope to kill the other party. I'm afraid the catacombs will also be on guard. After all, Qingtong is in the southern territory. If a saint attacks, it will happen in the blink of an eye. They will also be on guard, it's okay. Fang Ping was not too concerned. If we can kill them, then kill them. If we can't kill them, we must force the catacombs to retreat. The southern territory humans will not give up. I will go to Immortal Seeking Island next. Since Heavenly King Linzi of the Spirit Emperor's bloodline is in the human race, Immortal Seeking Island should also have a choice. If we can rope in the 2 saints of Immortal Seeking Island, our pressure will be greatly reduced, rest assured, Senior. Since you have chosen the human race, we will not let you fight alone. The human race is not the same as before. We have the strength to resist all strong enemies. Fang Ping comforted him for a while, and Xianxia was relieved. With him and the 5 venerable emperors, they were not weaker than the catacombs, so there was nothing to worry about. Xianhua and the others also breathed a sigh of relief. Fang Ping came this time to appease his allies. However, in a short time, Fang Ping had roped in 2 grandmasters to help him in the battle. This was also a surprise. In this way, he did not have to bear so much pressure. Fang Ping left quickly. Before he left, his aura erupted, pressing toward Imperial Sea Mountain. On Imperial Sea Mountain's side, the radiance of the Heavenly King's seal and Saint Order was forced to retreat dozens of miles. The few venerable emperors were even more on guard against a formidable enemy. Fortunately, Fang Ping's aura flashed and disappeared quickly, disappearing at the edge of the Forbidden Sea. Only then did these people breathe a sigh of relief. Soon, a saint-level mentality spread to the edge of the Forbidden Sea, observing the fluctuations in space to prevent Fang Ping from crossing the realm again and secretly killing the catacombs' powerhouses. The news of Fang Ping coming out of closed-door cultivation soon spread to the new heavenly court. Not long after, the governor brought 2 saints to Imperial Sea Mountain to prevent Fang Ping from killing the venerable emperors. It was obvious that Fang Ping was vigilant. After leaving the Xuanda Grotto Heaven, he crossed the Forbidden Sea and headed straight for Immortal Seeking Island. Soon, the catacombs received news that he was heading for Immortal Seeking Island. Heavenly Court. Li Zhu and Hong Yu were playing chess. Hearing the news, Li Zhu shook his head and sighed. I'm afraid Immortal Seeking Island is going to join the humans. Since Linzi is with the humans, Kaidai Saint will not ignore her. Not many heavenly kings are on good terms with Emperor Ling. Sherpa is considered friendly. Now that Sherpa is gone and Linzi has broken through to become a heavenly king. If nothing goes wrong, Kaidai will soon lead Emperor Ling to join the humans. Hong Yu smiled. That's expected. He thought for a moment. Extreme Dao's Forest Sea, you've been in contact with them before. What was their reaction? The Forest Sea is waiting for Yao Qingjun to return. Where is Yao Qingjun? Li Zhu smiled. I don't know. The 3 reincarnations of Extreme Dao heavenly emperors are mysterious and hard to track. However, according to the scouts in the Forbidden Sea, all 3 have entered the Forbidden Sea. If they're not in the Chua mainland, they're deep in the Forbidden Sea and the border of the Tomb of Heaven. Hong Yu nodded and placed a chess piece. The Heavenly Court must reclaim the land realm. We cannot let the humans take root in the land realm. This is a nail in the heart. If we can't even reclaim the land realm, how will Outland, the Immortal Islands, and the Bitter Sea Demons obey us? The humans have to retreat even if they don't want to. No one is willing to fight the Heavenly Kings now. We must use this time to conquer the outer regions. Li Zhu smiled. Qingtong is negotiating with Weiyu Mountain. He wants to give up Weiyu Mountain and go to Medicine God Island to meet up with the Divine Emperor. In exchange, he wants to see sovereign Dao techniques. Hong Yu frowned slightly and said softly, Emperor Dao techniques. Emperor Dao techniques cannot be passed down. Even if I did, he might not be able to see anything. Tell him that he wants to break through to the Heavenly King realm. Perhaps I can help. Qingtong's mentality is strong and his body is not weak either. However, when he became a true god, his body was still lacking. It will be difficult now. Hong Yu nodded and smiled. That's not a problem. Back then, when I entered my father's treasury, I took some jade bones. Shattered jade bones can help him reforge his physical body. If his great Dao keeps up, breaking through to the next realm won't be a problem. Li Zhu placed a piece as well. What I'm afraid of is that after he becomes a heavenly king, he'll join the human race. I won't. Hong Yu smiled. His master is about to revive. His master is the direct descendant of the Divine Emperor. Even if Qingtong wants to join the human race, he will not do so after his master revives. The bloodline of the Divine Emperor is still observing. His master and I were friends in the past, that's good. Li Zhu grinned. Fang Ping has been biding his time. I'm afraid he's waiting for a great victory. According to my intel, Earthly Xing has already sneaked into the southern territory through the Forbidden Sea. However, the fact that the war god of the Hall of Gods had broken through and become a venerable sovereign was kept a secret. The profound brightness sky and the observant brightness sky are moving in the dark. Judging from their direction, they should be in the direction of the southern region. Li Zhu continued, as soon as he entered the land, he went to the mystic virtue realm. I'm afraid he's trying to appease Xianxia. With the arrival of the 5 emperors, Fang Ping is probably plotting against the venerable sovereigns at Mount Royal Sea. I've already predicted this. Hong Yu smiled. He's not a man who follows the rules. If nothing goes wrong, he'll start a war soon. He might even attack secretly. Be careful, he might disguise himself as a venerable sovereign. Keep an eye on Mount Royal Sea these days. Li Zhu nodded slightly. Everyone knew that Fang Ping was not a man who followed the rules. In fact, not many people really followed the rules. Rules were built when everyone moved. There were no benefits to speak of. If there were benefits, then the so-called heavenly kings not being able to fight would become a joke. As for Weiyu Mountain, I'll reach an agreement with Qingtong as soon as possible. Fang Ping has gone to Immortal Seeking Island now. He might be trying to confuse us and contact Weiyu Mountain secretly. Let Tianji and Tianming go near Weiyu Mountain to intimidate Qingtong and make him think twice. The two conversed for a while. Finally, Li Zhu said, there's another problem in the southern region. Hong Yu frowned slightly, feeling a headache coming on. He sighed. Wangwu Mountain is a little troublesome. Li Zhu looked up and placed another chess piece. The black pieces surrounded the white pieces. Li Zhu said softly, Wangwu Mountain is a thorn in our side if we don't get rid of it. Moon Spirit is very powerful, and the powerhouses of the North Emperor's bloodline have awakened. They'll be rushing to Wangwu Mountain soon. Now, if we want to take over the entire land, the humans are the biggest threat. Wangwu is second. In the 3 major realms, the mystic virtue realm will be destroyed. If nothing goes wrong, Qingtong will leave Weiyu Mountain. When that time comes, Wangwu will be the only thorn in our side in this huge land. Then, he added, Brother Yu, if you want to fight and break out of the situation, you're too soft-hearted. A single mistake can lead to everlasting sorrow. You should understand this. Li Zhu said in a low voice, countless living beings in the land and the remnants of the Demon Emperor dynasty fought the 3 realms for you. Now, they're fighting the 3 realms again without leaving you. Wangwu Mountain is not fair. Brother Yu, we won't be able to explain to those elders who have followed you for 6,000 years. Hong Yu sighed and nodded. I know. When Weiyu Mountain moves, I'll go to Wangu. I think it's better to do it as soon as possible. Li Zhu said in a low voice. The war will break out at any time. Moon Spirit is unpredictable. Once she intervenes at a critical moment, the whole situation may change. Fang Ping is a sinister person, and Zhang Tao is also full of schemes. Once they reach an agreement with Wangu, there will be great trouble. Hong Yu smiled bitterly and gave up. The white piece had been lost, but there was still a small piece left. Li Zhu casually smashed it. If Wangu doesn't move, the tables will turn at any time. Hong Yu nodded and exhaled. I'll go as soon as possible, but, sigh. Hong Yu sighed again. Moon Spirit is a little difficult. I'll think about how to get her to move Wangu. Li Zhu said nothing as he watched him leave. If the Celestial Court wanted to dominate the three realms, it was necessary to chase away Wangu Mountain and beat the humans back to the human world. The humans were determined, and so was the Celestial Court. They would not hesitate to fight. The humans did not want the battlefield to be in the human world. They did not want to have spies in the outer realm either. If they could not defeat the humans, it would be really troublesome. The Celestial Court would be rebuilt. This was a battle that had to be fought. Not only did they have to fight, they had to make a name for themselves. Thinking of this, Li Zhu tapped the chessboard lightly and said quickly, "Tell King Maple and King Hua to come see me." Yes, King Maple and King Hua. That day, King Maple followed the two kings into the fake sky grave. King Fate was killed by Fang Ping, but King Maple followed the two kings and entered safely. After that, he kept a low profile in the fake sky grave. He actually made it out alive. As for King Hua, he had worked with Zhang Tao before. But now, he was still active in the catacombs and was not blamed. King Hua and Zhang Tao worked together because of benefits. This was also a common trait among many powerhouses. Hong Yu had worked with Fang Ping before, and Li Zhu had also worked with Zhang Tao. This was nothing. Everyone could tolerate someone like King Hua, let alone King Hua. Soon, the two arrived. Li Zhu looked at them. These two were powerhouses from the Sky Plant's royal court, one step away from the emperor level. Now, they were about to become emperor. When the two arrived, they bowed slightly. Li Zhu was no longer the sickly Li Zhu. He was the heavenly king Li Zhu, the heavenly king who had broken seven. The two had complicated feelings about Li Zhu. Back then, they wanted to replace him and control the entire Sky Plant's royal court. But now, the Sky Plant's royal court was gone. It was replaced by the heavenly court. The heavenly court had two masters, Li Zhu and Hong Yu. Both were top powerhouses. Now, the two had no time for that. Thump thump thump, Li Zhu's slender fingers tapped the chessboard lightly, making thumping sounds. King Maple exhaled softly and said, "What do you need, King Lord? You are already an emperor. What do you need?" King Maple said in a low voice, "You need some origin chi, origin chi. We have our own life imprints, so we can't help you much. But, there were some cat fruits in the past. There are 3 left in the treasury. After you eat them, you should be able to complete the emperor-level transformation. What do you need me to do, King Lord?" Li Zhu smiled. Simple. The human god of war has just become an emperor. When the war breaks out, you will lead people to kill the god of war. Yes. King Maple agreed quickly. If he wanted to survive in the heavenly court, he had to fight. At the side, King Hua did not say a word. Li Zhu smiled. It will be difficult for Hua Yu to become a true god. This king and brother Hong Yu have reached the 7th Ascension realm. Our comprehension of the great Tao is deep. Brother Hong Yu and I will enter his origin and forcefully open the great Tao to help him become a true god. What do you think? King Hua said in a low voice, "Will there be any future problems?" Li Zhu smiled. Of course there will be. But after becoming a true god, he can go into seclusion for a few days to get rid of these problems. What does King Lord need me to do? You have cooperated with King Wu, and you fought together with the human clan's experts. I didn't make things difficult for you, and I'm afraid you don't want to fall out with the human clan at this moment. You deal with Di Xing, the venerable sovereign who borrowed the way. Maybe you can use his power to become a venerable sovereign. King Hua thought for a moment and said, I want to see Hua Yu become a true god before I act. Sure. Li Zhu laughed, waved his hand, and said, You go ahead. The two quickly left. After a while, someone else arrived. It was a weathered old man. The old man looked at Li Zhu and bowed slightly, his eyes complicated. King Lord. Brother Tianyu is too polite. Li Zhu was much more polite this time. He invited him to sit and smiled. All these years, it's all thanks to Brother Tianyu that I can reach this point. Lifting his hand, Li Zhu didn't give Tianyu a chance to speak. He said softly, in this era, the monster plant clan has a high chance of becoming a monarch. Now, the human race has heavenly wood and the cat tree, so there is hope. Brother Tianyu also has hope in the heavenly court. Brother Tianyu has already become an emperor and is now the monster plant guardian of the heavenly court. His cultivation realm is advancing at a rapid pace. Saints and heavenly kings are in front of him. Heavenly wood is the ancient heavenly court's guardian, but he has never been conferred a title. Brother Tianyu is different. Therefore, the hope of becoming an emperor lies between Brother Tianyu and heavenly wood. Tianyu said with a complicated look, I never thought about this in the past. I just wanted to become an emperor and make the monster plant clan independent. The two monster race royal courts are both controlled by the monster beast clan. I never thought that I would become an emperor. Brother Li, please tell me what you need. Li Zhu smiled and said, You are a monster plant clan. The monster plant clan's abilities aren't weak, but they aren't obvious. This time, you will be useful. Take a few true gods of the monster plant clan and hide in the void. Seal the void in secret. Take root in the first heaven and hide your presence. When you feel the ripples of space, seal the void passage. If the heavens beyond heaven doesn't notice, the passage won't be able to open. Understand? Tianyu smiled and said, This isn't difficult. The monster plant clan isn't alive. It was sad, but it was the truth. Most of the time, monster plants weren't alive. If they took root in the void and hid in the dark, it would be hard to be discovered if they didn't move. When the heavens beyond heaven opened a passage, the monster plant clan's experts had countless roots. If there was a ripple, they could easily sense it and cut off the passage. In the future, Li Zhu smiled and said, I promised you that day, so of course I will do it. Brother Tian, you made a great contribution this time. Brother Yu and I will go to Medicine God Island. The Divine Emperor bloodline has divine medicines that can help the monster plant clan's cultivation. Brother Yu and I will exchange for some for Brother Tianyu. Thank you, King Lord. Tianyu hurriedly thanked him. He knew a lot about the Divine Emperor bloodline. This bloodline specialized in studying monster plants. If the two powerhouses went to ask for some treasures for him, he might have a huge harvest. Tianyu left soon after. Li Zhu fell into deep thought again. 5 venerable emperors. King Maple and King Hua each dealt with one. Tianji led many monster plant clan true gods to seal the passage. The 2 heavens beyond heaven's venerable emperors might not be able to open the passage and miss the opportunity. Once the battle broke out, Sky Demon King and the other 5 venerable emperors would lead many true gods to kill the Xuanda Grotto heaven powerhouses quickly and intimidate everyone. Who else would help Fang Ping and Zhang Tao besides Wei Yushin? Li Zhu fell into deep thought. There should be someone else. Fang Ping probably had the idea of killing their venerable emperors to intimidate everyone. Will the saints make a move? Sky Wood, Feng Yun, Kai Dai, Taoist Nunwen Xian, North Sea. 5 saints. Heavenly Sword Palm Print, hold the Sky Bell and the 3 emperors. The 3 saints hold Dragon Transformation. Second King, hold Linzi. I'll keep an eye on Fang Ping. If Hong Yu doesn't make a move, Heavenly King Zhen probably won't either. Li Zhu calculated for a while. 11 saints and 2 heavenly king powerhouses all had missions. They had to hold back the human powerhouses, including Feng Yun and the others who might make a move. Qing Tong had to let Wei Yushin leave as soon as possible. There's also Ash Cat, Lin Hai, and the God Creation Envoy's clone, Li Zhu calculated. Lin Hai of the extreme Tao was an uncertain factor, but it did not affect him much. He was in the depths of the Forbidden Sea. Once he arrived, the battle would probably be over. Heavenly Emperor Yu Long is an old fox. He won't make a move easily. Ash Cat, Li Zhu fell into deep thought again. Although Ash Cat said he wouldn't make a move, who could guarantee that? Previously, Heavenly King Zhen Wang defeated the Chuwu lineage, but Ash Cat made a move and walked out of the human world. The strongest of the Chuwu lineage made a move, then no one could say anything. God Creation Envoy, Li Zhu smiled. It was fine. Although his teacher was hidden, it did not mean he was not there. He would keep an eye on the God Creation Envoy. After thinking it over carefully, Li Zhu fell into silence. It should be about time. The high-end combat power was restrained. The human race did not want to suffer too many losses. After the mystic virtue realm was destroyed, they should retreat from the southern region and return to the human world. He did not want an all-out war to break out now. In fact, the human race did not want it either. The high-end combat power did not come out, also to prevent the divine sect and the Chuwu lineage. Restraining each other was also to preserve their combat power. Now, Fang Ping had also reached the era of being restrained. Li Zhu thought about it and suddenly laughed. He did not know what Fang Ping was thinking. Now that he was stronger, it was not as convenient to do some things as it was in the past. The human race still has Li Zhen in seclusion. I heard that Heavenly King Zhen Wang is helping him to advance to the Saint Realm. I wonder if he will succeed. War King and the others have disappeared. Did they go to the place where the Demon Emperor went? Li Zhu had some thoughts in his mind, but he quickly suppressed them. Even if Li Zhen appeared, the possibility of turning the situation around was not high. However, the current human race was indeed quite strong. Although most of them were external forces, the Heavenly Court was also an alliance of many forces. Li Zhu could not help but sigh. The speed at which the human race became stronger was beyond imagination. Calculate your ass. While Li Zhu was plotting, Fang Ping muttered under his breath. Calculate my ass. He could guess that once he appeared, the two old foxes, Li Zhu and Hong Yu, would definitely have an idea. Currently, Fang Ping was not on Immortal Quest Island. He had gone to Immortal Quest Island, but it was a clone. After he restrained his aura, no one could tell the difference between the clone and the real one. His rank 1 aura changed from rank 2 to rank 1. Others would also be confused. Currently, Fang Ping did not go anywhere else but to Mount Wangu. As for Weiyu Mountain, Qing Tong was only a saint. Fang Ping did not care. This guy was not brave. He might not dare to get involved. The Heavenly King was still brave. The Heavenly King was the powerful combat power that could change the situation of the three realms. Moon Spirit was the target, who would go to Weiyu Mountain. If they had nothing better to do, Li Zhu would definitely think of it. Hong Yu too. He would not go to Weiyu Mountain. Mount Wanwu was still better. With a crazy lady here, Li Zhu and Hong Yu did not dare to monitor. Of course, one had to keep a low profile. There were no men on Mount Wanwu. A grown man like Fang Ping would be too conspicuous if he came. At this moment, although Fang Ping was not dressed in female clothes, he was still an illusion of mentality. In the eyes of powerhouses below emperor rank, this was a woman. A familiar woman, Ling Xiao. He did not conceal his aura too much. Soon, someone rushed over. Ling Xiao was also below emperor rank. When she saw Fang Ping, her face turned green. The Fang Ping in her eyes was what she looked like. Wasn't this guy shameless? She did not have to guess to know that this was Fang Ping. What are you doing here? Fang Ping said impatiently, be more polite. Do you want to die? I killed heavenly kings like slaughtering chickens. Who gave you the guts to scold a heavenly king? You're looking for your grandmaster. Lead the way. Hurry up. You, what about you? No matter how protective Moon Spirit Heavenly King is, if you dare to be impolite, I'll kill you. I'd like to see if Moon Spirit Heavenly King will care about the life and death of a true god. Fang Ping turned from guest to host, extremely domineering. At this moment, Moon Spirit's voice was heard. Come in. Why bother with Ling Xiao? Fang Ping said casually, Senior Moon Spirit, it's not that I'm bickering with her, but you have to discipline this grand disciple of yours. She's impolite and has no respect for powerhouses. In ancient times, I was also an overlord. When I went in and out of the 9 palaces, I was also a distinguished guest. Only someone with a status like Senior Moon Spirit can treat me as an equal. She's a true god martial artist, yet she repeatedly offended me. If it weren't for Senior, I would have killed her long ago. Ling Xiao's face turned red. Moon Spirit said lightly, Ling Xiao, there won't be a next time. Ling Xiao's face turned pale. She hurriedly bowed and said, Little Xiao understands. Fang Ping chuckled. Ling Xiao lowered her head and did not look at him. Perhaps only she knew how sullen she felt inside. Unfortunately, the current Fang Ping, even Moon Spirit, treated him with respect. Even if she was unwilling, she could not change anything. Soon, both of them entered Mount Wanguo. It was Fang Ping's first time entering Mount Wanguo. As soon as he entered the world wall, he was speechless. The energy is so rich. What a pity. Ling Xiao wanted to say something but remembered Moon Spirit's words. She shut her mouth instantly. In the next moment, a figure appeared in front of both of them. Moon Spirit said lightly, Didn't you go to Immortal Quest Island? Why are you here at Wanguo? Fang Ping laughed. Senior, you know about it too? Seems like I can't hide it no matter where I go. It's too eye-catching. Moon Spirit looked at him indifferently. Fang Ping laughed. Let's talk inside. Say what you want to say. Take your time. Fang Ping chuckled. It's related to jade bones. It's a big secret. I have to tell you slowly. Senior, you're not in a hurry. Moon Spirit sneered. She did not say a word. Like a ghost, she appeared at the peak of Mount Wanguo in the next moment. Seeing this, Fang Ping chuckled and followed suit. It was troublesome to deal with women, but who asked this woman to be so powerful? The catacombs wanted to chase away humans. Fang Ping also wanted to raid their lair, kill Heavenly Sword, and seize the Heavenly King Seal and Saint Order. Emperor rank, Fang Ping did not care. Did he want to kill an emperor rank? He wanted to kill all the saints in his family. Did Li Zhu and Han Yu really think that he cared about those emperor ranks? Fighting an emperor rank now was like fighting a baby. Who cared? Saints, on the other hand, were a little harder to fight. Moreover, saints had hopes of advancing to Heavenly King. The probability was very high now, and so was the chance. Fang Ping was guarding against these saints, not those emperor rank powerhouses. Stepping into the void and following her, Fang Ping looked around. He did not see Saint Yue. He did not know where she went. He did not seem to sense her aura either. Was she not at Mount Wanguo? If she was not here, that woman Moon Spirit would have other plans. As soon as they reached the peak, Fang Ping said, Senior, you don't have a true jade bone yet, right? How much progress has your jade bone been made? Did your vitality change by 1.5 times if not 2 times? Preemptive strike. Without waiting for Moon Spirit to speak, Fang Ping said again, Senior, the probability of grinding jade bones is not high. If you don't break the gate of life, it's almost a fool's dream to forge jade bones. But I have a way. Moon Spirit glanced at him and said calmly, Say this to me when you've reached jade bones. Fang Ping smiled and said, This will happen sooner or later. I've just advanced, that's why I'm a little slow. As he said that, Fang Ping's skin was translucent, glistening with a jade-like luster. He chuckled and said, It's not jade bones, but it's also at the boundary between golden bones and jade bones. Look, how fast. I spent a whole day forging. Usually, I'm too lazy to waste energy on this. Moon Spirit, she was exhausted. Fang Ping pretended to be 13. He was doing it to her, but she had nothing to say. She really wanted to send Fang Ping flying with a punch right now. However, looking at Fang Ping's glowing jade-like skin, Moon Spirit's expression changed slightly. How could it be so fast? What do you want to do? Moon Spirit asked directly. Fang Ping chuckled and said, Senior, it's simple. Recently, I want to do something. The catacombs are probably guarding against me. One of the 3 heavenly kings is not to be trifled with. Old Zhang will restrain one, Garrison Heavenly King will restrain one, I will think of a way to get the weapon god out and restrain one too. Then why are you still looking for me? Fang Ping laughed and said, those fellows from the catacombs are very sinister. Old Zhang and the weapon god's avatar, their combined strength is probably enough to fight one person. At the critical moment, they can't hold them off. You want me to help you restrain one person? You want to seize the Heavenly King's seal and Saint token? Fang Ping said with a look of surprise, Senior, you are very intelligent. Moon Spirit felt that he was mocking her. Anyone with a discerning eye could see this. How could the catacombs' Heavenly Kings not understand Fang Ping's thoughts? They had been guarding against him. Even if I help you, you might not have a chance. Fang Ping nodded. Yes, Chu Wu and the Divine Sect are all variables. And the Weapon Master is also a variable. There are too many variables. Everyone doesn't want me to seize these things. That's why I find it troublesome. Since you know, you still want to try? Fang Ping said with a look of surprise, of course. Since I want it, then it's mine. Why shouldn't I try? Moon Spirit felt that it was difficult for her brain circuits to keep up with Fang Ping. Her face was cold, hiding all her emotions. She said in a low voice, what do you want to do? What can I get? Fang Ping laughed and said, Hong Yu and the others probably have arrangements. Even the Weapon Masters and Palm Seal Masters have missions. It's not a small problem. These people still want to chase away humans. Anyway, they don't have good intentions. Chu Wu probably won't get involved now, but it's hard to say for the Divine Sect. Fang Ping laughed and said, as for me, I have a way to deal with the Divine Sect. I won't cause trouble for the Divine Sect. Old Zhang and Li Zhu are old friends. They have a brotherhood for a while. The Weapon Master and Garrison Heavenly King are on good terms. I handed this variable to Garrison Heavenly King. If he doesn't come out, I'll hand the palm seal to him. The Weapon God's avatar may not be useful. I think it might be better to release a Heavenly King's combat, such as Dragon Transformation or Lin Zi. Let him deal with the two kings. Moon Spirit still frowned. Since you've already made arrangements, why are you still looking for me? Fang Ping exclaimed, I didn't calculate Hong Yu. Moon Spirit's expression froze. It seemed so. Fang Ping continued, as for Hong Yu, I would like to leave it to you, Senior. What do you think? Senior, as long as you help me hold Hong Yu back, I will tell you how to forge real jade bones. Fang Ping continued, I want to take advantage of this opportunity to see if I can get rid of 11 saints. There are too many saints. If they all become Heavenly Kings one day, where can I go to seek justice? Fang Ping sighed. Hong Yu's strength is unclear. I'm under a lot of pressure. Moon Spirit frowned. How do I forge jade bones? You can't be thinking that this Empress will believe you just because of your words, right? Fang Ping laughed. Of course not. There were many ways to forge jade bones. First, grinding it would take countless years and was too difficult. The second was to break the gate of life. Senior had no chance, otherwise he would have broken it long ago. Third, learn the God Creation Envoy. Forget it, he probably won't do it, so let's not talk about it. Fourth, fuse some jade bones. Senior should not be too far away from jade bones. As long as you dismantle some jade bones, it shouldn't be a big problem. Humph. You mean Emperor Badian? Moon Spirit knew about this. She said coldly, where are there so many beginner martial jade bone powerhouses to dismantle your bones? I'm not talking about them. Fang Ping laughed. Senior, you don't have to rush these few days. I'm talking about me. I feel that I'm almost there. Forging jade bones only takes a little time, and it's the full body kind. Senior, help me hold Hong Yu back. When I reach the jade bone realm, I'll dismantle all my bones for you. Is that okay? Fang Ping laughed carelessly. Senior, think about it. Although my bones are not as strong as yours now, if we forge jade bones together, I'll definitely be faster. When I have jade bones, it will be very troublesome for others to regenerate. But I don't lack imperishable substances, I don't lack origin chi, I don't lack anything. If I exhaust myself to death, I can still recover. Senior, this is a rare opportunity. In this 3 realms, besides me, is there anyone else who is willing? Forging jade bones in advance is definitely beneficial. Otherwise, you might as well break 8 before forging. Why do you have to grind for so many years? Fang Ping chuckled. I'll give my bones to you, senior. Is that reliable? Just dismantle them. I'll probably have a chance in half a year. Of course, it's only if I'm not dead. If I'm dead, there's nothing left. It's considered a risk investment. After all, I'll have to dismantle my jade bones just to hold Hongyu back. It's worth the risk. Moon Spirit furrowed her brows. In her heart, she sighed at Fang Ping's ruthlessness and confidence. He wanted to forge jade bones. Dismantle his bones for her to forge jade bones. If he was not ruthless, he would not have said that. You want to kill those saints? 11 saints? Of course. Fang Ping laughed. Why does the 3 realms need so many saints? There are too many saints. One day, they'll all become heavenly kings. Are heavenly kings still valuable? Hongyu and Li Zhu are so petty. They think a few emperor-level saints can get rid of me. I'm not interested. If I'm going to do it, I'll do it big. I like to do big deals. I don't care about small deals. Senior, how about giving me an answer? I'll give you a set of future jade bones in exchange for holding Hongyu back. That's my only request. Moon Spirit frowned. Hongyu is extremely powerful. Once he notices something amiss, he'll definitely. Fang Ping was helpless. It's so simple. Bring him on a long journey. Find the location of the Earth Palace in the past and reminisce about your youth. He probably wants to take Mount Wanwu away. If you say you want to take a walk, will he say no? It's too simple. When he realizes that something is wrong and wants to come back, senior, just stop him a little. If you can stop him, then do it. If you can't, I might even kill a few saints. Anyway, I don't need you to take too much of a risk. It's not too much trouble. Men are like this. Don't worry, senior. If you say you're going to reminisce and not pester him anymore, I promise he'll be happy to. The corner of Moon Spirit's mouth twitched slightly. Why did his words sound so awkward? Senior, what do you think? Moon Spirit said coldly, even so, there are 11 saints. Tianji and Tianming are about to break through. If they break through during the battle, your plan will fail again. That's fine. If I fail, I fail. Fang Ping grinned. Failure is the mother of success. If I fail this time, I'll try again next time. I'm not afraid of failure. Moreover, Senior doesn't need to worry about these things. Oh right, if Saint Yue is willing to help, I have other benefits. A large amount of origin qi. Saints need this now. True gods and emperors are all the same. There are benefits. Fang Ping said quickly. He added, Senior, try to bring him far away. It'll take him at least a minute to come back. That's the best. When he comes back, I'll kill all his subordinates. Aren't you afraid he'll go crazy? Fang Ping sneered. What's there to be afraid of? If he goes crazy, won't we? Everyone is restraining themselves now because we don't want others to take advantage of us. If he goes crazy, we'll go crazy together and kill him. Everyone will be happy to watch the show. At most, both sides will suffer. Senior, you should know that if we really want to fight Hongyu to the death, the first one to stop us will be Li Zhu. The Palm Seal envoy won't take the risk either. If a saint dies, so be it. It's not a decisive battle strength. It's not a big deal. Moon Spirit listened to his words and felt a little sour. Saints were nothing. What arrogance! Not only that, this guy was really crazy to go against 11 saints at once. Would the divine sect not intervene? How could he have the confidence to deal with the divine sect? Even if the divine sect did not intervene, 11 saints would not be easy to deal with if they fought to the death. Where did Fang Ping get the confidence to kill 11 saint powerhouses? Fang Ping saw her hesitation and interrupted, Senior, do you dare? I'll use my jade bones in exchange for you holding him back once. You'll be taking revenge for him abandoning you for 8,000 years. In the end, Senior hesitated again and again. I thought you were a hero among women. That's all there is to it. Moon Spirit's expression turned cold. Fang Ping did not care at all. He said mildly, people are afraid of crazy women. When you came out of seclusion, who wouldn't be afraid of you? What about now? In this crazy era, pretending to be profound is useless. You bunch of old antiques can't see through this. You always think that everything will go according to your plan. No, I'm going to break these rules and destroy these plans. I'm not going to follow your routine. Fang Ping sneered. You think I want to kill a saint? No, maybe I want to kill a heavenly king. Maybe you think I don't dare to go against you. No, I'm going to go against you. You think I'm enemies with the divine sect. That's not necessarily true. Maybe I'll work with King Kuan and destroy Hongyu first. Let the divine sect move to the catacombs. I don't want the catacombs. I'll give it to him. If he's afraid, I'll let old Zhang and Hongyu fight to the death. If old Zhang dies, they'll be at ease, right? If it doesn't work, I'll let Heavenly King Suppression fight Hongyu. King Kuan will laugh himself to death. You think I can't command? You're wrong. I can. Because I'm omnipotent. Fang Ping was smug. He chuckled. In terms of craziness, you guys can't do it. I can do it. I'm afraid of death. Then I won't die. I'll let King Wu die. It's definitely not a problem. The premise is that I can protect humanity. It's that simple. Whatever you want, I won't give it to you. Didn't the 9 sovereigns and 4 emperors plot against humanity? If I lose, I'll blow up Earth. Do you think it's fake? It's real. I've King buried countless bombs and nuclear bombs on Earth. Although Earth has recovered some energy now and its strength has increased, I can still blow up Earth. Who asked you to plot against me? Plot against your mother. Fang Ping cursed. He said scornfully, you want to play with me? What are you playing at? If I lose in the end, you guys lose too. We'll lose together. What's so great about the 9 sovereigns and 4 emperors? The old antiques calculations are all on paper. Do you really think you can manipulate people's hearts? So, I've thought about it. There are only 2 outcomes for me. Either I lose together with you guys, or I win, it's that simple. Moon Spirit's expression kept changing. She said in a low voice, you want to blow up the human world? You guys have been fighting for the human race for hundreds of years. Fang Ping laughed. Yes. Why? Indiscriminate destruction, I can do it. If you ask old Zhang, he'll probably say, it's fine if we die. Maybe there's still hope for humanity, I won't do it. I think I'm the hope. If I die, then there's no hope. I'm that selfish. If I lose, none of you will have it easy. What's wrong? You don't know me, don't understand me? Fang Ping laughed. I've always been this kind of person. The Fang Ping in your imagination is different from the real Fang Ping. I have no bottom line more than you. Fang Ping curled his lips. Smug, savage, arrogant, crazy, he was even a little hysterical. Moon Spirit frowned. Was this Fang Ping? Really, she did not expect Fang Ping to say that. How ruthless, too ruthless. If he died, he would bring the human race down with him, lunatic, billions of humans. How would he dare? How would King Wu agree? How would Heavenly King Zhen agree? Fang Ping seemed to know what she was thinking. He laughed. Of course they won't agree. But there are some things that they don't have to agree to. It's not like I, Fang Ping, am not loyal to the death. I've wrapped those things in origin chi and buried them all over the world. I've hidden them very well. When they weren't here before, I got someone to find them. Now that I'm still alive, they won't go around looking for me. If they do, they'll fall out with me. If they don't, I'm dead. Bang, I'll explode. Fang Ping chuckled. Are you surprised? I'm really looking forward to showing all of you the biggest fireworks in the 3 realms. The most beautiful fireworks. I'll bury the whole world with you and ruin your 10,000-year plan. Fang Ping stopped laughing. His eyes were cold. So, let's work together. If we work together, I'll only benefit if I win. If I lose, there's no benefit to speak of. I'll tell you about this, Senior. Why? Because I don't think your chances of winning are high. You can only win if you work together with me. The others, they all have a chance of winning. I'm too lazy to tell them, just in case something goes wrong. Senior, I'm being honest with you. Fang Ping was like a lunatic. His tone changed again. The coldness just now disappeared. He chuckled. Let's do it. If we win, jade bones. If we lose, you won't lose anything, right? Moon Spirit took a deep breath. I think that out of all the heavenly kings in the 3 realms, you're the real lunatic. I'm forced by all of you. Fang Ping disagreed. You're all forcing me. Of course, I'll go crazy. You're much more dangerous than King Wu and the rest. Fang Ping nodded. Senior, you're right. King Wu and the rest still have a conscience, and a bottom line. I don't have any of these. Because I know. I'm not as old as all of you. I can only be more ruthless than all of you. Scheming and scheming, you old antiques are beating around the bush. I'm getting dizzy. Then I won't scheme anymore. It's better to be straightforward. Moon Spirit was speechless for a moment. For a moment, she was actually a little afraid of Fang Ping. Yes, disappointed. She thought she was ruthless enough. Compared to Fang Ping, she realized that she was inferior. The human world. Countless humans guarded the human world. Humans who would not despair until the last moment. Perhaps no one had ever thought of letting the human world accompany them in death. Now there was Fang Ping, the Fang Ping who was hailed as the hope of humanity. The King Fang Ping. You don't deserve to be the King Fang, Fang Ping nodded. With a serious expression, he said, that's why I've severed my path. The Emperor path. What kind of King Fang am I? What kind of Emperor am I? Old Zhang is. I'm not. Senior, don't you see? If I severed my path, then I'm not. I'm just carrying a name. Moon Spirit closed her eyes. After a while, she opened them and said, I agree. Fang Ping, if you don't die, I'm afraid the 3 realms will tremble because of you. It's already trembled many times. Fang Ping chuckled. As long as you agree, Senior. I'll show you the fireworks later. There are 11 of them. I wonder if I can release all of them. If I do, the 3 realms will tremble. Hong Yu and the rest will have to cry and go to King Kuan to cooperate with them. Thinking about it, King Kuan and the rest will thank me. Then it's settled. Fang Ping smiled. We'll take action in 3 days. Within 3 days, Senior, you'd better get Hong Yu out of here. I like efficiency. I'll settle it as soon as possible and end it as soon as possible. Of course, I'll be on my guard too. If you and your wife work together to set me up, then I'll be in trouble. Fang Ping thought about it and smiled. Senior, if you really want to set me up, King Wu and I will specifically kill you. No, the entire human race. If we kill you, we'll kill your family. I'll tell King Kuan and the rest not to interfere. Let King Wu self-destruct to kill you. They'll be more than happy to. You and your wife are too scary. Fang Ping chuckled as he threatened. Moon Spirit's face trembled as she listened. Fang Ping smiled. I'm serious. I don't like to lie. When I'm on the brink of death, I'll pull Song Mao in front of me and let you and your wife kill him. When Heavenly Dog, Tian Chen, Spirit Emperor and the rest awaken, they'll seek revenge on you. They'll only stop when they kill you. Moon Spirit could not help but growl, if you don't believe me, why come to me? Just in case. Fang Ping smiled. This is called saying the ugly things first. I'm sincerely cooperating with you. If I wanted to set you up, then I wouldn't have said these disgusting things. I'll tell you now so you can rest assured, Senior. I'm just like that. Young people, hot-tempered and straightforward. Moon Spirit's expression darkened. Fang Ping, being too arrogant might not be a good thing. You're too independent and suspicious. You might not even fully trust King Wu and Heavenly King Subduing. If this goes on, you might not have a good ending. What? Fang Ping was stunned. A person like me can have a good ending? Don't joke around, old lady. If I don't win, I'll be number one in the 3 realms. If I don't die a horrible death, I'll die without a burial place. You're still hoping for a good ending? How childish. You, moon spirit, almost died of anger, Fang Ping chuckled. That's it then. I'll leave first. I still have things to do. Go to the divine sect and have a chat with King Kuan. Maybe we can work together to deal with Hong Yu and the rest? Sea Guardian and the rest can also talk to them. Oh yeah, beginner martial artists are fine too. Fang Ping turned around and left. As he walked, he mumbled, should I sell the Ash Cat in exchange for a few beginner martial powerhouses? If I sell the Ash Cat, it should be worth this price. Ash Cats are really valuable. I have to bring this cat along and be ready to sell it at any time. Moon Spirit's expression kept changing. Was he joking, on purpose? But she did not dare to disbelieve it completely. This was a complete lunatic. For the first time, she felt powerless and afraid. At the same time. Magic City. The Ash Cat bared its teeth. Bad guy, he still wanted to sell the cat. His senses actually penetrated the barrier of the source world. How terrifying. The liar was crazy. He really wanted to sell the cat. Bad guy. I'll stab you to death. Don't sell the cat. The Ash Cat was panting with rage. The liar had no conscience. In the next moment, in the cat world, Fang Ping chuckled. Don't be angry. If I die, you won't live for long. Really, in this 3 realms, there are too many people scheming against you. If I die, you can accompany me. Be my companion. Maybe the road to hell won't be lonely. If I'm not dead, then I won't sell you. Big Cat, are you loyal? The Ash Cat mumbled, shattering Fang Ping's illusion. Big liar. Meow. Don't die. I don't want to die either. I want to eat, drink, and sleep well, the Ash Cat mumbled. I don't want to die. The big liar actually wanted me to be buried with him. I'm not willing to be buried with him. So, the liar should live. Mount Wanwu. Not long after Fang Ping left, Sage Yue returned. Venerable Green Lotus also returned. Both of them looked at the open boundary wall, then looked at Moon Spirit who was standing on the peak, deep in thought. They frowned slightly. At this time, Moon Spirit suddenly said, in this 3 realms. Who is the scariest? Both of them were stunned. Yue said softly, Junior sister, you, in this 3 realms, the human heart is the scariest. Moon Spirit murmured, saying softly, calculating all living beings. You can't calculate the human heart. A lunatic is scary, but a sober lunatic is even scarier. A lunatic who is extremely sober and rational is even scarier, Fang Ping. He's this kind of person, you think he doesn't know, but he knows everything. You think he doesn't know, but he doesn't need to know. From the beginning, he was prepared to overturn everything. Yet, someone couldn't see through him, giving him time to grow. Sigh. With a sigh, Moon Spirit's emotions were complicated. She said softly, tell the other seniors not to return. Let them continue to stay overseas. In a few days, Mount Wanwu will move overseas. Junior sister, this, Yue frowned. This was not what she said before. I'm not afraid of Hong Yu. I'm not afraid of Li Zhu. Moon Spirit said coldly, if they have the guts, they can force me to leave. I'll do my best and lead the North Emperor to fight them. Wanwu is mine. What can I do if I don't leave? Both of them were stunned. Why did she want to leave now? Moon Spirit did not say anything. The Southern Territory still had humans. She dared to lead the North Emperor to fight with all her might, but there were too many lunatics on the human side. They dared too. They really dared. At this time it was better to move. There was no need to fight for a moment's pride. Moon Spirit thought about it and suddenly laughed. Celestial Polarity is afraid of Fang Ping. He said that these people are the real lunatics. He's not. Now that I think about it, Celestial Polarity has a good eye. She suddenly admired Celestial Polarity. He did not talk to Fang Ping at all. He ran when he saw him. A heavenly king powerhouse, a descendant of an emperor, had lost all face. But thinking about it, celestial polarity was really too wise. Moon Spirit laughed. Also, just Fang Ping's words about giving all his bones to her were not something a normal person would say. You don't deserve to be a human king, Moon Spirit's ravings were not worthy. You should be a human devil, a real human devil, it was not derogatory. In this era, a human devil might be better and more beneficial to humans. Human sovereigns, upright and majestic. Human devils, were unscrupulous, Fang Ping was one, Moon Spirit disappeared. Yue and Venerable Emperor Green Lotus looked at each other, frowning. Moon Spirit, who was fearless in their eyes, seemed to be a little afraid of Fang Ping. What happened to Moon Spirit? Did Fang Ping come here? What did he say? Green Lotus said in a low voice, Fang Ping is a lunatic. I think he's getting crazier. Yue thought about it and nodded, agreeing with what she said. This time, she did not know what Fang Ping was going to do. Shanghai. Zhang Tao's expression was solemn. He looked at Fang Ping in front of him and said in a low voice, are you going crazy again? Fang Ping, it's not easy for humans to be where they are now. If we're not careful, we'll be doomed. Have you really considered the consequences? Fang Ping's expression was calm. He sat on the chair and said calmly, I have. Time waits for no man. Fang Ping said solemnly, if you don't go crazy now, once the 9 sovereigns and 4 emperors appear, you won't even have the chance to go crazy. You think the situation is good, but I'm filled with insecurity. The situation isn't as good as I imagined. Especially now, Hong Yu and Li Zhu are working together. I can't give them too much time. Yes, humans are becoming stronger, but don't forget, their old subordinates are recovering, and they are becoming stronger faster than us. Fang Ping raised his head and looked at Zhang Tao. He said calmly, that's why we have to weaken them. Keep weakening them. For the past 100 years, we've been weakening them. There's no reason to stop now. But have you ever thought about it? Zhang Tao said in a low voice, we've finally won a period of respite. Everyone is tired. At this time, we are also developing rapidly. If something happens now, if you die, if I die, what will happen to the humans? Their voices echoed in the conference room, and no one else dared to make a sound. This time, the human king and the martial king clashed. Fang Ping wanted to take the risk. Zhang Tao wanted to slow down and give everyone some time. Fang Ping looked at him and said in a low voice, it's useless no matter how loud you roar. You can't roar the 9 sovereigns and 4 emperors to death, you can't roar those heavenly kings and saints to death. Reason does not lie in one's voice. Think about it, if we don't weaken the catacombs now, will the catacombs give up on the southern territory, unless you decide to give up on the southern region and place the battlefield outside of Earth? It had been 100 years. Tens of millions of people had died in the past 100 years. These were the people from the Huan nation who had died in the southern region. Even more people have died in the other 3 outlands. It's been so many years, and everything seems peaceful. Don't you know that, close to 50 million people have died? Fang Ping said mockingly, natural disasters. You always use natural disasters as an excuse. Tens of thousands died in today's earthquake, tens of thousands will die in tomorrow's tsunami. 50 million people will be wiped out just like that. Fang Ping humphed. There's no such thing as a war where no one dies. I know this principle. No one died in vain. Fang Ping growled in a low voice, we've lost the other 3 territories. Now, even the southern territory is about to be lost. Tell me, who will avenge the 50 million people who died in the past 100 years? What exactly are they fighting in the outer realms for? To protect our country. Zhang Tao shouted, for the sake of fewer people dying. Now he had done it. Now, the catacombs won't dare to attack Earth anymore. This is the value of their deaths, aren't you going to take revenge? I didn't say I won't take revenge. Zhang Tao said angrily, but I said, wait. Wait a little longer. Fang Ping, you're too impatient, too impulsive. Now that the situation has improved a little, do you really want all those seniors to die in battle? I didn't say senior. Fang Ping said calmly, this time, I'm dealing with saints and heavenly kings. The ones participating in the battle are you and me. Of course, I can only represent myself, not you. Fang Ping paused, looking at Long Change and Lindsay beside him. He said slowly, both of you are the main force of my plan this time. There is indeed danger. Of course, I don't think it's life-threatening. Of course, there are exceptions to everything. Once the war starts, anything can happen. Just like the Feng Tian clan, when they came out, they probably did not think that people would die, therefore, it's not impossible for heavenly kings to die. After all, both of you are not humans. It was only by coincidence that we came to this side. If both of you have any ideas, you can say them. There's no need to worry about anything. It's not easy to live for tens of thousands of years. Even if both of you refuse, I don't think there's anything wrong with it. Long Change and Lindsay looked at each other, speechless for a while. Zhang Tao said in a low voice, both of you don't have to worry about us. Fang Ping's plan this time is indeed very risky. Li Zhu, Hong Yu, and Handprint will definitely take action. The two Catacombs kings may advance to Heavenly King at any time. Also, we have to prevent the Divine Sect from interfering. Not only the Divine Sect, there are also many unexpected situations. Celestial Polarity, Moon Spirit, Sea Guardian, Luan, and those saints from the Emperor bloodline, especially the Emperor bloodline. Fang Ping has killed the powerhouses from the Emperor bloodline before. Zhang Tao exhaled and said, saints are not as good as heavenly kings. However, Senior Long Change has just achieved Dao. 3 saints are enough to stop Senior. 5 saints might even cause Senior to fall. Fang Ping curled his lips and said in a low voice, someone is looking down on Senior. Zhang Tao rolled his eyes at him. Long Change could not help but laugh. Fang Ping laughed. I was just joking. I didn't mean to provoke Senior. Fang Ping said, then added, yes, it's very dangerous. However, if the situation continues like this, it'll actually become more dangerous. Right now, the Divine Sect and the Catacombs have not joined forces. But honestly, old Zhang, think about it. If we really wait, among the 3 of us, who do you think has a higher probability of joining forces? Fang Ping continued, there's also junior martial arts. There aren't many powerhouses in junior martial arts now, but how many heavenly kings are there? 4 have broken 6, 1 has broken 8. Fang Ping frowned. I heard that there's still a group of true powerhouses in the heavenly cemetery. Old Zhang, when they come out, will you stop them? If we make a move now, can we stop them? Fang Ping shook his head. If we make a move now, I can't guarantee that I can stop them. However, I know that we're not familiar with junior martial arts. They are. Hong Yu and King Kuan are familiar with these people. They're inextricably linked. Anyway, if junior martial arts joins forces, humans will be ranked last because of a cat. As he spoke, Fang Ping patted the cat's head that popped out beside him. He laughed. Am I right? The cat looked innocent. Was it? It seemed so, Fang Ping said again, we don't have many saints. They have too many saints. Speaking of saints, they're a heavenly king reserve. Any saint has the hope of becoming a heavenly king, am I right? On our side, currently, Senior Gong Juanzi and Senior Qianmu are in the human world. These 2 are the only ones. I don't know what Feng Yun is thinking. I know that there's a powerhouse standing behind him. It should be an emperor. He might not be on our side. Fang Ping looked at Zhang Tao. That's why at this time, in the saint class, we're in a disadvantageous position. If we don't get rid of their saints now, 11 saints will become 11 heavenly kings. Even breaking 8 won't work. Zhang Tao paced back and forth, frowning. He was not afraid of fighting. It was just that the humans had finally had a few days of peace. Now, Fang Ping was going to start a war that would engulf the 3 realms again. If anything happened to either him or Fang Ping, the problem would be very serious. Other things aside, if Fang Ping was dead, would the cat run away? He did not know. If the cat ran away, Lin Zi would definitely leave. Gong Juanzi would probably leave too. It was hard to say if he turned into a dragon. And if he died, Fang Ping and the Heavenly King were actually not that close. Fang Ping was also stubborn. In the end, it was very likely that he would fall out with the Heavenly King. Once that happened, it would be even more troublesome. That was why he kept saying that he was afraid of death. He did not dare to die. Fang Ping was the same. This time, Fang Ping's ambition was too big. He wanted to kill all the saints in the catacombs. That was a total of 11 saints. If they joined forces, they would be able to stop 2 or 3 heavenly kings. Especially the 2 catacombs kings. They were really just a little bit away from breaking 6. It could happen at any time. This was equivalent to fighting against 2 potential heavenly kings and 9 saints. And what Fang Ping meant was, he would do it alone. He was courting death. Even if he was courting death, he should not be courting death like this. After a while, Zhang Tao said, Chongqing, seniors Long Huan and Lin Zi, let's talk. The minority follows the majority. Do you agree or disagree with Fang Ping's plan? Oh right, call Senior Tianmu too. This matter mainly involves saints and heavenly kings. It's not suitable for too many people to know about it for now. Just these people. Fang Ping looked around and laughed. Alright, humans don't have a one-man rule. Since you said so, then we'll vote to decide. You have to be more stable. I want to solve the hidden danger in advance. I didn't say that you're wrong, but I don't think I'm wrong either. Let's see how everyone chooses. Zhang Tao humphed. Anyway, I don't agree with you being so impatient. What I mean is to wait a little longer. When I break 7, you'll also improve again. Fang Ping pursed his lips. You break 7? 3 months? 5 months? 1 year? Who knows when you'll break 7? How can I wait? You, Zhang Tao cursed in a low voice. I've only cultivated for 70 years. Isn't it fast enough now? 70 years. The daylilies are all cold. Long Bian and Lindsay did not utter a word. Were they discussing something important, or were they pretending to be 13? Fortunately, Fang Ping did not mention how many years he had cultivated, although this did not need to be said. Very soon, Tianmu arrived. At this moment, in the conference room, Fang Ping, Zhang Tao, Long Bian, Lin Zi, Gong Juanzi, Tianmu, and Old Manly, a total of 7 powerhouses were present. Zhang Tao said directly, Heavenly King Garrison can't come, but his opinion is to delay. Recently, he has been attacking more frequently. If he attacks more frequently, it'll easily lead to big changes. Having said that, he added, I agree. Delay, at least wait for one of us to break 7 first, or for Senior Gong Juanzi to achieve Heavenly King. Fang Ping smiled. I don't have to say it. I'm the one who proposed this plan. What do the other seniors think? Everyone looked at each other for a while. Old Manly said slowly, Fang Ping, since you want to do it, then I'll support you, but, if it doesn't work, then give up on the southern region. Don't go and die. Fang Ping smiled at old Zhang, raising his eyebrows. See, the people of MCMAU are reliable. Zhang Tao glared at Old Manly. Nonsense, no principles. Whatever Fang Ping said, Li Chongqing was an unprincipled, unscrupulous parent who spoiled his children. Long Bian looked at Fang Ping, then at Zhang Tao, smiling bitterly. I, a heavenly king, owe Fang Ping a favor. Since Fang Ping said to restrain, then this time, this old man will support Fang Ping. Fang Ping chuckled. Lin Zi said in a low voice, I don't think it's the right time to attack the catacombs now. The situation is not clear yet. It's not good to rashly start a war with the catacombs. Obviously, she meant to slow down. 3-3. At this moment, everyone looked at Tianmu and Gong Juanzi. Gong Juanzi thought for a while and said, Why don't? Wait. Recently, the Water Force fellow has been in closed-door cultivation and won't come out no matter what. When it comes out, I'll talk to it. Maybe I can achieve Heavenly King. Zhang Tao breathed a sigh of relief. 4-3, they were still more reasonable. At this time, Fang Ping looked at Tianmu, smiling. Old Mu, there's a monster plant in the catacombs called Sky Elm. It seems to have achieved Emperor level. If we kill Sky Elm, you can absorb its vitality. Maybe you can achieve Heavenly King. Tianmu smiled bitterly. Fang Ping continued, Li Zhu and Hong Yu are very cunning. They've cultivated an Emperor-level monster plant. I think they're very ambitious. The longer we wait, the more dangerous it will be for Old Moo. They'll also target Old Moo. Hearing that, Tianmu said, I support King Chen. 4. To 4, seeing the situation, Zhang Tao said, since everyone has different opinions, let's put this plan aside for now. Fang Ping smiled. Don't be hasty. Who said there's a difference of opinion? Fang Ping rubbed Big Cat's head, smiling. Look, isn't there another one? Fang Ping looked at Big Cat with a grin. Big Cat looked confused. What? Why were they all looking at this cat? The corner of Zhang Tao's mouth twitched. You're telling me that you want to count this cat? Fang Ping chuckled. Old Zhang, are you looking down on cats? Senior Lindsay is with Big Cat. There's also the Spirit Emperor's bloodline. There's also the Heavenly Dog and the cat-protecting captain in the Heavenly Tomb. Big Cat is also very powerful. It represents a force. What, you don't count me as a cat? Fang Ping said indignantly, Big Cat, there are people looking down on you. They think that you have no status and don't deserve to give your opinion. Are you happy with that? Big Cat wanted to nod. I am happy. I don't care. But Fang Ping grabbed its head and started shaking it, shaking it. Everyone's teeth hurt. Are you not embarrassed? How could you do this? Look, even Big Cat is unhappy. Fang Ping said bitterly, how much has Big Cat done for humanity? If it wasn't for Big Cat in the fake Heavenly Tomb, would it be where it is now? If it wasn't for Big Cat, humanity might have been wiped out. Now you don't even give me the right to speak. Fang Ping sighed. I don't have the right to speak now. In the future, when Big Cat eats and sleeps, won't I have to go through your opinions? How tragic. Big Cat, tell me, do you agree with my plan? Big Cat's face was blank. What should it say? Before it could say anything, Fang Ping patted its head. Big Cat nodded adorably. Fang Ping smiled. Big Cat agrees. Alright, 5-4. It's settled. Zhang Tao's teeth hurt. He scolded in a low voice, Big Cat doesn't count. Big Cat, he's looking down on you. Fang Ping's eyes were unkind. Fake emperor didn't even become a true emperor. He's looking down on you. If he becomes a true emperor, he'll eat cat meat. Meow, Big Cat was very innocent. It looked at old Zhang, then at Fang Ping. After a while, it muttered, I support Big Liar. Everyone was speechless. Lindsay also frowned slightly and said softly, Big Cat, it's very dangerous. The king has to deal with 11 saints. This is not a matter of eating, drinking, and sleeping. If he's not careful, the king will be in trouble. She was afraid that Big Cat did not understand. Big Cat thought for a while and muttered, it'll be okay, right? If it was not okay, then should he call Big Dog and the rest back? As for the Sky Cemetery. Big Cat muttered in its heart. Forget it. Why did he support the liar? Because the liar had always been very powerful. He had never lost. Zhang Tao was speechless, but soon his eyes moved slightly. Big Cat was actually still a little special. Whether it was sensing or foresight, its perception of danger was still quite strong. Although it was muddle-headed, since it had supported Fang Ping, it did not mean that it would agree carelessly. After thinking for a while, Zhang Tao said, how about this, I'll deal with those saints. You and Senior Dragon Transformation will join forces to restrain those heavenly kings. Dealing with heavenly kings was more dangerous, but the premise was that there was only one saint. 11 saints. That was called dangerous, Fang Ping laughed. You? It's not that I'm looking down on you, but how are you going to deal with a saint? Can you kill a saint? Do you have any tricks that you're good at? Borrowing the strength of the humans to break 7 and kill a saint? Fang Ping laughed. Your physique is not good. Your mentality was not weak before, but now it's just average. If you want weapons, there aren't any good ones. If you want combat techniques, they're just SOSO. Your strength control might not even be as high as mine now. Fang Ping sneered. You want to deal with a saint? You can grind 1 or 2 to death, but how are you going to deal with so many of them? I have more tricks than you, so you'd better not mess things up. The humans are actually very strong. It's just the catacombs alone, so we're not afraid of them. Actually, I'm still worried that other forces will make a move and cause accidents in the plan. That's why I contacted all parties and cooperated. Fang Ping laughed. Actually, I've already arranged everything. I've considered all parties, including those heavenly kings whose attitudes are unclear. I've also made arrangements. In the past 3 years, I've also participated in hundreds of battles, big and small. I'm not that impulsive. I'm confident. Moreover, once I get the Heavenly King seal and the Saint's token, my strength will improve again. Once I get 6 Saint's tokens and a Heavenly King seal, my confidence will be greater. Fang Ping laughed. Don't worry. As for you, you just need to restrain Li Zhu. If you can't do it yourself, bring along the God Creation's clone. It should be enough. Zhang Tao was a little awkward. He scolded in a low voice, "Are you looking down on me?" "Yes, that's right." Fang Ping nodded, looking calm. "You haven't even broken 7. Of course, I don't think you're too strong, you." Zhang Tao was furious. "Kid, you haven't even broken 7. You're already looking down on me. Do you want to fight?" Fang Ping could not be bothered with him. He laughed. "That's it. Create an illusion for the catacombs. We want to kill their emperor level. Similarly, mislead the divine sect. Let them feel that we're only launching a battle below emperor level. Let the Wuan army, the National Garrison Army, the MCMAU army, all enter the southern region battlefield and launch an all-out attack. In addition, dispatch powerhouses from the 6 Holy Lands to the southern region to participate in the war. Swear to protect the southern region with their lives. Let the catacombs see our determination. Let them know that we don't want to launch a war between high-end top-notch powerhouses now. In addition, send messengers to the divine sect and the various emperors to persuade them." Fang Ping chuckled. "Whether it's useful or not, they'll more or less hesitate. Of course, this mission is a little dangerous. However, things like killing messengers will not happen under normal circumstances. Let Jiao, Cat Tree, and the others be the messengers. These fellows are very cunning. I'll give them more imperishable substances and origin chi. It won't be too dangerous for them to make a trip." After thinking for a while, Fang Ping said, "At a critical moment, maybe we can use King Huai as a chess piece. This fellow almost ambushed and killed Blade Maniac last time. He's not weak. He's pretending like he's real, maybe he'll be very useful. He's very cunning. He might not make a move." Fang Ping laughed. "Birds die for food. He killed Blade Maniac for a reason. Didn't he want my origin chi? I'll give it to him. Not only will I give him origin chi, but I'll also give some more things this time. Previously, I killed a few novice martial saints and got a few weapons. I'll give him one." Fang Ping grinned. "As long as he's careful and fast enough, he might not be exposed even if he kills all those who know. This fellow will be willing to do it. In the celestial court, who cares about him? What benefits can he get? Of course, it'll be best if he succeeds. It's okay if he fails. Whether he dies or not, it'll depend on his luck." Fang Ping arranged the mission again. At this time, the cat looked at Fang Ping and asked confusedly, "Then what do I do?" "You?" Fang Ping looked at its fat body. He thought for a while and smiled. "Of course you have a mission. It's a very difficult mission. Lose some weight and run more. This time, you're a part of my plan, a very important part. You're also my backup. If there are any accidents or changes, I'll depend on you. Don't drop the ball. Otherwise, I'll be dead." The cat's eyes widened. "So important, I can also do big things." As they chatted, Lindsay looked at the cat in surprise. Even the cat had learned to take the initiative to ask for missions. She had never seen this lazy cat so attentive before. Very soon, the others dispersed. Fang Ping and old Zhang remained in the conference room. Zhang Tao said in a low voice, "Fang Ping, why are you in such a hurry?" Fang Ping said calmly, "If you don't use your power, it'll be invalid in the future. I'm afraid that one day, or very soon, someone will return. Once they return, Heavenly King subduing, Lin Zi, Dragon transformation, wind and cloud, these people will no longer be our people. Old Zhang, wake up. Right now, they're also forced to find a force to stay. Think about it. If the Divine Emperor, Spirit Emperor, and Heavenly King Subduing's Master come back one after another, who do you think they'll choose? Zhang Tao's expression changed. Fang Ping chuckled. I'm not trying to kill them. I just want to take advantage of the fact that they're still on our side to let them contribute and help us humans close the gap. Old Zhang, how do you think we should wait? When they have a place to belong, will they leave? When that time comes, it's hard to say whether they'll be friends or foes. That's why I'm too anxious. When I think of them leaving, becoming enemies and killing our human powerhouses, how do we stop them? Fang Ping's voice became deeper. That's why we have to take advantage of this. This is the perfect timing. Weaken the enemy's strength and strengthen the human race's strength. You can call me a villain or radical, but that's what I think. I don't want them to just bear the name of a human powerhouse. This empty reputation is useless to us. I want to see the tangible benefits. I want to see their determination to advance and retreat together with the human race. Of course, those who are willing to help the human race today, the human race will repay them one by one. This is cooperation, isn't it? Zhang Tao exhaled. He thought for a while and said, "You're right. Actually, I've thought about this problem too. But some things won't change because of our words and ideas. We can only go with their own ideas. That's why I want to be selfish for once. I'll take advantage of this time and use them." Fang Ping's voice became deeper. You and I are the real leaders of new martial arts. It's not that I want to make a clear distinction. It's that we have to. I'm afraid. You know what I'm afraid of? Old Zhang nodded. He understood. He had also worried about what Fang Ping was worried about. Patting Fang Ping's shoulder, Zhang Tao sighed softly. It's right to be worried. But I still have to remind you. Remember, under the circumstances where they don't show any signs of becoming enemies with the human race, you're not allowed to plot against them. You have to know that even if the human race is a devil, they will still repay kindness and hatred. You're not allowed to leave them in the lurch. If Li Chongqing and the others are in danger, we'll follow the principle of proximity. Who to save depends on the distance and the timing. You're not allowed to abandon the near to save the far away. Fang Ping, the human race has come this far not only because of martial strength. The leader of the human race is also not only based on martial strength. Do you understand? Fang Ping grinned. Understood. Don't worry. I haven't reached that point yet. That's hard to say. Zhang Tao snorted softly. You're still young. When it comes to being ruthless, you might not be worse than anyone. That's good too. The human race in this era needs your ruthlessness. After all, I polished myself for decades. I've lost some of my sharpness. Zhang Tao paused for a moment before continuing. Li Zhen is about to break through to Saint level. Li Zhen is Li Zhen. The Sky Garrison King is the Sky Garrison King. Li Zhen and I have worked together for decades. I understand him. Don't think about other things. You can leave your back to him. Do you understand? Understood. Fang Ping laughed. A big iron-headed fool can still be trusted. Zhang Tao glared at him. Unruly, after glaring, he thought for a while and added, he's not an iron-headed fool. He's a pure iron-headed fool. Both of them looked at each other and burst out laughing. At the same time. In Stellar Sky City, Li Zhan, who was still in closed-door cultivation, sneezed crazily. He could not help but curse, Zhang Tao, that bastard. He's definitely talking bad about me. He was almost a saint-level person, yet he could still sneeze. What bad things did Zhang Tao say about him? New Heavenly Court. Heavenly Palace. Report. An armored martial artist rushed into the main hall, crouched on the ground, and reporting to the Second Lord, the human powerhouses have made a move. The Heavenly Swordsman has entered Misery through Black Brightness Palace and is heading south. He seems to be targeting the Divine Island. The Azure Emperor has gone to Mount Royal Sea and contacted the Demon Swordsman, the Demon King. The 6 sacred lands have sent powerhouses. They seemed to be heading to Calming Sea Prefecture, Chaos Island, Ultimate Path Sky Island, Water Force Divine Island. The powerhouses crouched on the ground quickly reported the humans' movements. "You're dismissed," Li Zhu responded blandly. Soon, the expert who came to report quickly left. Once they left, Li Zhu said softly, "Once Fang Ping comes out of seclusion, he won't be willing to be left out. He's this kind of person. He uses war to fight. The war in the southern region will break out soon." Then, Li Zhu added, "Fang Ping likes to control the situation and take the initiative in the war. This time, we can't continue following Fang Ping's wishes." Hong Yu nodded lightly and sighed. Fang Ping. Fang Ping is very troublesome. Recently, I've been wandering the origin to search for him. I haven't been able to find him. We need to be more careful. Powerhouses like them might not be able to roam the origin, but they could control many origin stars and roam the origin universe. He had tried to find Fang Ping a few times, even to destroy him in the origin, but he could not find any connection with Fang Ping. Of course, this was expected. It was difficult to find origin stars. However, it would be easier with the help of divine weapons. Back then, Song Mao had used a broken steel from the Sky Destroyer Emperor to locate the Life King's origin star. Actually, Hong Yu had used a similar method, but he still could not discover Fang Ping's star source. Because of this, he felt a little uneasy. Fang Ping was more secretive than before. As Hong Yu spoke, he looked at the crowd below and said slowly, "Everyone knows Fang Ping's intentions. He uses war to fight, weaken the Heavenly Court's strength, and win the Southern Region War. Other than that, he must have his eyes on the Heavenly King seal and Saint token." Li Zhu nodded. That's right. If Fang Ping only wanted to win the Emperor-level war, he wouldn't have to spend so much effort. As expected, his target is the Sky Sword. The Heavenly Sword Saint was not present at the moment. He was still fighting against Shen Haoyan and the other two emperors with the Heavenly King seal. Tiansu was here. Hearing that, he said in a low voice, "Lord Li, if that's the case, wouldn't Sky Sword be in danger?" The human king was extremely powerful. Back when he was trying to prove his Tao, he had already killed Tian Goe. His speed was extremely fast. If we were to ambush Sky Sword now, I'm afraid Sky Sword won't be able to withstand it. Of course. Li Zhu nodded and said, "Fang Ping is scarier than ordinary heavenly kings." During the battle at Spirit Emperor Dojo, under Fang Ping's outburst, the Divine Sect's three great sect masters, Tian Li and Tian Hui, were swiftly killed by him on the spot. Tian Bai escaped thousands of miles away. When Qing Tong, Yu Long, and Wen Xian met Fang Ping, it was as if they were facing a formidable enemy. Even when the three of them joined forces, they didn't dare to fight Fang Ping. Hong Yu also shook his head. Fang Ping has a divine weapon in his hands and a lot of holy weapons. The Saint's token and the Heavenly King's seal suppress origin. He can even break through origin. His origin chi is limitless, his combat techniques are not weak, and his golden body is strong. Fang Ping like this, once he surpasses his opponent and faces his opponent, it's almost a one-sided slaughter. As he said that, Hong Yu felt a little helpless. It was not that easy for an ordinary broken six heavenly king to kill a saint. Although those heavenly kings were powerful, their weapons, combat techniques, and tactics might not have improved by much. If the saints could not defeat them, there was still hope for them to escape. The most terrifying thing about Fang Ping was that he could restrain his aura, break through origin, and sever Tao. The saints were not as powerful as him. If he severed their Tao, they would definitely die if they stagnated for even a moment. Although it was a little discouraging, Hong Yu still recognized reality and said, "If the three saints face Fang Ping, they will all face the risk of dying. If the five saints join forces, they can only be on par with the enemy. If the three saints join forces, they will not face the risk of dying when they face King Wu. King Wu could win, but if the three saints joined forces, it would be difficult for King Wu to kill one of them." This was their evaluation of Fang Ping. On the human side, Heavenly King Zhen was the strongest, Lin Zi second, King Wu third, Fang Ping fourth, Dragon Transformation fifth. This was strength and realm. It was comparable to crushing a saint. Heavenly King Zhen was first, Fang Ping second. Li Zhu tilted his head and looked at Hong Yu. We can't let the humans have too much time to prepare. Fang Ping has a silver tongue. After a long time, there might be hope of shaking the divine sect and the powerhouses from all sides. Try to avoid the battle between the heavenly kings, but we must take down the southern region. We must also make the humans suffer some losses. Let Fang Ping understand that the rebuilding of the heavenly court is inevitable. It is not something he can stop alone. Yes. Hong Yu responded and said, Qing Mo, go to Weiyu Mountain and cooperate with Tian Ming. Order Weiyu Mountain to evacuate today. Yes, sir. Qing Mo stood up and responded. He walked down the high platform and quickly walked out of the main hall to carry out Hong Yu's order. Governor, Hong Yu looked at the governor. Lead the Heavenly Court army and advance toward Mount Royal Sea. Command the army to fight. If the Demon King and Demon Swordsman dare to interfere, they will not be spared. Yes, sir. The governor stood up and left immediately. Hong Yu continued, Hai Yu, go to Misery Sea and lead the demons in the sea to guard the sea and stop the human reinforcements. Yes, sir. Hai Yu accepted the order and left quickly. Hong Yu gave the order one by one. Very soon, the powerhouses from all sides dispersed, each having their own tasks. In the end, Li Zhu asked softly, how should we deal with Celestial Sword? Fang Ping's ambition is Celestial Sword, but he will not be careless. You and I are both his targets, including the Weapon Master and the Palm Seal Master, Li Zhu nodded. Hong Yu continued, but Fang Ping has to be on guard. Celestial Sword is in charge of 1 seal and 6 orders. He cannot lose it. He can borrow Celestial Sword's power to set up a death trap. Let's see if he can kill Fang Ping and get rid of this threat. It's difficult. It's both difficult and easy, it depends on Fang Ping's skills. Hong Yu laughed. Now, we both know that the heavenly kings and saints are holding each other back. It depends on who has more skills and a stronger foundation. Only then can we win. After all, Fang Ping is still young. I have never underestimated Fang Ping, but his foundation is still too shallow. That's true. Li Zhu laughed. Then the Wangu, if we can persuade Moon Spirit, I'm afraid that's impossible. Hong Yu smiled bitterly. I'll go to the Wangu today. I'll settle the Wangwu's matter. Alright then. Go and return quickly. The Heavenly King still needs you to intimidate, alright. Hong Yu did not say anything else. The Wangwu's matter could not be delayed. Moreover, the southern region would be the center of the war soon. It would be best if the Wanwu was not involved. Overseas. On a gigantic island. The island was originally a fragment of the heavenly realm. A few top-notch powerhouses moved this fragment from the space rift and rebuilt the Divine Church mainland. The previous Divine Church's spirit meridians were broken. Due to Heavenly Hound and Sherpo schemes, it had long become a wasteland. At this moment, in the center of the mainland. In the temple. King Kuan laughed heartily. That younger brother of mine rebuilt the heavenly court. He has ambition, but he is also unlucky. The current fragment of the heavenly realm is adjacent to the human race. Fang Ping and Zhang Tao are the kind of people who do not allow others to sleep soundly next to them. That is also a battlefield, the human race and the fake heavenly court will definitely go to war. King Qian smiled. This is a good thing. The Divine Church has a foothold overseas. Now, what we need to do is to conquer all the islands overseas. Also, the Water Divine Path has been shrouded by the Aurora recently. Why don't we take this opportunity to invade the Water Divine Island? King Kuan pressed his hands together and rejected. No. At least not now. Fang Ping is a vengeful person. If we invade the Water Divine Island now, he might choose to give up on fighting the fake heavenly court and target us instead. Wait for them to fight the fake heavenly court and then we will plot against the Water Divine Island. As he spoke, a true god entered the temple and reported that Sky Jiao was here. King Kuan laughed. Sky Jiao, the descendant of that dog? Should be him. King Kuan laughed. He thought for a while and said, Fang Ping wants to stabilize us. Let's satisfy him. If we are not stable, he won't dare to fight Hong Yu and the rest. Tianbai, go and meet Sky Jiao. Letting a saint meet Xianxia was already giving him face. As for him, King Qian, and King Zhen, Xianxia was not qualified for them to receive him personally. After Tianbai left, King Qian said, "Looks like a war is about to break out. Feng Ping is determined to destroy the southern region and get the Heavenly King seals and saint tokens." King Qian's face darkened. He has already gotten 4 Heavenly King seals. Mine and King Zhen's Heavenly King seals are also in his hands, it's fine. King Kuan smiled. The King Kuan seal is in my hands. If Feng Ping can't get it, he won't be able to gather the 9 Emperor seals. As for Sky Chief, he disappeared with a few saints. Do you think Sky Chief will make a move this time? It's hard to say. King Qian thought for a while and said, he might. Sky Sword has 1 seal and 6 tokens, while Feng Ping has 4 seals and 20 saint tokens. Now, most of the Heavenly King seals and saint tokens are with these 2 parties. On Sky Chief's side, he also has the 9 Emperor seal and 2 saint tokens. The 3 parties will definitely clash. The 3 parties controlled 34 out of the 45 saint tokens. It could be said that most of the saint tokens and Sky Chief's seals were in their hands. This did not exclude the possibility that Sky Chief had found a few revived saints. If he found them, there would be more saint tokens. He, who had the Master Seal, would definitely have some ideas. Then we'll sit back and watch. King Kuan smiled. We'll closely monitor every move of the land realm and the human realm. When the time is right, we might make a move. King Qian and King Zhen laughed. That was inevitable. Once there was a chance, the people in hiding would make a move. Killing their opponents and seizing the Heavenly King seals and saint tokens, including some divine weapons, were their goals. At the same time, a desolate ancient world. Broken, desolate, and declining. A dilapidated palace stood on the ground. Even though it was dilapidated, it could not hide its former grandeur. It spread for countless miles. In the past, this place was also a pilgrimage site. West Royal Palace, one of the 9 emperors, the dojo of the West Emperor. The Heaven Realm collapsed, and the Western Imperial Palace fell. On that day, the Celestial Pole was in the Western Imperial Palace. He watched helplessly as his fellow disciples were killed, and the palace was destroyed by the giant hand that covered the sky. He hid in the divine prohibition left by his father emperor, and only then did he escape the calamity. All these years, he stayed in the West Royal Palace for a very long time. It was not until he successfully became a heavenly king and entered the fake sky grave that he truly walked out of the West Royal Palace and returned to the 3 realms. At this moment, in the West Royal Palace, with more people from the West Royal Palace returned. Including the subordinates of the 7 luminaries Moi Heaven, they all moved into the West Royal Palace. This caused this dilapidated sacred ground to recover once again. West Royal Palace. Hong Yu was looking at the chessboard his father left behind. Someone behind him said softly, "Prince Xingnan." He was the only saint in the West Royal Palace who had recovered. When the Heavenly Court was rebuilt, they had to move the 7 luminaries Moi Heaven and go overseas. Xingnan was happy that Sky Chief returned. But there was also a headache. Ever since Prince returned, he brought them to the West Royal Palace and never went out. That couldn't happen. Now that the 3 realms had changed, it was an opportunity, a fortuitous encounter. Many experts would appear and prove their Tao in this era. If Prince didn't go out, how would the West Royal Palace rise again? Cultivating bitterly was not going to work. What's the matter? Sky Chief stared at the chessboard and asked. He immediately said, Xingnan, do you think there's a deeper meaning to this chessboard that my father left behind? Prince, Xingnan wanted to say that he didn't. You're thinking too much. But she was afraid that Prince wouldn't be able to handle the provocation. She said helplessly, Your Highness, the outside world is in chaos. Oh. There was nothing else after the oh. Xingnan was distressed. The lineages that didn't have a heavenly king returning were already fighting. You're a heavenly king, can you not be such a homebody? Your Highness, the human world and the land realm are going to war. The divine sect and other parties are watching in secret, they're fighting again? Sky Chief was speechless. He turned around and said, Who is Feng Ping going to fight this time? Li Zhu and the rest? Yes. He's not easy to deal with. Sky Chief shook his head. I knew it a long time ago. Don't think about taking advantage of him. This kid is very strange and cunning. I think the situation will be stirred up again. I'm afraid the sky will change again. Watch the entrance to the West Royal Palace. If Fang Ping comes, close the door and let the dogs out. Forget it, don't let the dogs out. Just close the door. Your Highness. Xing Nan was distressed. Now, 7 luminaries and the rest are eager to participate in the war. This is an opportunity. Once the war starts, some will fall, but there will also be people to prove, Sky Chief frowned. Go and die? 7 luminaries is only at Emperor rank. Isn't joining the war courting death? So what everyone means is, since the prince is here, what? Are you asking me to die? Xing Nan was close to tears. You're a heavenly king. How can you die so easily? You haven't even gone out yet and you already think you're going to die. If this goes on, will the West Royal Palace really sit here and wait for the World War to end? I hope someone will return. I hope the few senior brothers from back then can break through to Heavenly King. I hope. Xing Nan had countless thoughts in his mind. This could not go on. Sky Chief seemed to have guessed that he was silently criticizing him. He said impatiently, idiot. Is it so easy to get involved in this? Is Fang Ping going to attack the Emperor ranks of the land realm now? It should be, Sky Chief humphed. It looks like a battle below Emperor rank. If I'm not mistaken, the saints will definitely take action. In the end, the heavenly kings will also take action. Then, the heavenly kings of the 3 realms will all be involved in the war. Then, the saints will fall, the heavenly kings will fall. Your Highness, what this? Sky Chief was indifferent. I won't be wrong. Everyone says to restrain, wait. But the point is, if a heavenly king who doesn't follow the rules intervenes, can we really follow the rules? When the war is in the mood, we can say, kill the heavenly kings today. Great, Li Zhu's side is all broken 7. No one might die, I've only broken 6. Once I get involved, the heavenly king that gets slaughtered will be me. Sky Chief humphed. If I'm not here, King Zhen might be the unlucky one in the end. You think you're an outsider? Wrong, we're all in the game. King Zhen hasn't broken 7. He's the easiest to kill. Who else should we kill if not him? But if I go out, the unlucky one will most likely be me. Why should I get involved? Xing Nan was dumbfounded. Stop joking. How was that possible? But what the prince said. Why did it sound so reasonable? Then, close the door and cultivate. Sky Chief didn't even want to watch the show. You guys can fight however you want. If you kill all of them, I'll be the strongest. It won't be too late for me to go out. In the 3 realms, being strong in cultivation doesn't mean you're strong. You're the strongest when your opponent dies. Look, the 9 sovereigns and 4 emperors were the strongest in the past. What about now? They're gone. Those who have endured for a long time have all become strong. I want to endure too. It's best if I survive this calamity. Countless people have died. After the calamity ends, I'll be the strongest. When all the heavenly kings die, I'll be invincible. I won't be weaker than an Emperor realm expert. I won't even need to cultivate to the Emperor realm. But, no buts. After the war ends, you'll all be grateful to me. Sky Chief snorted. If you want to die, then go out yourself. I won't send you off. If you go out, I'll close the door and move the West Emperor dojo. All of you can roam the 3 realms on your own. Xing Nan was speechless. Was the prince going to stay a hermit until the end of time? Although he was mentally exhausted, Xing Nan continued. Then I'll seal the passageway. Your Highness, are you really not considering, noisy? But when the calamity comes, it's almost impossible to avoid it, we still have to wait. Sky Chief said calmly, wait until Fang Ping dies. If Fang Ping doesn't die and has the strength to break through, I'll bring you to the human world to eat and drink. If Fang Ping dies, then find the strongest force to rely on first. But we're the Emperor realm. Xing Nan was unwilling. They were the disciples and descendants of West Emperor. How could they rely on others? Sky Chief was impatient. What do you want? I'm only at breakthrough 6. Do I have to fight with someone who's at breakthrough 8? Do I have a death wish? The heavenly kings who haven't appeared yet. I don't know. If King Can and King Dui can be revived. I don't know if the top few heavenly kings of the 36 saints have appeared. Besides, there should be heavenly kings in the Emperor realm. Their eldest senior brother might have reached the heavenly king realm. Are there any other heavenly kings in the other bloodlines, including us? If not, how are we going to fight others? Eldest senior brother might not have broken through. He was just one step away. Xingnan was talking about West Emperor's first disciple. These emperors also had direct disciples. Their first disciples were usually the strongest ones. Earthly Emperor cultivated 2 sons, Spirit Emperor cultivated Cat and Lin Zi, Emperor Renhuang and Emperor God also had first disciples. West Emperor's first disciple was just one step away from becoming a heavenly king. Now, Xingnan could only hope that her eldest senior brother would recover, that a heavenly king of Tao corroboration would recover. It might not be hopeless. Back then, these people had gone through a catastrophe. They were bound to have good fortune after surviving a catastrophe. Now that they had succeeded, it was not an exaggeration. Sky Chief snorted. So what if he's a heavenly king? He broke 6 at most. He's not even as strong as me. If he comes out and can't see the situation clearly, he's also looking for death. Fighting Heaven, on the other hand, broke 6. He died so miserably. An old antique like King Sun was killed when he almost broke 7. What else do you want? Sky Chief said impatiently. Step down. Instead of placing your hopes on others, why don't you break through to the heavenly king realm yourself? When that guy breaks through to the heavenly king realm, one sect with 3 heavenly kings will still have a fighting chance. Otherwise, wait obediently for Imperial Father's return. Xingnan sighed. Without saying anything more, he turned and left. After he left, Emperor Yan also sighed while facing the chessboard. Imperial Father where the hell are you? In the 3 realms, even heavenly kings are not safe. Come back early. If you don't come back and you come back, even the Emperor is not safe. Sky Chief shook his head. Were the 9 sovereigns and 4 emperors asleep or holding it in? Come back as soon as possible, otherwise. Sky Chief, forget it. Suppressing Heavenly King, Fang Ping, King Wu, Han Yu, Li Zhu, King Kuan, they all had hope of becoming emperors. Don't doubt it. Sky Chief felt that it was not impossible, including Feng. These people had actually walked their own unique paths. Those who could break 8 were all extraordinary figures. They were often only one step away from the Emperor realm. Don't wait for the old man to come back. He would be stunned. He had become an emperor. When the old emperor returned, bang, he was beaten to death. That was desolate. The scene was too beautiful. Sky Chief did not want to think about it anymore. He muttered for a while again. It was better for father to come back early. Otherwise, a scene that was too beautiful might really happen. The more he thought about it, the scarier it became. The 3 realms were in turmoil. After a few days of peace, there was an oppressive feeling of impending disaster, pressing down on everyone in the 3 realms. The war was endless. In the southern territory, there were bloody battles. There were victories and defeats. On the human side, batches of troops set off. One powerhouse after another rushed to the catacombs. Some died in battle, some broke through. Earth was still relatively stable. However, the people also saw the tragedy of the war. Batches of powerhouses' corpses were transported back. Some died without a complete corpse, not even a corpse. Low ranks had their own battlefields. Middle ranks had their own battlefields. Both sides were training their troops. The battles below the pinnacle seemed useless. However, powerhouses were raised from the weak. Before the final war broke out, both sides were accumulating strength and cultivating more powerhouses. On May 22, MCMAU Zhao Shuime killed a rank 9 in the catacombs and advanced to rank 9. This was the first powerhouse among the new generation to advance to rank 9, excluding Fang Ping and the others. It caused a sensation all over the world. Zhao Shuime, an MCMAU student with an extremely poor aptitude in the past, had reached the Bonehoning realm once. But now, she had become the first female martial artist to achieve rank 9 in the new generation of mankind, except for a few monsters. Immediately after, there were people who advanced one after another. Xianxia and Ji Yao. No one knew how long they had been fighting. She had also advanced to rank 9, MCMAU Tang Feng, Lu Fengru. As these people were close to the human race, they had also advanced to rank 9 and stepped into the origin. The human race's strength had entered a blowout period. Among the older generation powerhouses, Feng Yu, Li Daong, Xie Yilin, Zhong Qinghuan, these rank 9 martial artists had also improved rapidly. After Su Yunfei achieved the pinnacle, no one in the human race had achieved the pinnacle. However, with the rapid improvement of the rank 9 powerhouses, it would not be long. At this time, there was news that Star Town's Jiang Chao had advanced to rank 9 after a nap. Fang Ping almost rushed to Star Town personally to beat that guy to death. This kind of misleading news should not be spread. This guy had a good ancestor, and also a fairly good brother. Warlord and Jiang Hao left, but they also left him a lot of good stuff. This guy had actually advanced to rank 9. It was unexpected, but reasonable. However, this situation was very special. Fang Ping did not want the news to leak. In a fit of anger, he strictly ordered Star Town not to spread any news about Jiang Chao. Let this guy wait for death. Fang Ping even thought of arranging for this guy to carry the cat's sh*t. Unfortunately, that big cat did not poop. There was a lot of good news, but there was also bad news. There were people who advanced, and naturally, there were people who died in battle. Fang Ping saw a few familiar faces on the sacrifice list. For a moment, he was a little absent-minded, feeling indescribably lonely. Suppressing everything in his heart, Fang Ping walked out of Sky Island. The war was still going on. He would leave his sorrow for the future. This time, let him fight with the Heavenly King of the Three Realms. P.S. In order not to stop updating in the middle of the battle, I will update twice today. Doghead, save me. A storm is coming. In the region of Mount Royal Sea, King Hui sighed softly. How many days had it been peaceful? In the past few days, the heavenly courts had been mobilizing troops, and the human race was also constantly moving. A huge battle was probably going to break out in the southern region. As a member of the heavenly court, he was also sent to the front lines. A true god expert was still an expert. He could still suppress everything. At least in the outer region battlefield, a true god was still the top fighting power. At this moment, almost none of the great emperors made a move. Ji Hong, who also came to the side to oversee the situation, said softly, "The Great War is about to start again. The sovereign personages are working everywhere." As he spoke, a loud boom rang out. In the next moment, a gigantic island rose into the sky. The Qing Tong of Weiyu Mountain had transformed into an ancient giant. At this moment, he was actually carrying the huge island and moving towards the Sea of Bitterness. Below, the true God Realm experts were also stabilizing the island. The land of domain, the Weiyu Mountain, along with the domain, was going to be moved away. At this moment, everyone was stirring. Southern region, Xuanda Paradise. Sovereign Xianji broke through the air, his eyes complicated. His voice traveled thousands of miles as he said in a complicated tone, "Qing Tong, you're leaving?" That was the leader of the southern faction. The Xuanda Grotto Heaven was considered as the northern sect back then, and it cultivated the Tao of the body. Of the 108 blessed and heavenly lands, only 3 of them were left. Now, the leader of the southern faction, Wei Yushan, was about to leave. The era of sex had truly fallen. The pride of the era of sex, the Devil Emperor, had fallen, and now there were fewer and fewer domains. Xianji's mood was also extremely complicated. In the distance, Sage Qing Tong was holding a huge island in his hand. He tilted his head and looked in the direction of the island. He said loudly, "Xianji, the world has changed. The era of the sex has completely fallen. From today onwards, there will be no more Weiyu Mountain." The royal residence of the northern faction was no longer the royal residence, but the bloodline of the northern emperor, Xianji. It's time for the Xuanda Paradise to come to an end. He was going to rely on the divine emperor's bloodline. Mount Wangu was no longer Mount Wangu, but the North Emperor's lineage's Bottomanda. The 108 blessed grotto heavens were really going to disappear completely. There was only one left, the Xuanda Grotto heaven. Xianxi's expression became even more complicated. He was not the only one. At this moment, many people had mixed feelings. After the fall of the earthly emperor dynasty, the sects rose. However, the rise of the sects didn't last long. They rose and fell because of the demon emperor. After the war between the north and south, the sects had completely declined. And now, the sects had walked to the end. Qing Tong had already made up his mind the moment the demon emperor died. This was no longer their era. Time to go. He no longer wanted to stay in the land of 4 wars, no longer wanted to revive the sect, because this era had truly passed. Qing Tong's words made sovereign Xianxia feel complicated. He was telling himself that if the Xuanda Grotto heaven did not completely integrate into the human race, or if not, it had to find its own way out. The Xuanda Grotto heaven was still maintaining a certain degree of independence. As a result, there was still some estrangement between them and the human race. The look in Sovereign Lord Xianxi's eyes became more complicated. At this time, a loud and clear voice resounded in all directions, asking, "Moon Spirit, is the royal house moving or submitting to the heavenly court?" He wanted to ask how the leader of the northern faction would choose. "The royal house is gone." At this moment, a cold voice came from the direction of Wangwu Mountain. It was Seiju Wei, not Moon Spirit. The royal house was no longer a sect. It was the North Emperor Dojo. It was the Moon Spirit Heavenly King Dojo. It was no longer the leader of the northern faction in the past. Xianxia laughed bitterly, feeling a little disappointed. The sect really did not exist anymore. The leaders of the northern and southern factions had already made a decision. The mystic virtue realm should disappear in the long river of history, and he might be the last sect master of the sect world. Master, the few true gods looked at Xianxia with complicated expressions. Today, the sect had completely come to an end. The royal house and the Weiyu faction were no longer sections. How would the mystic virtue realm continue? Xianxia sighed and said softly, "After this battle, the Xuanda Grotto heaven will be dissolved. Everyone will find their own way out, enter the 4 factions and 4 palaces, enter the human world to seek the Tao, and join the various armies. I will no longer be the sect master." It was time to disperse. Now, the people of the Xuanda Grotto heaven were still in the Xuanda Grotto heaven. As a result, they had not integrated with the human race, and there was still a gap. The leaders of the human race were only the human kings, and his existence was very similar to Zhao Xingwu in the past, but more independent. This might not be what the human race wanted. Similarly, it was also not what he wanted. Turning back, looking at the martial artists in the Xuanda Grotto heaven, those disciples, Xianxi's gaze became more and more complicated. Perhaps this old man doesn't care, but what about these disciples of mine? They were not so harmonious with the human race, and they were hostile to the catacombs. They had always been fighting alone. If this went on, there would be heavy casualties. In the end, how many could survive? There should be a result. Xianxia did not send any more voice transmissions. He did not speak again. Today, the 108 blessed and heavenly grotto heaven were completely gone. The glory of the sect had come to an end. The era of the sect has completely become a legend. At this moment, many people were lamenting. Weiyu Mountain had moved away. Qing Tong had brought everyone from Weiyu Mountain to Medicine God Island to seek refuge with the Divine Emperor. Mount Wangwu seemed to be preparing to move too. In fact, not long after Weiyu Mountain moved, the Mount Wangwu area was shaking. Seiju Wei, Venerable Emperor Green Lotus, and these people also began to move the royal house, about to leave. This was also Moon Spirit's decision. Moon Spirit originally did not plan to leave, but when Fang Ping went to look for her that day, she made up her mind to leave. The rumbling sounds did not stop. At this moment, no one in the 3 realms made a sound. They were all watching silently as Mount Wangwu shook. Wangwu was moving away, the last fear on both sides was gone. Previously, the existence of Wangwu and Weiyu had posed a certain threat to humans and the catacombs. But today, the 2 sects had moved. The mystic virtue realm had already sought refuge with the human race. In this land, there were only these 2 forces. Outside Mount Imperial Sea, there were many powerhouses surrounding the governor. At this moment, the governor's eyes were cold and fierce. He looked ahead and shouted in a low voice, Wang Wu and Wei Yu are no longer threats. Everyone, a war is about to break out. Tu Xuanji, destroy Xuanda Grotto Heaven, and make the sect completely a thing of the past. Yes, sir. A few true gods shouted. Myriad Demon King, Sky Demon King, and a few other venerable emperors were also eager to try. Driving the human race out of the southern region and unifying the land was the Heavenly Court's biggest goal this time. A few venerable emperors were ready to make a move. On the land of the southern region, at this time, the armies of both sides were also fighting non-stop. Blood flowed like a river. A real war was about to break out. A lot of people realized this. The moment Wang Wu moved, heaven and earth trembled slightly. The passage of the human race to the southern region started to tremble. The next moment, someone entered the catacombs. To cause such a huge tremor, it must be a powerhouse. Gong Zhuanzi walked out of the passage and looked at the two giant islands that were gradually disappearing into the distance. His gaze was also complicated. Soon, he chuckled. The land is weak. Don't sink this last continent, Qing Yun, go to fifth heaven for a while. He called for the catacombs governor. In the direction of Mount Imperial Sea, the governor was walking in the air. He was dressed in armor, and his blood was boiling. Hearing this, the governor said lightly, North Sea, the power lies with the Heavenly Court. The Emperor has returned. In the past, the land of the sect was also conferred by the Heavenly Court. Do you want to be a traitor? Gong Zhuanzi laughed. You and I have our own masters. There's no need to say more. Qing Yun, do you want to go? Let's go there. The governor's tone was calm. He was a top-level saint and had proven his Tao longer than Gong Zhuanzi. However, Gong Zhuanzi was not weak. Since Gong Zhuanzi had chosen him as his opponent, the governor was happy to hold him back. The governor's spear cut through the sky. Layers of overlapping cosmic starry skies appeared in the sky. The governor stepped forward and disappeared into the darkness in the blink of an eye. Gong Zhuanzi smiled. Like a phantom, he also tore through the void in front of him and walked toward fifth heaven. Fifth heaven was a fatal threat to venerable emperors. However, for top-level saints like them, it was not much of a threat. The two of them stepped into fifth heaven one after another. At this moment, the passage trembled slightly again. The senile Tian Mu walked out and said with a smile, I'm also here to join in the fun. Who wants to go to fifth heaven with me to see the universe? Another person walked out of Mount Imperial Sea. Qing Yamo said coldly, Tian Mu, I'll go with you. Tian Mu looked at Qing Yamo and smiled. He bent his back and easily broke through the sky with his walking stick. He stepped into the air and entered. Qing Yamo snorted coldly and quickly followed. In the sea, Taoist Feng Yun came over on the waves with a smile on his face. He said with a smile, Hai Yu, why don't we go and have a chat? Hai Yu said calmly, there aren't enough human saints. It's okay. As long as there are enough heavenly kings. Feng Yun laughed. Hai Yu said calmly, you betrayed King Kuan. Aren't you afraid that he will kill you? Feng Yun laughed and said, what betrayal? It's just cooperation. Including the human clan. We can only win by cooperating. Hai Yu, you're a saint. Do you want us to become someone else's slaves? Hai Yu frowned and said no more. She shattered the void and entered the space crack instantly. Feng Yun also followed her in. One saint after another walked into fifth heaven. Soon, another strong cultivator arrived. Kai Dai Fairy and Taoist Nun Wenxian, the two saints from the Spirit Emperor's bloodline, stepped into the air. They didn't talk. Two more saints from the catacombs arrived and entered fifth heaven together. Of the 11 saints from the catacombs, 5 went in. There were still 6 saints who had no opponents. Including the 2 strongest kings, they restrained the strong and killed the weak. If one side couldn't restrain all the other sides strong, it would be difficult for a venerable emperor to fight the saints. Imperial Sea Mountain. Li Zhu's figure flashed and looked in the direction of the sea, at the human clan's line of defense. 5 saints. This was the full saint-level combat power of the human clan. As for Lin Hai and Cosmic Dragon, they were either independent or had submitted to King Kuan. Venerable Emperor Yulong of Yulong Heaven had saint-level combat power, but he was obviously not prepared to fight this time. The 6 saints were still there. At this moment, the world shook again. Dragon Transformation walked out of the passage and said with a smile, "How many people can I take with me?" No one answered. The next moment, among the 6 saints, except for the heavenly sword and the 2 kings, the other 3 saints tore the void and entered the 9th heaven. 3 saints were enough to fight Dragon Transformation. Dragon Transformation smiled and said, "Not bad. I thought there were only 2 people. I wanted to see if I could kill one. 2 saints could hold him back for a while, but there was a risk of dying. 3. It would be difficult for him to do that." Dragon Transformation also laughed. The 3 saints gathered together at this moment, their gazes solemn. There were still experts on the human clan's side. The next moment, Lin Zi walked out of the passage. Li Zhu smiled. At this moment, a huge cauldron rose from the direction of the Sea of Bitterness. The Palm Seal envoy's voice sounded, "Lin Zi, long time no see. Let's catch up." Lin Zi said coldly, "You have a big heart. You were suppressed by your disciple for thousands of years, but you are still willing to be ordered by him. Why say so much?" "Humph." Lin Zi held the Cat Palace and was not afraid of him. Although the Palm Seal envoy was at the Breaking 7, he had been suppressed for many years and had not fully recovered. She was at the peak of the Breaking 6 and had a divine weapon in hand. The other party's myriad world cauldron was not bad, but it was still slightly inferior to a divine weapon. Lin Zi stepped into the air and quickly headed for the Sea of Bitterness. The probability of these experts fighting was not high. At this moment, Zhang Tao walked out and said with a smile, "Brother Li, let's chat." "You're not enough." Li Zhu smiled and said, "Call the God Creation envoys cloned together, otherwise. Brother Zhang, you shouldn't be my match, right? You old thing, you're really clear about your calculations." Zhang Tao laughed and said, "How can you be so calculative? How can it be in line with your identity? Forget it, I'll chat with Senior God Creation Envoy." In the blink of an eye, a few figures appeared in the void, and soon, they merged into one. The God Creation Envoy said lazily, "Isn't it good for people like us to sleep at home? Why did you have to come out and lose your identity for no reason? Forget it, since you're here, let's chat. I'm not too familiar with you, Li Zhu. It's good to get to know you." Li Zhu laughed, and quickly stepped into the air. Zhang Tao and the God-forging envoy looked at each other, and followed him in. At this moment, Li Zhu's voice was heard again, "Heavenly King Zhen, take a rest. Brother, you will be back soon. Heavenly King Zhen doesn't want to become the 3 realms' public enemy, right?" The 3 saints were together to guard against Fang Ping. The 2 kings' combat strength was powerful, and the heavenly sword was conferred the title of Palm Seal Envoy. With these 3 together, even if Fang Ping had a few venerable emperors, it would still be difficult to break through their defense. At this moment, heaven and earth shook, and the heavenly King Zhen's laughter was heard. "Didn't Hong Yu go to the earthly king's old haunt with Moon Spirit? If that's the case, I'd better come and watch the show." Li Zhu's voice came from the void, and he said with a smile, "I knew it. If you didn't come out, things would have ended here. Since you've come out, I'll have to trouble you this time, Lord Weapon Master." Sigh. A sigh was heard. The next moment, the Weapon Master walked out of the void with the divine spear in his hand. The heavenly King Zhen put his hands behind his back and looked at him from afar. He said with a smile, "Old man, you want to be my enemy?" The Weapon Master said in a low voice, "I promised Hong Yu. If you don't do anything, I won't do anything to the human race. Li Zhen, at our realm, why do you cut the crap?" The heavenly King Zhen said coldly, "Back then, you and I discussed Tao for many days, and we were good friends. Now, you've recovered, and you've come to make trouble for me. Since you've made this choice, don't blame me for not considering the past. After you." The Weapon Master's spear broke the heavens and earth. At that moment, everyone felt a chill. In the void, they could vaguely see the realm barrier of the 8th heaven shattering. The Weapon Master and the heavenly King Zhen were about to enter the 8th heaven. The heavenly King Zhen smiled. I hope you won't regret it in the future." The Weapon Master said softly, "You can't win. Moon Spirit asked Hong Yu to go to the earthly emperor retreat with her, and Hong Yu knew what you were thinking. However, the 8,000 years of hatred between him and Moon Spirit should come to an end, so Hong Yu went. That's good too. Moon Spirit didn't want to communicate with him before, but after this, I think it's time to settle things between them. When Moon Spirit suggested going out for a walk, Hong Yu already knew something. This was not in line with Moon Spirit's personality, however, he did not refuse. There were indeed things between him and Moon Spirit that should come to an end. The Weapon Master's existence was the reason why he could leave. Actually, it made no difference whether he was there or not. If he was there, the Weapon Master would not act. If he was not there, the Weapon Master would help him once to stop the Heavenly King Zhen. To Hong Yu and Li Zhu, Moon Spirit's appearance did not change anything. Everything was the same as before. The three powerful saints were still facing the same people. Nothing had changed. Be careful. At this moment, in the direction of Imperial Sea Mountain, Tianming said, Sky Sword, don't be careless. Monitor the surroundings. Fang Ping hasn't appeared yet. I'm afraid his target is you. Tianji and I will pay more attention. With the three of us working together, even if Fang Ping appears, he won't be able to change anything. In the sky far away, Sky Sword did not reply. Right now, he was controlling the Heavenly King's seal and the Saint's Order, expanding the area covered by the light. In the area covered by the light, the Catacombs Army's recovery ability was stronger. Fang Ping did not know how to use the Heavenly King's seal and the Saint's Order, but he did. The stalemate was to strengthen the Catacombs Army so that they could wipe out the humans. On the opposite side, the three venerable emperors were using the Heaven Confining Bell to resist the light. However, they were sweating profusely. They could not take it anymore. At this moment, a sword gleam pierced through the air. In the next moment, Old Man Li came with his sword. The sky-crushing sword floated up and attacked together with the Heaven Confining Bell, forcing the Heavenly King's seal and the Saint's Order's light back instantly. At this moment, the human army below erupted. The sound of killing shook the sky, and the Catacombs Army was forced to retreat. Old Man Li's face was as cold as water. He looked at Sky Sword opposite him and said coldly, if you want to take over the southern territory, we'll have to see what you're capable of. Three venerable emperors and him, with two divine weapons in their hands, were not afraid of Sky Sword opposite them. As for the two kings, they did not intervene. They dared not intervene either. Fang Ping had not appeared yet. Who knew where he was hiding? They had to be on guard against Fang Ping at all times. At this moment, Li Zhu's voice came from the void. Attack, kill Xianxia, and take over the southern territory. As soon as he said that, dozens of powerhouses' auras rose from Imperial Sea Mountain, many venerable emperors' auras erupted. In the direction of Xuanda Grotto, powerhouses below the Paragon level left one after another. In an instant, only those venerable emperors and Paragon level were left. This was their battlefield. Heavenly Demon King, Myriad Demon King, Whale Unicorn, a total of 5 Emperor-level auras rose. That was not all. In the next moment, King Fang's aura rose. He was also Emperor level. 6 venerable emperors, on the human side, Xianxia and God of War soared into the sky. They were the only 2 venerable emperors. At this moment, both Xianxia and God of War frowned. In the direction of misery, another person's aura rose, blocking Earth Xing, who was about to step onto the ground in the next moment. King Hua blocked Earth Xing. There were a total of 6 venerable emperors on the other side, and they only had 2. At this moment, Heavenly Emperor Xianming and Heavenly Emperor Guanming had not arrived yet. Even if they arrived, it would be 4 against 6. God of War held the giant axe in his hand, gritted his teeth, and said in a muffled voice, "Don't be afraid. Our human powerhouses are all existences that can fight 1 against 3. Xianxia wanted to cry. You make it sound like it's true. You're a newly advanced venerable emperor. Even King Feng has no problem beating you. The powerhouses on all sides were holding each other back so that the battle on their side could proceed smoothly. After killing a few venerable emperors and those absolute powerhouses, the humans had no choice but to retreat. Similarly, after killing the venerable emperors and true gods in the catacombs, the other side had no choice but to retreat as well. In the current situation, the kings did not meet the kings. God of War smiled and said, "It's okay. There's still you two." At this moment, the other side's powerhouses were already flying over. Waves of powerful aura and pressure swept over. At this moment, the heavens and earth roared. Someone was about to open a void passage and descend. However, right at this moment, a clear shout resounded in all directions. In the air, translucent roots that resembled crystal veins densely covered the sky and sealed off the space. Not only Tianyu, more than a dozen true God realm monster plants, together with Tianyu, sealed the void in an instant, not giving the passage a chance to open. In the void, energy exploded. The projections of the two heavenly emperors, Guanming and Xianming, appeared. At this moment, they were both frowning. Something had happened, the void passage was sealed. Even if it wasn't sealed, these monster plant powerhouses that Tianyu brought were enough to hold them back. The humans sighed, "We're in big trouble." Xianji's expression also changed slightly. Something had happened, Tianyu had really achieved emperor rank. Moreover, King Hua and King Feng's appearance was not in the plan. This was different from what Fang Ping had said that day. 6 emperor ranks against 2 of them. Not only that, the other side had more than 50 true gods. On their side, even if all the powerhouses had gathered, there were less than 30 impasse realm powerhouses. The power balance was unbalanced. Trouble. A light laugh resounded through heaven and earth. One by one, heavenly king seals and saint tokens appeared. In the next moment, rays of brilliance erupted between heaven and earth. Fang Ping laughed heartily. "Teacher Li, the few of you go and help Senior Xianji and the others kill. Just 6 emperor ranks. Just kill them all. I'd like to see, which of these 3 saints dares to leave." Fang Ping's aura was not apparent. Laughing heartily, he stepped on the void. On the opposite side, the 3 saints were facing a great enemy. Old Man Li saw the situation and breathed a sigh of relief. He laughed heartily. "Alright, then I'll leave this side to you." As soon as he finished speaking, he brought Shen Haoyan, Ming Ting, and Sika Lu, the 3 emperor ranks, holding the sky-crushing sword and hurrying over. Fang Ping chuckled. 6 against 6, but I don't have as many paragons as you guys. Of course, Longevity Sword isn't an ordinary venerable emperor either. Now it's even. After Fang Ping finished laughing, he sighed again. I didn't expect that old weapon master to actually come. He ruined my plan. Fang Ping was helpless. He spoke casually. Without the weapon master here, Hong Yu left. This time I was prepared to kill you guys, but this old bastard suddenly intervened. When I break through 8, I'll let this old bastard have a taste of my power. Fang Ping looked regretful. On the opposite side, Sky Sword said coldly, "Fang Ping, give up. Although you're strong, with the 3 of us here, there's nothing you can do." Fang Ping laughed. 3 people. Is it really enough? Rumble, a loud noise resounded through heaven and earth. It was not Fang Ping's side that attacked. Instead, in the Venerable Emperor area, the powerhouses were fighting each other. More than 10 venerable emperors and dozens of true gods broke out in an instant. In the West Mountain catacombs, the world was turned upside down. The ground sank and the sky shattered. Li Chongqing, holding the sky-crushing sword, was fighting against an emperor, displaying shocking strength. His figure turned illusory and disappeared instantly. In the next moment, the heavenly demon king's golden body exploded. His origin energy dispersed and he returned to his true form of the great golden-winged rock. He screamed madly in pain. The myriad demon king roared and quickly went to help. The other true gods and the extra true gods began to surround and kill the human venerable emperors. Old Man Li single-handedly held back 2 powerful venerable emperors. Not only that, but he was also killing the heavenly demon king until he was bleeding profusely. The expressions of the powerhouses in the surrounding void changed again and again. 2 powerful venerable emperors were no match for Li Chongqing. Old Man Li's body turned into a void. With the sky-crushing sword in hand, his combat power was unparalleled among the venerable emperors. Kill. The sound of fighting shook the world. In the blink of an eye, a true god died. The venerable emperor that the catacombs' true gods chose to kill was Shen Haoyan, the venerable emperor who had become an emperor through Tao. However, Xianxia had been fighting everywhere since he established neo-martial school. Although these catacombs true kings had fought many battles, they were still not as good as Xianxia. 6 real gods besieged him. Logically speaking, 6 real gods should have no problem dealing with an emperor level who had used the Tao to prove his Tao. However, the result was unexpected. Xianxia killed a true god in the blink of an eye at the cost of an arm, causing the first change in the war. The powerhouses maintained their composure. Today, the death of a true god was not as sensational as it was in the past. However, because of the longevity swordsman's strength, although the catacombs true gods had more, they did not have any advantage. Fang Ping did not make a move. Instead, he was watching the battle. After watching for a while, he suddenly laughed. Interesting. Li Zhu, you old brat, you've been scheming for a long time. Aren't you afraid that you'll go bald? In the void, Li Zhu laughed. You don't have to worry about that, King Human. As the two of them spoke, a seal in the Royal Sea Mountains shattered. In the blink of an eye, a giant dragon soared into the sky. A black dragon, it was the guardian monster of Destiny Royal Court. Its son had been killed by Fang Ping in the Emperor's tomb, and it had always wanted to seek revenge on Fang Ping. The guardian demonic beast was powerful to begin with. After the death of the Fate King, Xianlong had kept a low profile in the fake heavenly tomb. Now, he had actually reached the Emperor level. He transformed into his dragon form, roared, and charged out of Mount Royal Sea. Fang Ping, you killed my son. I can't kill you, but if I kill Longevity Sword, I'll make you suffer just as much. The mystic dragon's body was huge, and its aura was immense as well. An Emperor-level dragon was more powerful than an ordinary Emperor-level dragon. At this moment, the mystic dragon was charging toward Li Chongqing while the 3 emperors surrounded the Longevity Sword. The place where Xianlong had broken through the void had been sealed. A Heavenly King stage elite had taken action to conceal this venerable emperor's aura. Needless to say, it was Li Zhu's doing. Within the 6th heaven, Li Zhu stepped into the air and said with a smile, the Longevity Sword is surprising. He has just become a true god, yet he has the strength to kill an emperor. However, the Myriad Demon King and the Heavenly Demon King are both top-notch emperors. With the addition of the Profound Dragon, can the Longevity Sword escape this calamity? On the opposite side, Zhang Tao said with a smile, what do you think? Li Zhu, guess how many true gods and emperors will die this time? Brother Zhang, why don't you guess how many of your humans will die? Li Zhu chuckled and said lightly, stop hiding. Come out and meet Longevity Sword. As soon as he said that, the void below shattered, and an old man walked out. His eyes were blood-red as he roared, Fang Ping, you destroyed my Huatong Mountain. Did you ever think that this day would come? Among the 3 territories that Fang Ping had destroyed, Mount Luofu's Saint Qingjing was killed, and Void Mausoleum's venerable emperor was refined by Old Zhang. However, venerable Emperor Huatong did not show up at Huatong Mountain. This was a powerhouse whose strength was close to a saint level. He was a powerhouse below the 10 major grotto heavens and the first grotto heavens powerhouse. He was a powerhouse who was not at a disadvantage when he fought with Gong Zhuanzi. At this moment, this venerable emperor whose strength was close to a saint level had also appeared. Clearly, this was arranged by Li Zhu. There were many more emperor-level powerhouses than before. King Hua, King Feng, Xianlong, venerable Emperor Huatong, these people were all unexpected venerable emperors. At this moment, the 4 venerable emperors joined forces to kill Longevity Sword. If the 4 venerable emperors fought with a saint-level powerhouse, even a saint-level powerhouse might not be a match for them. In the blink of an eye, Old Man Li was heavily injured. Li Zhu, is there more? Fang Ping smiled. Is this all you have? Including King Hua, there are only 9 venerable emperors. How petty. Can't you have a few more? As soon as he finished speaking, Li Zhu's voice came from the void. He said with a smile, Fang Ping, if you like it, I'll satisfy you. At this moment, Fang Ping's expression changed slightly. Rumble, 2 passageways appeared in the void, and 2 experts with crowns on their heads stepped out of them. A Grandmaster, there were 28 places in the Outland. Some of the Outland Masters had died, but there were still many Outland Masters left. Some had joined the divine sects, some had joined the humans, and some had joined the catacombs. 2 more had come. There were 11 emperor-level powerhouses, Fang Ping sighed. Li Zhu, you have 11 saint-level powerhouses and 11 emperor-level powerhouses. Are you addicted to being single? You want 11 for everything? Li Zhu chuckled. Fang Ping, there's no use talking. 2 heavenly emperors, kill Li Chongqing. He wanted to use the extra powerhouses to kill Li Chongqing. 6 venerable emperors besieging Li Chongqing. Even a saint-level powerhouse would have a high chance of being killed by 6 emperors. The 2 venerable emperors who had just come out charged toward Old Man Li instantly. Fang Ping sighed. That day, you helped the evildoer kill my human powerhouses with the catacombs. In the Spirit Emperor dojo, I killed some venerable emperors, but you still don't know what's good for you. Fang Ping sighed. We killed 2 of the 4 Brahma masters. Dragon turned into a heavenly emperor and became a heavenly king. You still dare to go against us? How dare you? As soon as he said that, the expressions of the 2 new venerable emperors changed slightly. There were a total of 4 Grandmaster Emperors here. If the 2 humans were added, there would be a total of 6 Grandmaster Emperors participating in the battle. This was almost the limit of the Grandmasters. Fang Ping laughed and said, Sage Yulong, make your move. After this, Yulong Heaven will be able to connect to the human world without any obstructions. Ha ha ha. Many thanks, sovereign personage. As soon as he said that, a giant hand appeared in the sky. With a bang, it charged towards the king of 10,000 goblins and the others. A sage had appeared, Heavenly Emperor Yulong, the final celestial emperor of the 4 Brahma heavens. The moment Heavenly Emperor Yulong made a move, he instantly isolated the battlefield, blocking the 2 outer heaven Emperors, as well as the profound dragon and Heavenly Emperor Huatong, the 4 powerhouses. Venerable Emperor Huatong roared angrily, Yulong, Fang Ping destroyed my grotto heaven. If you make a move now, I will definitely kill you when I become a saint. Then go to hell. Heavenly Emperor Yulong smiled brilliantly. There were no weaklings among the masters of the 4 Brahma heavens. Although the 4 emperors were very strong, at that very moment, there were many real gods behind him who attacked together with him. They were entangled with the 4 emperors in an instant. Both sides revealed their trump cards. Fang Ping chuckled. Li Zhu, that's not enough. Was it a big deal to have a few more venerable sovereigns? Look, 1 sage is enough to cancel it out. Are there any more? Li Zhu sighed. I guessed that he would make a move. Since Yulong's son has entered the human world, how can you give up on roping him in? I know, you can't do it with this little strength. Fang Ping laughed. At this moment, there were more and more venerable sovereigns participating in the battle. There were also many sages. If War King and the others did not leave in the human world, the humans would still have the advantage. Li Zhu did not reply. He had been watching Fang Ping closely. Even if he had entered the 6th heaven, he was still watching Fang Ping. Would Fang Ping make a move? At this moment, the combat strength of both sides was still equal. Although Yulong was strong, he was only a sage, not a heavenly king. Among the 4 emperors, Huatong had a vague tendency to become a saint. Once he succeeded, Yulong would definitely be defeated. At that time, it would be a chain reaction. Li Zhu watched for a while, frowning slightly. Fang Ping did not make a move, although the 3 sages were all top-notch sages. According to his understanding of Fang Ping, it was normal for Fang Ping to make a move. There was no reason that Fang Ping could hold back after seeing the Heavenly King's seal and the sage's token. The battle was still going on. Golden blood splashed all over the void. Not only them, but the armies were still fighting. The martial artists who participated in the battle from both sides densely covered the entire southern territory. There were more than 1 million martial artists participating in the battle. At this moment, they were fighting bloody, and the entire sky was dyed blood red. Fang Ping waited for a while and sighed. I don't really like to reveal my trump cards slowly with you guys. It's a waste of time. Make a move. As soon as these words came out, deep in the sea of sufferings, a bull's roar resounded between heaven and earth. Rumble, the Tao appeared, and an incomparably huge old bull appeared. Human King, water force is here. Emperor Nan's mount, Water Force. At this moment, this old bull, while stepping on the air and proving his Tao as a saint, laughed loudly and said, King Hua, seeing that you have cooperated with the humans before, I won't trample you to death now that you have forsaken the darkness for the light. King Hua's expression changed. At this moment, he was fighting with Earth Xing. Hearing those words and sensing the water buffalo's increasingly powerful aura getting closer and closer, Xianxia's expression kept changing. A sage, Water Force had broken through to the Saint realm. Water Force, why do you have to make things difficult for the juniors? Behind Water Force, the white-robed Yuan gang sighed. Human King, you killed Jiao Xian. I originally didn't want to be enemies with the humans, but now I have no choice. Fang Ping smiled. I understand, it's understandable. I have a very good impression of you, but your Jiao Xian's attitude towards me is too bad. There's no other way. Senior Water Force, it's good for you to learn from Senior Yuan gang. Fang Ping, you dared to kill Jiao Xian. Do you think this matter is over? At this moment, another saint broke through the air and arrived. Apart from Yuan gang, the emperor's bloodline had another saint who had previously joined the divine sect with Yuan gang. Now, they were all here. In the void, this saint broke through the air and arrived, his expression extremely gloomy. Jiao Xian, the head of the female officials in the emperor's palace. The human world was also the dojo set by the emperor. The emperor's bloodline had to participate in the war against the humans. This saint did not waste any time. Similarly, he ignored Water Force and quickly attacked Earth Xing. He wanted to kill Earth Xing and turn this situation around. At this moment, the death of an emperor would definitely cause a domino effect. Fang Ping shook his head. There are so many saints. Aren't you afraid that the emperor's bloodline will all die? Senior, I'll have to trouble you. At this moment, in the direction of the extreme path Divine Island, a world descended. Lin Hai broke through the air and said in a low voice, Human King, I only trap the enemy, not kill them. Up to you. Fang Ping smiled. Don't worry. Last time, I used old Yao's favor. This time, I'm using old Wang's. I'm still missing an Ironhead's favor. After using it 3 times, it's only right that you don't attack. Li Zhu was suddenly speechless. He understood. Lin Hai attacked because Fang Ping used the reincarnations of the Extreme Path 3 emperors in exchange for 3 favors. This guy even sold out his own people. Another 4 saint-level powerhouses appeared. At this moment, there were 13 saint-level powerhouses from the catacombs. On the human side, there were also a total of 8 saint-level powerhouses. If Li Chongqing was included, there would be 9 saint-level powerhouses. More than 20 saint-level powerhouses had once again exceeded the previous limit of saint-level battles. King Kuan, does the divine sect have to get involved? Fang Ping laughed loudly. Forget about the 2 saint-level emperors. After all, I killed their emperor's concubine. But if you let others participate in the battle. King Kuan, do you really think you can take advantage of it? Aren't you thinking too much? From a faraway place, King Kuan's voice came. You're thinking too much. I have no authority over the Imperial Tao. Is that so? Are the 2 saint-level emperors from the Divine Emperor and East Emperor going to attack? No, the Divine Emperor still has Saint Qing Tong. The East Emperor also has Heavenly Emperor Wuya. Are they going to attack? There were still a total of 4 saint-level emperors who had not attacked. No, there was also Yu Wei, the North Emperor Saint, who had not attacked either. This has nothing to do with the East Emperor. The Divine Emperor doesn't care about worldly matters. Don't count us in, Human King. As soon as this was said, the powerhouses from both sides spoke up one after another, drawing a clear line between them. They would not get involved. Fang Ping laughed and said again, Li Zhu, who else? Ask him to come out. Where's Tian Kuei? I don't believe that you haven't thought of roping in Tian Kuei. Tian Kuei has 4 saint-level emperors with him. You won't ignore such a powerful force, right? Li Zhu's voice came. Is there a need? Fang Ping, if this battle drags on and Brother Yu returns, do you still have doubts about who will win and who will lose? Nonsense. What's there to be afraid of when Heavenly King Zhen fights 2 alone? Fang Ping said casually, even if Hong Yu returns, what can he do? It's the same for Heavenly King Zhenwang. It's the same for 2. If you can't do it, then come at me with 3. I believe Heavenly King Zhenwang can do it too, in 8th heaven. Heavenly King Zhen looked up at the sky. Although it was pitch black, he was still looking. He could not be bothered with Fang Ping. What did he mean by fighting 2 and 3? Opposite him, the weapon master did not speak either. He was definitely not as good as Heavenly King Zhen now. He could hold him back, but even if Hong Yu came, the result would probably be the same. At their level, unless they fought to the death, Heavenly King Zhen would be like this even if he held back 1 or 2. What Fang Ping said was not wrong. At this time, Zhang Tao said impatiently, Fang Ping, kill those 3 saint-level emperors. What's the point of delaying? If this goes on, absolute peak will die. It's not worth it. 3 top-notch saint-level emperors. It's not easy to kill. At this time, Fang Ping looked at the 3 people opposite him and sighed. You 3, why don't you try and kill them? Bang, Fang Ping pierced through space and punched out instantly. The 3 saint-level emperors roared. Heavenly Sword wielded the Heavenly King seal, and the 2 kings each wielded their holy weapons to fight Fang Ping. Rumble, a loud noise was heard. Fang Ping retreated a few thousand meters. The 3 saint-level emperors looked solemn. At this moment, Tianming's fist was dripping with blood. He looked at Fang Ping coldly, not saying a word. The 3 of them fought with Fang Ping. They suffered a small loss. Fang Ping did not gain any advantage either. Slash! Fang Ping shouted. In the blink of an eye, the 3 saint-level emperors' origins merged into one. The 3 of them retreated dozens of steps. Fang Ping was also bleeding from the corner of his mouth, his origin chi dissipating. Slashing the origin did not have any effect. The 3 saint-level emperors actually wanted to attack together. Their origins merged into one. They might really have the combat strength of a heavenly king, even surpassing the average broken 6 heavenly kings. These 3 saint-level emperors were too powerful. It was not an exaggeration to say that they were comparable to 5 saint-level emperors. Seeing this, Fang Ping said helplessly, they really think highly of me. The 3 of you, why don't we forget it and wait for the results? Nobody paid attention to him. The 3 of them did not take the initiative to attack either. They just defended Fang Ping. The 3 of them were extremely vigilant. Fang Ping's gaze changed slightly, and he retreated a little. But at this moment, in the void, the space fluctuated. 2 saint tokens appeared. Not only that, Heavenly Sword growled, and the Heavenly King seal appeared. The 2 kings also quickly separated, holding a saint token in their hands. At this moment, the void trembled. 4 saint-level emperors appeared, Heavenly Sword moved his hand. The other 2 among the 4 also quickly obtained their saint tokens, 7 saint-level emperors. In the void, 8 saint tokens and a Heavenly King seal appeared. The void was sealed, Fang Ping sighed. Sky Chief, are you guys crazy? The 4 saint-level emperors that Sky Chief took away that day, they all appeared now, but Sky Chief had not appeared yet. 7 top-level emperors surrounded Fang Ping. The saint token sealed the void. At this moment, one of the emperors said in a low voice, Human King, hand over the saint token and Heavenly King seal. We will leave immediately. They did not want to start a war with the humans. But they also wanted the saint token and Heavenly King seal. Since Sky Chief had the 9 emperor seals, how could he not care? Fang Ping had too many saint tokens and Heavenly King seals. Robbing Fang Ping was better than searching for them for 100 years. The 4 emperors were here. As for Sky Chief, he must have restrained his aura and did not make a move. Otherwise, the Heavenly King's aura could not be concealed. But with the 3 powerhouses, 7 people were enough. Sky Chief really made a move. It seems like Li Zhu and Hong Yu have reached an agreement with Sky Chief. At this moment, in the Divine Sect, the scene appeared in front of King Kuan. Seeing Fang Ping being surrounded by the 7 emperors, King Kuan shook his head. King Qian said softly, Sky Chief has also broken through 7. Once he makes a move, I'm afraid Fang Ping will not be able to escape. No matter how strong Heavenly King Zhen is, after Hong Yu returns, he can join forces with the Weapon Master and hold Heavenly King Zhen back. King Zhen could not help but say, why don't we take this opportunity to kill Fang Ping? If we make a move, Fang Ping will definitely die. King Kuan waved his hand and said, "Don't be too hasty. Why should we be someone else's chess piece? It doesn't matter if both sides are injured or if one side dies. If we don't make a move, we won't suffer any losses. It doesn't matter if Fang Ping kills the 7 emperors or if they kill Fang Ping, we will still be the winners. Once we make a move, we might become the targets of both sides." "How do you know that Li Zhu and Fang Ping are not acting?" "Once we make a move, we might be the ones to die." King Kuan was not stupid. If he made a move now, he might become the targets of both sides. Instead of that, why not wait? No matter who died, they wouldn't lose anything. They would only benefit from it. King Zhen said unwillingly, "That heavenly king's seal." King Kuan could not help but shout, "What's the hurry? If Fang Ping is killed, we don't even need to make a move. We must get the heavenly king's seal and King Zhen's seal back unless the fake heavenly court wants to be surrounded and killed by us and the human race. If that's the case, we don't need to make a move." King Zhen thought about it and nodded slightly. He was too impatient. It was Fang Ping who stole his heavenly king's seal and almost killed him. He was a little afraid of Fang Ping. If Fang Ping did not die, this fear would not disappear. The 7 sages appeared and surrounded Fang Ping from all directions. Fang Ping sighed, "As expected, there is always a possibility. Tian Kuei, you are ruthless. Didn't you just ask for 2 sage tokens? You actually colluded with Hong Yu and the others. You idiot, you are hopeless. The new heavenly court needs the 9 emperor seals the most. Do you think you can escape this calamity? Human King, please forgive me." At this moment, a voice transmission came from the void. "Human King, hand over the heavenly king seal and sage token and I will not make things difficult for you." "Are you going to attack me?" Fang Ping looked around and smiled. "You are very strong. If you attack me, I will be in trouble." Tian Kuei said softly, "No, I will not show myself. I don't dare to either. Once I show myself, I might become your target. The 9 emperor seals are very important after all, so Human King, don't worry." He would not show himself. He could only maximize his benefits by hiding in the dark. If he showed himself, Li Zhu and the others might target him. It was enough for the 4 sages to be his spokesperson. At this moment, Tian Kuei's real body had not even arrived. It was only a clone. He was afraid too. When Fang Ping heard this, he smiled. "That's good. I can still be saved. Although the 7 sages are strong, it is not that easy to kill me. It is good that you are not here. This is a blessing in disguise." As he spoke, the sages had already shrunk the encirclement, compressing Fang Ping's space of movement. The 7 sages closed in on Fang Ping step by step. At this moment, in the void, King Wu and the others were frowning. Fang Ping had secretly roped in many reinforcements. However, the catacombs were more prepared than they were. Li Zhu and Hong Yu were not idiots. This time, they had roped in too many people. There were 2 sages from the emperor's bloodline and 4 from Tian Kuei's bloodline. There were 6 more saint-level powerhouses than expected. This was enough to change many things. Fang Ping was in trouble. Zhang Tao felt helpless. Did this brat rope in the celestial pole and the others? Fang Ping would not tell him what he was doing. If not, he might not be a match for the 7 sages alone. Opposite him, Li Zhu laughed. "Brother Zhang, why don't we both take a step back? Now that the humans have retreated from the southern region, let's call this battle off, lest we hurt the harmony and let others take advantage of us." If the 7 sages joined forces, Fang Ping would be in danger if they dragged on. Zhang Tao snorted softly. At this moment, a great battle broke out. The 7 sages attacked at the same time. Fang Ping's speed was extremely fast. The Sage Order and Heavenly King Seal suppressed the void, circling around his body. The God-slaying saber appeared and disappeared like a ghost, attacking in all directions rapidly. However, it was still difficult to match the 7 sages. Even 2 heavenly kings who broke 6 might not be able to defeat these 7 sages if they joined forces. Fang Ping wanted to break out of the encirclement. As soon as he defeated one person, the others shifted and switched positions. In the blink of an eye, another sages appeared, blocking Fang Ping and not giving him a chance to leave. The encirclement was getting smaller and smaller. This scene made both Li Zhu and Zhang Tao frown. Zhang Tao was worried about Fang Ping's safety. Li Zhu thought, does Fang Ping have no other tricks up his sleeves? This time, Fang Ping's trap seemed to be quite simple. However, after thinking about it, he was extremely well prepared this time. A total of 17 sages were participating in the battle. This was probably beyond Fang Ping's expectations. He probably has no other tricks up his sleeves, Li Zhu murmured in his heart. At the same time, Emperor West's dojo. Tianji pursed his lips. When he heard Xingnan's report on the battle situation, he said impatiently, I told you not to watch the battle. Why do you care about them? Look for yourself. Including the longevity sword, there are 26 sages participating in the battle. What do you think you can do if you go out? Xingnan smiled bitterly. The prince was right, the battle had just started. In the blink of an eye, more than 20 sages had appeared. Other than the Chu clan, more than half of the saints from the 3 realms had participated in the battle this time. What happened to the promised battle of emperors? What happened to the promised battle of the armies? Xingnan sighed in his heart. From the looks of it, Emperor West was indeed weak. Without much, 5 sages were already comparable to the total strength of Emperor West. They did not even care about those heavenly kings. No wonder the prince was so scared that he dared not go out. Tianji did not care about him. He studied the chessboard and said lightly, wait and see. It's not over yet. Who would believe that Fang Ping did not consider this possibility? I think he still has a backup plan. Could it be a mess? If so, there will be a good show to watch this time. 7 against 1. What a bully. Fang Ping kept retreating from the attacks, but he was still laughing. I've only been at the peak for a few days. Is it appropriate for 7 saints to fight me? You have a sharp tongue. Tianji snorted coldly. Fang Ping dodged his attack and scolded, Sissy, have you and Tianming been messing around in the dark for countless years? You've been together all this time, better than a married couple. You're a male and a female, right? Rumble, there was an explosion. Tianji's whip hit Fang Ping's golden body, leaving a bloody mark. Fang Ping scolded, you and Tianming have such hobbies, but I don't. I'm warning you, stop using the whip, or I'll turn on you. Tianming, Sky Sword, and the others frowned. Fang Ping's incessant filthy language was really irritating. They became more and more intense. The battle seemed calm, but it was extremely dangerous, especially for Fang Ping. Rumble, the 7 saints suddenly unleashed their mentality at the same time, pressuring Fang Ping until his expression froze. The 7 of them attacked at the same time. With a splat, Tianming's saber slashed Fang Ping's arm. The saber was stuck in the bone, golden blood gushing out. Fang Ping recovered quickly. His face was slightly pale, but he smiled. Not bad. I'm going to use my ultimate move now. They were on guard. Fang Ping suddenly shouted, Weapon Master, attack Li Zhu. The roar resounded through the sky. The void froze. Sky Sword and the others' expressions changed dramatically, but they quickly recovered. They stared at Fang Ping coldly, almost dying from anger. Childish. Li Zhu snorted, speechless. Fang Ping was really annoying sometimes. In 8th heaven, the weapon master's eyebrows twitched, but he did not say anything. Pomprint, kill a saint when you enter 5th heaven. Fang Ping, don't do such boring things again. On the other side, the Pomprint master was also speechless. Wasn't he childish? Yuan Gang, go back on your words. Yuan Gang did not say anything. Shout all you want. I'll admit defeat if I respond. Fang Ping was hit by the 7 saints again, blood splattering everywhere. He shouted angrily, Hong Kuan, kill a heavenly king, and I'll give you a divine weapon. No one responded. King Kuan did not respond at all, lest he was dragged into the mire by Fang Ping. Fang Ping was helpless. He looked at Destiny. Destiny, you're defecting. Everyone from Celestial Sword looked grim, attacking Fang Ping in a frenzy. Fang Ping's 2 fists were no match for 4 hands, but his golden body was strong, so he could still hold on for a while. Heavenly Plant, Heavenly Sword, Rebel. What are the names of the 4 of you? How about defecting? Fang Ping said indignantly, is there no one who is willing to betray us? Didn't I just want the sage token and heavenly king seal? I'll give it to you. Tian Chief, you betrayed me. I'll kill them, and the heavenly king seal and 6 sage tokens will be yours. Fang Ping said quickly, you guys keep an eye on Sky Chief's people. I've reached an agreement with him. He'll betray us and kill you at the critical moment. All of you, be careful. Right now, all of you are standing so close to each other. If you betray us, you will definitely die. This time, it was somewhat effective. Tianjian and the other 2 managed to pull away from the 4 sages. They could not believe Fang Ping's words, but they could not, it was not impossible. If they got too close, once the 4 of them turned on them, the 3 of them would definitely die. After all, there was still the powerful Fang Ping. In 6th heaven, Li Zhu's expression was gloomy. He bellowed, don't listen to his nonsense. Fang Ping was good at playing with people's hearts. Even he felt a chill when he heard what he said just now. Once the 4 sages turned on each other, the 3 sages would really be in danger. Could they not guard against it? Could they not be afraid? They were not a family. These sages were all old antiques who had lived for countless years. Why would they really entrust their lives to others? Ha ha ha. Fang Ping laughed. The 7 sages were not as close as before. This gave him some time to breathe. At this moment, Fang Ping laughed again. Heavenly plant, heavenly fate, the target this time is actually you guys. The 4 of them are in cahoots with me. We're playing a 2-man show, understand? Be careful. Later, the 2 of you will be the first to die. Don't listen. Li Zhu bellowed again, don't listen anymore. Otherwise, once you're shaken, the 7 sages will have scruples and guard against each other. Fang Ping might be able to escape. It's true. Be careful. The 2 of you have a chance of becoming a heavenly king. In order to plot against the 2 of you, I've been scheming for a long time. I said all this on purpose, not to drive a wedge between you guys, but to dispel your guard. This is called counterplot. If you don't listen, then you'll really be fooled. Heavenly Fate roared, kill him. He could not hold it in anymore. The more Fang Ping said, the more afraid he became. He was really afraid that the 4 sages would betray him and attack him. How could he not be afraid? They were not on the same side. Who knew what Tian Kuei was thinking? It's true. I've secretly contacted Tian Kuei before. His 9 emperor seals was given to him by me. Will he turn against me? Sai, King of Man. To kill people, one must first destroy their hearts. The King of Man's mouth is even better than the sages. Secretly, Tian Kuei was also helpless. He did not contact Fang Ping. It was true, he really did not reach an agreement with Fang Ping because he was actually more afraid of Fang Ping. His 9 emperor seals were originally with the humans. Now that Fang Ping was collecting them, he was actually more afraid that Fang Ping would attack him. That was why he really cooperated with Li Zhu and the others this time. However, after Fang Ping's actions, even if Li Zhu could bear it, the sages who participated in the battle would inevitably become estranged. They dared not use their full strength, dared not get too close to the 4 sages on his side. In this way, even the 7 sages could not defeat Fang Ping. Li Zhu was also angry. He shouted, kill Fang Ping. Go all out. If Fang Ping dies, everything will be for naught. Li Zhu, I'll kill you sooner or later. Don't worry. Fang Ping cursed and said angrily, I'm really going to do it. Li Zhu, if you have the guts, come and kill me yourself. Old Zhang, let him kill me. You, Fang Ping shouted, come on. If you come, I'll ask old Zhang not to stop you. Do you dare? At this moment, in the void, Li Zhu's expression was gloomy. Zhang Tao shrugged. I don't know what he's going to do. How about, you go and try? I won't stop you. Li Zhu harumphed, he did not believe Zhang Tao's words. He did not need to do anything now. He just had to wait. Hong Yu was back. Some things would definitely change. If Hong Yu and the weapon master attacked at the same time, the suppressing heavenly king might not be facing 2 people, but many broken 8. Motherf *Ker, how cowardly. At this moment, Fang Ping sighed regretfully. Forget it. I won't plot against you. I'll just kill a few sages. At this moment, Fang Ping spat. The next moment, Li Zhu's expression changed. He shouted, "Damn it." In eighth heaven, the weapon master's expression changed too. On the other side, the palm seal user shouted, "Cat, how dare you join the battle?" Meow. I didn't join the battle. The cat that Fang Ping spat out was the cat. The cat looked innocent. I don't fight. Don't accuse me wrongly. He spoke, not delaying him from doing his job. A loud bang was heard. At this moment, Fang Ping threw a punch and smashed the golden body of one of the four sages. The cat said innocently, I just pulled his origin. He was killed by a liar. Kill them. Tianji roared. One of the four sages had his golden body smashed by Fang Ping. Even his origin was trapped by the cat. How could he still believe that Fang Ping had an agreement with Tian Kuei? The others also understood now. Fang Ping was deliberately trying to divide them. The cat said pitifully, "Don't hit me. I don't fight. I just dragged him to Cat World to play. I don't kill people." As soon as he finished speaking, the world changed. A loud rumbling sound rang out. An incomparably huge great Dao directly collapsed. Everyone was stunned. Then, their eyes widened. Cats don't kill people? They were not the only ones who were stunned. At this moment, the weapon master suddenly shouted, "Cat, you're crazy. You killed him." The other party's origin was smashed. It must be the cat's doing. The cat hugged his head and ran wildly. His movements were extremely fast. He screamed, "It's not me. I don't kill people. I can't kill people. It's not me. I'm wrongly accusing me. Damn it." Li Zhu shouted angrily. Tian Kuei also shouted angrily. You killed him. As soon as the cat appeared, it pulled away the other party's origin. Fang Ping destroyed his golden body, and the cat killed him directly. Damn it, he really deserved to die. Tian Yong. At this moment, the other sage's eyes were bloodshot. Tian Yong was killed just like that. The cat's sudden attack was too unexpected. It pulled away a sage powerhouse's origin. This meant that the cat's mentality was much stronger than Tian Yong's. Kill the cat. Among the four sages, Tianji sage roared. The sage order went straight to the cat. The cat howled, I didn't kill him. I'm wrongly accusing me. Cats don't kill people. Everyone was furious. Did he think they were blind? At this moment, Fang Ping shouted, stop talking nonsense. Quickly pull away their origin. Kill. The moment Fang Ping was waiting for had arrived. He had hidden the cat in his source world. His source world had the source soil. It was possible to put a cat there. As soon as the cat arrived, it pulled away a person's origin. Fang Ping destroyed the other party's physical body. In the blink of an eye, the sage exploded and his Dao collapsed. Of course, he did not break the Dao. As for whether it was the cat or not, who cared, bastard? Li Zhu shouted angrily and slapped Zhang Tao. A gong and drum appeared in Zhang Tao's hand. He laughed. Flustered and exasperated? I didn't expect this cat to be so cunning. He said he wouldn't kill people, but he still did. Oh right, didn't Heavenly King Garrison say that the cat has never killed anyone since ancient times? Even if it did, it was an accident. Did he take the wrong medicine today? He was actually a little surprised. Heavenly King Garrison had actually said that the cat did not kill people. Not only did Heavenly King Garrison think so, the other ancient powerhouses actually knew this. The cat did not kill people. Unless it was really angered, it would not kill people under normal circumstances. At most, it would play around, or Tengu and the others would do it. But now, it broke common sense. At this moment, the Weapon Master and Heavenly King Garrison in 8th Heaven were a little surprised. The Palm Seal user and Lindsay were also extremely surprised. Lindsay even yelled, "Cat, don't be reckless." Not only did she yell at the cat, but Lindsay also said angrily, "Fang Ping, who told you to let the cat kill people?" She was angry too. There were some things that she actually knew a little. The cat could not kill people. If it killed someone intentionally, it might cause big trouble. Fang Ping was being ridiculous. In order to kill a sage, He actually tricked the cat into attacking. Hee hee, so what if I kill them? Fang Ping's chi was bursting at this moment. He roared, "Big cat, listen to me. Pull whoever I tell you to." Rumble, Fang Ping kicked Xianxia away and shouted, "Big cat, come behind me. Today, we'll kill these 6 sages. Sky Chief." At this moment, Li Zhu roared, "Attack. Do you want to watch them die?" The cat's mentality was strong, its origin was strong, and its flesh was strong. After being hit by a sage, it only lost some cat fur. The cat might be harder to deal with than Fang Ping. Now that one of the 7 sages was killed, it was beyond everyone's expectations. No one thought that the cat would be so ruthless. In this case, the 6 sages were really in danger. Meow, the cat felt wronged. It hurriedly ran behind Fang Ping and said pitifully, "The cat did not kill anyone. Don't kill the cat." How wronged, it was not the cat who killed them. What was this? Bastard. At this moment, the cat was still pretending to be innocent. The others were completely enraged. The 3 sages under Sky Chief were furious. Saint Tianji roared, "Sir, kill this cat and avenge Tianyong. Avenge your grandpa." Fang Ping threw a punch. The cat cried grievances while pulling the other into the origin. Normal sages could not resist. Almost in the blink of an eye, Tianji was pulled into his cat world. His eyes were dull. The 2 kings attacked quickly. With a roar, the few sages attacked and forced Fang Ping back. Even so, the few of them were injured. Fang Ping was also bleeding, but he was laughing. At this moment, Tianji's origin chi overflowed. His eyes were dull, and his golden body collapsed. No. The few sages roared again. They looked at the cat with blood-red eyes, wishing they could eat it. The cat was innocent. It was not done by the cat. Tianji's origin had collapsed. Although he was not dead, he was stunned. If this went on, he would die. Without a doubt in the battle. At this moment, someone could not sit still anymore. The sky was torn apart. Sky Chief's figure appeared and said angrily, "Cat, you are despicable." He was shocked too. The cat had killed 2 of his generals. Tianji could still be saved, but Tianyong was really dead. In the blink of an eye, 4 generals, 1 dead and 1 seriously injured, it was all caused by this cat. Sky Chief was really angry. At this moment, his real body appeared, slapping a palm at the cat. He wanted to kill this cat, even if it was related to the origin. The cat felt wronged. "You're killing the cat again, not me. I already said it wasn't me, and you still want to kill the cat. You bad people." It was angry. It stood up on its hind legs, hands on its waist, and scolded. However, it did not know that this made the others even angrier. It was clearly this cat who killed a sage and seriously injured another, and it still wanted to deny it. Under the watchful eyes of the public, could it deny it? Sky Chief was also extremely angry. His palm broke through the air quickly. Fang Ping kicked it and flew backward, spitting blood, but he also shattered the giant palm. "Big cat, ignore him, continue to pull people." Fang Ping roared. "Kill." The remaining 5 sages threw the Tianji's collapsed golden body out to prevent it from affecting him and killing him. At this moment, they all unleashed their full strength and attacked Fang Ping. Sky Chief ignored Fang Ping. At this moment, he stared at the cat, his anger soaring. The cat only killed his people. Despicable. Sky Sword and the others were all fine, but his subordinates were in trouble. How could he tolerate this? The cat fled quickly, feeling wronged. "It's not a cat, don't chase, you deserve to die." Sky Chief's eyes were red. "You deserve to die back then. You're the scourge of the 3 realms if you're alive. How many people have died because of you? In the battle between beginner martial arts and origin, you're also a trigger. You should die early." The cat felt wronged. "This cat didn't provoke you, die." Sky Chief was furious. "Didn't provoke me? What else do you want to provoke me?" The 4 sages were his capital. Only when the 4 sages combined could they rival a heavenly king. Now that one was killed and another was seriously injured, the combat strength on his side would be greatly reduced. Sky Chief ran off to kill the cat. As for Fang Ping, he did not care about the cat at this time. He sneered. Only 5? Die. At this time, Fang Ping suddenly split into two, under the somewhat horrified gaze of the crowd, two Fang Pings, one black and one white, holding the Heavenly King's seal and sage order, actually surrounded the 5 people. I'll let you have a taste of my new big move. Fang Ping laughed heartily. The black Fang Ping suddenly unleashed an extremely powerful mentality, while the white Fan Ping unleashed a powerful vitality force. Crash! Rumble, a loud noise was heard. Both Fang Pings were collapsing. The black energy and the white energy collided. With a rumble, an earth-shattering noise was heard. One by one, the sages were vomiting blood. The 5 sages were beyond dumbfounded. What kind of power was this? Fang Ping's own mentality and vitality force collided. How could he erupt with such a powerful force? At this moment, in the sky, the weapon master suddenly shouted, "Watch out!" On the other side, the palm seal user also shouted angrily, "Quick, kill him." He actually came into contact with the force. D***it, kill him quickly. At this moment, Sky Chief, who was chasing after the cat, was stunned for a moment. He turned to look at Fang Ping, the black and white energy collided, and the collision produced a completely different force. Fang Ping did not feel good either. He had not mastered the force yet. However, he knew a move now, and that was cloning and then colliding with oneself. In this way, a powerful destructive force could be erupted. Rumble, the void shattered, and a 6-petal lotus appeared. In the blink of an eye, it even showed signs of changing to 7 petals. Li Zhu was stunned by the scene as well. Tian Kuei, kill Fang Ping. Forget about Ash Cat, he shouted. Fang Ping was even more dangerous than the cat, this lunatic. What was he doing? Gritting his teeth, Sky Chief turned and attacked Fang Ping. He could not watch Fang Ping kill the 5 sages. At this moment, Li Zhu shouted again, Tianji, Tian Ming, force a breakthrough. If you don't die, you will become a heavenly king. Quick! Do you really have to wait for him to obliterate you? The 2 sages, whose golden bodies were exploding from the collision of the black and white energy, had bloodshot eyes. The 2 of them looked at each other. Then, with a loud rumble, 2 paths appeared in the sky. At this moment, the 2 paths intertwined with each other. 2 phantoms crazily opened up and attacked. They wanted to achieve Heavenly King realm. The series of events that happened to Fang Ping and the cat made them feel that their lives were in danger. There was a crisis of death. Tian Yong died so easily, and Tianji was also seriously injured. How could they not be disappointed? Sky Chief also hurried over. Behind him, the cat stopped running and suddenly chased after him, shouting, "Don't go. The liar said that I have to stop you. Don't go." The cat flew over hurriedly, shouting, "Stop now, or I'll poke you to death. Bastard." Sky Chief turned around and attacked. The cat suddenly opened its mouth and said angrily, "I'm angry. You wrongly accused me, scolded me, and bullied me. I'll beat you to death. Eat the 8 directions divine technique." The cat roared and opened its mouth. At this moment, the cat's body also became incomparably huge, like a mountain. This was the real cat, incomparably huge. At this moment, the cat opened its mouth, and the suction force was also incomparably huge. It bit towards Sky Chief. Of course, it also knew Skyhound's divine technique. Sky Chief snorted coldly. No matter how strong the cat was, it was definitely no match for him. This cat had a death wish. Then I'll send you on your way. At this moment, a golden seal appeared in Sky Chief's hand. The 9 Emperor's seal. A powerful light burst out from the 9 Emperor's seal. Sky Chief did not avoid the cat's mouth. If you want to eat me, aren't you courting death? I'll directly smash your intestines and stomach. 6th Heaven. Because Li Zhu had repeatedly given orders, he was a little distracted and was hit in the head by the God Creation Envoy's clone, causing his head to bleed. The God Creation Envoy scolded, "You're quite bold, what's so great about breaking 7? Have a taste of my divine rod strike." When he and Zhang Tao teamed up, their battle prowess was not weak either. Li Zhu was distracted, so he seized the opportunity to strike with his rod. Zhang Tao was even more sinister than him. Li Zhu instantly dodged, and Zhang Tao grabbed the void and exploded it. The place just now was where Li Zhu was standing, and also where his lower body was. Li Zhu's face was ashen. He was already at the Heavenly King stage, yet Zhang Tao was still so shameless. At this moment, Li Zhu was not in the mood to care about him. He sensed outside the sixth heaven and saw the cat opening its mouth wide, frowning slightly. Then, his expression changed. "Be careful. Be careful." With a loud shout, heaven and earth trembled. The sixth heaven directly split open, revealing Zhang Tao and the others. At this moment, Tian Kuei also felt an incomparably great danger. At this moment, a pair of hands stretched out from the cat's mouth, a pair of incomparably white hands. Jade-like hands. "Cat, from today onwards, your life-saving grace will be written off. The 9 emperor seals belong to me. From today onwards, if you dare to enter the Sea of Bitterness, I will definitely kill you and avenge you for fishing in the Sea of Bitterness." The cat's mouth was still wide open. This sentence was a mental energy fluctuation, and it happened in an instant. At this moment, the cat's incomparably huge eyes revealed a hint of grievance. "Liar, I can't go to the Sea of Bitterness anymore. I can't catch big fish anymore. I'm so pitiful." Yes, he couldn't go to the Sea of Bitterness anymore. This time, the swindler had made it spend its last favor, saving his life, go to the sea-suppressing prefecture, swallow the sea guardian, hide in the cat world, kill a heavenly king, and return the favor of the beast emperor palace for saving his life. The sea guardian that broke 8 times, the sea guardian that broke the gate of life, the sea guardian that had jade bones. At this moment, a pair of hands stretched out from the cat world. Only the cat believed that it would not do bad things. Otherwise, a sea guardian that had broken 8 times would be enough to break its cat world with a single blow. No one dared to hide powerhouses in the source world, even if they had the source soil. Even Fang Ping did not dare to do such a thing, but the cat did. Therefore, the saint that was pulled into the cat world and killed was really not killed by the cat. A sea guardian that had broken 8 times was there. Killing a saint was too easy. At this moment, the jade-like hand moved very slowly, so slowly that everyone could see it. But it was also very fast, so fast that Tian Kuei did not have any time to retreat. In the next moment, Tian Kuei was caught by the jade-like hand. At this moment, Tian Kuei's eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. He was extremely shocked. His golden body was caught by a powerhouse that had broken 8 times. He really did not expect that the sea guardian would be hidden in the cat's body. This was impossible. Tian Kuei, originally, the cat said Li Zhu or the palm print. "I did not expect it to be you, but since the 9 emperor seals have appeared, don't leave." "No, Rumble, Jade Bones." Tian Kuei's golden body was immediately crushed by the jade-like hand. What he did not expect was that he had been plotted against by a sea guardian. Sea guardian. Sea guardian. Rock. At this moment, countless people roared. Tian Kuei was finished. He was caught by the sea guardian who had broken 8 times with his physical body. His golden body was crushed. He was in danger. It was more than dangerous. At this moment, Tian Kuei's mentality rapidly erupted. He wanted to escape from this place, but at this moment, the cat muttered, "I said that I was wronged. I won't kill people, but you insist on bullying me. I'll suppress you, but I won't kill you." Rumble, an incomparably powerful mentality erupted. Tian Kuei's mentality was like a real body, also possessing extremely strong combat power. But at this moment, he was slightly sluggish. In this sluggish moment, the jade-like hand reached out and grabbed him. In the next moment, the sea guardian walked out of the cat's mouth and sighed. "Why do you have to court death?" He had provoked the cat. Moreover, he had broken 8 times and broken his golden body in advance. Now, he was targeted and caught by the sea guardian who had broken 8 times. If he did not die, Tian Kuei was really lucky and should have broken 8 times. "I'll send you on your way." At this moment, the sea guardian suddenly returned to his true form, an incomparably huge golden rock. The rock opened its mouth and pecked at Tian Kuei's mentality. Bang, the mentality exploded. In the next moment, a world descended. The sea guardian's world was the source world. An incomparably wide path appeared, and a door was faintly discernible. It was already broken. In front of the broken door, there seemed to be another door in the distance. The sea guardian said indifferently, "Go and help me explore the path." In the next moment, the same wide and long path appeared. The Sea Guardian directly pulled this path and instantly rushed into his own. That was Tian Kuei's Dao. The Dao struggled violently. Tian Kuei roared and roared. No, Rock, you can't do this to me. No, Rock, spare me. Li Zhu, soldier, save me. 30,000 years, don't kill me. Shrill howls even reverberated throughout the source world at this moment. In the distance, someone shouted, Rock, don't kill him. Hong Yu was tearing through the void to come here. Tian Kuei was a powerful cultivator who had broken 7. If he died now, the loss would be too great. Hong Yu shouted, the battle with Chu Wu hasn't started yet. Don't kill him. Rock, you're crazy. If he dies, the 36 Tian gang formation can't be set up anymore. Rock. The weapon master was also shouting. The seal envoy and Li Zhu were also shouting. The Sea Guardian's expression was cold. He had finally caught a broken 7. He wanted to pry into the second door, take the 9 Emperor seals, and repay the cat for saving his life back then, killing 3 birds with 1 stone. Why couldn't he kill? Rumble. In the depths of the Dao, an earth-shattering roar sounded. The world instantly turned red. Rumble. The blood rain was no longer rainwater, but a flood that flowed down. No. Rock. Li Zhu, you hurt me, I can't accept this. An extremely shrill roar resounded in all directions. In the source universe, a huge star exploded. He's dead. He's just here to watch the show. At that moment, in the West Royal Palace, someone muttered. Tianji was scared. Father had to come back soon. That stupid Tian Kuei just had to get involved. He knew someone was going to be unlucky. As expected, even a broken 7 would die. It was better for him to continue hiding. It was too dangerous. The 3 realms were full of lunatics. Who would have thought that the Sea Guardian would attack and hide in the cat's world? Dumbfounded, it was too late for regrets. I told you, he's just here to watch the show. Tianji sighed. A broken 7. He died just like that. The world had really changed. The leader of the 36 saints, the first saint, Tian Kuei, had fallen. A top-notch powerhouse who had broken 7, at this moment, the source universe shook, shaking everywhere. Kuanping. One by one, the powerhouses shouted angrily. The Sea Guardian walked out of the source world, his face cold and indifferent. So what if he was killed? When the cat went to look for him, he was actually very surprised. This was the first time the cat took the initiative to mention his life-saving debt. This matter had always been on his mind. Since the cat wanted to repay this life-saving debt, the Sea Guardian agreed happily. At his level, owing a favor was either not repaid or it was extremely dangerous. Usually, he had to pay it back with his life. This time, he only ambushed a heavenly king. It was not to the extent that he could not bear it. Now that he had killed Tian Kuei, the mission was considered completed. The Sea Guardian did not care about the weapon master and the others' roars. At this moment, he looked at Hong Yu who was tearing through the void in the distance, his face indifferent, ignoring him. He stretched out his hand and grabbed. A big golden seal fell into his hand. 9 Emperor seal, no matter how they fought, it still ended up in his hand. Not only that, at this time, Tian Yong was killed and Tianji was seriously injured. Among the 4 saints, 2 of them had their own saint tokens, and they were also floating in the air. The Sea Guardian reached out again. He wanted this too. At this moment, Fang Ping's 2 clones, the black and white, continued to collide. Origin Qi erupted, suppressing the 5 saints. Seeing this, he laughed cruelly. Sea Guardian, it's fine if you take the 9 Emperor's seal, but if you take the saint token, isn't it a little inappropriate? The Sea Guardian looked at him and saw the force produced by the collision of the black and white forces. His expression changed slightly, and he said indifferently, I killed Tian Yong, and Tianji's origin was also destroyed by me. Fang Ping, shouldn't these 2 saint tokens belong to me? He did not snatch it. The moment he saw Fang Ping's force erupt, the Sea Guardian was shocked. Other than shock, he was also a little afraid. He was not afraid of Fang Ping's strength, but Fang Ping's ruthlessness. Fang Ping was young, but he was really ruthless. He asked the cat to find him and used the cat's biggest favor. There was only one purpose, to ambush a heavenly king. No matter who it was, according to the meaning conveyed by the old cat, no matter which heavenly king it was, as long as he was not from the human clan, it was fine to kill him. In other words, Fang Ping did not care which heavenly king died. No matter who died, even if it was an undead human powerhouse, he would not care. In this fellow's eyes, the distinction between friend and foe was clear to the extreme. If it wasn't the human race, then it was the enemy. At this moment, it was cooperating with Fang Ping, but it was only for this moment. It would not be surprising if Fang Ping turned hostile in the next moment. Fang Ping grinned and said, "The 9 emperor seals should be about done. Sea Guardian, you can be considered as being hired by me." Of course, it's a little unreasonable to say this, but that's the truth. I don't want the 9 emperor seals anymore, but do you want to take the 2 saint tokens? The Sea Guardian raised his eyebrows slightly. At this moment, if it made a move, there were 6 powerhouses present, 5 saints, and Fang Ping. It was actually confident that it could kill them all. They were all killed. Who knew how many good things there were? However, Fang Ping did not seem to have too many qualms. Was he really not afraid that she would betray him? Envoy Xianxia looked at the 2 saints tokens in the sky and didn't say anything. Fang Ping smiled again. Envoy Xianxia, can you help me block Hong Yu? Envoy Xianxia frowned and said lightly, "I've already killed a heavenly king. I don't owe you anything." The black and white Fan Ping were currently circling the 5 saints crazily. He laughed. "You don't owe me anything, but we can still make a deal. Don't you want to be the Beast Emperor? How can the Beast Emperor not have divine weapons? I'll give you Big Cat's fishing rod. Just help me block Hong Yu." Beside him, the cat was stunned. It was so wrong that it was about to cry. No. It would not do it. Its sky-reaching bell was borrowed by old Zhang to defend against Li Zhu. The cat palace had been snatched by Lin Zi to fight against the palm imprint envoy. The sky-confining bell was still suppressing the void. The sky-crushing sword had been taken away by old Manly. The god-slaying saber was with Fang Ping. Right now, it was just a fishing rod. "Big cat, you can't go to misery anyway. Why do you still need a fishing rod?" Fang Ping laughed. "The Beast Emperor's people are returning. Even Cosmic Dragon wanted to snatch it last time. Envoy Xianxia is probably no exception. If that's the case, I'll lend it to Envoy Xianxia first. Don't worry, I'll get you a better one in the future." Meow. The cat screamed. No. This was the only divine artifact he could keep as a trump card. If he still had to lend it out, the cat would really be a poor cat. Fang Ping shouted again, "Lend it to him first. If there's a chance in the future, I'll help you exchange it back." The cat's face was full of unwillingness and sadness. He had squandered all his assets. Envoy Xianxia raised his eyebrows. Would the cat give it to him? Beast Emperor's staff, what fishing rod? This fishing rod was made from the Beast Emperor's transformed body when he became an emperor. It was used to command the demons. It was extremely powerful. Not only that, because it was made from the Beast Emperor's body, it could actually be used to study the body of an emperor powerhouse. This thing was a treasure. It was not as simple as a divine weapon. As for how it ended up in the cat's hands, it was nothing more than picking it up. Even if it ended up in the cat's hands, it would be very difficult to take it away. Envoy Xianxia looked at the cat. At this time, the cat had already returned to its previous size. Its face was full of reluctance, and it was muttering unhappily. The swindler had almost cheated it of all its assets. "Big cat, don't hesitate. The divine weapon is just a worldly possession." The cat looked at Fang Ping aggrievedly. Swindler, worldly possessions were fun too. Where was the fishing rod? It was used to fish, however, the pot was gone, and he could not go to misery anymore. The knife to cut the fish was gone, and the skewers to grill the fish were also gone. Thinking about it, there was probably no point in having a fishing rod anymore. The cat took out the fishing rod pitifully, looked at Envoy Xianxia, muttered again, and threw the fishing rod to Envoy Xianxia unhappily. Envoy Xianxia was a little surprised. He was surprised. Everyone else was shocked. Did Fang Ping really bring the gray cat to his house? he had lost all his divine weapons. At this time Envoy Xianxia no longer cared about the Saint Order. A smile appeared on his cold face, and he laughed loudly. In the next moment, he broke through the air. At this moment, everyone saw a shocking scene. Holding the fishing rod in his hand, Envoy Xianxia pointed at the mystic dragon over there and said with a smile, "Fang Ping, I'll give you a venerable emperor. This time, it's not a favor. Ha ha ha." At this moment, a dragon head suddenly appeared on the fishing rod. It was huge, but it was just an illusion. However, at this moment, a shocking aura erupted in the three realms. On the other side, the mystic dragon venerable emperor went limp. Before it could come back to its senses, the dragon head swallowed it and disappeared instantly. At this moment, an image appeared on the fishing rod. A dragon was swimming on the fishing rod, roaring. In fifth heaven, dragon transformation's expression changed slightly. That was the body that the beast emperor had transformed. Dragon clan, the first dragon between heaven and earth. When the dragon clan encountered the beast emperor staff, they did not have much power to fight back. And he was also a dragon. Even dragon transformation's expression changed. Myriad Demon King, who was also a dragon, was extremely shocked at this moment, but Envoy Xianxia did not attack him. He smiled and went straight to Hongyu in the distance. The reason why he did not attack Myriad Demon King now was that Myriad Demon King was one of the leaders of the fake Heavenly Court Demon clan. If he attacked Myriad Demon King now, Li Zhu and Hongyu would fight him to the death. As for the mystic dragon, it was alone. Although it was also a demon clan powerhouse of the fake Heavenly Court, it had subdued the mystic dragon. Even if these people were unhappy, they could not do anything. Not only that, at this moment, Envoy Xianxia held the Beast Emperor staff and his voice spread in all directions. Demon clan powerhouses, gather at Xianxia Prefecture quickly. From today onwards, I will establish the Demon Court. The 9 Emperor Seal will suppress fate. The 9 Emperor Seal and the Beast Emperor staff were seized by him, and they were also the foundation of his Demon Court. Envoy Xianxia was in a good mood. His voice spread in all directions. At this moment, some demon clan powerhouses in the catacombs were moved. Envoy Xianxia shouted again, "There are humans, immortals, and demons in the 3 realms. Only we demons are bullied. We are people's mounts, people's divine weapons, people's food." The disappearance of the Beast Emperor and the incompetence of the Beast Emperor caused the demons to wander everywhere and be at the mercy of others. Today, Envoy Kuan Peng, establish the Demon Court and protect the billions of demons. I will no longer suppress the sea. Today, I will call myself the Demon the Arch. Rumble, the heavens fell and the earth cracked. Envoy Xianxia betrayed the Heavenly Court. On this day, he no longer called himself Envoy Xianxia. Instead, he established the Demon Court and called himself the Demon the Arch. If he did not call himself the Demon Emperor, he would not be an emperor. Moreover, Hongyu was called the Demon Emperor back then. As Envoy Xianxia's voice spread in all directions, countless demons suddenly rose into the air in the direction of the Sea of Misery. Groups of powerful demon armies appeared on the surface of the sea. Demon the Arch. Demon the Arch. Demon the Arch. Heaven and earth trembled. Worship the Demon the Arch. Protect the demons. At this moment, too many demons were shouting. Even if they were not at the peak and could not call out human voices, they were roaring crazily at this moment, and their mental energy spread in all directions. The demons had a demon court. A powerhouse who had broken through 8 had come out to support the demons and suppress the luck of the demons. At this moment, on the side of the divine sect, Cosmic Dragon, who had defected to King Kuan, had a complicated expression. Dragon transformation was the same. His eyes were complicated. At this moment, regardless of whether everyone agreed or not, they were all demons. Envoy Xianxia, who had broken through 8, stood out and established a demon court. Whether it was for ambition or for other reasons, at least the demons had confidence and a backer. Among the experts of the 3 realms, who would dare to rashly capture demons as mounts? Who would dare to indiscriminately kill demons as divine weapons and food? The demons of the Sea of Misery were not the only ones who responded. At this moment, among the true god experts who were fighting with the humans, a ferocious tiger suddenly roared and flew out of the battle area. He shouted, "Thunder Tiger of the 10,000 Demon Royal Court is willing to respect the Demon the Arch as king. Tiger clan, follow me to the demon court. This true immortal realm powerhouse roared. In the Royal Sea Mountain region, a team of Tiger Clan powerhouses, over 1,000 ferocious tigers, roared at this moment, no longer caring about the battle. They all roared and charged towards the seaside, to the demon court. The myriad demon king did not say a word. At this moment, he did not even dare to say a word. Envoy Xianxia, who had broken through 8, had established a demon court. If he dared to speak now, he had no doubt that Envoy Xianxia would kill him or capture him. Niuben of the demon clan is willing to respect the demon the arch's king. Ox clan, follow me to the demon court. Shouts rang out one after another. One by one, the demon experts left the battle. At this moment, Fang Ping laughed crazily. Human, don't stop the demon experts who are defecting to the demon court. Ha ha ha. Good job. Xianxia. No, demon the arch, you're a man today. Ha ha ha, well done. The establishment of the demon court meant that the 3 realms had another major force, which weakened the strength of the catacombs. There were many demons in the catacombs. At this moment, there were nearly 100 true gods in the catacombs, and nearly half of them were demon experts. Once they all went to the sea envoy, the strength of the catacombs would be greatly weakened. They might not even be stronger than the human race. At this moment, Li Zhu's face was as gloomy as water. On the other side, Hong Yu also stopped in his tracks, his gaze complicated. The demon race was going to be unified. The Sea Envoy had obtained the 9 Emperor seal, and now he had obtained the Beast Emperor staff. Including the Beast Emperor's bloodline, they were probably hesitating whether to join the Sea Envoy. The Sea Envoy had a conflict with the Beast Emperor, but he was also a leader of the demon race back then. Now, he was a supreme powerhouse who had broken through 8. The establishment of the demon court would soon strengthen if nothing unexpected happened. There were many demons in the Sea of Misery. Not only the Sea of Misery, but also Heavenly Wood, Dragon Transformation, Cosmic Dragon, Myriad Demon King, Sky Demon King, Whale Unicorn, Sika Deer. There were also many Emperor-level demons, saints, and even heavenly kings. Once they could really work together, there would definitely be a place for the demons in the 3 realms. Ha ha ha. At this moment, the Sea Envoy also laughed out loud. After 30,000 years, he had returned again. 30,000 years ago, he had lost the Battle of Myriad Dao. Although he was called the Sea Envoy, said to suppress the Sea of Misery, said to be one of the 3 envoys with high status and power, in reality, he had been banished to the bitter cold land. Today, he had returned. At this moment, the previously cold Sea Envoy's aura flourished and was boundlessly domineering. With the sacrifice of breaking through 7, he had established the demon court. Demon children, follow me into the sea. The Sea Envoy was incomparably domineering. Soon, countless demon powerhouses gathered behind him. On the catacomb side, 1/3 of the army had defected. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 true god powerhouses had gathered. To the demon court, if the humans wanted to kill their way to the sky, the demons could do it too. The Sea Envoy went straight to Hong Yu and laughed. Hong Yu, you were the demon emperor in the past. Today, I will spar with you and see if you are worthy of being the demon emperor. If you are not worthy, I will reserve the title of demon emperor. Rumble, a crack extended for tens of thousands of miles, heading straight for Hong Yu. Hong Yu sighed. He had miscalculated. Today, he had made a huge mistake at the Sea Envoy's side. Not to mention the death of the Sky Chief. On the Heavenly Court's side, a large number of demons had defected and their strength had been greatly reduced. At this moment, the Sea Envoy had put away the Beast Emperor's staff and promised Fang Ping to hold him back for the humans. Whether he went back or not, was no longer important. Hong Yu and the Sea Envoy fought in the void in an instant. A large number of demons began to migrate towards the depths of misery. At this moment, in the Divine Sex God Court, King Kuan shook his head helplessly and sighed. The Sky Chief was killed. The Demon Court was built in the Sea Envoy. This Fang Ping can cause chaos in the 3 realms every time. It was a mess again. King Qian had a complicated look on his face. The Sky Chief was actually killed. He was a broken 7. He was also a broken 7. Of course, he was slightly stronger than the Sky Chief, an existence close to peak broken 7. However, the death of the Sky Chief was hard for him to accept. King Kuan said calmly, death, is not unexpected. After taking the 9 Emperor seals, this is a treasure that attracts disaster. How can it be used so easily? Moreover, after so many times, he still could not understand. On the human side, every time they fight, they must kill the troublemakers. They would rather let go of the enemies in the open and kill the troublemakers, just to intimidate the 3 realms. Either we become enemies in the open, or die, dividing the camps and forcing the enemies out of the dark. This is also a good idea. The 3 realms was too complicated, so complicated that even King Kuan did not know what King Qian was thinking. Fang Ping did not think about it. The enemies in the open were there. If he could kill them, then he would kill them. If he could not, then forget it. However, no matter what strength you had, if you did not have the strength to suppress the humans, then be careful of being killed, the kind that no one would take revenge for. The Sky Chief brought the 4 saints to participate in the battle, but in the end, he himself died. The 4 saints were also in danger. One was already dead, one was crippled, and the remaining 2 were really in danger. Hong Kuan, what about now? King Qian looked at Hong Kuan. What should he choose now? Should he join the battle? If he did not join the battle, this time the fake heavenly court would definitely suffer a huge loss. Of course, it seemed to have nothing to do with them, but the plan to suppress the humans would fail. Not only that, King Qian said in a low voice, there are many divine sect demons too. The catacombs were not the only ones who lost when the Sea Envoy established the demon court. They might also suffer a lot of losses, unless they killed those demons and did not let them leave. Otherwise, the powerhouses of the demon race would know whether to live under someone else's roof or seek refuge with the demon court. King Kuan said softly, let the demons go. If we stop them now, it will only cause them to be disloyal and become a disaster. If we kill them, we will offend the demon court. There is no need. After all, the demon court had a powerhouse who had broken through 8. It would not be good to offend the other party. The demons would not object to the Sea Envoy establishing the demon court, including the dragon transformation who had sought refuge with the humans. The powerhouses could see this clearly. Then we just wait and see? King Kuan raised his hand and said lightly, there is no hurry. It is not the final moment yet. This time, it was also beyond my expectations. I did not notice the Sea Envoy leaving, and I did not expect him to hide in the source world of the Blue Cat. After thinking for a while, he said, there are still heavenly king powerhouses in the 3 realms who have not made a move. As King Kuan spoke, something happened again. At this moment, Hong Yu sighed. I thought there was no need to do this, but now, it has to be done. Fang Ping, you are too greedy. Fang Ping wanted to kill the 5 saints. This was something he could not tolerate, especially when Tian Ming and Tian Ji were already close to the heavenly king realm. The same was true for Sky Sword. He could not kill them. At this moment, someone laughed. Fang Ping, you killed my disciple. Don't tell me you think this is over? An incomparably powerful mentality swept over from the sea of misery. It was terrifyingly powerful. Fang Ping's expression changed. At this moment, Heavenly King Zhen also shouted angrily, Feng, how dare you attack? Li Zhen, when Fang Ping killed my disciple. I didn't see you stop him. In the sea of misery, an illusory figure was faintly discernible. Feng walked out of the sea and coughed lightly. He held a handkerchief in his hand and wiped his mouth. In the blink of an eye, the handkerchief was dyed red with blood. His injuries had not healed. Previously, when the demon emperor risked his life to attack, his source was severed. However, he was a powerhouse who had broken through 8 after all. Even if he was injured, he would not die so easily. These days, his injuries had healed a lot. At this moment, Fang Ping snorted coldly. At this point, you still don't understand. Sky Chief is dead, and Heaven Reverse is also dead. You guys always think that you can win and reverse everything. You're dreaming. Hee hee, in your dreams. These words were not said by Fang Ping. In the sea of misery, another passage appeared. Heavenly King Zhen chuckled, stepping on the air. Feng saw him and smiled. Why did you attack? Heavenly King Zhen chuckled. The human race is strong, there's nothing I can do. That old god creation envoy won't forge a divine weapon for me. Fang Ping said that it's fine if I don't attack this time. I'll just wait here. If someone comes, I'll stop them. If no one comes, it's the same. Later, that old thing, God Creation Envoy, must tailor a divine weapon that's most suitable for me. I think it's quite worth it. It's the same if I don't attack. Previously, when Sky Chief came out, I thought I had to attack. In the end, I don't need to attack. If you don't have * King come out, I won't work this time and get the benefits for nothing. You old fart, what are you doing? Heavenly King Jin cursed. If Feng did not appear, he would not even need to attack. It would be great to get a divine weapon for nothing. What a pity, divine rod strike. With a loud roar, the God Creation Envoy's avatar exploded, and Li Zhu's golden body exploded with a single strike. At this moment, the old man was so angry that he was about to explode. Who agreed? Fang Ping, this son of a bitch. When did he ask for my opinion? Who said he was going to forge a divine weapon? Fang Ping, this bastard, actually used him to make a deal with others. He acted first and reported later. How hateful. At this time, Zhang Tao smiled and said, Senior, don't be angry. Fang Ping is also trying to break Senior's seal. Humans have lost. How can we help Senior escape? Isn't that something we can't do now? But if we win this time, the 9 Emperor's seal will be borrowed from the Sea Guardian and released Senior. Wouldn't everyone be happy? The God Creation Envoy was flustered and exasperated. Divine weapon, where could he get it? How could it be that simple? These bastards, were they determined to eat him? They were going too far. He was angry. On the other side, Luan laughed loudly and said, all of you, come out. Let this old man Feng witness the power of the Chaos Kings. Hee, he's here. Hee, Gone Feng, this guy is Heaven Reverse's master. Heaven Reverse used to chase after me. Boss, we'll do whoever you say. We, the 72 powerhouses, all listen to boss. Chaotic sounds rang out. Soon, figures appeared on the other side of the passage. There were emperors, saints, and even true gods. Luan chuckled and said, breaking 8 and becoming the overlord of a region? No wonder Sea Guardian wants to build a demon court now. I'll follow suit and establish a divine kingdom of chaos today. Brothers, kill Feng and sacrifice to the flag. Hee, kill 8. I'm so scared. Can you do it? Who cares, just do it. Boss is right. Follow boss and destroy the heavens. Kill the 9 emperors and 4 emperors and snatch their Taoist companions to be the wife of the stronghold's leader. These crazy words made heaven and earth angry. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled, shaking the 3 realms. A bunch of lunatics, Fang Ping and the others were stunned. The one who shouted just now seemed to be a true god. This courage was too fat. They even wanted to snatch the 9 emperors and 4 emperors' Taoist companions to be the wife of the stronghold's leader. What kind of people were they? Luan was also laughing out loud. I'm also a person with power now. Call me Chaotic Heavenly Emperor from now on. Luan laughed. He didn't want to be a heavenly emperor anymore. Not a venerable emperor, but a heavenly emperor comparable to the 4 emperors. Boss, that dog is also a heavenly emperor, bastard. Luan suddenly flew into a rage and roared, then call me Chaotic. Forget it, Chaotic Heavenly Emperor, that's it. He wouldn't change his name. The thought of being called Heavenly Emperor and being the same as that dog made him angry. Kill Feng first. Fang Ping only asked him to stop them, but he obviously didn't care about that. If he killed Feng, wouldn't the divine kingdom of chaos be more dignified? Under Feng's somewhat helpless gaze, Luan let out a loud roar, raised a big bone, and charged forward. King Qian's, a heavenly emperor who broke 7, was quite stubborn. At this moment, King Qian's face darkened at the divine sect's side. That bastard, however, at this time everyone was also more vigilant. The catacombs and the humans had backups, one after another. But now, it seemed like Hong Yu and Li Zhu still lost the initiative. Luan, Sea Guardian, Lin Hai, Heavenly Emperor Yu Long, these powerhouses appeared one after another. Even with the catacombs Sky Chief and Feng, including the weapon master, they couldn't suppress the humans. It was too scary. Even with 2 more people who broke 8 and 1 more who broke 7, they were still suppressed by the humans. It couldn't be said that the catacombs didn't prepare well. It could only be said that Fang Ping's socialite nature exploded and attracted too many powerhouses to attack. Fang Ping, let's stop. When Feng was stopped by Luan, Li Zhu spoke. Li Zhu's figure rose and fell in the darkness after tearing apart the space. He said in a low voice, if we continue to fight, both sides will suffer. The divine sect and Chu Wu are still coveting. Do you have to do this? Fang Ping's clones collided. Although he suppressed the 5 saints were all top-notch saints. The 2 kings were forcefully breaking through, so they had the strength to fight. But at this point, Li Zhu did not want to continue. The advantage was gone, dozens of saints were participating in the battle, and there were a lot of heavenly kings. If this continued, no matter who won or lost, it would not benefit either side. Brother Zhang, the 5 saints can't die. If this continues, then I won't sit back and watch. Li Zhu's face was gloomy. He grabbed the iron rod that the God-crafting envoy slashed at him and said coldly, God-crafting envoy, do you really think your clones can do anything to me? He was a powerhouse who had broken 7, not only that, but he had also walked a long way on the path of breaking 7. Previously, he was just unwilling to fight Zhang Tao and the other 2 to the death, but if they really fought to the death, could they defeat him? But now, he had to go all out. If the 5 saints were suppressed like this, they might not be able to hold on. Unless the 2 kings broke through quickly and became heavenly king powerhouses. Fang Ping was still colliding with each other. Every time the power overflowed, the 5 saints trembled all over, and Fang Ping was also constantly injured. Hearing Li Zhu's words, Fang Ping sneered and said, you won't sit back and watch. What can you do? Did you break 8 or something? Li Zhu looked at him coldly. Do you really think the martial king is a match for me? Of course not. Fang Ping's answer was straightforward. Zhang Tao was speechless. But, Fang Ping grinned and said, so what? Do you really think I can't do anything to you? What do you think you're counting on? I don't know. You always think you're omnipotent, but in fact, you're nothing. At this moment, Fang Ping scolded and then laughed out loud. Who can you count on? Will King Kuan and the others intervene? You're thinking too much. Didn't you see the cat appear and think that the opportunity has come? Did you think that Chu Wu would make a move? Li Zhu's expression remained unchanged as he said coldly, since you know that, you should know that now is the best time to stop fighting. Chu Wu. In fact, he didn't want Chu Wu to participate in this battle. But, Li Zhu didn't want to suffer a loss at this moment. Only Chu Wu could force the humankind to retreat, perhaps even make them suffer a great loss. Of course, he felt that it was better not to do so. Otherwise, once Chu Wu intervened in this battle, there would be a lot of trouble in the future. In fact, the appearance of the green cat had already attracted the attention of some experts who were secretly spying on them. At this moment, the human powerhouses were already entangled. Once the beginner martial powerhouses attacked, the timing would be just right, provided that the catacombs side was willing to continue the fight. Hearing Fang Ping's words, Li Zhu continued, Fang Ping, you're a smart man. If you continue like this, once Chu Wu descends, your human race will not benefit at all. Fang Ping was panting heavily. The 5 saints were resisting fiercely, breaking through his blockade. The 2 kings were even showing signs of breaking through. If this continued, the human race might not be able to gain any advantage. But to stop now, he was not happy about it. Over at the catacombs, they must weaken their strength. They must, even though they had been weakened, they did not suffer any losses from the saints and heavenly kings. A truce. Do you think I'll listen to you? Do you think I'll be afraid of you? Fang Ping laughed strangely. At this moment, the heavenly gong in old Zhang's hand suddenly disappeared. In the next moment, a gigantic gong and drum covered the sky and earth. Dong, an extremely clear and melodious sound of a gong resounded through the heavens and earth. At this moment, even the source world could hear this gong and drum sound. Skyhound, Sherpa, Tian Chen, return quickly. The green cat is going to die, Lindsay is going to die. Let the beginner martial powerhouses break out of the celestial cemetery and cause chaos in the 3 realms. Ha ha ha. The beginner martial powerhouses outside, are you going to the celestial cemetery to receive your companions, or are you here to cause trouble? Cause trouble. Aren't you afraid that the source world will join forces and plot against you? Ha ha ha, do you dare to come? Fang Ping's voice was sonorous, resounding through the sky and earth. At this moment, he did not care about everyone's expression and struck the gong and drum again. Return. The three of you, if you don't return, don't blame me for not protecting you when the green cat and Lindsay die. You're crazy. At this moment, on the other side, Hong Yu was furious. He shouted, Fang Ping, don't you mess around. What do you know? Skyhound and the other two went to the Celestial Cemetery to suppress beginner martial artists. We are also suppressing beginner martial artists in the outside world. They are not the only ones contributing. You don't know anything. Stop messing around. Hong Yu shouted angrily. Heavenly King Jin frowned slightly and said in a low voice, Fang Ping, Tian Chen and the other two went to the Celestial Cemetery. Everyone in the source world knows about this, including beginner martial artists. The beginner martial artists in the depths of misery are being suppressed by us. The beginner martial artists in the Celestial Cemetery are being suppressed by them. This was a tacit agreement between both sides. It did not mean that the three powerhouses were fighting alone in the Celestial Cemetery. These powerhouses of the source world still had some alliances. King Kuan and the other broken 8 powerhouses were also suppressing the Chuwu mainland. Otherwise, the powerful beginner martial artists would not have been afraid to enter the land realm. Fang Ping paused for a moment, then laughed. Is that so? What does that have to do with me? Big Cat, are you going to be killed by someone? Are they going to listen to you? Are they going to protect you or not? If they want to protect you, then come back. Who cares if he's a beginner martial artist or not? Fang Ping laughed. The 9 emperors and 4 emperors don't care. TSK, each and every one of you is so selfless. But the last time when the beginner martial artists attacked, I didn't see any of you joining forces to kill them. Fang Ping roared, Big Cat, call them back. Why do you care about other people's lives? Who cares if they're at origin or beginner martial artists? Your own life is your own. In this world, if the origin loses, then it'll be a beginner martial artist. At this moment, Fang Ping hit the gong again and laughed. Beginner martial artists, did you hear that? If you win, the human race will be a beginner martial artist. I, Fang Ping, am a man of my word. After killing all these powerhouses of the origin, I'll collapse my Dao and walk the beginner martial path. How about that? At this moment, in a faraway place, an extremely powerful mentality swept over. An old voice came slowly. Human King, are you serious? Serious? Fang Ping roared. What does beginner martial artists and origin have to do with me? The human race has close to 10 billion people. Only a few of them walk the origin path. If you help me kill Hong Yu and Li Zhu today, everyone below rank 9 will be a beginner martial artist. I'll let you preach to the world. Rumble, heaven and earth changed. At this moment, in the depths of the sea of sufferings, shadows of powerhouses were projected between heaven and earth. Even Heavenly Arm, who was struck away by Heavenly King suppressing that day, was projected between heaven and earth. He said in a clear voice, Human King, the human race, you have the final say? I have the final say. Fang Ping roared. Didn't you want to kill Tsang Mao to cut off the origin? There's no need for that. You help me kill these powerhouses of the origin. The human race is all new martial artists. The new martial artist generation hasn't been around for many years. Do we care about the beginner martial artist path? We haven't received any favors from the 9 emperors and 4 emperors. We're not their successors. Do we care about what path we take? Even if I don't walk the pure origin path and break my Tao, I can walk it however I want. My body isn't weak, beginner martial artists, what do you think? At this moment, a shadow appeared between heaven and earth again. King Kuan appeared. At this moment, King Kuan's projection was extremely huge. His voice was cold. Fang Ping, do you know what you're saying? Fang Ping roared. Of course I know. Do you think I don't dare? Can't do it? Do you think I have to stick to the origin path? Do you think the human race has to walk the origin path? It's all just what you think. Why, since I'm being ostracized and oppressed in the origin path, then I'll go against the origin, the heavenly kings of the origin path that died were all killed by me. Most of the saints that died were slaughtered by me, were already irreconcilable. Do you think I'm still afraid of you? Go against the origin. A loud roar, accompanied by the sound of the sky gong, resounded in all directions, resounding in the three realms. At this moment, someone echoed. Li Chongqing cut off the sky demon king's wings with a sword and roared. Then go against the origin. It has never obeyed. Go against the origin. Go against the origin. One by one, the powerhouses roared loudly. Below, the millions of martial artist army roared in unison. The southern territory was shaken. Go against the origin. At this moment, the sky fell and the earth cracked. Rumble, thunder appeared. With a rumble, lightning struck down, smashing the mountain peaks and splitting the rivers. Fang Ping laughed. Are you afraid? Son of AB***, fight me. 9 emperors and 4 emperors. Did anyone hear that? Ha ha ha. If you force me, I'll make sure you have nowhere to go. Do you hear the beginner martial lineage? Do you hear the cries of the humans? Heaven and earth are not to be feared. I'll decide what path to take. If I say the origin is dog sh*t, then it's dog sh*t, Fang Ping roared. Is there anyone willing to help me? If you kill these enemies, then you'll be my ally. Rumble, between heaven and earth, thunder rumbled everywhere. At this moment, someone could not hold it in anymore. Hong Yu shouted, Li Zhan, you've walked on the origin. Now, are you returning to the beginner martial lineage? Kuanping, you've achieved Dao through the origin. Are you going to walk on the beginner martial lineage? In the Battle of Myriad Daos, the beginner martial lineage was defeated. Do you still want to walk on the beginner martial lineage? Can you walk on the beginner martial lineage? Hong Yu shouted angrily, Fang Ping, do you think you can win just because you've gone against the origin? Ask the 3 realms, how many would agree to walk on the origin path? You're courting death. At this moment, in the sky, a long spear appeared in the weapon master's hand. He shouted coldly, Fang Ping, you can't talk nonsense. The origin path has been passed down for 30,000 years. No matter how serious the struggle of the origin is, it doesn't affect the foundation. Go to hell. Fang Ping cursed. Old thing, I'll kill you next. UF** King meddled in my business and obstructed the human race. I'll remember this. You're even more despicable than King Kuan and the rest. If you push me too far, I'll kill you first. Tian Chief's ending will be your ending, don't give me that. If you don't want me to rebel, the human race to rebel, kill Li Zhu now. Otherwise, when I rebel against the origin, I'll kill you first. The weapon master was stunned by the scolding. Fang Ping did not care what he thought. He laughed. I don't care about the subduing heavenly king. King Wu, the human race rebelled against the origin. Are you willing to give up on the emperor path? The human race has no emperor. Zhang Tao was indifferent. Ha ha ha. Fang Ping laughed again. Did you hear that? Did you hear that? Let me tell you, this is the attitude of the human race. Do you think I'll just accept it? In your dreams. As long as the beginner martial lineage doesn't care about the death of the 5 saints, then it's fine. Everything can be discussed. Preaching isn't a big deal. Just do it. As for the cat, do you think that if you break its origin, you'll be able to break its origin? You're thinking too much. If it really doesn't work, everything can be discussed. Even if the cat's origin world is destroyed, it's not like we can't talk. The cat looked at him innocently. Did you sell your cat? Fang Ping raised his brows, signaling it not to be anxious. He was just saying. If he could rope in the beginner martial lineage and get rid of these origin powerhouses first, that would be the best. Even if he could not, give the beginner martial lineage some hope, it would not meddle in his business with Li Zhu and the rest. Li Zhu and the rest would not side with the beginner martial lineage, they were all counting on the origin to prove their Dao and become an emperor. How could they give up on the origin? As for Fang Ping, it was possible. It was possible. That was hope. The beginner martial lineage powerhouses all looked solemn at this moment. Fang Ping actually had the intention to lead the human race on the path of beginner martial. The beginner martial lineage had been defeated in the Battle of Myriad Paths. For 30,000 years in the three realms, the human world and the land realm had always been on the path of origin. Now, the human world was incomparably powerful. As a human king, Fang Ping actually said that they should go against the path of beginner martial. It was like a bolt from the blue. The beginner martial lineage had gone crazy. What did this mean? It meant that the battle of Tao might be reversed, although they had lost in the past. If the human race really went against the path of beginner martial, they would actually win without fighting this time. Lunatic. In the faraway sea region, Moon Spirit sighed again. What a lunatic. Li Zhu and the rest provoked Fang Ping. Hong Yu provoked Fang Ping. They might all be stronger than Fang Ping, but they were not as ruthless as him. Had anyone ever thought that Fang Ping would say something like that? At this time, when the origin and the beginner martial lineage were already exposed as mortal enemies, Fang Ping, a super genius of the path of origin, actually said that he wanted to lead the human race on the path of beginner martial. The 9 sovereigns and 4 emperors might not even die. How could Fang Ping dare to say this at this time? He really dared to say it. Did Fang Ping think that once the powerhouses returned and knew that he, a human king, had such thoughts, they might not let him go? Was he not afraid of being punished? This was something that everyone was well aware of. At this moment, the heavens and earth roared and thunder roared. This thunder seemed to be caused by the trembling of the path of origin. This might be the result of the emperors sensing everything from a place infinitely far away. Was Fang Ping not afraid of death? West Imperial Palace. Xing Nan was so scared that his face turned pale. Treason, really treason. Fang Ping actually dared to say this. Not only him, if Fang Ping was alone, it would not be a big deal. The origin did not lack 1 or 2 people. But this was a human king. He actually represented the human race and wanted to rely on beginner martial. How many humans were there? Billions. This was not the key point. The key point was that the human race was actually the foundation of the 3 realms. Everything originated from the human race, and today, Fang Ping wanted to break the foundation of the 9 sovereigns and 4 emperors. Yes, this was breaking the foundation of the 9 sovereigns and 4 emperors. Fang Ping was digging his own grave. Celestial Polarity sighed. I say, they're all lunatics. Quick, close the passageway and move the West Imperial Dojo. Move it deeper. If we're not careful this time, it will be a battle to the death between beginner martial and the origin. If those lunatics in the Sky Tomb are also released, today, 5 or 6 of them will die. That's normal. Quick, leave this place. We can't stay in the 3 realms anymore. We can't live like this anymore. The Battle of Myriad Tao, the battle from 30,000 years ago, might explode again today. Crazy, the powerhouses of the beginner martial lineage were probably about to explode with excitement. There were many powerhouses of the human race. Of course, if they really betrayed, Lin Zi and the others might not still support the human race. It was okay, Fang Ping and King Wu were here. In addition, Heavenly King Zhen, Sherpa, Tengu, Tian Chen, a large number of powerhouses might hesitate. The premise was that Fang Ping had really talked to the cat, and the cat was also willing. Those top powerhouses might hesitate. And if they hesitated? Beginner Martial's chance had come, Sky Arm Continent. At this moment, Heavenly Arm Elder appeared again and transmitted his voice in all directions. He said excitedly, quick, wake up all our sleeping friends. Today's chance is here. Break the Sky Tomb, save Fist God and the others, and kill the origin. Prepare for battle. Heavenly Arm Elder roared. The entire continent heard his voice. Prepare for battle. The battle from 30,000 years ago is not over yet. If the human race really rebelled against the origin, follow me into the land realm. This 30,000-year-old elder was extremely excited at this moment. The human race was rebelling, unexpectedly. The beginner martial lineage had never considered this possibility before. They had lost the Battle of Tao 30,000 years ago. Since then, the 9 sovereigns and 4 emperors succeeded in proving their Tao, and the beginner martial lineage was completely suppressed. In this era where the 9 sovereigns and 4 emperors might not die, there was actually a clan leader who said the words of rebelling against the origin. How could he not be excited? Kill the cat. Everything was still unknown. However, the human race rebelled against the origin and took the beginner martial path. This represented the Battle of Tao, and they won in the end. At this moment, in the center of the continent, Ironhead was stunned. Fang Ping was really good, the entire sea of sufferings was in chaos, waves of aura boiled, and the sleeping powerhouses were awakened one by one. Even in Skyarm continent, there were sleeping powerhouses who were forcibly awakened at this moment. There were emperors, saints, and even some powerful people who were suspected to be heavenly kings. They were all awakening. The war was about to begin, the real war that would engulf the three realms. At this moment, a powerhouse who was proficient in mentality transmitted his voice in all directions. He transmitted his voice to Fang Ping, taking it very seriously. He asked again, "Human King, if we take action, the human race is really willing to pass on the beginner martial path?" Willing. Fang Ping could not transmit his voice that far, but with the sound of the sky bell, he did it. At this moment, Fang Ping's voice was firm. "I'll say this in advance, the human race is not a slave. Taking the beginner martial path is only the martial path, not to be your grandsons. As long as you don't interfere with the human race's internal affairs, it's the same whether the human race takes the beginner martial path or the origin. If you can agree, then there's a basis for cooperation. If you want to be the grandfather of the human race, you can't either. You're not qualified. I'm only talking about the martial path, the beginner martial path, nothing else. You have to understand this point, otherwise, don't blame the human race for taking the beginner martial path today and rebelling tomorrow." If Fang Ping agreed immediately, some people would still be worried. At this moment, hearing Fang Ping's words, some people calmed down instantly. The heavenly arm elder roared, "At this realm, there's no meaning in ruling the human race. Human King, if the human race really takes the beginner martial path, then today will be the day of the war." Rumble, streams of aura that pierced through heaven and earth rose, continents emerged from the depths of the sea of misery, one by one, heavenly kings soared into the sky, their killing intent boiling, in the tomb of heaven. Rumble, one by one, huge figures emerged. Someone laughed and said, "Tengu, Tianchen, did you guys hear that? Ha ha ha. Interesting, too interesting. Ha ha ha, did the 9 sovereigns and 4 emperors think that this day would come? Do they dare to believe it? Do they dare to believe that the human king will rebel against the origin today? Ha ha ha. This is too interesting." One by one, the sky-shaking figures appeared, all of them laughing maniacally. At this moment, Tian Chen and the others' expressions changed. Tengu grimaced, unable to refute for a moment. He could not help but curse, "This. What the F***ck is going on? What should they do?" On the human side, the human king wanted them to retreat and return. Song Mao was in the human race. As for the human race, now they wanted to rebel against the origin and negotiate with their archenemy, the beginner martial path, about changing the orthodoxy. Even Tengu was stunned. The human king, Fang Ping, the kid he saw that day, had guts, too. Crazy, this was equivalent to betraying the 9 sovereigns and 4 emperors. Not only that, but he also dug up their foundation and betrayed them with the human race. If the emperors returned, the first person they would kill would be Fang Ping. There would be no exceptions. Sherpa was also stunned. "What should we do? The 2 of you. What should we do?" Fang Ping. Human king, the corner of Sherpa's mouth twitched, it was too cruel. This guy is a human devil, right? At this moment, Sherpa could not help but say this. Human devil, Fang Ping's words had even shaken the foundation of the origin. It could be said that the effect of the human race rebelling against the origin might be 10 times, 100 times better than killing Song Mao. The people of the beginner martial path were laughing hysterically. Tian Chen's expression was uncertain. He said in a low voice, "We can't retreat, continue to suppress them. Now we can only take it one step at a time." At this time, in the center of the mainland, someone laughed. "What are you waiting for? Tian Chen, Tengu, as long as you join forces with us, Song Mao, no one will kill him. Destroy the 9 sovereigns and 4 emperors' orthodoxy, destroy the origin's foundation, and spread the beginner martial path. You guys, do as you wish." As long as you don't spread the origin, we won't pursue the past. That's right, Xianxia, shut up. Xianxia roared angrily, slightly enraged. He kept repeating Fang Ping's name in his heart. This person had really broken the taboo this time. As soon as this was said, the powerhouses of the origin were going crazy. Xianxia looked into the endless darkness and murmured, something big is going to happen. Will there be emperors returning? Something big was really going to happen. If things went wrong today, the origin would be in grave danger. Fang Ping was indeed crazy. The deaths of the heavenly kings like Demon Emperor, Heaven Reverse, Tian Chief, and King Sun were all related to him. Many of the sages were dead too. The strength of the origin had been greatly weakened by the sky, therefore, when Fang Ping said that he wanted to rebel, the beginner martial path did not dare to underestimate him, much less take him seriously. The origin did not even dare to treat it as a joke. Those who knew Fang Ping's temper believed that he would do it. In the three realms, the auras of powerhouses shook heaven and earth. Thunder rumbled incessantly. Fang Ping's laughter echoed between heaven and earth as he struck the sky bell again and again. You're forcing me, aren't you? Continue. This is just the beginning, I still have a lot of plans. Moon Spirit knows. Ha ha ha, is anyone of the 9 sovereigns and 4 emperors returning? Are they going to attack? Come on, kill me. I'll let you guys go crazy together. Fang Ping laughed maniacally, but his eyes were calm. Return my ass, come out now if you have the guts. The 3 realms were shaken. At this moment, Heavenly King Zhen was stunned. He did not expect this to happen. Fang Ping suddenly shouted something like this in the middle of the battle. It was unbelievable. Even if everyone knew he was comforting the Chuwu lineage and asking them not to interfere, but, this lunatic Fang Ping might really go against the origins, really, as long as the timing was right, he did not care about the orthodoxy. The martial king would not care either. Fang Ping. Fang Ping. One by one, the origin powerhouses were shocked. One by one, the origin powerhouses looked at Fang Ping. Their gazes were complicated, cold, and fearful. Fang Ping was still laughing wildly. He shouted, let me ask you, how many of the 3 realms' origins are on the side of humans and me? As long as there are enough, we will join forces with the Chuwu lineage and destroy our enemies. The 9 sovereigns and 4 emperors are back. At most, we will fight. If we lose, we will die. I'm not afraid of death. As soon as he said that, the bandits of the chaotic heavenly king suddenly went crazy. Someone laughed wildly. No, I've fallen in love with King Ren. Ha ha ha, King Ren, I'm on your side. Kill the 9 sovereigns and 4 emperors and get their wives. King Ren is so domineering. I'm on your side. Do you want it? Chaotic heavenly king panicked. He shouted, all of you, shut up. You're all from the kingdom of chaos now. Boss, follow King Ren. It's awesome. Someone shouted, what are you afraid of? Fight if you're unhappy. Who cares about the Chuwu lineage? 8,000 years ago, when the world changed, did the 9 sovereigns and 4 emperors think about us? The age of chaos, ha ha ha, the age of chaos. How many people died? How many brothers died? At this moment, a bandit wailed. Fight them. I've gone crazy after 2,000 years of chaos. My parents died, my brothers and sisters died, my whole family died. Scheming? Who the F***ck cares if I live or die? Boss, fight with King Ren. The bandits had their own story. 8,000 years ago, the world changed. Too many people died. 2,000 years of chaos. That was the Dark Age. How could they not go crazy? The upper echelons wouldn't die, and no one cared about the lower echelons. The middle echelons were the most pitiful, becoming everyone's pawns. In the chaotic era, the 72 kings were all forced out. Today, Fang Ping was going to overturn the chessboard. They were too excited. Human sovereign, I'll fight you. A saint roared angrily, overturn the 3 realms and kill all these chess players. I want to see who can still play chess. F***ck. F***ck. The bandits were excited, she was heartbroken. The little brother that he had brought out was actually going to run away. This was unreasonable. It was not easy for him to gather all his underlings. It was not for the sake of giving them to Feng Ping. Luan was very sad and anxious. She shouted, "What are you shouting for? Listen to me, I'll lead you." Did he not want to reverse the origin? If you follow me, I'll rebel against the beginner origin martial artists and be the boss. Roar, roar, roar. It was crazy. This time, the bandits really went crazy. All of them were extremely excited. Boss, do it. Wait a moment, the boss is only at level 7. Can he really do it? Why don't we work together with the humans? Let's get rid of the others first, then the humans, and then we'll be the boss? Well done. Someone shouted, "Human Sovereign, we'll team up with you first. If we win, our boss will fight you one-on-one. Whoever wins will be the boss." How about that? Feng Ping laughed too. All right. Luan, let's do it together. Do you want to join us? Luan grimaced. His position as the boss was at stake. This could not go on, he could not back down. Hearing that, he quickly said, "All right. That's a deal then." There was silence everywhere. The weapon master shouted coldly, "Luan, *CK your grandpa." Luan scolded directly, "I have a grudge against Hong Yu. If you dare to help Hong Yu, you're going against me. Feng Ping, why don't we team up and kill him first?" Having said that, he looked at Feng and shouted, "Why don't you wait first? After we kill him, I might die too. Then, I'll come back and kill you. Let's take advantage of you." Feng was speechless. What was wrong with this era? She did not understand. She thought she had plotted against the 3 realms. In the end, she met a group of people who did not play by the rules. What else was there to plot? The weapon master was the most powerful person after the 9 sovereigns and 4 emperors. Today, he was scolded again and again. His face was livid, no one took him seriously. What weapon master? What broken 8? They were scolding him. So what? Not only were they scolding him, but they also wanted to kill him. Not only did they want to kill him, they might actually be able to kill him, because at this moment, Feng Ping shouted, "Heavenly King subduing, it doesn't matter if you're going against the origin. How about we team up and kill this old thing? Chuo, it doesn't matter if I want to work with you or not. Let's work together and kill this old thing first. You won't lose anything." A broken 8, and a lackey of the origin, a loyal lackey. Killing him will definitely be profitable. This is also the basis of our cooperation. 2 broken 8 will do. See Guardian, you guys do what you need to do. Working with Chuo might not work now. Killing a weapon master won't be a big loss. Let me vent my anger too. How about that? The surroundings fell silent again. However, at this time, there was movement in the depths of the sea of sufferings. Heavenly Arm and an old man with silver-white hair came walking in the air. They broke through the passageway and broke heaven and earth. Heavenly Arm laughed. Sure. We can talk about the cooperation later. We will spare no effort. To kill a weapon master. Even if one of us dies, it will be worth it. Everyone, if you don't interfere, today, we will kill a weapon master. Feng Ping laughed crazily again. The weapon master's face turned green. He really wanted to kill him. Heavenly King subduing, 2 Chuo with broken 8, plus Feng Ping and Luan. If Feng did not interfere, he suspected that he would really die. This was also a major prerequisite for both sides to cooperate. Just as Feng Ping said, killing him would not cause any loss for Chuo. It was a sure win. Even if 1 broken 8 died, it would be worth it. One of the 3 messengers in the past. Killing a weapon master and a broken 8 powerhouse was worth it. The world had changed. The weapon master was really frustrated at this moment. He did not know what to say. Feng Ping sneered. Scram now. If you scram, I'll spare your worthless life. If you don't, I'll kill you. The weapon master's eyes were cold. He looked at Feng Ping and said in a low voice, "Do you know that Origin Dao can rule the 3 realms for 30,000 years? Kill." Feng Ping gave up on the 5 saints and charged toward them. Heavenly King subduing, force him into level 6. You really want to kill him? The Heavenly King subduing was stunned. Nonsense. Old man, hurry up. Whose side are you on? The Heavenly King subduing was a little dazed. You want to kill a weapon master? This. I can't react in time. Are you fighting the catacombs or these wandering Heavenly Kings? Very quickly, his expression changed slightly. Maybe Fang Ping did not come to fight the catacombs powerhouses this time. He came to eliminate these unstable factors. Luan wanted to cooperate with humans. The Sea Guardian was completely separated from the other forces. The Sky Chief was killed. Feng was definitely going against the humans. As for the weapon master, he was not sure. There was another uncertainty, and that was Moon Spirit. However, Moon Spirit was a little scared by Fang Ping. She probably would not dare to do anything to humans now. Instead, it was the weapon master who was the most unstable. Of course, there was still celestial polarity. However, with celestial polarity being scared by Fang Ping, he probably would not dare to be Fang Ping's enemy. After killing the weapon master, the situation of the three realms would be completely clear. Not only that, the Heavenly King subduing thought of Chiwu again. This time, Fang Ping had given Chiwu hope. Chiwu would no longer be hostile to Fang Ping. At least, before dealing with Fang Ping, he would definitely consider whether he could rope Fang Ping in. Fang Ping had no position. At least, he had no position in the battle between Origin and Chiwu. The Heavenly King subduing looked at Fang Ping with a complicated expression. This kid. Did he create this situation unintentionally, or on purpose? If he did, this kid was really scary. Did he have the time to calculate all this when he was cultivating? Even King Wu was not as good as him. Fang Ping toyed with people's hearts. He was really strong. It seemed like he was fighting the catacombs powerhouses, but in the end, it became the division of the three realms forces. All forces suffered losses. Only the humans were getting stronger. Scary. The Heavenly King subduing suddenly felt a chill. When did this kid think that he was not a good person? Would it be like today, creating a situation where the three realms would kill him together? At this moment, the void was torn apart. Two powerhouses were about to arrive. Someone wanted to stop them. King Kuan. At this moment, Fang Ping shouted, if we don't stop them, that human is still from Origin. If we stop them, today will be the Chiwu humans. King Kuan's expression changed again. Should he stop them or not? Hong Yu shouted angrily, attack. Don't be threatened by him. Otherwise, it will always be like this. The weapon master cannot die. They were talking about how the weapon master could not die. A broken 8 powerhouse was in danger now. The cultivators of the Chiwu lineage were overjoyed. No rush to force the humans to join Chiwu. As long as King Kuan and the others did not interfere, they would take the opportunity to kill the weapon master today. This opportunity was too rare. Besides Fang Ping, it seemed like no one else could create such an opportunity again. Hong Yu shouted again, Kuan Ping, do you want to watch the weapon master be killed? Fang Ping laughed. Monster Emperor, the demons want to rise again. The three realms want to reshuffle. The weapon master is stubbornly loyal and stupid. You betrayed the celestial court. Will he let you go? How many years have you known each other? Don't you understand? If you kill him, the Origin will not be destroyed. Even if they suffer some losses, it will be Hong Yu and the others who suffer. That's just nice. It will give you time to develop. Why do you care so much? As soon as he said that, the Sea Guardian seemed to have made up his mind. With a punch, he broke the 8th heaven and brought Hong Yu into 8th heaven, killing the weapon master. There were still many Origin powerhouses. Just as Fang Ping said, the weapon master was stubbornly loyal. If he betrayed the celestial court, that fellow might come looking for trouble. If he died, so be it. The Sea Guardian did not care and brought Hong Yu away. This way, the only one who had the right to interfere was King Kuan. He was also at Broken 8. Fang Ping shouted again, Heavenly King, if you don't want to kill your friend, you can go and stop King Kuan and the two Chiwu powerhouses. Let's kill the weapon master together. How about that? All right. Skyarm agreed readily. The Heavenly King's expression was complicated and bitter. He sighed. Forget it, leave the divine sect to me. Do whatever you want. He left. Before he left, he blasted the weapon master to 6th heaven with a punch. At this moment, the two Chuwu powerhouses arrived. Skyarm laughed. Human King, kill him and we can talk about working together again. Human King, the Chuwu lineage is willing to talk to the human race. The other powerhouse also spoke. At this time, he was being really polite. Rumble, a great battle broke out instantly. The two powerhouses really wanted to kill the weapon master. There was no doubt about it. This was a rare opportunity. Fang Ping chuckled and did not continue to interfere. He looked at the weapon master's frenzied outburst, the heavenly spear flashing. He grinned. Old man, I hate people like you the most. It's all because of you bastards. Just like King Kuan and Li Zhu, you're clearly the enemy of the human race. I'm not that angry yet, but you have to pretend to be strong. Heavenly Court is the orthodox, Hong Yu is the orthodox. Orthodox my ***. I'll kill you and you can be the orthodox on the road to hell. Everyone was dumbfounded. In the blink of an eye, Fang Ping had tricked two Chuwu supreme powerhouses to join the battle. But no one said anything. Even Hong Yu and Li Zhu did not speak at this moment. They were worried that Fang Ping would continue to go crazy and really bring the entire human race to join the Chuwu lineage. Now, it seemed like Fang Ping was also restraining himself, only letting the Chuwu martial artists fight the weapon master. Fang Ping's control of speed was also shocking. This was the limit of what they could bear, otherwise, the Sea Guardian and the others might fall out with Fang Ping. Fang Ping, on the other hand, said that he would only kill the weapon masters. Thinking about it, everyone felt a chill in their hearts, only killing the weapon masters. Since when did Fang Ping have the confidence to kill the weapon masters? When he said he would kill the weapon masters, someone would be willing to help him. This was something that was impossible even in ancient times. Humph! A muffled grunt was heard. The weapon master broke through the endless void, his face pale. He was fighting 1 against 2. How could he be a match? At his peak, which was the day he killed the supreme powerhouses, he might have been able to do it. But today, he could not. He had just awakened not long ago and had not recovered to his peak. Seeing this, Fang Ping sneered. You haven't even recovered your full strength, and you dare to jump out. The two of you are Chuwu supreme powerhouses. If you want to kill him, you must take this opportunity. If you are not afraid of death, then fight him to the death. Don't think that you will die. Humans have fought until now because they dare. If you kill him, the Chuwu lineage can more or less turn the tables. Heavenly arms were like jade. He laughed heartily. Don't worry, Human King. This is my first time working with a human king. The Chuwu lineage will not let you look down on us. We, the Chuwu powerhouses, are not afraid of death. Fang Ping believed this. The Chuwu lineage fellows were quite scary. Previously, the 4 heavenly kings knew that they were going to die, but they still dared to fight to the death. Based on this, Fang Ping knew that this lineage was not to be trifled with. If it were not for the fact that there were no Chuwu powerhouses who had proven themselves as emperors, they might not be afraid of the origin lineage. At this moment, vitality erupted from Heavenly arms, piercing through 8th heaven. He was incomparably crazy. Punch after punch, he bombarded the weapon master. Another mentality powerhouse was currently doing something that shocked Fang Ping. He transformed into heaven and earth in 8th heaven. He wanted to seal his origin. Once he succeeded in sealing the weapon master's origin, the weapon master would definitely die. Damn it, the weapon master went crazy. His hair was disheveled. Holding the divine spear, he was also crazy. He roared, Li Zhan. Are you going to sit and watch me get killed? Hong Yu, Kuanping. Damn it. Seal. The weapon master was panicking. He was really panicking. His strength was not as good as before. Once his origin was sealed by this mentality powerhouse, he would be dead for sure. He would not even be able to run. Heavenly Arm's origin was sealed. Although breaking through to 8th heaven would weaken his origin, he had not reached that stage yet. Right now, his origin had increased by more than 3 times. Once it was sealed, he still had powerful combat strength. He might be comparable to the broken 6 heavenly kings, but against a physique powerhouse, it would be strange if he could not kill him. Seniors, let's finish this quickly. I'll go kill a few people and come back to help. Fang Ping laughed heartily and charged downwards. He had given up on the 5 saints just now to force the Heavenly King Subduing not to interfere. He was afraid that the Heavenly King Subduing would choose to interfere because they were good friends. If that happened, Fang Ping's previous plan would be in vain. That was why he came here personally, to make his stance clear. He would not rest until he was dead. Why did he interfere blindly? Did he not know that he, Fang Ping, hated fence-sitters the most? When the weapon master first revived, he wanted to snatch his Heavenly King seal. He could not kill him. The battle was getting weirder and weirder. At this moment, Li Zhu calmed down. Looking at the 5 saints who were about to escape, he said coldly, to break the stalemate. Kill Fang. If he killed Fang Ping, the stalemate would be broken. Without Fang Ping, many powerhouses of the origins would not allow the humans to rely on Chu Wu. Sea Guardian, Chaos, Dragon Transformation, Lin Zi, so many powerhouses were actually roped in by Fang Ping. Even if King Wu was still alive, he would not be as dangerous as Fang Ping. If King Wu wanted to rely on Chu Wu, it would depend on the situation. He dared not make such a rash decision. Everything was in Fang Ping's hands. If Fang Ping died, the connection between the humans and Song Mao would be severed. Powerhouses like the Heavenly Hound would no longer be a backup for the humans to rely on Chu Wu. Absolutely not. Chu Wu wanted to kill Song Mao, therefore, in the end, it was still Fang Ping. Fang Ping could not be bothered with him. He looked at the 5 saints below and said lightly, the 2 under Sky Chief can leave now. Without the saint token, without the Heavenly King to back you up, staying here. Are you sure you want to die? If you're sure, I'll kill you later. Do you believe me? The 2 of them looked at each other, gritted their teeth, and said in a low voice, we want to bring the Heavenly Secret away. The heavily injured Heavenly Secret. Sure. Get lost. Without another word, the 2 of them gathered the Heavenly Secret and were about to leave. At this moment, Sky Sword was a little angry. He shouted, you can't leave, rumble. With a loud bang, the 2 saints attacked him directly. One blow sent Sky Sword flying. The 2 of them quickly left with the Heavenly Secret, not even looking back. What a joke, the weapon master was about to be killed. Sky Chief was dead. Sky Yong was killed. Why would they stay, wait for death? Did they really think that Fang Ping did not dare to kill them? Did they really think that they were idiots? If they were not trapped by Fang Ping just now, they would have escaped long ago. They would not have waited until now. Hee hee, Fang Ping chuckled and looked at the 3 saints. He did not know why he was laughing. The 3 saints' expressions kept changing. It was dangerous, but they could not leave. If they left, this battle would be completely lost. Who knew how many saints and even heavenly kings would die today? Because if they ran, Fang Ping would release his combat strength. At this moment, even Li Zhu sighed inaudibly. The situation was reversed. It was really reversed. Today, after so many arrangements and inviting so many powerhouses as reinforcements, even the divine sect was suppressed by Heavenly King suppression. The 3 realms no longer had any reinforcements. On one side, the humans had suppressed all the enemies in the 3 realms. Fang Ping was terrifying. It was not his strength, it was his scheming, it was his unique charm. Even if they were enemies, Li Zhu had to admit Fang Ping's charm. He could make the humans die for him, he could make King Wu and the others submit, and he could also make some powerhouses in the 3 realms willingly fall into his trap. For example, Chu Wu. They knew that Fang Ping was scheming, but they were willing because Fang Ping created a great opportunity for them. Li Zhu sighed bitterly and murmured, who can reverse all of this? The weapon master and the 3 saints were all going to die, who could reverse it? Probably no more, right? King Wu chuckled. Awesome, before, these people thought that they controlled everything. Now, the humans controlled everything. If they wanted to kill them, they would kill them. After killing the weapon master and the 3 saints, the catacombs better behave themselves. Otherwise, they would be beaten until they ate dirt. Below, Fang Ping laughed. Don't say that. Otherwise, I'm afraid the 9 sovereigns and 4 emperors will really come back and interfere. We have to keep a low profile. Li Zhu, don't be afraid. I'll kill the 3 of them and the weapon master. Then, I'll end the war. Am I good enough? Li Zhu snorted. He was about to say that he would not be able to kill the three saints so easily. After all, they were existences close to the heavenly king level, but in the next moment, he swallowed the words that were on the tip of his tongue. Song Mao, yes, everyone had almost forgotten about Song Mao. At this moment, Song Mao suddenly pulled Celestial Sword's main body away. Above, the heaven confinement bell suddenly emitted a violent sound, shaking the void until it exploded. Celestial Sword's golden body exploded. Immediately, yes, it was that simple. Fang Ping was still very far away from the three saints, but he destroyed Celestial Sword's golden body in the blink of an eye. Fang Ping laughed, grabbing the 8 saint tokens and the heavenly king seal in the air directly into his hands. The god-slaying saber appeared in the void, slashing out countless times. Boom! The Tao collapsed. The two kings did not even have time to rescue. Celestial Sword's Tao was broken by Fang Ping's breakthrough into the main body. Fang Ping strolled in the void, laughing. Do the saints have the right to oppose me? Do they have the right to oppose me? Both of you, since you love each other so much, I'll send you on your way to love. Bastard! An angry roar was heard. Both of them spoke in unison. At this moment, the Tao that had been entangled in the air for a long time suddenly took a step forward. Rumble! In the source world, 2 large stars rose up, boiling. Li Zhu suddenly smiled. Success! The two kings had achieved heavenly King Tao. This time, there was still a fight. At this critical moment, the danger of their lives had also forced the two kings to achieve Tao. If they did not succeed, they would die without a doubt. If they succeeded, the two of them would definitely not lose to Fang Ping. At this moment, both of them stared at Fang Ping. They quickly transformed, revealing smiles. Smiles of luck. They would not die. Fang Ping could not help but laugh. He walked in the air, attracting all their attention. He laughed. I haven't completed my transformation. How can 2 newly promoted heavenly kings be my opponents? Huh? I think you'd better die. Fang Ping broke into the source and resisted Fang Ping with all his might. Beside him, the cat's mentality fluctuated. Tianji and Tianming had no choice but to resist this man and cat's joint attack. The cat's eyes suddenly widened. The two kings had no time to care about it, and at this moment, Tianming suddenly let out an extremely sharp roar. Boom! Bang! The golden body exploded. Behind them, a figure fled quickly, his face pale. Soon, King Huai, who had escaped from this place, did not look back. He roared, Human King, I did it. You have to give me what you promised me. From now on, I have to wander the 3 realms. Ha ha ha. King Huai. At this moment, the world was stunned once again. Just now, King Huai suddenly unleashed the strength of a saint, ambushed Tianming, and destroyed his flesh. And at this time, Fang Ping had quickly arrived, cutting off the source and destroying his mentality. Heavenly King. That's good too. I can still see fireworks in the source after I die. You guys are proven heavenly kings. It's too much to my liking. I like killing heavenly kings. Fang Ping's black and white energy intertwined, grabbing Tianming's mentality, and said lightly, I've heard the names of the two kings for too long. Today, I'll kill you first, then send Tianji on his way to accompany you. Tianming's face was full of horror and resentment. At this moment, he did not care about Fang Ping. Suddenly, he laughed mournfully. King Huai. Huaying. I'll wait for you. He was ambushed by King Huai, otherwise, it would not be so easy for Fang Ping to kill them. He could not accept it, a lifetime of anticipation, and today he had succeeded. He became a heavenly king, he was transforming, and he was ambushed by a nobody like King Huai, a fatal threat. Without Fang Ping, he was not afraid. Even if his golden body was destroyed, it was nothing, King Huai could not kill him. But now, he could not accept it. He would rather die at Fang Ping's hands than at King Huai's. Don't wait, I'm afraid you can't wait. Fang Ping laughed. The black and white energy erupted, instantly obliterating his mentality. Tianji had long been scared out of his wits. He self-destructed a part of his mentality, broke free from the control of the cat, and fled frantically, defeated, completely defeated. Even if he had proven his Tao and become a heavenly king, he was still defeated. Tianming was killed, Sky Sword was killed, he was no match for Fang Ping, rumble, the source universe trembled. A great star had just risen, and then it was destroyed, blasted apart. Another heavenly king had fallen, Sky Chief had just died, and now Tianming, the two top-notch saints, Sky Sword and Sky Yong, had also died tragically. In a short period of time, powerhouses who had dominated the three realms in the past had fallen just like that. At this moment, Hung Yu could not take it anymore. He roared, "Retreat! Everyone retreat, retreat to the restricted area. Retreat! Li Zhu, palm print, seal the restricted area with me, retreat." Woo woo woo, below, the catacombs sounded. Countless powerhouses retreated in defeat, the army fleeing. Retreat! Everyone retreat! Retreat to the restricted area. Madness, chaos, and defeat. Heavenly Sword was killed, losing the Heavenly King's seal was already disappointing. Now that Tianming's Heavenly King was killed in an instant, everyone was even more disappointed. Retreat, otherwise, they might all be wiped out today. On the other side, in 8th heaven, the weapon master's forlorn laughter was heard. Heaven and earth was about to be sealed. A powerhouse who had broken through 8 was exhausting his vitality to seal the origin, soon. Just a little more, his origin was in turmoil. Another moment. Perhaps the three realms would erupt in a bloodbath, breaking through 8. Someone was going to die. Hung Yu and Li Zhu could not care less about him. At this moment, Hung Yu attacked with all his might, wanting to defeat the Sea Guardian and lead everyone back to Mount Royal Sea. He wanted to seal the entire restricted area and retreat to the catacombs. Defeated, the moment Fang Ping killed Tianming, the catacombs powerhouses knew that they had lost. No one could restrain Fang Ping. If they did not leave, all the saints would die. Retreat? Fang Ping walked in the air, holding the cat in one hand. He grinned. Didn't you want to unify the three realms and chase away the humans? Why retreat? Do you, Hung Yu, and Li Zhu, not care about your reputation? Not care about your reputation? The cat repeated, arrogant. The big fat cat lay on Fang Ping's palm, letting Fang Ping hold it. It said arrogantly, "Don't run, I'll stab all of you to death. How dare you bully a cat?" Arrogant, the cat was very pleased, feeling very good. Although the liar was not that strong, the liar had won a war that engulfed the three realms. P.S. Although I want to continue writing, it's too tiring. I've already written 20,000 words today, let's stop here. The experts of the new heavenly court wanted to retreat. Although Fang Ping was currently chasing after Tianji, he did not let the others go. Right now, Fang Ping was unrestrained. In a battle between two forces, a top-notch broken 6 heavenly king was unrestrained. One could imagine how great the impact would be. As Hung Yu retreated, he shouted, "Tianji, hold him back. Stall him for a while." At this level, a breaking 6 heavens King Kong would be able to deal a fatal blow to them. In front, Tianji's face was pale as he turned to look at Hung Yu. Hung Yu's expression was sorrowful as he continued shouting, "Hold him back for a while. Li Zhu, defeat them. Now, retreat." If Tianji stopped Fang Ping, he might die. But now, he had no other choice. This time, they had invited the weapon master, Feng, Tian Chief, the 4 sages, 2 sages of the human emperor's bloodline, and 4 celestial emperors beyond the sky. So many powerful cultivators had been invited to participate in the battle. They were full of confidence in this battle, but now, defeated, even though the 2 kings were heavenly kings, they were still defeated. The number of heavenly kings participating in the battle had already exceeded the number of fingers on both sides. Skyplant, keep Fang Ping busy. Li Zhu was also shouting, energy exploded, killing Zhang Tao and the god-crafting envoy, causing them to continuously retreat, but at this time, Zhang Tao was also fighting with his life on the line, incomparably crazy. Kill. Zhang Tao was extremely excited. If they won this battle, the situation of humanity would be completely reversed. The catacombs would no longer suppress the human race. However, the catacombs' current losses were still too small. After all, Tian Kuei and the rest were external help. He wanted Fang Ping to kill a few more saints. On the other side, the palm imprint envoy was also going crazy. With a myriad worlds cauldron in his hand, he killed Lin Zi until she bled profusely. after all, Lindsay had only broken 6. She had been using her palm imprint for more than 7 years. If she had not been suppressed by Li Zhu, she would not have been entangled by Lindsay. At this moment, the palm seal envoy was also in a frenzy. He roared, "Heavenly Arm, how dare you kill a weapon master? The 3 realms are vast, but there is no place for you anymore. Ha ha ha." Heavenly Arm laughed loudly. At this moment, his arms erupted with power. With a loud roar, he shattered the weapon master's arm. He shouted angrily, "The Chuwu lineage has always been struggling at death's door. After struggling at death's door for 30,000 years, so what if there's no place to stay? Kuan Peng. Are you going to help the wicked? Lindsay, back off. Don't forget that you are the direct disciples of the Spirit Emperor." The experts were all roaring in anger. The cultivators of the origin lineage were still fighting amongst themselves. This was the reason why the 2 cultivators of the Chuwu lineage dared to surround and kill the weapon masters. If it was any other day, how many origin breakthroughs would there be? Suppressing C, commanding weapon, suppressing heavenly king, Hongyu, King Kuan, god crafting envoy, Feng. King Qian, Tian chief, Li Zhu, palm seal, chaotic. The origin lineage was extremely powerful. Over at the celestial cemetery, there were still Tengu and a few others. This was the foundation of the origin source bloodline strength. In addition, the 9 sovereigns and 4 emperors had not fallen, and there were countless experts. There were many at the peak of the Chuwu lineage who had broken through 8, but too many had been killed over the years. There were not many breaking 8 cultivators alive. There were a few in the Tomb of Heaven, but outside the Tomb of Heaven, there were no more than 5 breaking 8 cultivators. How could they fight the source? The origins had internal strife, but if they encountered a beginner martial, if there was danger, the broken 8 would still join hands. But today, he was entangled. The palm imprint envoy roared, Li Zhu roared, and Hongyu exploded. These people were risking their lives. Hongyu roared again, "Feng, do your best to defeat chaos." Feng was a heavenly king who had broken through 8, Feng's gaze flickered. He was slightly stronger than chaotic. Even though he was injured, he was still slightly stronger than chaotic. But one had to know that chaotic was a lunatic. He would really fight to the death. The more dangerous it was, the more exciting it was. If he continued fighting with such a person, even if he managed to kill chaotic, he would be at a great disadvantage. Feng sighed in his heart, his voice echoing. "Hongyu, ask Moon Spirit to help once." Moon Spirit, yes, the 3 known heavenly kings, Moon Spirit, and Heaven's Fate had yet to appear. As for King Kuan and the rest, the 3 heavenly kings were being held back by suppressing Heavenly King alone in the deep sea. Even if they defeated suppressing Heavenly King, it would be difficult for them to rush over. Moon Spirit might be able to make it. Moon Spirit, Hongyu's expression changed. Suddenly, his voice echoed in all directions. "Moon Spirit, help me once." "Stop Fong Ping." Fong Ping chuckled and interrupted. "You've already abandoned me for thousands of years, and you still have the cheek to ask? Senior Moon Spirit, don't forget our agreement. Also, Hongyu is very ruthless. If you interfere now, you might be the one who dies. He would rather you die than his subordinates. If you don't give up on a man like him, do you still want to help him?" Having said that, Fong Ping struck the sky gong. He laughed heartily. "Heaven's Fate, if Moon Spirit helps, help me stop her. If she doesn't, then forget it. I'll owe you a favor after this. If I don't die, the favor will still be useful, right?" Hongyu roared, "Heaven's Fate, how dare you interfere? Fong Ping's favor. You don't need it." West Palace. Heaven's Fate heard it. The sky gong could be transmitted to the 3 realms. A powerhouse who had broken 8 could also shake the source universe for a moment. Even if he was very far away, he could still hear it. Hearing their conversation, Heaven's Fate felt depressed. What did this have to do with him? You guys fight all you want. One dead is one less. Look, his ranking among the heavenly kings had risen by a few places in the blink of an eye. How great was that? Why did they have to drag him into this now? Heaven's Fate pretended to be deaf and dumb. He did not reply, but he was weighing in his heart. What should he do? Hide. Hiding was not a bad idea. However, both of them had their eyes on him. If Moon Spirit really attacked, if he did not stop her, he would definitely offend Fang Ping and the rest. If he stopped her, he would definitely offend Hong Yu and the rest. What a dilemma. Moon Spirit, that be *tch, it's best if she doesn't attack. Heaven's fate was depressed. He really did not want to get involved in this. Deep in the Forbidden Sea, Yue looked at Moon Spirit with a complicated expression. She said softly, "Junior sister, Hong Yu was Moon Spirit's partner. Now that Hong Yu's side was in danger, should Moon Spirit help, or sit back and do nothing?" Moon Spirit said calmly, "He won't die. Since he won't die, why should we care about him?" Yue heaved a sigh of relief when she heard that. Moon Spirit turned around and took a look. She did not say anything, her expression still calm. At this moment, heaven and earth split open again, a great path collapsed like a blood vessel. Blood rained from the sky. A saint was dead. Fang Ping chased after Tianji, but he did not keep his eyes on him. At this moment, Fang Ping charged to the battlefield where Long Transformation was. The three great saints were restraining Long Transformation. The three great saints were barely restraining him. Now, Fang Ping and Nanmao were there. Nanmao's mentality was restraining and the origin was pulling. Fang Ping broke into the origin and slashed the great path. Among these three, two were heavenly king powerhouses. One was not a heavenly king, but his mentality was stronger than a heavenly king's. How could the great saints be a match for him if they joined forces? In the blink of an eye, one of the three great saints, Tianzu, was killed on the spot. No matter how fast he was, it was useless now. "Run!" someone yelled, quickly retreating toward Hong Yu and the rest, escaping. The great saints were going crazy. Escape from the battlefield, escape from fifth heaven, otherwise, Fang Ping would defeat them one by one and kill them on the spot. Some great saints quickly converged with Tianji. Tianji was a heavenly king. Although he was not as powerful as Fang Ping, it would not be easy for Fang Ping to kill him. If they converged with Tianji, they still had a fighting chance. However, as these people escaped, some of them had their combat strength released. Long Huan laughed and met up with Fang Ping in an instant. The two great heavenly kings joined forces and swept across all directions. Another one died. Yue's expression became more and more complicated. Another great saint died. Since ancient times, there had not been more powerhouses who had died recently. As for the battle when the heavenly realm collapsed, they were almost finished at the same time. They did not see any changes in the sky. However, today, not just today. Just a few days ago, many great heavenly kings died in battle. It was the same today. The rain of blood never stopped. Moon Spirit said calmly, "With so many casualties, someone will not be able to hold it in. The three realms is not that simple. The origin has suppressed beginner martial for many years. How can it be so simple? Fang Ping letting beginner martial fight is a help but also a disadvantage. Hong Yu impersonated the earthly sovereign back then. There are some secrets too. It is not that simple. Today, you might be able to see more. You will understand the secrets of the three realms better. Many people want to see these secrets, including the great kings who are intercepting Hong Yu and the rest. Do you think they don't want to know?" Yue's expression changed slightly. King Kuan, King Qian, and King Zhen worked together. The suppressing heavenly king did not unleash his full strength, but the three of them are still entangled with him? Do you really think that one of them can't get away? Yue said softly, "Junior sister, you mean, the three realms is a huge chessboard. Today, someone is not following the rules and wants to overturn the chessboard. Since the chessboard is set up, there will be people protecting it and correcting the rules. Those who do not follow the rules will not have a good ending." Yue's expression changed completely. Then Fang Ping, Moon Spirit looked into the distance and said lightly, "Fang Ping is breaking the rules no matter what. You have to know that the few who broke the 8 dared not make a move easily. They have been hiding in the dark all these years because they don't want to break the rules and cause uncontrollable things. Fang Ping, let's see his luck." Yue frowned. After a while, she said in a low voice, "Then did Master leave a backup plan?" The North Emperor was one of the 9 emperors, as for the moon spirit, she was an unexpected heavenly king. Back then, she was not a heavenly king either, and when the heaven realm collapsed, the moon spirit was only at the emperor stage. No one knew if she was a saint or not. If the 9 emperors had set up this game of chess, how could they not have left behind any backup plans? The bloodline of the earthly sovereign had 2 sons and many sages. King Qian, King Sun, and King Zhen all had the shadow of an emperor behind them. It was the same for weapon-wielding and palm imprints. Even heavenly King Zhen had the shadows of some people behind him. What about the North Emperor's bloodline? Moon Spirit said lightly, yes or no, is there a difference? Back then, my father didn't have many experts under him. The 3 emissaries and 8 kings weren't close to the northern palace either. Yue was a little disappointed. Moon Spirit continued, now, we don't know whether King Can and King Dui are dead or alive. If they come back to life, we don't know who they will stand on. On this side, Moon Spirit didn't intend to intervene and continued to speak. On the other side, Fang Ping killed a saint effortlessly and continued to hunt down the other saints. Pfft, with a muffled sound, Fang Ping crushed a saint into pieces with one hand. He swung the god-slaying saber and slashed a thick dao. Another saint had fallen. At this point, including Tian Yong, 3 saints had fallen. There was also Tian Ming who had proven his dao. Out of the 11 saints in the catacombs, only 7 saints were left. Tianji was still alive. On the side of the catacombs, the powerhouses were retreating. At this moment, a loud shout was heard. Old Man Li's sword pierced through Heavenly Demon King's head, bang, the head exploded, and an enormous golden-winged rock fell. Old Man Li was panting, but he was laughing heartily. Success, he didn't need to slash Dao. With one slash, Heavenly Demon King was obliterated. He fought with 2 venerable emperors, Myriad Demon King and Heavenly Demon King. The others were held back by Saint Long. The mystic dragon was taken away directly. After fighting for a long time, the catacombs powerhouses retreated one after another. He finally seized the opportunity and killed the Demon King who was guarding the palace, Heavenly Demon King. King! Many true god demons exclaimed. Compared to those unfamiliar saints, the death of Heavenly Demon King made them tremble. This was the overlord of one of the catacombs' 4 main palaces, the king who guarded the palaces. Now, he was dead too. The Life King was dead. The Heavenly Demon King was dead. Almost half of the demons had betrayed them. At this moment, the remaining demons were terrified. At this moment, a few demons who were fighting with the humans suddenly roared loudly, "We are willing to respect the Demon Emperor as our master. Humans, please let us live." The Sea Guardian was still working with the humans. At this moment, this was the only way to survive. The human powerhouses were hesitant. Fang Ping's voice was heard. Someone is stained with human blood. I don't want to identify them one by one. If you want to leave now, kill the catacombs' true gods and exchange your life for theirs. What do you think, Demon Emperor? The Sea Guardian's voice was indifferent. Okay. It was not that simple to pledge allegiance. The Sea Guardian also wanted these demons to draw a clear line between them and the catacombs. Only by killing the catacombs' powerhouses could they pledge allegiance to the demon court. As soon as he said that, more than 10 demons roared and charged toward the nearby catacombs' powerhouses. Survival, survival. Fang Ping was not so easy to talk to. He did not say much about the first batch of demons that pledged allegiance to the demon court. However, at this time, the humans had the upper hand. There were still people who wanted to take the opportunity to save their lives. Of course, they had to pay the price. Kill. On the human side, Shen Haoyan and the rest were excited. Crush the catacombs. Not all of the catacombs' 100 true gods participated in the battle previously. Some were guarding the 4 directions, and some chose to participate in the battle. However, there were more than 20 demons that pledged allegiance to the demon court. A few more were killed by the emperor level. At this moment, some of the true gods who did not have time to participate in the battle were now holed up in the restricted area, not daring to join the battle at all. Although the humans did not have as many absolute powerhouses as them, they were still completely suppressed. Rumble, true gods were dying constantly, an emperor-level powerhouse was killed. The Black Dragon was captured. The combat power was already unbalanced. Old Man Li was killing myriad Demon King until he kept retreating, trying to escape the restricted area. Seiju Long was also overjoyed. He killed a few venerable emperors until they bled continuously. Victory, these people had long lost the will to fight and fled. At this moment, whoever ran slower might be killed on the spot. The sky fell and the earth cracked, the blood rain dyed the three realms blood red. These saints from Heavenly Wood were in a stalemate previously and did not participate in the battle. However, now, they all erupted rapidly. They did not aim to kill the enemy, but they could still entangle the enemy. If they were entangled, these people might die. Rumble, the ground of the southern region collapsed. The mountains crumbled. Blood-red rain covered the entire southern region. Countless catacombs people trembled. Countless people died instantly from the aftershock. Crying and wailing were of no use. This was why the humans insisted on setting the battlefield in the catacombs and not the human world, otherwise, who would have the time to protect the ordinary people when the battle started? Li Zhu was also in a frenzy at this moment. He fought a bloody battle and defeated Zhang Tao again. He roared, "Hong Yu, is the earthly emperor's avatar really annihilated? Do you want to watch the heavenly court collapse?" They could not get rid of these human powerhouses quickly. If this went on, all powerhouses below the heavenly king level would be killed. Fang Ping in dragon form had already gotten rid of the saints. Right now, Fang Ping and dragon form had joined forces. Together with Fang Ping and dragon form, 3 saints were killed instantly when they encountered them. At this moment, Hong Yu looked at the sea envoy who was still entangled with him and roared, "Kuanping, you bastards, how dare you!" Hong Yu was really angry. If the sea envoy had not been entangled with him, this would not have happened. At this moment, Hong Yu could not take it anymore. He took out a jade-colored seal and spat a mouthful of blood on it. Hong Yu murmured in a low voice, "The 3 realms are in chaos. The origin is in danger. The heavenly court is about to be destroyed. Emperor, please return." As soon as he finished speaking, the jade-colored seal broke through the void and disappeared instantly. At this moment, the sea envoy's expression changed slightly. It was not just the sea envoy. Fang Ping's expression changed too. Was the emperor really returning? Hong Yu ignored them. Blood continued to spurt from his mouth. His mentality continued to be depleted and his origin chi began to leak. It was as if he was controlling the jade seal to escape. At this moment, beside Fang Ping, dragon form suddenly muttered, "Liar, that little jade seal has rushed to the origin universe. It's flying so fast." Fang Ping's consciousness entered the origin world hurriedly. He appeared outside the origin world instantly and looked around. At this moment, he saw it too. A huge jade seal was rapidly traversing through the origin universe, flying toward the endless darkness. Fang Ping frowned. He snorted coldly and shouted angrily, "Kill! Even if the emperor returns, I will kill them all today. Killing 1 is worth it. Killing 2 is worth it. Kill!" Hong Yu and the rest did not expect that. Fang Ping and the rest were not afraid. Instead, they were excited. So what if the emperor returns? They were going to die anyway. Why not die a little more heroically? Fang Ping roared. At this moment, the origin world descended into reality and trapped a saint. The heaven confining bell vibrated. The god-slaying saber broke through the void. With a rumble, the other party's origin world was shattered. Die! Fang Ping's origin world collided. With a rumble, the saint's origin world was smashed into pieces. Fang Ping did not care about these saints anymore. He broke through the void and appeared in front of a few heavenly emperors in an instant. He threw a punch. 2 heavenly emperors did not have time to react and were smashed into pieces by his punch. Fang Ping's golden body could fight an emperor level, not to mention he had the origin enhancement. The emperor has arrived. The humans will take a bite out of him. The rest can leave. The emperor won't dare to kill all the powerhouses in the origin. Fang Ping roared and looked at 8th heaven again. There, the void was already in chaos, but he still could not kill the weapon master. At this moment, the origin universe was already shaking. The weapon master suddenly laughed out loud. His origin great Tao had almost been sealed, but now, it was about to be unsealed. Someone was stirring the Tao in the depths of the origin, shaking the origin to help him break the seal. At this moment, Heavenly Arm looked helpless. Hong Yu and the rest breathed a sigh of relief. The weapon master was fine. He was fine. At this moment, the origin was shaking. Perhaps soon, someone would arrive and kill these people. At this moment, the Breaking Eight powerhouse who had transformed into heaven and earth suddenly appeared in eighth heaven, no longer transforming into heaven and earth. He looked at Heavenly Arm with some regret, some disappointment, and some despair. Someone was in the depths of the origin world, shaking the origin and breaking open his beginner martial world. Who could do it, across the endless universe, shaking the origin? Perhaps, it was really the Emperor. There was really a living Emperor, and he had received Hong Yu's voice transmission. This person was extremely old, his face pale and bitter. Heavenly Arm. Beginner martial. Is this really the end? Heavenly Arm's expression was also ugly. He looked at the weapon master who had survived the disaster and was about to speak when the old Breaking Eight powerhouse suddenly laughed and said, I was originally immortal. In the past, there were endless natural and man-made disasters. My tribe was attacked by wild beasts, and the people in the tribe became delicious food for the wild beasts. That year, I heard that there was someone with extraordinary strength who could defeat the wild beasts, the natural and man-made disasters. I traveled all over the land, searching for powerhouses, but I had no luck to meet one. By chance, I broke the mystery of the human body, stepped into beginner martial, killed the wild beasts and monsters, rebuilt the tribe. Yuan Hua, Heavenly Arm shouted, a little sorrowful, but it was as if he had already expected it and made arrangements. Yuan Hua, who was beginner martial 8, chuckled and said, Heavenly Arm, remember to help me take care of the people of the Yuan Hua continent. I am not satisfied. The weapon master's expression changed drastically, and he fled frantically. Flee? In the past, you led troops to suppress the three realms, and many beginner martial cultivators died at your hands. You are the weapon master of the celestial court, and you have fought in the three realms for countless years. Your hands are stained with the blood of beginner martial cultivators. Today, I can kill you. I am already prepared. Yuan Hua chuckled, and his figure suddenly became extremely transparent. In the next moment, a transparent flame burned, burning the eighth heaven, burning heaven and earth, burning the world. Weapon master, today, you and I will die together. Ha ha ha. Rumble, the entire eighth heaven was engulfed in flames. The weapon master shouted angrily, and the heavenly spear shot toward Yuan Hua. At that moment, Heavenly Arm's arms exploded, and he grabbed the heavenly spear. Red blood spurted from his arms. Freeze! Heavenly Arm roared and roared, the weapon master must die. He was the commander-in-chief of the Celestial Court's 3 armies, and he had killed too many beginner martial cultivators back then. Before they came, they were prepared to kill him even if both of them died in battle. They did not have to pay such a price before, but now, they would fight with their lives on the line. Explode! A clear shout resounded throughout the 3 realms. At that moment, the weapon master suddenly screamed. With a rumble, his head exploded, and his source world appeared. Everyone saw a huge great Tao that traversed the 8th heaven. In the 8th heaven, an incredibly powerful spiritual energy exploded at the same time. A Peak 8 cultivator had self-detonated his spiritual energy and blasted the weapon master's source world out. Rumble, the source great Tao was wrapped in a ball of light, and it kept breaking. The weapon master roared and roared, the others were all stunned. A Peak 8 cultivator had self-detonated. Brother Yuan Hua, tears welled up in Heavenly Arm's eyes. He was not injured. Yuan Hua was a Peak 8 cultivator, and he still had control. He had good control of the beginner martial path to begin with. Yuan Hua, at that moment, Heavenly King subduing murmured. He knew Yuan Hua as well. He was Master's good friend, a mentality powerhouse, and one of the leaders of the beginner martial path. He had been defeated in the great battle and had not appeared in the 3 realms for a long time. He did not expect that this meeting would be an eternal one. Weapon Master, accompany Brother Yuan Hua to the afterlife. Heavenly Arm chuckled. In the next moment, he punched out, blasting directly into the broken Great Tao. At the end of the Great Tao, a door appeared. It was already open. Heavenly Arm laughed again. Vitality Gate? You still want to live? It's not that simple. Explode. At that moment, a pair of pure jade arms exploded with a rumble at the end of the Great Tao. Rumble, The source universe was shaking. One Peak 8 cultivator self-detonated, blasting open the passage to the source universe. The other Peak 8 cultivator self-detonated his strongest pair of jade arms. The power was also incomparably powerful. Fang Ping and the others could feel the Great Tao trembling. Some of the sages were dizzy. The Great Tao shook. There was a rumble. Everyone saw that in the source universe, an incomparably huge star exploded, and a broken gate was directly destroyed. The sigh shook the source universe. It came from the depths of the source universe. At that moment, the Weapon Master's apparition appeared in the source universe. It was incomparably huge, but it was burning rapidly. At that moment, the Three Realms Weapon Master did not feel too dissatisfied or disappointed. At that moment, he suddenly laughed. I didn't expect that I would only see everything now. I still want to see the Real Gate. In the next moment, the burning giant suddenly leaped and flew toward the depths of the universe. Its speed was incomparably fast, leaving a streak of light in the universe. After an unknown period of time, a hearty laugh was heard. I see. Rumble, a loud rumble once again resounded throughout the source universe. The ray of light in the depths of the universe disappeared instantly. The Weapon Master had fallen. The source universe of Peak 8 cultivator had fallen. Along with him, another martial beginner cultivator had fallen. The three realms fell silent. Completely silent, a battle prepared for only Emperor-level battles ended with 2 Peak 8 cultivators dying in battle, 1 Peak 7 cultivator dying in battle, and 1 Peak 6 cultivator dying in battle. The three realms today was destined to not be peaceful. Silence. The source universe was in turmoil. The three realms was in turmoil. The tremors continued. The heavens fell and the earth cracked. At that moment, in the sky, a blood vessel as thick as an artery exploded. Woo woo woo, sobs resounded throughout the three realms. Heaven and earth were crying. The Weapon Master of Peak 8 and Yuan Hua of Peak 8 were both dead. Two powerhouses who had just awakened, one walked out from the martial beginner mainland, the other from the space battlefield. Neither stayed in this world for long. In the depths of the sea of misery. On a continent, countless people knelt and wept. Blood rain poured down, drenching everyone. The sobs suppressed the sound of the blood rain. One of the martial beginner leaders, Yuan Hua, had died in battle today. The heavens and earth wept for the Weapon Master. The martial beginner wept for Yuan Hua. So what if he was Peak 8? In the end, it was all for nothing. Broken 8 was dead, 2 were dead, powerhouses. In ancient times, in the Battle of Orthodoxies 30,000 years ago, a batch of powerhouses had died. Since then, only Tian Shen had killed a powerhouse. After that, it was the battle in the heavenly realm. Today, in a situation where no one was an emperor, 2 powerhouses had died on the spot. Whimpering sounds spread between heaven and earth. The powerhouses were still in shock, but Fang Ping was laughing. His laughter was wild and arrogant. Well done. Since heaven and earth don't give us a way out, then we'll kill our way out. Beginner martial powerhouses, the emperor is coming. Do you dare to fight and kill all these old origin antiques? Fang Ping. A clear shout came. Sky subduing king. Sky subduing king's expression was solemn. Fang Ping could not see that far, but at this moment, he could still feel the sky subduing king's seriousness. Fang Ping was really going to provoke the battle between origin and beginner martial. The death of a weapon master was already the limit. If he continued, Sea Guardian and the others would definitely stop him. They might even join forces against Fang Ping. Fang Ping was going to send the entire human race to their graves. Fang Ping bellowed, roaring, "Isn't the emperor coming back? Didn't he, Hong Yu, ask the emperor to return? What's there to be afraid of? What are you waiting for? If that's the case, then I'll kill until the heavens and earth turn upside down." Rumble, a loud explosion was heard. Fang Ping punched Maple King into pieces. He scolded, "You dog, I've been unhappy with you for a long time. How dare you join the battle?" Maple King was dead. This powerhouse who had been the enemy of humans for many years was smashed into pieces by Fang Ping's punch today. His mentality and origin were both obliterated. At this moment, Fang Ping was beyond crazy, laughing non-stop. He was burning his Tao, black and white energy intertwined, giving birth to force. Fang Ping laughed. Who cares if he's an emperor or not? Since he wants to kill me, then come. I'll kill a few before I die. Fang Ping, who had broken 6, was burning his Tao. At this moment, the two energies intertwined rapidly, giving birth to a new energy. The speed was extremely fast. Fang Ping's aura was also extremely powerful. Vaguely, the seventh heaven's barrier was shaken by him, about to be destroyed. Senior Sky Arm, what are you waiting for? Help me kill the saint. Fang Ping let out a furious roar. Heavenly Arm, who was heavily injured, suddenly came to his senses. He laughed out loud and grew both arms again, punching a hole through the void shattered, and a broken figure fell out of it. It was the fleeing old woman, Xianxia, Sky Sword, Sky Gue, Sky Speed, Sky Qiao. These were the 4 of the 36 saint powerhouses who had fought Fang Ping and the others together that day. Now, the other 3 had already fallen. Only Xianxia was still alive. However, she was struck by a punch from a breaking 8 ultimate master, and her golden body was destroyed. At that moment, a dragon tail directly struck her golden body. Bang, the golden body exploded. Just as his spirit body appeared, Fang Ping's black and white force blasted through the air. With a bang, it exploded. He had fallen, another of the 36 sages had died. In the fake heavenly grave, Tian Li and Tian Hui were killed by Fang Ping. Before that, he had killed Tian Yong and severely injured Tian Ji. In just a short period of time, 7 of the 36 ancient sages had died in battle. At this moment, Yuan Gang and the other saint from the human emperor's bloodline wanted to escape. They were completely terrified. Even if an emperor wanted to return, it would not be so soon. Were there emperors in the depths of the source universe? There should be. The Tao trembled just now, and the weapon master broke free. This was not something an ordinary person could do, not even a breaking 8 ultimate master. But why had the emperor not arrived yet? Before they arrived, they were already in danger of dying because Fang Ping had gone completely mad. Dragon transformation. Hung Yu growled. The emperor has returned, and you still want to help the evildoer? Dragon transformation chuckled. The emperor has returned? So what if it has returned? Who has returned? Beast Emperor? I am a descendant of his blood essence. He wants to kill me? God Emperor, I am his disciple. He wants to kill me? Spirit Emperor? It's good that Spirit Emperor is here. I'll kill all of you. Dong Huang? Will Dong Huang kill me? Dragon transformation laughed. So be it, unless your old man earthly emperor returns now. Dragon transformation was extremely domineering. He shouted, Hung Yu, what can you do to me? If the 9 emperors want to kill me, then let them. Among the 9 emperors, a few emperors were related to him. If these people returned, not only would he not die, but he would also receive help. At this moment, Shui's ox roared from afar. Lord Emperor Nan is my master. Why would he kill me? Idiot. Lin Hai said lightly, I am the disciple of the 4 emperors. The 4 emperors will not kill me when they return. Hung Yu was not the only one who had a backer. Which of the 9 emperors would return? No matter who it was, they would not dare to kill everyone here, especially the disciples of other emperors. They would not be killed so easily unless the emperor behind them was really dead. The spirit, god, beast, and Emperor Nan emperors were all back. Their safety was guaranteed. Even if the 4 emperors returned, Lin Hai would not die. As for the others, since Hung Yu had summoned them, they might be the earthly emperor. But would the earthly emperor dare to kill them all? Hung Yu's expression changed slightly. His expression changed. Fang Ping laughed. His burning Tao had reached a peak. Right now, his combat strength had skyrocketed. The black and white energy merged, turning gold, then gray. This destructive force was being utilized by Fang Ping to the acme of perfection at this moment. The god-slaying saber was cracking. The broken god-slaying saber could not take it anymore. Big Cat, stop him. Fang Ping pointed at the 2 escaping powerhouses from the emperor's bloodline. Cat's mentality erupted, suppressing the unknown saint in an instant. Fang Ping descended in an instant. The gray energy slapped his head directly. Kaboom, his golden body exploded, even his mentality was blown to smithereens. Stop him. Fang Ping pointed at Yuan Gang. Yuan Gang roared, Human King, I have no intention to be your enemy, F***CKU. You've already joined the battle and you're still playing this game with me. Fang Ping laughed. I'll let you know what happens to those who meddle blindly. Whoever meddles will die. The white-robed Yuan Gang roared madly, self-detonating his mentality. The explosion made Cat's body tremble slightly. Cat was a little unhappy. He said pitifully, Why did you explode me? Yuan Gang was not in the mood to reply. Why did I explode you? Don't use your mentality to suppress me. That day, Cat suppressed Fang Ping until he was slightly distracted. It was clear how strong his mentality was. Combined with Fang Ping's burning Tao, he was truly invincible. At this moment, even if the broken 6 heavenly kings were here, they might be killed by Fang Ping on the spot. Fang Ping brought Cat and broke through the air. Yuan Gang's mentality self-detonated again. His face was frighteningly pale. His eyes were dazed. Finally, he gritted his teeth. His golden body exploded with a rumble. A small piece of broken mentality escaped into the void and disappeared instantly. He was also a ruthless person. Seeing that he was no match for him, he self-detonated everything, leaving only a trace of his mentality to escape. If he wanted to restore a saint's combat strength, he might have to pay a huge price. Too many people died. From the Emperor's bloodline, 1 died and 1 was crippled. From the Sky Chief bloodline, 2 died and 1 was crippled. 2 escaped. From the Catacombs 11 saints, besides Tianji, there were only 4 left. The Viceroy was still alive. Qingmo was still alive. Haiyu was still alive. Fang Ping was not too familiar with the remaining one. It was the old saint who stopped Cat that day. The casualties were too heavy. Among the emperors, out of the 4 outer heavenly emperors, 3 were dead. Maple King died in battle. Mystic Dragon was subdued. Celestial Demon King died in battle. Myriad Demon King was also cornered by Old Manly. Another demon clan Venerable Emperor, Jing Qi, suddenly attacked. With a swing of his tail, the last outer heavenly emperor's golden body exploded. He roared, Demon Emperor, Jing Qi is willing to honor Demon Emperor as, bang, Fang Ping descended in an instant and smashed his head with a punch. He said lightly, Fish, Cat wants to eat. Have a full meal before you die. I won't give you a chance. There was silence everywhere. Cat kept the corpse happily and stared at Celestial Demon King's corpse. Birds could eat too. With a wave of his claws, Celestial Demon King's corpse was kept. Then, he stared at Myriad Demon King and said happily, Big Dog used to eat its ancestor's snake soup. It's delicious. Then I'll kill him. No, Myriad Demon King was terrified. He roared, Demon Emperor, I'm a dragon, a descendant of the Beast Emperor. Long Yu Sage, Dragon Transformation Heavenly King, he screamed mournfully. He was really a descendant of the Beast Emperor. Of course, he was not a direct descendant. There were many generations between them. However, he was really a descendant of the Beast Emperor. He was considered a relative of the Dragon Transformation Heavenly King. However, at this moment, who dared to stop the crazy Fang Ping? Fang Ping had ignited his Tao and had reached the point of insanity. At this time, even if the broken 6 heavenly kings joined in, he might be taken away by him. Myriad Demon King was very powerful, close to the Saint Realm. However, facing Cat and Fang Ping, he was still cut in half by Fang Ping's saber. At this moment, Heavenly Arm threw a punch at Tianji. However, this time, he failed. Hong Yu slapped him with a palm and blocked him. On the other side, Sea Guardian did not stop him. Fang Ping saw this and laughed. He said lightly, Demon Emperor, it's not over yet, right? A hint of helplessness appeared on Sea Guardian's cold face. He sighed softly. Let's stop the battle. If we die again, the Origin Tao can't hold on anymore. Too many had died. Moreover, if he continued to block Hong Yu, the source world was already in turmoil. Powerhouses might really arrive soon. If he continued to block Hong Yu and watch Tianji get killed, it would be very dangerous for him. Fang Ping licked his lips and looked at Hong Yu. He smiled. Alright, I won't kill then. Demon Emperor, the mission isn't over yet. Just help me look after him. I won't kill those Saint Emperors anymore. Seeing your heavenly arm, escape by yourself. Fang Ping looked at Heavenly Arm, then at Zhang Tao. He laughed. Old Zhang, are you afraid? At this moment, heaven and earth began to shake. The sky seemed to be completely torn apart. It seemed like a powerhouse was about to arrive from the source world. Zhang Tao was also bleeding. He kept flying backward from Li Zhu's attacks. Hearing this, he still smiled. Do you think I'll be afraid? That's good, Fang Ping smiled. You and I will work together. We'll risk our lives and kill Li Zhu. That should be enough. Li Zhu's expression changed. He turned and ran. Fang Ping and Zhang Tao wanted to kill him before they died and bring him along. Both of them were ruthless. Now that a powerhouse was about to arrive, why would he risk his life to fight these two lunatics? No one said a word. Hung Yu stopped attacking because the Sea Guardian stopped him again. Since it was not the Chu Wu clan, Fang Ping and King Wu who wanted to kill a broken seven at the last moment, he would fulfill their wish. Hung Yu's expression was gloomy. At this moment, the other experts no longer attacked. The humans were still chasing those true gods and venerable emperors. The armies were still fighting. The sky was falling and the earth was cracking. No one stopped. This was the real war of the humans. The other reinforcements were just holding the humans back. Even Luan stopped attacking. She hugged Fang Ping's leg and ignored Feng. Looking at Li Zhu who was surrounded by Fang Ping and Zhang Tao, she curled her lips and said in a low voice, why did they have to provoke these lunatics? They're in trouble now. Even he thought the humans were lunatics. These human powerhouses were too crazy. Not only were they not afraid, but they were also eager to kill. They were afraid that they would kill one less person before they died. No one was going to sit and wait for death. Even if they died, they had to die worth it. All of them wanted to create the most value. Blood flowed like a river. Feng, don't get involved, or else you might be the one to die later. Luan chatted casually like he was chatting with a friend. Look at you guys. You've driven these guys crazy. This is scarier than the chaotic era. There were only a few lunatics in the chaotic era, but this is tens, no, millions of lunatics. Luan shuddered. You guys are really good. You've driven so many people crazy. They're all ruthless. In the chaotic era, they could have become nobles. Feng ignored him. He looked at the three people in the sky, his gaze uncertain. He looked up at the sky again. Suddenly, he chuckled and sighed. I wonder who will return. After saying that, he sank to the bottom of the sea and disappeared instantly. No matter who returned, it would not be a good thing for him. He did not want to stay any longer. Zhang Tao, Fang Ping, you guys still want to continue fighting at this time? Li Zhu looked at them, his expression as cold as water. In the distance, Tianji was about to rush over when his dragon form appeared. He looked at him coldly and said nothing. Seeing this, Tianji heaved a sigh of relief, or for some other reason, he stopped moving. The other sages did the same. They did not dare to go near. Too many people had died. Of the 11 sages, there were only 5 left including Tianji. 6 powerhouses had died. Fang Ping tossed the cat aside and smiled. Go back. You're not needed here anymore. The cat meowed. It was also looking at the sky and said nervously, liar. If it's a spirit emperor who returns, it's okay. I can convince her, meow. Beast emperors are fine too, Fang Ping laughed. Don't mess around. Do I need you to plead for me? Fang Ping laughed heartily. His tone was domineering. I don't need anyone to plead for me. I don't need anyone to plead for me either. If they want to kill me, they're stronger than me. I'll admit it. But, even if I die, I'll kill this bunch of old geezers. Kill. Fang Ping's Dao burned. The Saint Order and Heavenly King Seal appeared one after another, locking the void. Zhang Tao was also burning his golden body. In an instant, he exploded with strength close to break 7 and charged toward Li Zhu. Li Zhu's expression was solemn. He did not dare to be careless. Fang Ping and Zhang Tao both had strength close to break 7. They were desperate to kill him now. If they were not careful, all 3 of them would die. Bang, his golden body collided. Fang Ping was like a raging bull. The black and white energy turned into gray energy, covering his entire body. He collided with Li Zhu instantly. Li Zhu was bleeding. Fang Ping's golden body cracked. Zhang Tao was domineering. He stretched out his hands and grabbed Li Zhu's arms. Li Zhu was about to dodge when Zhang Tao's arms exploded. Li Zhu's expression changed. A barrier appeared in front of him. As soon as it appeared, Fang Ping's mentality exploded behind him, shaking the barrier. In the blink of an eye, Fang Ping broke into the origin. The origin world appeared and he fought with Li Zhu in the origin world. Zhang Tao also charged into the origin world. He chuckled. Let's work together and destroy his origin. Even if we don't die, we'll cripple him. Li Zhu's expression was cold. The two lunatics did not care about anything now. They were determined to cripple him even if they could not kill him. He would be at a great disadvantage no matter what, at the same time. Deep in the sea of bitterness, the beginner martial kings, including the sacred martial god, all looked at the leading middle-aged martial artist. His body was as smooth as jade. Underworld god, do we fight or not? Someone shouted in a low voice, his voice fierce. The original god is dead. It's not a loss. The weapon master is dead. Skyarm is still here. The humans are not defeated yet. Why don't we seize the opportunity to attack and turn the world upside down? Underworld god, give the order. Underworld god, the battle of myriad Daos will continue. We are not dead yet. We still have the power to fight. In front of them, the middle-aged man looked up at the sky and murmured, someone is coming back. If we fight now, we will die, Underworld god. The middle-aged man raised his hand and interrupted the people behind him. He sighed. We can't fight anymore. Retreat. Retreat. We are alive not because beginner martial artists can defeat the 9 sovereigns and 4 emperors, but we are just pawns. Pawns must have the awareness of pawns. Now, someone has overturned the chessboard. I'm afraid the human kings will not escape death, but this game is not over yet. It's just the beginning. Keep waiting. Wait for the last moment. Underworld god. Someone was unwilling, roaring, are we going to wait like this until the last moment? The underworld god sighed again. Fellow Taoists. We have waited for 30,000 years. Do you want me to kill all of you now? Fist god and the others are still alive. If we want to fight, we have to wait for them to come back. It's okay if we don't attack. But if we attack, we will kill a sovereign. Isn't that great? As soon as he said that, someone gritted his teeth. Good. Then we will continue to wait. However, someone sighed. The human king is defeated. He is too impatient. If we wait a little longer, it won't be the case. The human king and the martial king are the chosen ones. It will be better if we wait a little longer. The underworld god said softly, the human king wants to break the chessboard, but he might not be defeated. At this moment, if a sovereign comes back. Haha. The underworld god laughed mockingly. Then the plan will be broken. Everything will change. Actually, the human king is about to break the chessboard. The weapon master is dead, so many heavenly kings and saints are dead. I'm afraid the plan back then doesn't include this. The weapon master is dead, the demon emperor is dead, King Sun is dead, Tian Chief is dead. With so many powerhouses dead, some things may not be able to continue. The underworld god said a few words, then looked at the sky again. He said coldly, retreat, don't cross the sea of suffering. Those who should sleep, continue to sleep. Those who should go into seclusion, continue to go into seclusion. The war hasn't started yet. It's not time for us to go into battle yet. Heavenly Arm, Heavenly Arm has already attacked. If someone wants to kill him, he won't be able to escape. If he doesn't kill, he won't die. It's meaningless to retreat. Everyone was unwilling. Heavenly Arm might not be able to retreat, after crossing the sea of suffering and killing the weapon master. If a sovereign came, Heavenly Arm would not be spared. Just as everyone was talking. Southern region. The sound of killing had become hoarse. The Catacombs army had been completely defeated. The scattered warriors were now all over the southern region. Countless martial artists were killed. They abandoned their helmets and armor, no longer having the lofty aspirations they had before. This included some of the ancient armies. The Divine Court Army and the Heavenly Court Army were also being killed and fleeing in panic. The fighting spirit of the human army was surging. Martial kings and human kings led the way, fighting to the end. How could these people not fight? Killing intent gathered. Countless people died in battle, but countless people achieved breakthroughs. On the catacombs side, even if they had more people and powerhouses than the humans, now that Hong Yu was entangled, Li Zhu was besieged, the saints had died in battle, and the heavenly kings had fallen, there was no fighting spirit left to speak of. They had lost. Whether the humans lived or died this time, the catacombs had suffered heavy losses. At this moment, Fang Ping's voice was heard. Retreat. Retreat from the southern region and return to the human realm. Human king. No retreat. Thousands of people roared. No retreat. Listen to my order. Fang Ping roared. Retreat. Defend our last home. Whoever dares to force the humans, I will blow up the earth and make you and the humans become failures. As long as the humans are not destroyed, the earth will survive. Below, countless martial artists looked up at the sky. In the next moment, rank 9 powerhouses roared with tears in their eyes, retreat, retreat from the catacombs. It was time to retreat, otherwise, if Fang Ping and the rest died in battle, even if they did not destroy the humans, some powerhouses would not be able to escape death. If that happened, the humans would not have a chance to turn the tables. Out of the million-strong army, more than 100,000 people had died in battle. The remaining people were retreating toward the passageway. The paragons did not leave. They could not leave either. Whether they lived or died was different from those under the paragons. If the emperors descended and wanted to kill Fang Ping and the rest, the paragons would not be able to escape death. Those under the paragons might not be noticed. As the army retreated, Fang Ping and Zhang Tao became even crazier. At this moment, the sky was torn apart. At this moment, everyone seemed to see the origin universe. They saw an eye, heaven's eye, the sky seemed to have opened its eyes. An eye swept across the 3 realms and observed all living beings. There was no strong pressure, only fear that came from the bottom of their hearts. It was really the emperor, this battle had really lured the hidden emperor out. Fang Ping and Zhang Tao smiled bitterly. They failed. They could not kill Li Zhu at this time. Li Zhu was very strong. He was already on the path of breaking 7. Even if the 2 of them fought with their lives, killing a breaking 7 was still difficult. The 2 of them looked at each other again. Their chi was turbulent. Li Zhu looked shocked. Self-destruct, the 2 of them had gone completely crazy. They wanted to kill him by self-destructing at the last moment. At this moment, when Fang Ping and Zhang Tao were preparing for the final attack, a voice suddenly came from the void. It's not time yet, a soft voice echoed in all directions. In the next second, everyone saw a shocking scene. A hand appeared in the origin universe and slapped the giant eye. With a boom, the giant eye shattered, blood splattered everywhere. Fight. How dare you hurt me, it's not time yet. Go back to where you came from. Boom, the origin universe trembled instantly. The light was blinding. In the blink of an eye, everything disappeared, vanished into thin air. Nothing existed anymore. In the sky, the eye disappeared too. Everyone was stunned by the scene. Fang Ping and Zhang Tao stopped self-destructing immediately. Then, Fang Ping was overjoyed. He roared, kill all the catacombs guys. As he spoke, the sky cracked again. At this moment, a continent fell from the sky into the sea of bitterness. Rumble, a deafening roar sounded. Stop fighting. At this moment, powerhouses rose into the sky from the continent. Someone exclaimed, King Can, King Dui, and the ancient 36 saints, 9 emperors first seat? One powerhouse after another exclaimed. At this moment, more than 10 powerhouses rose into the sky from the continent. Almost all of them were heavenly kings. The person walking at the front was extremely young. He rose into the sky and said lightly, it's time to stop the internal strife of the origin universe. We have maintained the 3 realms operation for 8,000 years. But now, the origin universe is bleeding, and the weapon masters have fallen. Fang Ping, Zhang Tao, you have sinned greatly. You colluded with Chu Wu. Fang Ping and Zhang Tao's expressions changed slightly. This was the group of people who maintained the balance of the three realms Lin Zi mentioned. There were powerhouses from all forces, no wonder they had not been revived. Maybe, they did not die back then, otherwise, how could there be so many heavenly kings? King Can and King Dui were still fine. Fang Ping heard some people whispering, including a few powerhouses from the ancient 36 saints. Some of them had proven their Tao and become a king. Some did not die. This was the backup left behind by the 9 emperors and 4 emperors. They were their direct descendants, the group of people who maintained the balance of the 3 realms. Today, they were forced to come out. If they did not come out, the war would probably continue. Fang Ping licked his lips and looked at Zhang Tao, chuckling. Did you hear that? You and I are both sinners. Zhang Tao nodded. I heard it. Do I need you to repeat it? Are you going to kill us? It's possible. Some emperors made a move, but Dou shattered the giant eye with one strike. However, they still threw this group of people out. Obviously, they did not want the 3 realms origin to continue fighting. More than 10 heavenly kings, there were ancient heavenly kings and later heavenly kings. The other 2 of the 8 heavenly kings were there. Vaguely, they should have the strength of 7 heavenly kings. Obviously, these people had improved in the past 8,000 years. As for the others, even if they were 6 heavenly kings, there were many of them. Their combat strength was also extremely strong. A few of the 9 emperors' chief disciples were among them. Including the bloodline of the West Emperor and the bloodline of the North Emperor, there were actually people among them. Fang Ping licked his lips and suddenly laughed. Interesting, interesting. Seems like the emperors still can't appear, and there are even restrictions on each other. You guys have come out. After so many years in the 3 realms, there should be many of you. On the faraway mainland, the leading young man looked at him coldly, his gaze piercing through heaven and earth. He said lightly, Fang Ping, the balance between humans and the land realm has been maintained for many years. It's not that humans are strong. Even Li Zhen is restricted by others. Do you really think that humans are strong because of their strength? I thought that humans should know, but I didn't expect that you and Zhang Tao. Before he could finish, Fang Ping laughed. Wait, let me ask you something. What's your name? And nobody doesn't deserve to talk to me. The young man frowned and said in a low voice, I'm Ji Yun, the 3 realms patroller. Patroller? What's that? Fang Ping laughed. Ji Yun. I've never heard of you. At this moment, someone said in a low voice, the first seat of the emperor. Someone recognized him. Fang Ping nodded. No wonder they were not polite to him. They were from the emperor's bloodline. Fang Ping licked his lips again. Suddenly, he looked around, at Hong Yu, at Li Zhu, and laughed wickedly. We're fighting for our lives, but there are still people hiding behind us and watching the show. Everyone, what is this? Watching a monkey show? Even the death of Broken 8 is considered a monkey show? I say, there are so many heavenly kings. They're a powerful force. Why are we still fighting? Hong Yu, do you know them, or are you actually one of them? Hong Yu frowned slightly. Fang Ping laughed again. Interesting. Maybe I am. After all, you're the one who summoned them. If that's the case, actually, we're the monkeys, and you and the others are just watching the monkey show? Hong Yu said nothing. In the next moment, Fang Ping roared, we've been fighting for so many years. Do you think it's up to these bastards to command us? Don't care about those who are at beginner martial origin. If they're not happy, follow me and kill them. Fang Ping broke through the void, tearing it apart, heading straight for the mainland over there. Everyone was stunned. The first seat of the emperor, Ji Yun, was also stunned. What was this? The martial king also laughed strangely. Interesting, interesting. We humans love to kill third parties. If you're interested, let's do it together. Li Zhu, son of a bitch, I'm not going to kill you today. Are you going to kill them or not? Let's do it together. I'm going to do it. Luan laughed suddenly and dashed out instantly. Dragon was speechless. He sighed and could only follow. Fang Ping and the others would be sending themselves to their deaths if they went. Guardian C's eyes flickered. He smiled and said lightly, King Human and Martial King killing people. I have to stop them. Having said that, he broke through the void and left. Feng, who had disappeared earlier, suddenly appeared and chuckled. How many years has it been? I've long guessed that someone was hiding in the dark. So it's you juniors. I'll join in the fun too. On the other side, the Guardian Sea King snorted. I knew it. Some people didn't die. There were a few people who unleashed their chi to threaten me. So it was you guys. I'll kill you guys. King Kuan glanced at the people over there, his expression changing. He looked at Hong Yu again and suddenly snorted. Is my father dead? Having said that, he broke through the void and left. The group of heavenly kings who had just come out were all furious. At this moment, Sky Arm also chuckled. Interesting. I want to see how this patrol is going to do his rounds too. A group of top-notch powerhouses had been fighting for many years. Who would be willing to stand up and be the arbiter? TSK. Idiot. West Palace. Sky Poltskadden said quickly, I don't know your eldest senior brother. This has nothing to do with me. Don't bother with them later. The first seat of Emperor West was also among them. However, Skypole could not be bothered. Idiot. Yes, there were many heavenly kings. There were also a few broken 7 existences. But a group of broken 8 existences were on a killing spree. 2 were dead. You want to be the arbiter. Why don't you see if you are qualified? A lunatic was taking the lead. Perfect timing. Everyone was on a killing spree. If the fight continued, both sides would perish. Now that you are here, it's good to have a punching bag. Arbiter, spokesperson of the sovereign. At this moment, Ji Yun and the others were stunned. No one would have thought that such a scene would happen. As representatives of the sovereign's will, they were powerful. A group of heavenly kings and many sages were here. But the moment they came out, not only did they not scare the other parties, but they enraged them, kill them. Yes, this was the will of all parties. What arbiter, what inspector? Did the sovereign come out? Those who wanted to become sovereigns would not be afraid of the sovereign. They were just not as strong as the sovereign. So what if the sovereign was stronger? Since the Heaven Reverse Emperor said it was not the right time, then it was not the right time. They did not need to worry about it. The 3 universes were filled with lunatics. Ji Yun was stunned. The other inspectors were stunned as well. He was only targeting the 2 humans, but Li Zhu, the enemy of the human race, had come. Why? Was everything normal in the 3 universes? P.S. Over 8,000 chapters and there were only 2 chapters today. Also, I recommend a book by a big shot, Wu Ji's new book, Becoming Immortal with Gold. Just like Fang, he was invincible with gold. We are the 3 realms patrollers. Someone roared, the spokesperson of the Emperor, patrolling and monitoring the 3 realms on behalf of the heavens. The Emperor was not dead. How dare they? How dare they? Disbelief. If the Emperor was dead, it would be understandable. However, the Emperor was still here and had appeared just now. Were these people crazy? Ha ha ha. Fang Ping tore through the void and laughed. The 3 realms patrollers? Bullsh****. The 3 realms have no laws, no heavens, no emperors. We have the final say in the 3 realms. Yes, the 3 realms were lawless. In troubled times, everyone was a madman, a fanatic. Who was not crazy? Even King Kuan, who had been despised by Fang Ping countless times, was not crazy. Li Zhu was not crazy. Wrong. They were all fanatics. If they were not crazy, who would dare to become an emperor? If they were not crazy, would the heavenly court and the divine sect dare to establish themselves? If they were not crazy, would the sea guardian dare to establish his own demon court and name himself the demon emperor? Did they not know that the emperor was still alive? They knew, but they were gambling with their lives, gambling on the day the emperor came out. They could also become emperors and fight the emperor. If the emperor successfully descended today, these people would all be extremely obedient. They still had the ability to judge the situation. The emperor could not be defeated. But a group of broken 6 and 7 existences dared to monitor them, they dared to threaten them. So what if they killed them? If they could kill the emperor, or if there was only one emperor in the 3 realms, the emperor had to be careful when he came out. There was no emperor in the 3 realms. The sudden appearance of a group of heavenly kings disrupted everyone's plans. These people were the eyes and ears of the emperor and might summon the emperor. They were not prepared for this. Plus, both sides fought and many powerhouses died in battle. Now that someone suddenly wanted to monitor them and be the arbiter, who would be afraid since Fang Ping had made his move? I'll send you to hell. Fang Ping punched through the air. The sky fell and the earth cracked. Ji Yan roared. He was a broken 7 existence. There was more than one person who had broken 7 here. King Can, King Dui, him, and another one. There were a total of 4 broken 7 powerhouses. This was their confidence and strength. Plus, they had the emperor as their backing. With such strength, even if they encountered 2 or even 3 broken 8, they would still dare to fight. But could he fight today? Just as Fang Ping punched from a distance, Feng smiled faintly from behind and said, "Sovereign personages, you cannot kill a sovereign personage's follower." This was too much. In the 3 realms, there are rules, laws, emperors, and heavens. At this moment, a ripple of source energy spread out. At this moment, the 7 or 8 sages in the air suddenly staggered, their expressions changing drastically. "Seal!" Ji Yan shouted angrily, "We are patrolling on behalf of the heavens, how dare you?" He was afraid. Seal, an invincible seal that sealed the source. Heavenly King Feng had suffered a few losses at Fang Ping's hands. He had suffered a huge loss at the hands of the demon emperor and was embarrassed in front of chaos. Could he seal the weak? If he was weak, the god creation envoy and the others would not be afraid of him. A demon emperor at the peak of the 7th level couldn't even seriously injure him with a desperate attack. In just a month or so, he came out of seclusion again. This was Seal. At this moment, Feng arrived in midair. He had regained the calmness he had on sealed Sky Island, and a smile was on his face. This smile used to be so ridiculous. Fang Ping had foiled his plans time and time again, leaving him battered and exhausted. Today, he was showing off his skills. In the sky, the 7 or 8 sages' source was sealed in an instant. Each of their auras slid down, and they were incomparably terrified. A few heavenly kings who had broken 6 also struggled to resist, roaring repeatedly. The current Feng could not do anything to the 4 existences who had broken 7. When he was at his peak, he still had a high chance of sealing one of them. But not now. His injuries had not healed yet. In addition, the 4 of them were very powerful. Even if he was at his peak, he might not be able to defeat the 4 of them. But under the 7th level, who could stop him? Feng walked in midair. Fang Ping laughed loudly and said, "Feng, you dare to stop me? In this 3 realms, I have the final say. Get lost." Feng smiled lightly and said, "Human King, there's no need to fight and kill. This is the Emperor's envoy." The Emperor's envoy. Shit is indeed yellow. Fang Ping laughed loudly again. On the other side, Ji Yun and the others saw this and their expressions changed drastically again. Although they said that Fang Ping should not, in reality, it had instantly weakened their strength by more than half. There were a total of 18 powerhouses in the sky. 4 of them had broken 7, 6 of them had broken 6, and 8 of them were top-notch sages. This kind of strength was incomparably powerful, not a single party could match up to them alone. But now, they were in big trouble. Feng crippled the sages in an instant. A few heavenly kings who had broken 6 were resisting his seal, but Feng did not get close. He stood 10,000 meters away from them, talking cheerfully and wittily. "Human King, I'm just advising you. You're not under me, so I can't control you. Ji Yun, you guys have a good talk with Human King." "You," Ji Yun roared angrily. Feng was too shameless, but at this moment, Fang Ping's fist force had arrived. He was about to kill the powerhouses whose origins were sealed. Ji Yun roared angrily. A long sword appeared in his hand, and he attacked Fang Ping instantly. At this moment, Luan wielded the bone staff and hit the long sword away. She asked curiously, "What material is this sword made of? Is it bone? No one is holding it. It's ownerless? I can even find a semi-divine weapon in the 3 realms. My luck is not bad. Yuan stared at the longsword like an idiot. She hit the longsword again and again with her staff. The mentality attached to the longsword collapsed instantly. Yuan grabbed the longsword and said excitedly, I found a treasure. A semi-divine weapon. My luck is good. Yuan. Ji Yun was furious. Yuan was also a top-notch powerhouse among the Broken Seven. If he was not strong, he would not dare to be an enemy of the Broken Eight. Now, Yuan snatched his weapon and even pretended to find it. Damn it. Yuan ignored him and continued to play with the longsword. She had found a treasure. Bastard, behind Ji Yun, a middle-aged man wearing a crown scolded. As soon as he finished, Yuan's expression changed drastically. You, scolded me? Everyone was silent for a moment. You dare scold me? Yuan roared angrily. I didn't do anything. You dare scold me? You provoke me? You bully me? You, how dare you? I didn't provoke anyone. You bully me. You're too much. Kill. Yuan, who was like a curious baby earlier, was now ferocious and murderous. She charged forward directly. You, the middle-aged man was also furious. At this moment, Heavenly King Zhen smiled. King Can, long time no see. Come, let's have a chat. As soon as he finished speaking, he covered the sky with one hand. With a rumble, among the 4 Broken Seven powerhouses, a young-looking powerhouse fell into the void and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Heavenly King Zhen laughed. That younger brother of mine had a good relationship with King Kansas. Before he died, he asked me to show King Can a good treasure. I will now teach King Can the art of killing an emperor. This is a treasure. As soon as he finished speaking, he disappeared along with King Can. Heavenly Arm, who had just arrived, looked at the last Broken Seven and smiled. King Dui, long time no see. In the past, your master and I had a good relationship. I also have a treasure to teach you. As soon as he finished speaking, he punched the void and King Dui fell into the void. Heavenly Arm chuckled. Let's go. I will teach you a supreme battle technique and a set of divine weapons. After you come out of seclusion, you will definitely be able to kill 8. At this moment, Yuan was already fighting with another Broken 6. They broke the void and entered the void. For Broken 7, in a blink of an eye, only Ji Yun was left. The few Broken 6 powerhouses were still struggling, still resisting Seal. 6 Broken 6 powerhouses could actually only struggle at this moment. Seal's advantage against powerhouses who were inferior to him was too great. However, Seal's complexion was also deathly pale. At this moment, he also had no strength to laugh anymore. The 6 heavenly kings could not be sealed just because he said so. However, there were still people arriving one after another. King Wu came, Li Zhu came, Dragon Transformation came, Lin Zi came, the Palm Seal Envoy came, the Sea Suppressing Envoy came. Ji Yun's expression completely changed. He did not attack anymore and said in a low voice, Everyone, this is the will of an emperor. We are only guarding on behalf of Sky Patrol. This time, the source's internal strife, we are also only obeying the emperor's orders. Before he finished speaking, the Sea-Suppressing Envoy rushed over and said coolly, Where is the emperor? How many emperors, how many Extreme Tao Heavenly Emperors are still alive? The Sea-Suppressing Envoy's expression was ice-cold as he said coldly, What? As the Heavenly Court's Sea-Suppressing Envoy, one of the 3 envoys, can't the seat ask? At this moment, it said that it was the Sea-Suppressing Envoy. Ji Yun's expression was ugly, but he did not dare to get angry and said in a low voice, Sea-Suppressing Envoy, we are also only obeying the Emperor's voice and have never seen the Emperor before. Trash, you actually haven't even seen the Emperor in 8,000 years, blindly following the Emperor just based on the voice. Who knows if someone is impersonating? Ji Yun's eyes flickered with anger. Was that a voice? Didn't you all see it just now? It was really the Emperor. The Emperor is really alive. Could it be that even the Emperor can't suppress you guys anymore? This seat will bring you to check, see if you were possessed by evil spirits or not. The Sea-Suppressing Envoy said it in a dignified manner. The next moment, heaven and earth changed, Ji Yun was gone, Fang Ping's expression changed and he said angrily, He's my target. Nobody paid attention to him. For breaking 7, 3 breaking 8 supreme powerhouses taking action, plus the chaos, it was virtually an all-round crushing, instantly separating the breaking 7 powerhouses. At this moment, those breaking 6 powerhouses who were still resisting the source being sealed roared angrily one after another, struggling violently. Some wanted to flee into the distance. Someone roared angrily, "You dare! We are patrollers, the Emperor's will, the Emperor is still alive. How dare they?" For breaking 7, 6 breaking 6, there were a total of 10 Heavenly King powerhouses. With this kind of strength, even if they encountered the 3 messengers and 8 kings of the past, they might not necessarily lose, they might even win. Back then, the 3 messengers might have broken 7, the 8 kings all broken 6. In fact, their strength was actually inferior to this group of people. The 3 realms patrollers were really too powerful, so powerful that they felt that with the Emperor behind them, who in the 3 realms would dare to disobey, Fang Ping could not be bothered with them. Looking at Li Zhu, looking at old Zhang, very soon, he humphed, "Forget it, leave those breaking 7 to them. Kill all these breaking 6. Coincidentally, this mainland has landed, it's not a small place, there are many treasures. Later, after killing them all, we'll search, maybe we'll find some treasures, or the secrets of becoming an emperor." Having said that, Fang Ping attacked instantly, smashing a sealed saint into pieces with one punch. Yes, it was too simple, the sealed origin saint's strength was only at the true god level. He did not even have the strength of an emperor. How could such a weakling be Fang Ping's opponent? The reason why Fang Ping killed him with one punch was because he saw that this guy was surrounded by a saint order, he should be one of the 36 saints, if not him, who else would he kill? Rumble. The sky fell and the earth cracked, a great path collapsed directly, dumbfounded, the patrollers were stunned. Killed, just like that, the incomparably powerful top-notch saint was killed just like that, they had just come out of seclusion, just appeared in the 3 realms, they followed closely behind the Emperor to rule the 3 realms, they had to maintain the order of the 3 realms, operating according to the Emperor's will, and they died just like that? Sky Xiong. Someone cried out sorrowfully, Saint Sky Xiong of the 36 saints. The ancient saint was already close to the Heavenly King realm. Those who did not die were actually very close to the Heavenly King realm, but they had not broken through until now. Most of them were facing the last hurdle, that was why they were stuck in this realm. They had thought that they would reach the Heavenly King realm soon. But now, they were dead. Fang Ping's face was cold, he put away the saint order, sneered, and muttered, D***mn, I just happened to be fighting with Li Zhu, these old turtles, both sides were injured. If we continue fighting, my great path will be burned out, I almost burned to death. It's good now, I need to slow down. After killing a top-notch saint with one punch, the other saints, even if they only had the strength of a true god, forced the void to tear, trying to escape. A broken 6 Heavenly King roared, Emperor! Where is the Emperor? We are patrolling on behalf of the sky. Before he finished speaking, old Zhang rushed over, the bamboo whip in his hand, whipping down. The other party could not dodge in time, his head bleeding, he roared wildly, No, we are patrollers, we are from the 9 Emperors sect, as if we're not. Dragon form whipped his tail, cracking the other party's golden body. Sky Dipper! Someone exclaimed. This person was Sky Dipper Saint, ranked 2nd among the 36 saints. At this moment, he was also a broken 6 Heavenly King. He was not weak, but his great path of origin was quickly sealed, resisting the invasion of the seal. At this moment, being targeted by King Wu and dragon form, his golden body cracked instantly. The other 5 Heavenly Kings roared again. On the other side, Feng could not take it anymore. It was actually his first time trying to seal 6 Heavenly Kings at once. At this moment, he felt like he was being pushed back. At this moment, the void split open and King Kuan walked over coldly. With a casual kick, he sent one of the broken 6 Heavenly Kings flying. The broken 6 Heavenly King broke through the 6th layer of heaven and the spatial crack came slashing over. This broken 6 Heavenly King was originally not afraid of the spatial crack of the 6th layer of heaven. But now, a part of his origin was sealed, and his golden body was instantly cut into a bloody mess. Hong Yu, someone growled, looking at Hong Yu in the distance. Hong Yu's expression kept changing. King Kuan looked at Hong Yu and said coldly, Let me ask you, is father dead or alive? Is Chief Luoyi alive or dead? Hong Yu said nothing. Very good. King Kuan snorted coldly. Are you in cahoots with these people? You are also a patrolling inspector. Are you their lackey? Hong Yu sighed softly. Lackey. Hong Kuan, there are some things. There are some things that I don't understand? King Kuan said indifferently, there are many things that I don't understand, and there is no need for me to understand. You built the heavenly quartz, and even when you called yourself the Demon Emperor, I still thought highly of you. But now, you are telling me that you are not fighting for yourself, but for those fellows. Trash. As soon as he finished speaking, King Kuan's seal appeared in his hand. He casually tossed it, and the heavenly king who had just been smashed into the sixth heaven was once again smashed into the depths of the space crack. A scream was instantly heard. King Kuan looked at Hong Yu and said coldly, "Who are you summoning back? Who was that guy just now? Trying to act mysterious. Was it Human Emperor, Emperor Nan, or Emperor Shi?" Hong Yu said nothing. "I will settle the score with you later." King Kuan snorted coldly, and the void froze. At this time, Dragon Transformation and Zhang Tao were torturing the celestial spirits. One of them was smashed into the depths of the space, and there were still 4 heavenly kings struggling. King Kuan looked at the 4 of them, and then at Fang Ping who had avoided him and was chasing those saints. His gaze changed for a while, and with one strike, he severely injured a heavenly king, causing him to fall to Fang Ping's side. Fang Ping tilted his head and looked at him. King Kuan said coldly, "I don't care about your matters. It is your freedom to kill whoever you want. The Emperor's patrolling inspectors are existences that monitor the 3 realms. I will not provoke them. You better not kill them. If you kill them, I will not rest until you are dead." Fang Ping blinked his eyes. This bastard, weren't we already fighting to the death a long time ago? Instead of killing them now, you want me to do it? What do you mean? Do you think I am not afraid of the Emperor? Although these people had all attacked, none of them killed anyone. They were all waiting for Fang Ping to strike. Each of them was cunning. If the Emperor came again at this moment, no problem, he would just push the blame to Fang Ping. They were all top-notch powerhouses of the origin, and they did not kill anyone personally. How could the Emperor kill them? Watching this person land in front of him, his golden body smashed by King Kuan, Fang Ping suddenly asked, "Do you have a heavenly king seal? Do you have a saint token?" King Kuan said lightly, "He has it." How can the 4th-ranked Saint Xianxia not have a saint token? Oh, Fang Ping did not say much. Grey force blasted out instantly, and with a rumble, the golden body exploded, the god-slaying saber slashed out, one slash after another. Tianxian roared madly, his origin struggling violently, vaguely breaking free from the seal's shackles. In the blink of an eye, his aura recovered. Even though the golden body had exploded, his chi activity was still extremely strong. At this moment, Lin Zi held the cat palace in her hand and tossed it over, smashing the other spirit body instantly. Lin Zi ignored him. At this moment, she was grabbing the cat's tail, her expression ugly, and shouted in a low voice, "Don't attack." She was taking care of the cat and had no time to care about others. As for the cat palace, when she was taking care of the cat just now, it was accidentally knocked away by the cat and hit Tianxian. She did not do it on purpose. Fang Ping blinked his eyes again. This woman was not a good person either. Her acting was too fake. "Lin Zi, you are a descendant of the Spirit Emperor." Tianxian was shocked and angry. He roared, "How dare you!" Lin Zi was also a descendant of the Emperor. They were in the same camp. Tianxian was furious. At this moment, in the void, a powerhouse with a break 7 roared, "King Kuan, suppressing C. It's not what you think." In the past, a group of people who had the potential to become emperors were left in the 3 realms. Our qualifications were slightly worse, so we chose another path. We were not abandoned like you think. How can you do this? King Kuan frowned slightly. At this moment, another person roared, "We are all Emperor's followers. Back then, your qualifications were better and your chances were higher, so you were left in the 3 realms by the Emperors to fight for a chance. You were not abandoned. Everyone, stop attacking." The previous domineering and arrogant attitude was long gone. At this moment, regardless of whether these words were true or not, it made some powerhouses waver slightly. These words might not be false. A few powerhouses with a break 7 were shocked, angry, and terrified. They did not expect this to happen. The emperor had almost descended. Although he was beaten back, the emperor was still alive. These people actually dared to kill them right under the emperor's nose. A saint had already died. Not only that, at this moment, the heavenly king Xianxia was also almost finished. A heavenly king was about to die as soon as he appeared. Who would not be afraid? Some people had already begun to frantically spread the news, calling for the emperor. Someone roared fiercely, "Ji Yun, summon the emperor back. Hurry, hurry!" They were all afraid. The heavenly kings in the 3 realms were all lunatics. They attacked them at the slightest disagreement. The powerhouses of several parties had actually attacked. Who could resist this? Fang Ping said faintly, 10 heavenly kings. 4 of them with a break 7. They appeared at this time. I heard that the chance of the 3 realms has not opened yet. They appeared at this time. Hee, what are they trying to do? King Kuan frowned again. He ignored Fang Ping but did not say anything. Fang Ping did not care about him. These people were still a little afraid of the emperor. This was inevitable. After all, the emperor had really appeared just now. As for himself, what was Fang Ping afraid of? He was not afraid. The emperor was about to appear. With his current strength and temper, if he really appeared, he and the emperor would definitely not be on the same boat. Sooner or later, he would still offend the other party. This was inevitable. Fang Ping knew his place. Especially the emperor. This person was going to walk the real emperor path. He was destined to have some discord with old Zhang. It was a conflict of orthodoxy and Tao. If he did not make a move now, when would he make a move? Who knew if the one who had just appeared was the emperor? Fang Ping could not be bothered with others. Xianxia was right in front of him, seriously injured. King Kuan, Feng, and Lindsay attacked one after another. How could he, a break 6, resist? At this moment, his spirit body was in the process of collapsing. Fang Ping did not speak anymore. With a muffled sound, he went forward and slashed wildly. Slash after slash, slash after slash, rumble, in the sky, another Dao collapsed. Xianxia, someone broke down. A few heavenly kings with a break 6 were currently burning their origin and golden body to break free from Feng's control. Someone's eyes revealed incomparable horror. The heavenly king was dead. Xianxia, a heavenly king who had not made a move in the 3 realms after becoming a heavenly king, was killed just like that. His death was too humiliating. Fang Ping snatched a saint's token and laughed. The 10th one. The 10th saint token he had obtained today. As for himself, he had 20 of them to begin with. In this way, Fang Ping had collected as many as 30 out of the 36 saint tokens. As for the heavenly king seals, he also had 5. As for the remaining 3, King Kuan had 1. As for the remaining 2, one was taken away by heavenly king suppression and the other by Sky Arm, in West's palace. Heaven's fate lamented again. Heavenly king. What's the use? Offending the 3 realms all at once. When you came out, keep a low profile. Talk to all parties first, be more sincere, and then come to the 3 realms. For break 7, 6 break 6, and you won't be attacked for no reason. Everyone is afraid of such a strong force. You must first rope them in. If it really doesn't work, come out one by one. You appeared 10 at once. Instantly, you're the strongest force in the origin path. If I don't kill you, I'll kill ghosts. Heaven's fate shook his head. It was not that they were not strong. It was because they were too strong that this happened. 10 heavenly kings, for break 7 existences. Even on the human side, excluding external help, they were no match for them. On the catacombs side, even if the 2 Dao-confirming heavenly kings were still alive, they might not be a match for them. As for King Kuan's side, 3 heavenly kings might only be able to defeat 4 break 7. With the remaining 6 heavenly kings attacking, it was not impossible to kill them. This was an incomparably huge threat. They appeared all of a sudden. Who would not be afraid? Beside him, Xingnan said in a low voice, Prince, eldest senior brother. Eldest senior brother, among the six existences, one was the chief of Emperor West's bloodline. At this moment, Xianxia was killed, and heavenly strength was being tortured by old Zhang and dragon transformation. He could not hold on much longer. Among the remaining 4, 1 was blasted into the void, and 3 were struggling to escape. And among these 3, there were people from Emperor West's bloodline. Heaven's fate pursed his lips. The others won't dare to kill him. He's my father's eldest disciple, after all. If my father is really alive, won't he offend my father? But, with crazy Fang Ping around, it's hard to say. The 3 bloodlines of Emperor West, Emperor North, and Emperor Renhuang were all present. Emperor West and Emperor North's chief were both break 6, and Emperor Renhuang's Jiyun was break 7. Another break 7, the guy who was being beaten up was the chief of the Emperor God's bloodline. Finally, there was another break 6, and that was Emperor South's disciple. Beast Emperor, Spirit Emperor, Earthly Emperor, and East Emperor did not have any disciples among them. It was unknown whether they were dead or did not come this time. It was unknown whether there were only so many 3 realms patrollers. Heaven's fate was also observing in secret. It was not true that he did not want to watch the show. Especially just now, when the sky collapsed and the giant eye appeared, he was also surprised. At this moment, Xingnan was worried about eldest senior brother, but he did not care too much. After thinking for a while, he said, the few fellows among the 36 saints are dead for sure. As for the others, it might not be so. The others don't dare to kill them now. As for Fang Ping, he's not that stupid. Didn't you see that he only chose those who were not the emperor's direct descendants? Heaven's fate shook his head. He's just testing the emperor's endurance limit. Do you really think he's crazy enough to force the emperor to descend and kill him? He's just testing to see how many people he's killed. The emperor can't hold back anymore, he's also weakening the patroller's strength at the same time. Everyone knows this. Don't think that they're all clamoring to exterminate them. Don't worry, they won't all die in the end. Xingnan looked at Heaven's fate with some surprise. Prince, he wanted to say that the prince had figured out the key in the blink of an eye. He was becoming more and more like a wise man. Heaven's fate was indifferent. Everyone thinks so. Who doesn't understand? Do you think that there are only lunatics in the 3 realms? Lunatics are all smart. Fools have died long ago. The rest are all among the patrollers. These people observe the 3 realms in secret. They don't participate in it personally. A group of bystanders, what can they understand? Without personal experience, what did these people know? For 8,000 years, they had been roaming outside the 3 realms. There was no sense of crisis, no sense of oppression, no sense of survival, no fear of being abandoned. They had not experienced anything. Compared to this group of people who had struggled in the 3 realms for 8,000 years, even the saints had more sense of crisis than their heavenly kings. That included the group of people who had been revived. They had died once, after all. In fact, they had more sense of crisis than these people. Look, the sense of crisis was not strong. They thought that the sovereign could still shock the 3 realms like 8,000 years ago. After the incident with the earthly sovereign's clone, their fear and respect for the sovereign had mostly disappeared. As he spoke, the great Tao rumbled. Heaven's fate looked at the crack above the western palace and curled his lips. Tiangang is dead. There are 2 heavenly kings. Did these guys appear in the 3 realms to calm down? So many heavenly kings have died. It's about time to end this war. Tian Kuei, Tiangang, Tian Xian, Tian Ming, Weapon Master, Yuan Hua, Heaven's fate counted. 6. That was about it. If they continued to kill, they would probably cross the line. With 6 heavenly kings dead, this war was about to end. Heaven's fate glanced at Xingnan again. He lowered his head to study the chessboard and said, See? Still joining the war? Are you seeking death? Damn heavenly kings. Apart from Tian Ming, who is weaker than me? If that guy is not dead, don't let him enter the Western Palace. If you want to die with him, bring your men out. Xingnan smiled bitterly. How would he dare, eldest senior brother? Eldest senior brother, good luck. He was not in the mood to count how many saints had died today. Too many had died. The source universe was shaking nonstop. He should continue to follow the prince. At least the prince knew how to seek fortune and avoid disaster. Forbidden Sea. Heavenly Strength was not killed by Fang Ping. Old Zhang was ruthless and killed Heavenly Strength directly. The fall of two heavenly kings shook heaven and earth. At this moment, there were signs of the sky being torn apart again. Fang Ping looked up at the sky. One by one, the heavenly king powerhouses were shaken out of the void. The three realms patrollers. No one was arrogant anymore. Their faces were ashen. Two heavenly kings were dead, in the blink of an eye. For 8,000 years, this group of people hid behind the scenes. Sometimes they would come out to maintain the balance of the three realms. Over the years, even if they encountered Heavenly King Garrison, a few Heavenly King powerhouses secretly intimidated them, and Heavenly King Garrison quickly retreated. As a result, they really did not think that this day would come. They had intimidated many powerhouses who had broken 8. Of course, these people did not show the strength of breaking 8 before. Fang Ping looked at the sky as he swung his saber, killing a saint who was fleeing on the spot. You should have hidden the saint token. Why did you have to take it out to protect yourself? Is it appropriate not to kill you? Fang Ping killed this person casually as if he did not see him. He grabbed the saint token and did not care about anything else. The patrollers were even more indignant. Another one died, 2 saints and 2 kings, 4 of the 18 top-notch powerhouses from before died in the blink of an eye. The sky is going to split open? Fang Ping looked at the sky and laughed. The emperor is coming again? The one just now? The one whose eyeball was blown out? Everyone looked at him. Ji Yun and the others were pale at this moment. They looked at Fang Ping with some coldness, but they restrained it. Devil, this guy was a devil. At this moment, the emperor did not arrive. They finally learned their lesson and did not continue to reprimand him. At this time, the emperor might arrive at any time. Fang Ping actually dared to provoke him. Even if they hated him to the core, they had to admit that this guy was really cruel and lawless. Even the few who had broken 8 looked solemn at this time. They did not dare to provoke the emperor at this moment. Killing was just a test. The results showed that only 2 heavenly kings had died. The one who was about to arrive earlier seemed to be a little angry again and could not hold it in. At this time, Heavenly King Garrison's voice sounded in Fang Ping's mind. Stop provoking him. If you really force the emperor into a corner, once he descends. Brat, do you really want to die at this time? However, Fang Ping did not care about these words. At this moment, he chuckled and said, the monarch has been planning for so long. Just because 2 heavenly kings are dead, he's going to descend now. Has the plan succeeded or failed? Is this how the emperor behaves? Is that all you have? You've been plotting for 10,000 years? You want to lead the 3 realms? If this is the scheming of an emperor, the patience of an emperor, and the magnanimity of an emperor, then I'll just say, screw you, what kind of rubbish is this? Fang Ping sneered, provocative, arrogant. Many people thought that Fang Ping had really gone mad. Fang Ping, on the other hand, was calm. He said lazily, I'll try. If he didn't have much patience, he would descend upon anyone he killed in the future. What was the point of fighting then? 2 dead heavenly kings were about to come out, so they might as well stop fighting. Everyone just admitted defeat and became grandsons. Emperor realm experts were already in such a state. There was no way to match them, so what was the point of fighting? His people couldn't be attacked. Once they were attacked, they would descend. Might as well stop playing, a game of chess, right? The chess pieces on the chessboard aren't moving anymore. I'll let you play my guess. Fang Ping was not afraid at this moment. He looked up at the sky and laughed. Are there rules among the emperors? Are there any agreements? Or is it that your people can't die? Even if they become emperors, it can only be those you choose? If that's the case, give me a list now. The chosen ones will become emperors. The rest can wash up and go home to their mothers. Fang Ping burst into laughter. Zhang Tao said mildly, you're right. If we die, so be it. If they die, the emperors will descend and kill them. What's the point of fighting? Just give them a list and let them play. Zhang Tao sneered in disdain. Emperor? The emperors who descend frequently now are either the idiots among the emperors or the weakest one. They've probably been ostracized by the emperors. They're afraid that if their people die, they won't have any backup, right? This kind of person. I don't think there's a need to be afraid. All the heavenly kings here together. They might be able to kill an emperor today. Zhang Tao laughed. I'm just afraid that you guys won't dare. If you want to become an emperor. If you kill one, maybe someone else will succeed. Fang Ping also laughed and said, it's hard to say. 9 emperors have been here for 30,000 years and no one has succeeded. Is it because 9 emperors are the limit and the origin can only support 9 emperors? If one dies, can someone else become an emperor? At this time, the heavenly king's subduing sighs moved slightly. He said softly, the powerhouses of the origin have to rely on the origin universe to support them. They need a lot of origin chi. There are more emperors. They need origin chi to support the origin world and the origin Tao. Maybe there's a limit to the number. As soon as he said that, Feng chuckled at the back. It's hard to say. Back then, someone also speculated that the 4 emperors couldn't become emperors because the origin could no longer support them. Otherwise, with the 4 emperors' talents, it's hard to understand why they couldn't become emperors. Fang Ping grinned. There's still hope. There's a possibility too. Of course, it's very dangerous. There are so many people here. If we fight together, we might be able to kill the other party. But probably 90% of them will die. The one who survives might become an emperor. Zhang Tao said thoughtfully, haven't all of you waited for this opportunity for so many years? If you win, you get the meat. If you lose your life. That's it. Some people died in vain. For example, the weapon master. He didn't even get a chance. If we go all out, there might be a chance. The two of them echoed each other. Even though everyone knew what they were thinking, it was also the truth. Yes, everyone waited for 8,000 years. They hid for 8,000 years. They schemed for 8,000 years. They fought for 8,000 years, for what? To become an emperor. When the fake sky grave opened that day, knowing that there was a chance, these people went in one after another. Today, if they could really kill an emperor, they could really succeed. Even if everyone knew that most of them would die, or even be wiped out, there was still a chance. At this moment, Heavenly Arms suddenly chuckled. If you dare to fight, the Chuwu lineage is willing to lend you a hand. Everyone's eyes flickered. Ji Yun and the others' faces were pale. Terrifying, he had this thought again. They were all lunatics. These people were actually discussing to kill an emperor. Emperors were invincible. This was something that everyone knew. However, if they really joined forces, how many of them could break through 8? There were quite a few here. There were still some in the Skygrave and Chuwu. With the other heavenly kings, it was not impossible to kill an emperor. Perhaps everyone had this thought, but no one dared to say it out loud. However, someone said it today. A guy who broke through 6, Fang Ping had this thought. He licked his lips and smiled. Opportunities are fought for by ourselves. Martial arts must fight. If we don't fight, can we wait for the opportunity to come to us? Everyone is prepared to break the celestial barrier, fight to the death, and become an emperor. If that's the case, instead of waiting for an unknown future, why not fight for a chance, a bigger chance? Whether to kill an emperor to prove one's path has a higher chance or to wait for the future. This needs to be weighed by everyone. Everyone here has fought for so many years. Some people are afraid of death, such as King Kuan and Feng. They are all afraid of death. However, the opportunity is here. Are you guys still afraid of death? Fang Ping chuckled. I know you guys too well. As long as the benefits exceed expectations, you're not afraid of death. If you don't dare to fight, it's nothing more than the benefits not reaching your expectations, right? Feng raised her eyebrows and smiled faintly. Interesting. Fang Ping, what you said, is right. We don't dare to fight. Not only do we not dare, but we're also afraid of getting hurt now. If we get hurt, we won't have a chance in the future, and all our fear is for that one fight. If that gamble had appeared now, it's not impossible that I wouldn't take another gamble. Heavenly King Zhen also smiled. We still dare. What we're afraid of is the appearance of a second one. Fang Ping, do you understand? Fang Ping smiled. I understand. There's still hope for us to kill one. If we kill two, I'm afraid it'll be dangerous. But, do you think they don't have restraint? Didn't you see Emperor Heavenly Reverse make a move? There are also factions. This guy who descended also has enemies. People are afraid that no one can restrain them. If someone is restrained, then there will be a weakness. The second one, what if the second one is stopped? Don't think everything is impossible. I think the possibility is very high. Otherwise, it wouldn't be like this today. Everyone, why don't we give it a try? Feng looked at Fang Ping and chuckled. How do we try? Fang Ping licked his lips again. His mouth was a little dry. He was a little agitated and excited. He whispered, let Ji Yun and the others summon, let Hong Yu summon. We'll take the initiative to fish. Catch a big fish. The Sea Guardian glanced at him and then at the Ash Cat. The Ash Cat was staring at him with its cat eyes wide open. Big fish, the Sea Guardian snorted in his heart. He hated Fang Ping's metaphor, however, at this moment, the others were overwhelmed with emotions. Fishing, actively fishing for an emperor, for tens of thousands of years, only Fang Ping dared to say this. Not only was he not afraid, he actually wanted to take the initiative to fish for an emperor. At this moment, Ji Yun and the others were really trembling. Crazy, a group of heavenly kings was actually discussing fishing for an emperor and taking the initiative to lure it. Fang Ping continued to tempt them. Passively waiting or actively creating opportunities? Passively, that means we're still pawns. Taking the initiative, although it's more dangerous, the initiative is in our hands. Everyone, I'm afraid you've thought about this before. But you're afraid of death. Because you know how powerful an emperor is. I've heard of it before, but I don't know. So, although I'm afraid, I dare to think about it. It's not to the extent that I don't even dare to think about it. Nobodies can't change anything. They can't change their fate of being pawns. But, even if they're pawns, they have to be pawns with value, don't they? Fang Ping smiled sinisterly. After becoming an emperor, don't care about the dead. After becoming an emperor. My only request is to continue to disgust some people. How about that? Everyone, if you dare, do it now. I see that he doesn't seem to be moving. Why don't we kill a few more heavenly kings and lure him here? Of course, we have to agree in advance and reach an agreement. Otherwise, we'll just be sending ourselves to death for nothing. Everyone was overwhelmed with emotions, their mouths dry. Even those who had broken 8 were thirsty at this moment. Their chances were actually the highest. The chances of breaking 6 should be the lowest, but it did not mean that there was no chance. Heavenly Arm said in a low voice, if you've decided, the commotion at the cemetery of heaven is too big. It's not appropriate to summon them back now. I'll inform the underworld god and the others to rush over immediately. There are still 2 broken 8, many broken 7, and more than 10 broken 6 existences over at Chu Wu. Heavenly King Subduing was also taking a deep breath. Me, Hongkuan, Sea Suppressor, Feng, the blacksmith, plus the 3 from your side, 8 broken 8, he did not count Hong Yu in. At this moment, he looked at Hong Yu and laughed softly. Hong Yu, are you going to participate, or are you going to betray us? Hong Yu's expression changed. He did not expect the situation to develop in this direction. A group of people were discussing how to kill an emperor. If the weapon master was still here, he would definitely object. But he was dead. If Hong Yu was included, there were a total of 9 who had broken 8, many who had broken 7, and even more who had broken 6. If they attacked together, they might not be able to kill an emperor. There was hope, there really was hope. The situation had completely exceeded expectations. It was completely out of control. Hong Yu saw some people looking at him darkly. He said in a low voice, if I say no, do I have to die now? King Kuan said coldly, if father is alive, all of this will not happen today. If father is here and these people dare to do this, I will be the first to object. But father, is he alive or dead? Or is he in a deep sleep and will never wake up again? King Kuan said coldly, if that's the case, agree to it and live. If not, then die. Hong Yu's expression changed. King Kuan was extremely cold. Don't think that you can escape this. You are bait. You are the bait. Think about it carefully. If you get the emperor, will he spare your life? Hong Yu fell silent and did not speak again. Everyone looked at each other. For a moment, the atmosphere was so strange that it was scary. Excitement, fear, yes, there was fear. It was impossible that they did not. They were also afraid of death. If they really did it this time, they might all die. But hadn't they waited for this opportunity for 8,000 years, usually, no one would mention it. No one dared to say it. But today, there was. Since there was, they could give it a try. Perhaps the alliance would succeed. The patrol envoys were terrified to the extreme. However, at this time, the Broken 8 and Broken 7 who were present surrounded them in the center. They could not run. Whoever ran would die, they would definitely die. Ji Yan no longer had any pride or the feeling of looking down on the masses. He only felt that he had entered the demon world. This was not the three realms. This was the demon world. And this was what other people thought of the human world in the past. Fang Ping became more excited. How about we try? Even if we don't succeed, we must let those high and mighty fellows know that we are not to be trifled with. We dare to resist too. The three realms is ours. Since the emperors have left, then go further away. If they come back and stretch their claws again, we will chop off their claws. Everyone, are you really going to wait for these emperors to give us a chance? Will the emperor's path really appear on the day the heavenly human realm wall shatters? Will it really appear? But I know that if we kill the emperor's path will appear and we can see the truth. Fang Ping was like a devil, tempting them to go to hell. At this moment, more people rushed over. King Qian, King Zhen, including Moon Spirit, almost all the heavenly kings of the origin path had gathered, except for those in the tomb of heaven. Not only the heavenly kings, but the saints had also arrived one after another. The elites of the three realms, except for those at junior martial arts, had almost all arrived. With the power of the three realms, could they kill the emperor? Yes, this thought arose in everyone's mind. This thought became heavier and heavier. Hell was in their hearts, the devil was in their hearts. No. Don't. At this moment, a patrol broke down and said weakly, no, don't kill us. Everyone, don't kill us. It doesn't have to be like this, it doesn't have to be like this, in a few more days, there will definitely be a chance. Killing the emperor is too dangerous, really too dangerous, we are the emperor's eyes and ears. As long as we don't summon them and not too many die, the emperors will not return. Their understanding of the three realms is all reported by us. They are in the depths of the origin, outside the 9 heavens. At this moment, this collapsed heavenly king said quickly, everyone, if we don't die, if we don't summon them, the emperor will not return. The three realms is still the three realms. It's still your three realms, not the emperor's. The other patrols did not say a word. They were all scared. Once the plan was approved, they, the emperor's eyes and ears, would definitely be killed. There were no exceptions. Hong Yu might be an exception because he had also broken 8. Broken 8. Everyone wanted to become an emperor. It was a horrifying plan, a plan that no one had thought of. If Fang Ping had not proposed this plan today, no one present would have thought of doing it. This was because the success rate of killing the emperor was too low. It was too difficult to unite the three realms. Today, however, they had this opportunity. The atmosphere became more and more strange. Fang Ping began to refine those saint tokens. His gaze was also very strange. I was just saying. Turns out you guys really had this intention. Really, if I had known this would happen, I would have treated the emperors as imaginary enemies. That way, we wouldn't have to fight anymore, right? The demon emperor and the others also wanted to become emperors. There were more powerhouses today, the success rate of the plan was higher. Since everyone had this intention, Fang Ping really wanted to try it, do it big, this was a big deal, right? Fang Ping felt that the plan he proposed should be even more shocking than the Immortal Source plan back then. It should be so. At least the Immortal Source plan did not think that anyone wanted to kill the Emperor. Licking his lips, Fang Ping chuckled. I proposed this plan. It's called Fang Ping's plan. I want to leave my name in history. I want the three realms to remember that I, Fang Ping, once did an earth-shattering deal. Everyone looked at each other. No one cared about him. It did not matter what the plan was. Either he lived to become an emperor, or he died. If he died, what plan would they care about? If he lived, then they did not care. Considering that Fang Ping had mentioned the plan, they had just become emperors. It was not a big deal to call it Fang Ping's plan, was it not? Seeing this, Zhang Tao said in a low voice, everyone, make your stand. If you can agree, you don't have to say anything now. If you can't agree. Zhang Tao chuckled. Kill a heavenly king first before leaving. When he said that, it was no different from forcing them to do something. Either they did not agree, or they killed a heavenly king and left. It was too obvious who they would kill. No, everyone, you can't do this. At this time, the few broken sevens could not sit still anymore. King Count's face was full of despair. He was almost begging, King Kuan, King Qian, Heavenly King Garrison, we were also forced. We were still members of the Heavenly Court back then, high-ranking members of the Heavenly Court. The Emperor has an order, we dare not disobey. Everyone, we don't want this, we really don't want this. King Can and the others were afraid. They would die. They were the targets of the flag sacrifice. As for Fang Ping, he was now determined to overturn this chessboard and break this chess game. The more he thought about it, the more he understood that everyone's every move was being watched. Living in the three realms was actually a cage. He did not want to. Perhaps the day before they became emperors would be the day they were harvested. If this went on, waiting would only lead to death. He might as well take a gamble. Even now, when was it not a gamble? If he wanted to gamble, then he would gamble big. Wouldn't that be even more beautiful? Fang Ping's heart was beating rapidly. He was also agitated and excited. At this moment, he did not speak anymore and transmitted his voice to the powerhouses in all directions. Everyone, I'll wait for 10 minutes. If no one has any objections, then let's do it. If you're afraid, suppress those people with broken sevens and let those who are afraid kill one and leave. After leaving, scram far away. Otherwise, to reduce variables, I'll have to kill you. Senior Skyarm, you can summon the beginner powerhouses. Don't make too much noise. This is the first time the three realms have joined forces. Thinking about it, I'm a little excited. Forget about me as the vanguard, I'm not qualified. Heavenly King Garrison, you'll be the vanguard. Heavenly King Garrison rolled his eyes. You want me to be the vanguard to kill the Emperor? I won't do it. Let Skyarm and the others be the vanguard. Skyarm, do you want to do it? If you want to do it, then be the vanguard. We'll eat the meat together. You guys just want to have fun. Beginners can't become emperors. Anyway. Skyarm's tone was low. Sure. He had wanted to do it a long time ago, but he was afraid that he wouldn't have the chance, afraid that he wouldn't be able to do it, afraid that he would die in vain, afraid that there were too many things. If I can really kill an emperor today, I'm willing to die. Heavenly King Garrison looked at Fang Ping proudly. See, do you need me to die? Skyarm and the others were fighting to do it. The first to kill was naturally the most dangerous. This matter was handed over to beginners. At this moment. West Royal Palace. Sky Extremity laughed. Look, the war has stopped. My calculations were right. It's time to stop the war. That's good too. People are dying every day. Even I'm a little scared. Now it's time for me to show myself. Xingnan asked curiously, Prince, what was he going to do at this time? Divide the benefits. Sky Extremity laughed. It's not treasures, it's information, secrets. There's no harm in listening. Those people have returned, more or less they know something. Now Fang Ping and the others must be interrogating them about the secrets. This is inevitable. I'll go listen, in case I'm clueless about these things. In the three realms, you can give up anything, but you must be well informed. Sky Extremity stood up and said, I'll go over first. Secrets are things that many people know. They don't mind one more person knowing, understand? However, things like the Saint Token and the Heavenly King Seal must not be touched, lest you get into trouble. Xingnan nodded. At this moment, she admired Prince a little. More and more, Sky Extremity was also very proud. This was what he had gained after the trip to the fake heavenly grave. A change in temperament. Look, the war is over. I'm going. I don't want any benefits. I'll show my face, listen to some news, and tell all parties that I'm on the Three Realms side. Isn't that perfect? Sky Extremity laughed. With the superiority of crushing intelligence, he disappeared from the West Emperor dojo instantly. It was time to go out. Xingnan watched the Emperor disappear. She was also emotional. Prince had matured, the war had stopped. It was safe. Drip, drip, sweat, yes, sweat was dripping. On the Forbidden Sea, the heavenly kings of the inspectors were sweating. At the Heavenly King realm, there was no sweat. But at this time, they were afraid. It was too quiet. The silence before the storm was terrifyingly quiet, terrifyingly quiet. The broken 7 heavenly kings were trembling at this moment. They were afraid that these people had really reached an agreement. If so, the inspectors present would definitely die. In this extreme silence, in this extremely strange state. The void was torn apart. As soon as the void was torn apart, Celestial Pull stopped in his tracks. Strange, the atmosphere was too strange. This gave Celestial Pull a bad feeling. What happened? The heavenly kings present looked at him in unison. At this moment, there was surprise, pity, and laughter. Yes, everyone's feelings were complicated. Everyone was struggling now. Celestial Pull hadn't come, so everyone ignored him. But at this juncture, why did he come? Everyone, fellow cultivators, this, Celestial Pull said dryly, sweat beading on his forehead. What happened? What happened? Was he being forced to reveal information? But why was no one saying anything? Even if he spoke now, no one answered him. Silence. Celestial Pull was about to collapse. What happened? His mouth was dry. Celestial Pull laughed dryly again. Fellow cultivators, if there's anything that's not suitable for me to hear, I'll take my leave first. Since you're here, don't leave. A faint voice was heard. Celestial Pull's hair stood on end. Why did it sound like he was going to kill someone? Behind, Fong Ping chuckled. Celestial Pull Prince, you came just in time. Was the one who descended earlier your father? Celestial Pull heaved a sigh of relief, thinking that he was going to settle scores. He said hurriedly, I don't think so. Of course, it's the voice of the origin after all. It's not too real. But I don't think it's my father. He felt that it did not sound like his father. If that was the case, it had nothing to do with him. He would not be implicated, would he? Fong Ping laughed again. Everyone, you're all powerhouses who have experienced the ancient heavenly court. Who was the one earlier? It's not Spirit Emperor. Lindsay replied faintly. Although it was hard to distinguish the voice of the origin source from that of a man or a woman, she was certain that this was not the voice of the Spirit Emperor. Moon Spirit replied calmly, it's not my father. The North Sovereign Saber didn't react, so it shouldn't be the Earthly Sovereign either. The Earthly Sovereign Sword didn't react either. When a powerhouse descended, their weapons would more or less react. Fong Ping also came to a realization. It was not Emperor West. Otherwise, the god-slaying saber would not be so calm. A member of the East, South, God, Beast, and Human, Dragonborn laughed and said, it's not a beast sovereign, you know. As for the Emperor God, he is powerful. Not even the Emperor of Heaven Reverse dares to deal with him. People from the East and South? Fong Ping smiled. It was one of the three. The reason why he wanted to clarify things was to prevent any accidents from happening. For example, some of the people present had a close relationship with the Emperor. Neither Dong Huang nor Ren Huang was here at the moment. If it was Emperor Nan, the water power was here. Fong Ping looked at Xueli. Xueli transformed into his human form. His expression changed slightly as he said, maybe, probably not Lord Emperor Nan. If Master returns, cough cough, there will be some commotion in that place. I didn't notice anything unusual before. What place? No one asked, but they had a rough idea. If it was not Emperor Nan's personal belongings, then it was a divine weapon. Of course, since it was that place, could it be the place where Emperor Nan secluded himself for a long time, Emperor Nan's palace? Everyone already had their own guesses. Xueli was also helpless. He had to say that if he did not say it, he could not rule out the possibility of Emperor Nan. If he could not rule it out, could he still be trusted as Emperor Nan's mount? Dong Huang. Ren Huang. Fang Ping rubbed his chin and murmured, these two give me the feeling that they are very low-key. Why are they so hot-tempered? They came at the slightest disagreement. Ji Yuan seems to be an important figure among the patrols. Could it be the arrival of Ren Huang? Fang Ping licked his lips. Dong Huang doesn't seem to be here. If that's the case, it might really be Ren Huang? Is he hiding his strength, or is he really hot-tempered and weak? Ren Huang seemed to like to hide his strength. He heard that he had always been obedient to earthly emperor. For a guy like him to act weak and hot-tempered now seemed understandable. As for whether he was really weak or pretending to be weak, how would Fang Ping know? They were discussing. Celestial Pole heaved a sigh of relief. This has nothing to do with me. The people of the human emperor and the Eastern emperor might be in trouble. At this moment, he was looking all around him. Eventually, he decided to go over to Moon Spirit's side. He wanted to get more familiar with Moon Spirit so that he could gather some information. When he arrived, Moon Spirit looked at him with a strange expression. Celestial Extremity smiled and said, Moon Spirit, do you have any secrets? You want to hear it? Moon Spirit's voice was faint, causing Tianji's hair to stand on end. However, he still transmitted his voice over, tell me, what did Ji Yuan and the others say? Which sovereigns are still alive? I didn't say. If you didn't say, then you. Guys, Tianji, what are you doing here? Tianji felt depressed. What did that mean? I can't come? If I didn't come, I would be the only heavenly king of the three realms who hasn't arrived. It would be easy for me to be targeted. Heaven's fate wasn't stupid either. The only heavenly king who hadn't expressed his opinion was also in danger. You're early, what do you mean? Moon Spirit looked at him for a long time. Then, she chuckled softly, and her voice echoed into his mind, because, they're discussing, how to slaughter an emperor. Rumble, thunder rumbled, 5 bolts of lightning, Heaven's fate's expression changed drastically. What was this? Did this king hear wrongly? Slaughter, an emperor? Moon Spirit continued, you're early. If you came later, no one would care if you came or not, but you came at this time. Sigh, I don't know if you're lucky or unlucky. If you're lucky, you still have hope. He didn't want this hope. At this moment, Heaven's fate's heart was about to explode. He didn't want this hope. He knew what hope it was. Why would he slaughter an emperor? For the great Tao, but he didn't want this hope. With so many people, how could there be so much hope? Even if he slaughtered an emperor, he might not be the winner. On the contrary, he was weak, and he might die even faster. Heaven's fate's mentality collapsed. Why did this king come here now? Could he still leave? He looked around. He wanted to leave, he wanted to go home. But at this time, many people were looking at him. He thought he would never forget that look in his life. Try and leave, Heaven's fate's body was a little stiff. He couldn't leave. These guys were already crazy enough to slaughter an emperor. They would not mind killing another heavenly king. Even if he was Emperor Shi's son, it was nothing. Heaven's fate swallowed, his voice trembling slightly. This king has only broken 6 not long ago. His strength is average, very weak, he was very weak. He could not leave. He could participate in the battle, but he had to hide at the back. He had no choice but to participate in the battle. At this time, Fang Ping had refined 3 saint tokens. The source world had not reached the point of 800 meters. It was still a little short. He had 11 saint tokens and a heavenly king seal. After refining them, 800 meters was stable. 900 meters was hopeful. Fang Ping no longer refined the saint token. At this moment, he was refining King Li's token at all costs. After refining this heavenly king's seal, he might be able to reach 800 meters. His combat strength would soar again. At this moment, King Kuan's voice rang in his ears. It was very cold. Even if they descend, they might just be clones, Fang Ping laughed. Are clones powerful? Around the strength of Broken 7. That's good enough. Fang Ping laughed. Broken 7. I killed the Inspector Broken 7. Is it useful for his clone to descend? Since it's useless, of course it's his real body. Not necessarily. The sovereign is very confident. He thinks that his clone is enough to intimidate the three realms. Do you understand? Understood. Fang Ping nodded. Indeed, the sovereign was very powerful. Even his clone had descended. Would you dare to disobey? If that was the case, of course, there was no need to care too much about the strength. The main thing was the suppression of the real body's strength, Fang Ping laughed. It's okay. I'm a lunatic. Everyone, don't worry. If his clone really descends, the few of us humans will go up and kill this clone. The sovereign will definitely be furious. This is good too. I'm really afraid that the Celestial Emperor reverse will stop us. If we kill the opponent's clone, even the Celestial Emperor reverse will probably not stop us. After all, this concerns the dignity of the sovereign, right? Everyone, you can watch a big show first. I'll also let you see if the courage of the human powerhouses is made of iron. Fang Ping said faintly, I'm not afraid. I don't have the intention of tricking you to go up and die. I'll be an example. I didn't dare to do it before because I was afraid that the real body would kill me in seconds. But if it's a clone, I'll be an example to all of you. Let's see if I, Fang Ping, am a person who is afraid of death. King Kuan nodded slightly. This was sincerity. When the clone appeared, Fang Ping killed it. Whether it was the clone or the real body, it meant that he would fight to the death with the sovereign. In this way, he did not have to worry about the humans having other thoughts. This kind of thing was most dangerous to shirk responsibility. Once someone shirked responsibility, this thing could not be done. Broken 7 won't be easy to kill, Fang Ping laughed. It's okay. If he can't kill me, he can't kill me either. If a sovereign attacks and can't kill me, it'll be a disgrace, a complete disgrace. If the real body doesn't appear, how can he kill me? If he doesn't kill me, how can he intimidate the three realms? He'll still attack. Therefore, the plan is not a problem. Fang Ping continued, everyone should understand this point. Your King Kuan's clone descended and couldn't kill a rank 9. If your real body can descend, will you not? Especially when the other party is the kind that can kill in seconds. Will you be lenient? King Kuan laughed and did not reply. What a joke. How could he be lenient? He had lost all his face. If he could kill, why not? This time, no one had any doubts. Clone, the humans go up. True body, beginner martial first, Broken 8 in front, Broken 7 after. I'll follow Broken 7, Old Zhang will follow Broken 6. Fang Ping looked around and said in a low voice, it's not that martial kings are afraid of death. I'm afraid that some Broken 6 will run away. For example, heavenly plants are not reliable at first glance. For example, celestial poles are likely to run away at first glance. The two heavenly kings who were named had stiff expressions. Especially celestial poles, why am I someone who will run away at first glance? Fang Ping ignored him and said, Moon Spirit, follow Broken 7. The other saints, form a big formation and wait outside. The chance is here. You saints might be able to take advantage of it. Fang Ping said coldly, don't feel wronged for Broken 8. If you want to eat meat, then you have to take the risk. Broken 6 and Broken 7 may be killed in seconds. Only if you guys block it, then we have a chance to succeed. Otherwise, if we are defeated one by one, we will all die. Everyone has lived for so many years. It's not like we don't have this bit of boldness. If you want to become an emperor, if you don't have boldness, how can you become an emperor? King Kuan said lightly, sure. If you let the heavenly kings integrate into this king's golden body, the chances will be greater. On the other side, Heavenly Wood's face had turned purple. Fang Ping humphed. Cut the crap. If you're really dying in the end, you can try. Whether it's voluntary or not, what's the use? If it really comes to that, it's possible to take a gamble. King Kuan nodded slightly. At this moment, Heavenly King Zhen said, "Lend me the heaven confining bell." Fang Ping tossed the heaven confining bell over. King Qian humped coldly. "Return the Heavenly King's seal to me first." Fang Ping glanced at him and scolded in a low voice, "No way. You'll have it when we kill one later. Use it first." King Qian was speechless. What he said made sense. Old Zhang was currently holding the sky bell, Fang Ping was holding the god-slaying saber, and Moon Spirit was holding the North Emperor saber. After thinking for a while, he looked at Hong Yu and said coldly, "If you dare to attack, I'll lend you the Earthly Emperor sword." At this point, the rational use of resources could make everyone stronger. Hong Yu looked around. After a while, he sighed softly. "If that's the case, I'll go crazy with everyone this time." Moon Spirit tossed the Earthly Emperor sword over. The others all had their own weapons. At this moment, a long spear appeared in Li Zhu's hand. Looking at the material, it was probably a demigod weapon. On the other side, Sky Arm suddenly laughed and tossed a long spear to Heavenly King Zhen. "Li Zhen, the heaven confining bell is mainly for defense. What are you pretending for? I'll give you the divine spear. Since you've defeated me with a punch, your combat strength is unparalleled. With the divine spear in hand, you're the main force." Heavenly King Zhen cursed under his breath and took the divine spear left behind by the weapon master. Everyone was arming themselves, preparing for a big fight. This might also be the last battle of the three realms. If they lost this battle, the three realms would probably only have the heavenly kings left. Time passed bit by bit. Ji Yun and the rest's faces grew paler. They wanted to run, to fight with their lives. They did not want to die. However, there were too many powerhouses at this time. Even the God Creation Envoy had a small world appear above his head. The 9 Emperor seals of the Sea Envoy, the Heavenly King's seal and Saint Order in Fang Ping's hands, and the Heavenly King's seal in King Kuan's hands began to stamp the pardon letter that Fang Ping and Zhang Tao wrote. If it were any other day, it would not be so simple. Not to mention others, the Kuan King would definitely not stamp his Kuan King's seal. Not only that, the God Creation Envoy looked at the surrounded King Ken and King Dui, and said coldly, "Seal the king." Once they stamped it, the 8 imperial seals would be complete. As for the missing saint tokens, there were still 5 of them missing. Fang Ping had 31 of them. Fang Ping did not know how the Heavenly King Subduing King did it. It seemed like he needed to cover all of them. However, missing a few saint orders would not affect him much. The God Creation Envoy could fight with all his might. After finding 5 saint orders to cover him, he would be completely liberated. The expressions of the 2 heavenly kings changed again and again. However, being stared at by several people who had broken through 8, even though the 2 of them were unwilling, they had no choice but to stamp their heavenly king seals. When the 2 of them finished covering it, in the small world above the God Creation Envoy, a messy old man stepped down from the sky and instantly fused with his clone. At this moment, everyone knew that they were ready to go all out. No one wanted to leave, even an old turtle like the God Creation Envoy, who had been hiding in the human world for so many years and had always been using his clone, was now going all out. The temptation of killing an emperor was greater than anything else. At this moment, the void in the distance shattered, and the Nether God, who had returned to the beginner level, arrived with a group of people. No words were spoken. The 2 sides looked at each other from afar. Skyarm looked at them. After a while, he said softly, "Yuan Hua's death was not unjust. You guys, open up the void and hide inside. Nether God, tell the few fellow Taoists who walk the path of spiritual consciousness, to prepare to seal heaven and earth and start the beginning of martial arts." As soon as these words were said, the Nether God's expression changed slightly. The Emperor was almost certain to die. He might not even succeed. However, the Nether God was silent for a moment before nodding and saying in a deep voice, "All right, seal. We will seal the outside while you seal the inside. If we do both at the same time, our chances will be greater." Feng Yiran smiled faintly. "All right, I also want to try, what it feels like to be an emperor. The Chuwu lineage all hid in the dark. At this moment, a few powerhouses of mentality had made up their minds to die. Seal heaven and earth, seal this source of heaven and earth. As long as they did not envelop others, with so many people, it was not impossible to seal the origin of the emperor. As for whether it would weaken their strength after being sealed, it was unknown. This was because the amplification of the emperor's origin seemed to have disappeared. However, even if it disappeared and sealed the origin, it would definitely be of help. The plan began to be implemented. A group of top-notch powerhouses, the current dominators of the three realms, had reached an agreement. The efficiency was extremely fast. Fang Ping and the others were in the innermost layer. The periphery was filled with beginner mentality powerhouses. The outermost layer was filled with some saint-level powerhouses. Gather the power of the three realms and kill the emperor, the heavenly cemetery. Heaven and earth were quiet. There were no more Tao collapsing. Tianchen and the others breathed a sigh of relief. It was a good thing that no one from the lineage of origin had died. Tengu bared its teeth and said, Fang Ping and the others are ruthless enough. 2 heavenly kings died as soon as the patrol came out. Hee, interesting. That person from before must have been furious. However, these fellows had a sense of propriety and did not continue to touch those people. Otherwise, I'm afraid someone would really descend today. Tianchen shook his head and sighed. It's a little ridiculous. This time, the emperor has been completely offended. You cat, what are you afraid of? The heavenly hound scoffed, those old things are nothing good. I've wanted to meet them for a long time. It's not like you don't know the combat strength of the emperor, Tianchen smiled bitterly. We can only see if there's a chance to seize a chance in the upcoming great change and become an emperor. This way, there's still a chance. Big dog, it's not that you're afraid of anything. There's no way to be afraid. Tengu was also a little disappointed. Although Tianchen's words were depressing, it was the truth. It could not defeat the emperor. Years ago, Celestial Emperor Badian had smashed its head with a punch. It was still unforgettable. Otherwise, it would not have fled the three realms. That fellow had roared to kill it. As they chatted, Sherpa said regretfully, it's not the Spirit Emperor. I don't know which old thing is still alive. The Spirit Emperor did not appear. Do you think she'll be okay? Tengu said disdainfully, I only know the Spirit Emperor. What's so good about that woman? She's cold. I'm just a dog. I saw her bathing and she actually broke my leg. Humph. Tengu was indignant. What was the difference between a dog and a cat? The Spirit Emperor even took a cat to bathe. It went to take a look and her dog leg was actually broken. It hated that woman. Sherpa could not be bothered with it. That's why you're a dog and I'm a human. The Spirit Emperor was so good. That figure, that voice, that temperament, that martial strength, Sherpa was almost lost. What a pity. Didn't the other emperors also have Tao partners? Why was the Spirit Emperor not happy? Was there a man more outstanding than him in the three realms? Could it be that the Spirit Emperor had taken a liking to Battle Destroyer and the others? Sherpa snorted and said in a low voice, when the 4 emperors come out, I want to fight them. 1 man and 1 dog looked at him strangely. What did the 4 emperors do to you? The 4 emperors did not seem to be targeting the powerhouses of the three realms. Of course, the Spirit Emperor might have fought with the 4 emperors. Could it be because of this that Sherpa was here, just as they were talking about it? Above the bitter sea. Fang Ping looked at the inspectors whose qis were surging. At this moment, these people had already felt the threat of death. One by one, their qis surged and gathered together. Some were begging, some were angry, some were ready to fight to the death. 4 broke 7, 4 broke 6. 6 top-notch saints. Moon Spirit, Celestial Pull, the chiefs of the North Emperor and the West Emperor were all whining in a low voice, looking at the 2 people in the crowd. Moon Spirit was cold. Celestial Pull looked up at the sky. He did not want to say anything. He already thought that he was stupid. Now that he came, and this guy was still looking at him, what could he do? He did not break 8. He only broke 6. How could he have the right to speak? Emperor Nan, the Emperor, and the Emperor God also had heavenly kings. At this moment, there were also people looking at dragon transformation and the outermost water force. Ji Yan's expression was ugly. He forced himself to say, "Everyone, now that things have come to this. Ji Yan also knows that it is difficult to shake your determination. We are willing to summon the emperors back, and even, join forces with you." "That's right." King Kun also said in a low voice, "King Kuan, King Qian, back then we were the same as the 8 kings." These people knew that it was difficult to shake everyone's determination. At this moment, in order to survive, there was no hesitation. They sold the emperors. At this moment, Fang Ping said faintly, "The south, west, north, and God bloodlines can live. The others, kill." Emperor Nan had water force, Emperor West had celestial pull, Emperor North had moon spirit, and the Emperor God had dragon transformation. In order to prevent accidents, to prevent these people from feeling uncomfortable, Fang Ping could not kill them. But he added, "Kill Ji Yun and the others, quickly. Otherwise, don't blame us for being merciless." Rumble. Before Fang Ping finished speaking, both sides broke out in an instant. Ji Yun knew that there was no way out. The 4 heavenly kings could live, but the 4 heavenly kings must die. Without thinking, he knew what those 4 were thinking. "Attack," Fang Ping growled, "Break 8, attack, kill them quickly." The broken 8s of subduing heavenly kings were armed to the extreme at this moment. They were also unwilling to waste time attacking one after another. There were more than 4 broken 8s, 4 broken 8s patrollers, 3 turned on them, and the last one was also one of the 36 saints, Heavenly Might Saint. He was now the Heavenly Might Heavenly King, and also one of the 36 saints here. Feng smiled a little playfully at this moment. "Interesting, this is the first time joining forces with the strongest broken 8s. I suddenly feel that, the heavenly kings are nothing more than this. Usually, in a one-on-one fight, killing broken 8s and broken 8s might not be successful. But today, Heavenly Might was smashed by King Kuan's seal, slashed by the North Emperor Bloodline's chief saber, completely unable to defend against him. He sealed a broken 8's Heavenly King's origin in an instant, yes, an instant seal. This broken 8's Heavenly King's chi activity declined in the blink of an eye. After a moment, despair appeared on his face. Without the amplification of the origin, he only had Emperor-level strength. Heavenly Kings did not have the amplification of the origin. A broken 8's Heavenly King was at most comparable to Emperor level. Facing the attack of King Kuan, a broken 8's powerhouse, how could there be any accidents? Rumble, the golden body was blown up in an instant. Everything else was also annihilated in an instant. Fang Ping saw a saint's token floating out and was about to snatch it when King Kuan stretched out his hand and waved it into his hand. He said lightly, "It belongs to whoever killed it." Fang Ping curled his lips. He was too lazy to say more. At this moment, he was still refining King Li's seal. He shouted, "Old Zhang, Godfather, kill King Can and King Dui. I want the Heavenly King seal." "Godfather," everyone was stunned. Who was he calling? The corner of Heavenly King Zhen's mouth twitched. He suddenly shouted at this time. He had a bad feeling. Fang Ping, this bastard. Was he going to trick him when he killed the emperor later? Rumble, the great Tao collapsed. No one cared. Too many heavenly kings had died today. Who would care if another broken 8s died? There might be another imperial Tao collapsing later. Who would care about this? Rumble, the firmament fluctuated again. At this moment, in the depths of the source universe, someone seemed to be completely enraged. A sigh resounded through the source universe. It sounded like the voice of Do. Though he did not expect these people to be crazy to this extent. Twice. When the other party wanted to attack, he stopped them. This was the 3rd time, those people from the 3 realms actually dared to kill the patrol. This was the 3rd consecutive provocation of the Emperor. He could not stop them anymore. Over here, Heavenly Might's great Tao had just collapsed. In the blink of an eye, an even louder roar sounded. In the source universe, an even bigger star exploded. King Ken, he wanted to shout out these people's plan at the last moment, but a few broken 8s who were prepared for it directly obliterated everything. As for Fang Ping, he was still smiling faintly at this moment. They were killed by the Emperor and us. Why do you need to send voice transmissions now? Why don't we fight it out? Whoever dies, it's considered revenge. Why bother? If it were me, I definitely wouldn't say a word. Whoever dies is an enemy, isn't it? As soon as these words came out, they were really words that pierced the heart. Rumble. Another star exploded. This time, it was King Dui. This person really did not say a word, even if he might not have the chance to say a word. But he was not prepared to say it. Fang Ping's words struck a chord in the hearts of these people. Hate, unwillingness, however, no matter how much hate and unwillingness they felt, they still died. Since they were dead, then let them fight it out. They would not be lonely on the road to hell. Whoever died was their enemy. It was considered revenge. How delightful. With just this sentence, even if the heavenly kings fought to the last moment, they did not say anything else. It was quiet, only the huge movement of the source shattering. Many people looked at Fang Ping and could not help but sigh. This guy really could not let him speak. All of you deserve to die. At this moment, in the source universe, an angry roar resounded throughout the three realms. Dead, in a short period of time, 5 heavenly kings of the patrol had died in battle. This was not 1 or 2, but 5 heavenly kings. At this moment, only Ji Yun, who had broken 7, was still holding on. However, facing the siege of dozens of heavenly kings, he would die without a doubt. There was no chance of survival. Ji Yun laughed bitterly and murmured, "This heaven and earth, this 3 realms, this emperor, this person, they are all, so king funny. Ha ha ha." Indescribable mockery and ridicule. Who was scheming against who was the chess piece, who was the chess player? The emperor probably did not expect this. Suddenly, he wanted to laugh. Human King Fang Ping, maybe. I was wrong, a murmur was heard along with the explosion of a star. His voice resounded in all directions. At the last moment, Ji Yun said Fang Ping's name. No one knew if it was for revenge or because he was truly lamenting. He had broken 7 and fallen again. The 3 realms were shaking violently. This battle had already surpassed everyone's expectations. 2 people had broken past 8, 4 had broken past 7, and 4 had broken past 6. In this battle, 10 heavenly king powerhouses had died. This was not the first time heaven and earth were shaking. Right now, the 3 realms were shaking violently. Too many had died. The battle to destroy the celestial realm was probably the most violent one. Fang Ping. At this moment, a shout was heard in everyone's source universe. The next moment, the sky was torn apart. This time, the emperor really came. No one stopped him. Emperor of Heaven Reverse did not stop him either. This was too much. 6 heavenly kings of the patrol were killed. 3 of them had broken 7. Such a loss was unbelievable. Heaven and earth were torn apart. A golden figure seemed to have pierced through the universe. He walked out from an unknown space. Imperial energy burst out and heaven and earth surrendered. The blood rain moved away automatically. In the 3 realms, for the first time in 8,000 years, an emperor showed up. The avatar of the earthly king 6,000 years ago was not the real emperor. Today, he was. It was dawn. The dark clouds dispersed, the blood rain dispersed, and the thunder was extinguished. An unknown space appeared in the sky. It was unknown whether it was the source universe or not. A golden figure descended upon the 3 realms, and all living beings prostrated themselves before it. An imperial aura spread out, and a golden path appeared, extending down from the sky. Acting all high and mighty. Someone muttered. That's right, when the emperor descended, someone spoke up. Fang Ping, in this 3 realms, only Fang Ping and a few others had the guts to do so. It was obvious that they were enemies, but he wasn't afraid. Even if he was truly afraid, at this point, he had to pretend that he wasn't. It was too powerful. This battle array alone could scare some people away. Fang Ping had to interrupt the other party's accumulation. That was right, the monarch was actually accumulating strength too. All the extravagance and phenomena were usually for the sake of accumulating power and defeating the opponent psychologically. The sovereigns were undisturbed. At this moment, countless people in the 3 realms were prostrating themselves in the catacombs. They didn't know who had descended, but they just wanted to kneel. In the human world, there were also countless ordinary people who couldn't hold on. This wasn't because they didn't have enough courage, but because they couldn't suppress the urge to kneel. In the human world, there were also people kneeling. Among the million soldiers who had retreated to the entrance of the passageway, there were some who couldn't hold on any longer and wanted to kneel. A group of experts shouted in a low voice, forcefully pulling those people up. No kneeling. If they participated in the war, then they were soldiers, military martial artist, the guardian of the human world. What was the point of fighting for 100 years? It was all for the sake of not kneeling. He would rather die standing than live kneeling. Ordinary people could kneel, but they couldn't. Martial artists who didn't participate in the battle could kneel, but they might not know what was happening, and they couldn't understand what was happening. But these military martial artists knew that the enemy had come. That angry roar, that Fong Ping, was filled with murderous intent. Stand up. Don't kneel. Stand up. One by one, the experts roared, their faces flushed red. No kneeling. So what if he was the emperor? The human race had never received any benefits, only suffering, only disasters. This was not their emperor. Even if he was unrivaled, he was still an enemy. The powerhouses screamed with all their might, their blood and chi surging to resist the urge to kneel. The million-strong army supported each other and finally stood firm. Stand up straight. I would rather die standing. The culprit behind the upheaval of the three realms for 8,000 years had appeared today. The golden figure slowly walked out of the nameless universe. As soon as he stepped onto the golden path, his might shook the three realms. Looking from afar, one couldn't see much, only a dazzling golden light. It was so piercing that some experts' eyes turned red, and they couldn't help but shed tears. He couldn't look at it directly. Emperors were invincible. Since the creation of martial arts, only the 9 emperors had been born in 30 to 40,000 years. Emperors were not the ultimate path. No one knew if the person who created the origin was a martial emperor. There were only 9 recorded sovereigns in the three realms. At this moment, the monarch who had just arrived was no longer as angry as before. His voice was gentle, androgynous. Like a robot, he said, Fong Ping, do you know your crime? Fong Ping stood proudly in the void, the Saint Order and the Heavenly King's seal circling around him. Holding the god-slaying saber in his hand, he chuckled softly. Repent? What crime was that? Who are you? What right do you have to convict me? You slaughtered all living beings in the three realms, killed the three realms' patrollers, colluded with fledgling martial artists. These are all crimes. The golden figure spoke slowly. Fong Ping sneered, what a great sin. If someone wants to kill me, I will kill them. All living beings in the three realms were fighting for their lives. If you want to talk about sins. Fong Ping roared, yelling sternly, all sins are because of you. The 9 emperors and the 4 emperors are all sinners. Unforgivable. Plotting against the common people, causing turmoil in the three realms. For 8,000 years, there have been countless deaths and injuries. You are the sinners. If the heavens don't convict, I will. Fong Ping's stern voice resounded in all directions. You emperors, what is an emperor? Unparalleled combat strength makes you an emperor? Ridiculous. Emperor, the emperor of humans, the emperor of all beings. Only those who create blessings can become emperors. What right do you have to be called emperors? Today, I, Fong Ping, will uphold justice for the human race and deprive you of the title of emperor. Screw your grandpa's emperor. The human race does not recognize the emperor. Rumble, heaven and earth shook. In all directions, the human powerhouses roared one after another. The human race does not recognize the emperor. The heavens fell and the earth cracked, the three realms shook and thunder rose again. Some powerhouses were shocked too. Fong Ping was really lawless. There was nothing he did not dare to do. He actually deprived the title of emperor on behalf of the human race. It was unimaginable. At this moment, even the emperor who had just arrived was slightly stunned. The three realms. Someone wanted to deprive the title of emperor. For 30,000 years, it had never happened before. Today, the prestige of the emperor had been disregarded, challenged, and questioned. Fong Ping, the emperor who had just arrived, did not sound angry. He said calmly again, the title of emperor is not something you can deprive. No respect, no law, no mother, no rules. The three realms cannot tolerate a devil like you. Devil? Fang Ping laughed loudly. His laughter shook the heavens. He roared, then I am a devil. In the three realms, the rules are not up to you. You call me a devil, then I will be a devil or a god. Justice is in the hearts of the people. Who do you think you are? Do you think you are an emperor just because you call yourself an emperor? The golden figure ignored him. He said lightly, suppressing palm seal, capture Fang Ping and punish him. Listen to me. The emperor of the celestial court was in charge of the celestial court's officials. 2 of the 3 envoys were still alive. They were still here. Fang Ping sneered. Come and punish me yourself. Let me see some of the emperor's strength. Who knows if you were trapped and killed? You made a fake avatar to scare people. 6,000 years ago, the earthly emperor did show up. It turned out to be a fake. Whoever listens to your orders is a brainless piece of trash who doesn't even dare to reveal his identity. Shocking, Fang Ping called the emperor a piece of trash right in front of the emperor. At this moment, a chuckle spread. The golden figure walked down the golden path. With every step he took, the 3 realms trembled. The golden light gradually faded, revealing his true appearance slowly. The emperor could not be looked at directly. It was not that he could not, but he was unwilling. Since Fang Ping said that he did not dare to show up, if he really did not show up, people would look down on him. Until now, Fang Ping finally saw the person on the path clearly. He looked to be in his 30s. His eyes were deep. He wore an emperor's crown, a golden robe, and golden boots on his feet. He had a dignified appearance. He did not have any signs of a villain. At first glance, he felt powerful without being angry. The emperor. At this moment, many people finally recognized this emperor. It was really the emperor. The emperor looked around and saw a lot of people. Soon, he suddenly laughed. Beginners, he saw a lot of things. He saw a large number of heavenly kings. He saw the beginners' powerhouses on the periphery. At this moment, the emperor put his hands behind his back. With a faint smile on his face, he looked at Fang Ping again. Fang Ping, beginners. Did you call them over? So many patrols had died. Presumably, there were beginners' powerhouses who had taken action. Otherwise, Fang Ping alone would not have the ability to kill so many heavenly king powerhouses. If that was the case, there was an explanation for the heavenly kings who died one after another previously. Then, Hong Kuan and the others. What role did they play in this? Did they stand by and watch, or did they also intervene and kill some people? The emperor seemed to have seen through some things in an instant. However, at this moment, he still could not imagine these people's ambitions and their boldness. Fang Ping looked straight at him and said with a smile, yes, I found them. Beginner's origin, what does it have to do with the human race? What does your fight for the Tao have to do with me? The human race did not receive your favor, did not receive the favor of the origin. Why do you care what Tao I cultivate? Did you create the origin? Fang Ping was also very calm at this moment. He said with a smile, if the origin was created by you, and you said that we can't take the origin, then we won't. The point is, it's not. If that's the case, even if I cultivate the origin, it has nothing to do with you, right? You people came up with some immortal origin plan, came up with a breeding plan, secretly raising white mice? You people raise us like mice, and we have to do what you want. What a joke. Fang Ping laughed, his tone cold. Do you know how many people have died in the 3 realms in these 8,000 years? Or could it be that, it's just like how we don't even bother to count the number of ants we kill when we step on them? If that's the case, we're not a race anymore. You have even less right to order me around, order the human race around. The emperor said calmly, everything is for a better future. For the 3 realms, for the common people, you're too ignorant. I'm ignorant? Fang Ping laughed and said, you people always think that you're right, the problem is. Have you asked for our opinion? Why do you think we have to suffer for the sake of the future? It's easy to talk. Why don't I kill your whole family and tell you that it's for the sake of the future, would you agree? Fang Ping said mockingly, I've only killed a few of your dogs and you're already furious. What right do you have to say this to me? The emperor laughed, but he was unwilling to continue. You're possessed, Before the emperor could finish his sentence, Fang Ping said scornfully again, "It's all like this. When there's no reason, you say that you're possessed, defining the opponent as a lunatic, a devil, a psychopath. You stand on the moral high ground. I've stopped playing this trick of yours a long time ago. I thought that the emperor could still talk some sense, but it turns out that this is all you're capable of, making me look down on you for no reason." Fang Ping laughed coldly. The emperor laughed too, saying slowly, "What you said is not wrong. Then I won't talk reason, I'll use force to suppress people, the law of the jungle, how about that?" Fang Ping laughed and said, "That's more like it. At least I didn't embarrass you as a powerhouse." See suppressing, palm seal. The emperor looked at the few heavenly court officials again, his tone calm, "Destroy the devil." The sea-suppressing envoy frowned slightly, looking at the emperor. After a while he said, "Are you really the emperor?" The emperor smiled faintly and said, "Whether I am or not, there's no need to doubt." The sea-suppressing envoy calculated for a while, nodded and said, "It's your majesty. Your majesty's true body has arrived, so the chaos of the three realms is about to be quelled?" The emperor's eyes were deep, but there was a hint of strangeness in them. The true body had arrived, but the sea-suppressing envoy was actually asking him instead of following orders. The emperor did not say anything. He said lightly, "The chaos of the three realms is not the chaos of the world, there will only be great rule in great chaos. In the past 8,000 years, the fellow cultivators who died, the common people who died, are all for the great rule in the future?" The emperor looked at the sea-suppressing envoy again, no longer saying anything, his eyes becoming deeper. Was he questioning? At this moment, Heavenly Arm, the god of the underworld, and another Chu Wu Break-8 suddenly walked out from the darkness. Including Heavenly Arm, there were only 3 Break-8 cultivators left. Heavenly King Suppressing Envoy, Feng, God Creation Envoy, King Kuan, Hong Yu, and the Sea Suppressing Envoy. The 6 origins also appeared nearby. 9 experts who had broken through 8, the emperor's eyes became deeper. At this moment, King Kuan said softly, "Uncle, my father once said that he would probably not return. Now, is my father dead or alive?" The emperor smiled faintly and said, "To us, as long as the Tao is not destroyed, there is no such thing as death. As long as the Tao was not destroyed, they would not die." He did not answer directly. King Kuan seemed to know, his face revealing a hint of sorrow. He said softly, "Is my father forever dead?" Whether he was dead or alive, it might not be too clear to the emperor. But was there any difference between eternal nirvana and death? "Who killed my father?" The emperor did not reply. King Kuan did not ask any more. At this moment, Feng also spoke. She bowed slightly and smiled, "Your Majesty, when the heaven-human realm wall shatters, will the Tao appear? Will we be able to prove our Tao and become emperors?" "Everything is determined by the heavens." "Determined by the heavens?" Feng sighed, "But the heavens, don't you have the final say?" At this moment, this group of powerhouses had different expressions. Determined by the heavens? How was the heavens determined? Who was it determined? The emperor's answer would obviously not satisfy anyone. The emperor did not continue to talk about this. He said again, "Since no one is following the order, then let me personally kill the demon." No matter what he thought in his heart, at this moment, he had spoken twice, and the Sea Guardian and the others did not listen to him. He did not want to say it a third time. As for the Sea Guardian and the others, it was not incomprehensible that they did not obey his orders for 8,000 years. However, the emperor did not care. Today, he could not completely return to the 3 realms. When the emperor completely returned, presumably today's scene would not happen again. At this moment, Fang Ping suddenly felt an incomparably huge threat. In his source world, there seemed to be a huge hand that covered the sky, descending from the outside world, wanting to destroy Fang Ping's source world with one palm. Fang Ping's expression changed slightly. The emperor had not moved, he did not break into the source, but the emperor had actually attacked directly from the source universe. Cough, 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 a light cough resounded in all directions. The Heavenly King walked out. At this moment, the Heavenly King's figure seemed a little illusory. He smiled and said, "Brother, it's just the younger generation messing around. If there's anything wrong, I apologize on his behalf." The Heavenly King walked in front of Fang Ping. At this moment, the giant hand in the source world was a little turbulent and began to collapse. The heavenly king said again, the younger generation is ignorant and offended you. You are the emperor and have an extraordinary bearing. When I return, I will discipline him strictly. The heavenly king was very polite. He cupped his hands and said, Brother, please be magnanimous. The emperor looked at the heavenly king and said calmly, Brother Zhen, it's not messing around, but the rules can't be abolished. Fang Ping killed the Three Realms patroller and broke the rules. Brother, the heavenly king looked embarrassed. He looked back at Fang Ping and sighed, children just like to mess around. Now that he has broken the rules of the brother, he should be punished. At this point, the heavenly king cupped his hands again and said, Brother, how about this? I will bring Fang Ping back to the human world and suppress him for 100 years. Rules can't be abolished. Human emperor repeated his words again. The heavenly king looked helpless and sighed, it seems like brother must kill him. Sigh. The heavenly king sighed. In the next moment, he straightened his back and looked at the emperor, saying helplessly, I was thinking. Brother, give me some face. It's good for everyone and me, and we can continue to live our own lives. It's not bad, but now. Brother. The heavenly king paused. In the next moment, he shocked the world and scolded, Dog, you're not giving me face? Go, kill this dog. Before he finished speaking, a long spear shot out, the heaven-confining bell rumbled and directly covered the emperor. Not only that, but at this moment, the other 8 broken 8 also attacked. The leader of Chu Wu, the underworld god, laughed and his voice spread through the 3 realms. Li Zhan, you madman, your personality is still the same. Madman, yes, he, the heavenly king, was also a madman in the past. The old antiques of the 3 realms knew this. However, at this moment, the heavenly king directly scolded an emperor in front of the 3 realms. It still shocked the world. The emperor did not panic and said in a bleak tone, I thought you guys wouldn't do this. I didn't expect, a sigh sounded faintly. At this moment, the source universe shook. The powerhouses present all felt their source world shaking. Some of the sages who were far away were on the verge of collapse. Some of the broken 6 heavenly kings who were closer also had their source overflowing, their faces full of pain. Seal. Suppress. Freeze. Several powerhouses who were broken 8 shouted one after another. The heavenly king sealed the emperor's source directly. The few broken 8 of the Chu Wu lineage rushed forward and forcefully suppressed it. Behind them, Fang Ping shouted sternly, Get the guy, kill the emperor. Rumble. At this moment, the sky bell rang in all directions. The source trembled, the world trembled, and Fang Ping's voice rang through the world. The heavenly tomb. At this moment, the powerhouses were completely stunned. The moment Fang Ping's voice spread, the heavenly hound swallowed frantically. The 3 realms had gone crazy. Fang Ping had also gone crazy, but this kind of madness, why was his blood boiling? I'm coming. The heavenly hound's vitality was burning at this moment. With a strike, it broke through the void and rushed out instantly, roaring, Kill this old thing. Kill the emperor. It hated that it was not at the scene. It was such a pity. On the other side, Sherpa followed closely behind, roaring angrily, Anyone who is not a spirit emperor can be killed. As long as it was not a spirit emperor, he did not care who appeared. He would also participate in the matter of killing the emperor. Crazy, at this moment, outside the passage that the heavenly hound broke through, a few weapons flew up. Someone laughed loudly and said, We can't break the seal yet. We can only lend you a hand. Underworld god, kill him. One by one, the weapons flew toward the battlefield from the passage. They could not break the seal, at least not now. But they were not completely powerless. At this moment, each of them controlled their weapons and quickly flew toward the battlefield to help. The last powerhouse, Tianchen, was also trembling. Kill the emperor, crazy, but now that the heavenly hound and Sherpa had left, Tianchen's expression changed slightly. He quickly rushed into the passage. The powerhouses of the 3 realms had actually joined forces to kill the emperor. This was something that no one had expected. Beyond the 9th heaven. A few mentalities swept over quickly. The immortal source trembled, even rioting, countless amounts of blood spurted out. The 3 realms is in chaos. Kill the emperor. Unbelievable. The emperor has ruined the plan, damn it, the three realms will be destroyed, or the emperor will be destroyed. A few mentalities trembled continuously, quickly suppressing the huge immortal source that was rioting. All of them were indescribably frustrated, yes, frustrated, no one had expected this to happen. The three realms had actually joined forces to kill the emperor. If the emperor won, all the powerhouses of the three realms would die. The three realms would be almost destroyed. If the emperor lost, an emperor would fall. That would be earth-shattering. Who would have expected that, on the eve of the final plan, such a huge change would occur? At this moment, the immortal source was rioting, blood was flowing. This was the world beyond the ninth heaven. At this moment, in the boundless darkness of the ninth heaven, a few places exploded with light. Someone shouted clearly, "This cannot continue. If this continues, the three realms will be destroyed, the immortal source will collapse. 10,000 years of planning will all be for naught." Someone was anxious, this big game of chess was really going to be overturned by someone. In these 10,000 years, they had paid too much to get to where they were today. Now, at the last moment, such a huge problem had occurred. The emperors were frustrated, angry, and hateful. Fang Ping, at this moment, the sound of the sky bell could even be heard beyond the ninth heaven. Kill the emperor. An extremely crazy roar resounded throughout the three realms. There was a guy in the three realms who was leading the plan to kill the emperor. Today, Fang Ping had become famous. Even the emperors knew of this person. Fang Ping, demon, rumble, the emperor threw a punch, sending the sky spear flying. The underworld god who was close to him was hit until his bones were broken. He spat out blood and flew backward. However, at this moment, the underworld god's jade body erupted. He was not shocked. Instead, he was happy. He roared, "He can't kill me in one hit. Everyone, there is a chance." He did not need to say it, when the emperor's punch only injured him but did not kill him. At this moment, all the Break 8 powerhouses were excited. The emperor did not kill the Break 8 powerhouse in one hit. This was an opportunity, too strong, terrifyingly strong. One hit could seriously injure a Break 8 powerhouse. The emperor's combat strength was beyond imagination. However, he did not kill him in one hit. Just this point, everyone suddenly felt that it was acceptable. There was hope of success, not darkness. At this moment, the God Creation Envoy's entire body was like jade. The same was true for the heavenly arm. His arms were the strongest. The other parts of his body were also jade bones. Perhaps they were not as strong as his arms, but they were also jade bones. Other than them, the Sea Guardian's jade bones appeared. The Heavenly King's jade bones appeared. At this moment, many jade bone powerhouses unleashed their jade bones. The Heavenly King roared, "Jade bones in front, surround him." Divine weapon suppression. 9 Emperor seal suppression. Everyone roared one after another. One by one, divine weapons fell from the sky, forcefully suppressing down. A few jade bone powerhouses moved quickly. The emperor's face was as dark as water. One hit after another. Any powerhouse who was hit by him, even their jade bones would shatter. Strong, a powerhouse with a Break 8 powerhouse was seriously injured by him in one hit. This was the emperor. At this moment, Fang Ping, who was at the periphery, suddenly roared, "Cat, go to the sky and close that passage for me." The passage where the emperor came from, Fang Ping felt that it seemed to be the Source Universe's passage. The emperor came from the Source Universe, and until now, it seemed like he was still borrowing the power of the Source Universe. Meow. The cat screeched, broke through the air, and dashed quickly toward the illusory passage. Cat. You betrayed the source too? At this moment, the emperor sighed faintly. Cat. This was the favored child of heaven and earth that the source lineage regarded as the foundation, and it actually betrayed it too. Betray your ancestors. Fang Ping scolded. Can you represent the source? Only the people of the three realms can. You are nothing, you can only represent yourself. I'll kill you today. Even if all of us die, it's worth it. As soon as he finished speaking, Fang Ping looked at the few jade bone powerhouses who were beaten until they were bleeding. Suddenly, he roared, "The source lineage, the powerhouses with break 6 and 7 physiques, those with low mentality, come to me." As soon as he said that, although he did not understand, at this moment, the underworld god still roared, "Go to the emperor." Beginners cultivated their physiques, so their mentality would not be too strong. However, their physiques were extremely strong, so they could break 6 and 7. At this moment, 5 or 6 powerhouses of the path of physique charged toward Fang Ping one after another. As for Fang Ping, with a roar, his body suddenly enlarged. In the next moment, the few powerhouses who rushed over, unknowingly, had the same aura as Fang Ping. "Merge into my body. I'll kill him." Fang Ping roared. The few beginners were stunned for a moment. Then, in the next moment, like battle armor, the powerhouses attached themselves to Fang Ping. In the blink of an eye, Fang Ping's vitality broke through the sky and the earth. Fang Ping's physique was exploding continuously. Too powerful, really too powerful. At this moment, many powerhouses who had broken 6 and 7 could use their vitality. Although it was not superimposed, their vitality had definitely exceeded 15 million calories and above. It was even approaching 20 million cal. As for Fang Ping, he laughed maniacally. "Vitality can use. I am an origin martial artist." Yes, his emperor's path was shaking violently at this moment, as if it could not withstand such a powerful vitality. However, Fang Ping did not care about this. He was burning his Tao. Completely burning, he had an origin enhancement. Even if his Tao was collapsing, the enhancement was still there. Moreover, these beginners did not have an origin. Without an origin Tao, they would not have an origin conflict with Fang Ping. There was not a moment when Fang Ping felt that he was so powerful. As long as the enhancement was doubled, his vitality that was close to 20 million calories could explode with 40 million calories damage. Even if his physique would collapse after one blow, the others would too, but this blow might be able to break 9. Fang Ping threw caution to the wind. He roared, "Weaken this bastard, trap him. Seal his origin and create an opportunity for me. Everyone, Heavenly King, kill him through the air." At this moment, Emperor suddenly looked at Fang Ping, his eyes cold. "You, are that person?" Fang Ping ignored him. Emperor seemed to know something. He shouted coldly, "Variable. You deserve to die. Mind your own business." Fang Ping could not be bothered with him now. He quickly consolidated his vitality and stabilized his foundation. His body kept expanding. The few jade bones who had broken 8 were extremely crazy now, fighting fiercely. There was a chance, bang, heavenly arm was sent flying by Emperor in a rage. There was a gap in the encirclement. At this moment, the God Creation envoy cursed and suddenly tore the sky apart. An illusory Tao appeared. At the end of the Tao, an incomparably huge star appeared. "Tao, appear!" The God Creation envoy roared. "Fang Ping, enter the Tao and shatter his origin star." Emperor's eyes were like knives. What a God Creation envoy! He was a little shocked. The God Creation envoy had forged a fake origin path that led directly to his origin star. It was unbelievable. The God Creation envoy laughed maniacally. "Little guy, you're still a little inexperienced. Fang Ping, go and shatter his origin star. I want to see the Emperor fall." Fang Ping did not say a word. He broke through the air and headed straight for the void Tao. God Creation envoy, awesome. Previously, Heavenly King Zhen had guessed that after so many years, he had made some progress. Who would have thought that he had actually forged a fake path that led directly to the Emperor's origin star? What was he going to do? The God Creation envoy's void false path shook the surroundings. At this moment, even outside the 9th heaven, there were people who were shocked. God Creation envoy, at this stage, it could not be considered a fake anymore. It could be said that the God Creation envoy had walked this path to an unprecedented level. He could actually pave the way in the origin. At this moment, the human emperor was no longer indifferent. He shouted in a low voice, "A fake is a fake after all. You have no respect or inferiority. Do you really think you can fight against an emperor?" What was an emperor? It was to break the limit, to walk out of a different brilliance, to walk out of a different world. This was an emperor. It was not that easy to kill an emperor. Move the origin. With a loud shout, the origin universe turned upside down and countless stars trembled. The powerhouses of the origin lineage were all shaken and on the verge of collapse. Break! With a low shout, another figure appeared in the origin universe. It was the human emperor, the origin of the human emperor. In the origin universe, the human emperor appeared and punched. It was not aimed at Fang Ping, but someone else. He was bombarding his own great star. At this moment, a scream was heard. In the real universe, Feng was bleeding from his 7 orifices. His head was exploding, and his origin was overflowing. Feng, you dare to seal me? The human emperor shouted coldly. Feng was only a broken 8. Even Mia could not seal him back then, let alone seal him. At this moment, a group of beginner martial arts powerhouses on the periphery shouted. Beginner martial world. At this moment, everyone saw a clear scene. A gray fog rose in the origin universe. In the next moment, it directly enveloped the incomparably huge star. This was the heaven and earth sealing technique that the beginner martial lineage had researched for many years. Seal your origin world. At this moment, the gray fog was about to envelop the great star. The underworld god shouted angrily, quick, seal, again. Feng was still heavily injured, but at this point, he did not care about this. With a roar, endless origin energy poured in. In the huge star, one could vaguely see Feng's figure. He continued to work hard, attacking from the inside and outside, sealing the human emperor. Wishful thinking. The human emperor was divided into 2 battles. One was in the origin, and the other was in the real world. All the experts were exploding with power. Those who had broken through to the 6th and 7th levels were attacking him from the outside, while those who had broken through to the 8th level were fighting a bloody battle with him in the innermost area. Fang Ping, on the other hand, stepped onto the false path at this moment, flying swiftly in that direction. On the other side, in the passage where the human emperor had appeared before, the old cat looked at the huge hole and fell into a daze. It was very confused. The liar asked it to close the door, but how could it close it? Liar. This hole is so big, how do I close it? The cat shouted. Can't you close the door? Fang Ping almost died of anger. He roared, just like the fake heavenly cemetery that day, seal this door. All right. The gray cat understood. In the next moment, a mirror in old James' arms was sucked away by it. The divine peeking mirror. The old cat took away the divine peeking mirror. Its shell had exploded last time, but its core was still there. At this moment, the old cat roared, bigger, bigger, bigger. The mirror rapidly grew larger. Soon, it blotted out the sky. Stop you. The old cat muttered and stuffed the divine peeking mirror into the gap. The mirror continued to grow, but soon, it began to shake violently. The old cat was shaken by the vibration, and its fat shook. The old cat had no choice but to roar, Mount Tai suppression. There was a loud bang. The old cat became incomparably huge, sitting on the mirror all of a sudden. The divine peeking mirror shook until its whole body was shaking, speaking intermittently, liar. Liar. So. Trembling, this passageway where the human emperor descended into the 3 realms was the passageway where the human emperor was connected to the source universe. Fang Ping did not know if sealing this passageway would work. However, the old cat was not suitable to participate in the battle. Whether it was useful or not, there was no harm in letting the old cat try. At this moment, the heavenly king's eyes lit up, shouting, quick. Continue to seal. This passageway is the direction where his origin Tao is located, the place where the origin Qi is transmitted, and also the passageway where he rushed here. Yes, the human emperor could walk in the source universe. It did not mean that he could roam the source, but that he could turn the void into reality, fixing his own Tao into a passageway. He could directly use his Tao to travel between the 2 realms. If the Tao was blocked, the human emperor might lose his blessing, and he might not be able to leave the 3 realms and enter the source again. As soon as the heavenly king finished shouting, the human emperor snorted coldly and shouted, sword, come. Rumble. At this moment, under a mountain on earth, a golden long sword pierced through the 3 realms. With a hum, it pierced through the world barrier and appeared in the land realm in an instant. The human emperor's sword. The human emperor's sword had always been on earth. When he saw the sword flying over, the heavenly king suddenly shouted, it's really you. Bastard, no wonder the human world hasn't been able to produce any spirit veins for 8,000 years. It turns out that your human emperor's sword has absorbed the spiritual energy. For 8,000 years, the human world had almost never produced any spirit veins. Previously, he thought it was the influence of the immortal source. It was not until today that the Heavenly King found out that it was not just this reason. Previously, he had wondered if there was something else preventing the human world from producing spirit veins. Now it was confirmed that the human emperor's sword, a complete divine artifact, had been absorbing energy. Humph! The human emperor snorted coldly. The human emperor's sword broke through the air from afar. It was incomparably powerful, more powerful than any divine artifact. Retreat! At this moment, the Heavenly King roared. Looking at Luan who was flying over, he roared angrily, "Lunatic, don't snatch it." Luan had gone mad. This guy actually had his eyes on the human emperor's sword. What's there to be afraid of? Luan roared. The human emperor's sword was too powerful. Even before it flew over, he could already feel a huge energy wave. He had always wanted a divine artifact. This was just right. If it was snatched away, the human emperor would lose his weapon and his strength would not increase. The Heavenly King cursed again. Idiot, you're courting death. The human emperor's sword that had been nurtured in the human world for 8,000 years, the immortal source had been leaking energy. The catacombs were filled with energy. What about Earth? Earth had no energy. Where did the energy go? It was intercepted by the human emperor's sword. How powerful was it? As expected, just as Luan charged out, the human emperor's sword whizzed over. Luan casually threw the bone club away, wanting to stop it. In the end, the bone club shattered the moment it got close to the human emperor's sword. This was King Qian's bone. What was in front of him was just a weapon. Luan's expression changed. He too had broken 7. What did this mean? It meant that if he attacked, he might be crushed like this bone. Luan screamed and turned to run. No more snatching. Unfortunately, it was too late. Buzz, under the human emperor's control, the human emperor's sword instantly erupted, breaking through the void and appearing behind Luan in the blink of an eye. Luan was also a stubborn person. At this moment, he felt danger. With a roar, he turned around and unleashed his strongest strength. He roared, "I don't believe that I'm not as good as a sword." Rumble, a loud sound was heard. Luan's hands were instantly crushed. Puff, the long sword pierced through Luan's head and continued shooting towards the human emperor. In the void, Luan's body erupted with countless destructive auras. His chi activity was declining continuously. At this moment, the confident and invincible powerhouse showed a hint of defeat on his face. So, I'm not even as good as a sword. Boss. Boss. Outside, the powerhouses of the chaotic era roared and charged towards Luan. Luan lowered his head but smiled. Don't come. Before he finished his sentence, a powerhouse arrived. Countless grey destructive power erupted around Luan. With a rumble, the venerable emperor who was charging towards Luan exploded into pieces. Don't come. Luan's face was pale, but he was still smiling. Don't come to die. Brothers. I'm afraid I can't hold on anymore. His golden body was being destroyed. His mind energy was being destroyed. The mighty 7 break couldn't block a sword in the end. On the other side, Heavenly King Zhenwang roared in anger. The human emperor's sword had just been born and was at its strongest. Luan blocked the strongest sword. However, this sword was also destroying Luan's chi activity. Luan might not be able to survive. Ha ha ha. I'm the king of chaotic era. I was born in chaotic era and I'll die in chaotic era. To kill an emperor, this life is enough. At this moment, Luan laughed out loud. I was born in this chaotic world. I was born in this chaotic world. Today, I will kill an emperor in this chaotic world. It's worth it. Boss. The powerhouses of the chaotic era roared. Heavenly King Luan. Was this the end? They couldn't accept it. Rumble, Luan's golden body was exploding inch by inch from top to bottom. The others couldn't help him at all. The weak couldn't even get close. They would be killed instantly. At this moment, a jade-like hand reached in and grabbed Luan's head. The gray destructive power in the surroundings instantly attacked the jade-like hand. Rumble, the hand instantly turned pitch black. The jade-like hand exploded with a boom. Luan's head was thrown out. At this moment, many people saw this scene. The human emperor also looked over and snorted. Moon Spirit's expression was calm. She had lost an arm, but she said indifferently, "Luan, you owe me a life." At this moment, Moon Spirit's skin was like jade. She had lost an arm, but she was still indifferent. Half of the destructive power on Luan's head had disappeared. Soon, Luan regained his golden body. His face was pale, but he laughed crazily. "Ha ha ha, I'm fine. Old woman, I owe you a life. Continue to kill him." Luan laughed proudly. "I'm not dead. If I'm not dead, I'll continue." The next moment, Luan continued to howl and chase after the human emperor sword again. The human emperor sword was fighting with the Thousand Worlds Cauldron. The weapon master and Li Zhu were besieging the human emperor sword. The two of them might as well use Luan's golden body to fight. One wielded a demigod spear, while the other wielded the Thousand Worlds Cauldron. They were fighting the human emperor sword. Luan seemed to think of something. A sword appeared in his hand. Ji Yan's demigod long sword. He didn't plan to use a weapon before. He was used to King Qian's big bone. After suffering a great loss this time, he didn't dare to be careless. He roared and rushed forward with his long sword. Moon Spirit also wielded the North Emperor saber and attacked the human emperor sword. To think that 4 top-notch powerhouses were besieging a single longsword at this moment. This was truly shocking. For experts. Even Moon Spirit had the strength of a breaking 7 with her half-jade-like bone. Moon Spirit was the weakest among the 4. The other 3 were not beginners on the breaking 7 path. Yet, they could only besiege the human emperor sword. It was clear how powerful the sword was. This was also related to the human emperor's control. The 4 of them could fight 8 breaking 7 paths if they worked together. Yet, they could only be besieged by a single sword. Too strong, the more they fought, the more they understood the strength of the emperor. 9 breaking 8 experts, Chaos, Li Zhu, Palm Seal, King Qian, the chief of the Divine Emperor's bloodline, Moon Spirit. In addition, there were so many breaking 6 experts. At this moment, danger was everywhere. Even the corners of the human emperor's clothes were not torn. This was the emperor, one emperor suppressing 3 realms. At this moment, the gray fog completely enveloped the huge star in the source world. The human emperor let out a muffled groan. King Zhenwang seized the opportunity and pierced his chest with his heavenly spear. Rumble. This spear didn't have any energy fluctuations, but it broke through the void and instantly appeared in front of the human emperor's chest. The human emperor growled and swept out with his fist. At this moment, the God Creation envoy roared and punched out as well. Rumble, the world was turned upside down. The God Creation envoy was sent flying hundreds of thousands of meters. In the blink of an eye, his golden body completely exploded. At this moment, his bones were exposed. Seeing this, the human emperor let out a muffled groan. He was a little angry. Trash. The God Creation envoy cursed and patted the bones. You almost shattered my divine artifact bones. Someone was speechless. Other people had jade bones, but he couldn't be considered jade bones. This madman had changed his bones, and they were all made of divine artifacts. Although the human emperor's punch had destroyed his flesh and blood, it was unable to destroy his divine artifact bones. This was a mad scientist, Pucci. Right at this moment, the King Zhenwang thrust out his spear. The human emperor's punch was blocked, and it was too late to block it. Pucci. The heavenly spear pierced into his flesh. A drop of red blood dripped down. Bang, blood fell. As it fell, the earth overturned and the sea of bitterness boiled. Much of the new continent below had been destroyed. A drop of emperor's blood, incomparably powerful. The human emperor's face was gloomy. He had actually been injured. This was also the first time since ancient times that an emperor had been injured by an expert below the emperor stage. Of course, he was talking about his heyday. The current him was at his peak. Even so, he was still injured by someone. This time, the injury wasn't too heavy, but it made everyone excited. The King Zhenwang shouted, "A king can also be injured and killed." Everyone, kill him. The human emperor's injury had completely inspired everyone's confidence. He would also be injured, and he would also die. Seal, continue to seal him. Outside, although Feng's face was pale, he was also excited. With a roar, his origin chi became stronger. Do you think you can kill me like this? The human emperor was enraged as well. He had been injured by someone and had lost all his face. Seal my path? The human emperor snorted coldly. Right at this moment, there was movement in the source universe again. Gate. A clear shout resounded through the myriad realms. In the next moment, Fang Ping, who was approaching, saw a shocking scene. At this moment, everyone's Sanjiao gate trembled. In the void, a blood-red gate, incomparably huge, covered the sky and earth, flew toward the human emperor's source planet. Vitality Gate. The Real Gate. Everyone exclaimed. The Real Gate, the Sanjiao Gate's gate. Seeing this, the King Zhenwan shouted, Fang Ping, repel the gate. Don't let this gate get close. Although Fang Ping was stunned, he hurriedly changed direction and quickly rushed toward the gate. The human emperor snorted coldly. He controlled the vitality gate. Once this gate arrived, his strength became even stronger. At this moment, he was also forced into a corner. Otherwise, he would not use this gate so easily. Beyond the ninth heaven. Someone snorted coldly, the human emperor. Humph. How can the vitality gate be moved so easily, this guy? Deep in the source universe. At this moment, there were still two gates faintly. Someone sat under the gate. He seemed to have been sleeping. At this moment, he was awakened and said in a low voice, the three gates can't be moved easily. The thing that suppresses the source. The human emperor. Sigh. Under the other gate, someone also woke up and said in a low voice, the three realms wants to kill the emperor. It's unexpected. Even the human emperor can't match it. The emperor was really incomparably powerful, however, this time, the power of the three realms was also shocking. At this moment, the human emperor summoned the human emperor's sword and was stopped. He was surrounded by many break-gate powerhouses, so he could only summon the vitality gate. If this gate is damaged, it's not good. It's okay. The three gates are extremely sturdy and won't be damaged easily. Even the break-gate can't be damaged, just as they were talking. Fang Ping already felt an immense pressure. The aura of this gate was too terrifying. As for Fang Ping, he looked at the source planet on the other side, then at the gate, gritting his teeth. It seemed like he only had the power to attack once. Should he repel the gate, or hit the planet? Let's do it. Fang Ping roared, everyone, go all out, listen to my command. The powerhouses who were bent over him allowed him to mobilize their vitality. At this moment, Fang Ping held the god-slaying saber in his hand. Behind him, a great Tao appeared directly. This was the world of the source. This time, he borrowed the God Creation Envoy's great Tao and directly entered the source. At this moment, the great Tao appeared behind him. It burned violently. This emperor's path had finally come to an end. As for Fang Ping, on the god-slaying saber, his vitality was terrifying. A grey destructive force was also condensing. The gate was a dead object. Even if Fang Ping was constantly condensing his vitality and gathering power, this gate still rushed straight towards him. At this moment, Fang Ping took a deep breath and said softly, God Creation Envoy, remember to pull me back. After saying this, the god-slaying saber in Fang Ping's hand made a cracking sound this time. At this moment, Fang Ping's vitality even penetrated the source universe. The golden body exploded. Not only him, but the others too. There were as many as 7 broken 6s and broken 7s attached to his body. Including Fang Ping himself, there were 8, the weakest was a broken 6. Fang Ping gathered everyone's strength, burned his great Tao, and shattered the god-slaying saber, all for the power of one attack. Buzz, the vitality pillar rose, the 3 realms were trembling, and countless stars of the source were trembling. The incomparably huge Fang Ping himself was also burning. Fang Ping was extremely calm. Looking at the gate that was getting closer and closer, he suddenly laughed and said, if I shatter him, we won't have the vitality gate anymore? This chuckle resounded throughout the source universe. Emperor, take back this gate. Someone shouted in a low voice, resounding throughout the three realms. Emperor, take it back quickly. Not only was it outside the ninth heaven, but in the depths of the source, someone was also shouting. The vitality pillar was getting stronger and stronger. At this moment, it was incomparably terrifying. It directly pierced through the source, piercing through the void outside. The first heaven was broken, the second heaven was broken. In the blink of an eye, the eighth heaven was shattered. The pillar of chi and blood continued to rise, shattering the void and heading toward the ninth heaven. Someone could not sit still anymore. Stop. Stop fighting. Voices reverberated in the three realms, in the source world. Someone wanted to make a move. At this moment, in the depths of the source universe, an incomparably huge palm attacked, but at this moment, a fist pressed down, suppressing the palm. Fight. Someone shouted angrily. No. Do you want the three realms source to be completely destroyed? As soon as these words came out, the person who attacked was stunned, then shouted, don't let him destroy this gate. Fong Ping, don't destroy it, do I care about you? Fong Ping laughed loudly. At this moment, he raised his saber, roaring, what you say doesn't matter. In this three realms, I, Fong Ping, have the final say. Rumble. At this moment, a vitality blade that pierced through heaven and earth lit up in the source universe, illuminating the entire world, illuminating countless stars. Bastard. The human emperor cursed angrily, so angry that he wanted to stomp his feet. Once again, this was unexpected. At this moment, this saber light, reflected in the three realms. Vaguely, everyone heard a faint crisp sound, and the heavenly king and the others looked up at the sky. At this moment, a slight crack appeared in the ninth heaven's barrier. Crack, a small cracking sound rang out on the ninth heaven's barrier. In the next moment, a loud crack rang out, and the ninth heaven was broken. The heavenly king and the others were a little stunned. What was this? Fong Ping actually slashed out such a saber? Of course, the price paid was also beyond imagination. The Tao was destroyed, the divine artifact shattered. Fong Ping and the seven powerhouses might not be able to return, but at this moment, everyone was still shocked and horrified. The underworld god and the other beginner powerhouses were all extremely agitated, roaring angrily, everyone, kill. This gate is important, break this gate, it'll be hard for this bastard not to die. At this moment, the human emperor could not care less about them, letting the few break eight powerhouses bombard his golden body. With a bang, many powerhouses joined forces to attack, causing him to stagger, the crown shattered, the golden dragon robe torn, blood dripping down, but the human emperor did not care about this, leaping into the air, flying towards the cat, roaring angrily, get out of the way, cat, do you want to die? At this time, the cat was sitting on the mirror, hearing this, suddenly stood up, even angrier than him. You're not allowed to leave, you fight every day, even the cat's home is gone, I'll kill you. Roar. I'm not a cat, I'm a tiger. The big cat roared. At this moment, everyone in the three realms really saw a ferocious tiger, incomparably huge, covering the heavens and the earth, incomparably powerful, incomparably ferocious. The human emperor was stunned for a moment. The people behind him controlled their weapons to attack, killing until blood splattered from the human emperor's back. The human emperor reacted instantly, although a little shocked, but he continued to move forward. At this moment, the huge ferocious tiger instantly turned into a cat. The cat turned around and ran, cursing, the old human emperor is so stupid. I'm a cat, how can I be a tiger? Big fool, you deserve to be beaten to death, I'm leaving. I'm just scaring you, who's a tiger? This fool is too stupid. The cat despised him in his heart. I turned into a tiger, and you're in a daze, aren't you stupid? The human emperor was stunned, almost vomiting blood and anger. Even though the heavenly king and the others knew that it was extremely dangerous at this moment, they could not help but want to laugh wildly. To be honest, everyone was surprised for a while just now. The cat suddenly turned into a ferocious tiger, its aura was powerful. They really thought that the cat's original body was a tiger. What kind of power was it going to display now? Who knew that this cat was actually scaring people? The heavenly king laughed. He was led astray by Fong Ping. This trick was somewhat similar to Fong Ping. Even the human emperor was frightened for a moment. At this moment, in the source universe, Fong Ping had already waited for the door, laughed loudly, and slashed out with his saber. Boom! the three realms trembled violently, the sky fell and the earth cracked. Countless mountains collapsed, rivers boiled, and the sea of bitterness roared. Countless people's Tao shook. Between heaven and earth, at this moment, a blood-red aura surged out. Not only that, in the sky, the huge sun was dripping blood at this moment. Yes, dripping blood, endless energy, vitality, instantly overflowed between heaven and earth. Some trees, contaminated with this blood chi, grew rapidly in the blink of an eye, instantly hundreds of meters tall. Some monsters came into contact with this aura, one after another, also became stronger, roaring. The demons broke through the realm. At this moment, the people of the catacombs, the people of the human world, also came into contact with this aura, honing their bodies and bones, their speed suddenly accelerated. At this time, in the million-strong army, countless people were roaring, bathed in the rain of blood, the rain of energy. Enough. Stop. Human Emperor, retreat quickly, guard the door. Several voices came, someone roared, incomparably angry, the vitality gate was slashed, it was about to shatter, damn it, once the vitality gate was shattered, the consequences would be unimaginable. Human Emperor, retreat. Hurry. The urging continued, coming from ninth heaven, from the depths of the source universe. At this time, Fang Ping's golden body exploded, his aura slipping, but he roared, kill him. Ruin their plan. What bullshit Emperor? They have no right to plot against the three realms. Kill. Fang. Ping bellowed, wielding the saber in his hand again. At this moment, there was no saber. Fang Ping used his broken hands as sabers. With a roar, his hands exploded completely. A ray of saber energy dashed toward a crack in the depths of the source universe. The human emperor was going to enter the source universe from there, the human emperor, who had just smashed away the divine peaking mirror and was about to enter the source universe, was struck by an extremely powerful saber energy. With a bang, the human emperor took a step back and fell into the three realms again. Bastard! The human emperor roared. At this moment, the Tao of the three realms trembled again. The powerhouses of the source universe were all shaken. Emperor of Heaven Reverse's voice came, let him go. When the human emperor dies, the door will be broken and the path of vitality will be destroyed. So be it. I must kill this old tortoise. Fang Ping's golden body was about to disappear, but he was still powerful. Even if I destroy the path of vitality, I must kill a human emperor. Never compromise. The three realms and the human emperor were shocked. Never compromise, even if he had to destroy the path of vitality, he must kill this human emperor. In the three realms, Heavenly King Zhen suddenly bellowed, since it has come to this, let's kill the human emperor and then think about the consequences. Kill the human emperor. Millions of humans shouted. Kill him. The path of vitality was mostly cultivated by humans nowadays. Using this path in exchange for the death of the human emperor. Rumble, a loud sound resounded throughout the three realms. At this moment, a loud roar was heard. Don't let this old man go, I'm coming. A huge dog head roared through the three realms and stretched its head out. Kacha. It bit through space and bit towards the human emperor. Poof, the human emperor turned around and punched, but his fist was bitten tightly, causing the dog's head to explode. The dog was also extremely fierce as it whimpered, I'll bite him to death, let's do it together. The heavenly hound bit down on his fist. Crack. Crack. Its sharp teeth were breaking, but it still did not let go, ruthless, domineering, this was the heavenly hound. No matter who you were, if you were unhappy, I'll beat you up. Crack, even though its teeth were broken, the dog still bit down and roared violently. Heavenly King Subduing did not say a word as the heaven confining bell enveloped the human and dog. He shouted, hit the heaven confining bell together and kill him. The heavenly hound suddenly cursed, don't, I'll go out. It was not going to do it anymore. Heavenly King Subduing actually enveloped it as well. I won't die. He won't die either. If he injures you, he will suffer even more. The heavenly hound thought about it and felt that it made sense. It had to continue pestering the human emperor. Rumble, everyone attacked the heaven confining bell. This time, the sound of the bell resounded throughout the three realms. Below, a continent sank. The inspector continent that had descended previously was gone. They had gone crazy from killing. This time they had the best chance of killing the human emperor. They would not give up. Even if there were emperors roaring in the void. Kill. One expert after another went crazy and everyone was attacking the heaven confining bell. In the Kuan-Tian bell, the human emperor punched the heavenly hound's head in half. However, the dog was extremely arrogant and said disdainfully, "Weakling. Celestial, the Archbadian smashed the dog's head with one punch, but you only smashed half of the dog's head, weak." Yes, dog's head. It was not embarrassed and did not feel that it was insulted. It was a dog and dogs were number one in its eyes. It was very arrogant and the human emperor was not enough. When Celestial the Archbadian was angry, he smashed the dog's head. The human emperor was infuriated once again. Back then, the heavenly dog had broken through 7 times, and now it had broken through 8 times. Could it be the same? However, he was not in the mood to talk about this right now. At this moment, a furious voice came from the origin universe once again. "Stop. Fong Ping, how dare you?" Fong Ping, who was not dead yet, had his golden body about to disappear completely at this moment. The other 7 powerhouses fell one after another, their golden bodies shattered, each of them heavily injured and dying. Breaking 9, how heaven-defying was it to display the battle prowess of Breaking 9, Fong Ping's great Tao was completely shattered, and his golden body was also burning fiercely. The other 7 people's golden bodies were all shattered, and their bones were crushed. They had paid a heavy price. However, at this time, Fong Ping was crawling in the void, grinning hideously as he crawled toward the slightly broken door. He chuckled and said, "I will make you regret it even if I die. Break this door. I'll piss you bastards off to death." Monarch. I'm not afraid. The human race is not afraid. No one is afraid of you. Ha ha ha. At this moment, Fong Ping had already crawled under the door. His head was still there. With a loud bang, he crashed into the door. With a knock, the door trembled. Fong Ping thought for a while and suddenly laughed. In the next moment, 5 heavenly king seals and 31 saint tokens appeared. "I'll smash you." He still had divine weapons. He had almost forgotten about this. Rumble, the heavenly king seals and saint tokens crashed into the door. The door seemed to be trying to escape. Fong Ping roared, "Seniors, come, grab it and smash it. I, Fong Ping, want to see what's behind this Sanjiao gate." The 7 seriously injured beginners laughed loudly. One of them laughed and said, "This is the first time I've entered the origin world in my life. It's not a loss. Fellow Taoists, trap this door. Burn my true body." The 7 powerhouses roared one after another. Their broken golden bodies continued to burn. In the next moment, the 7 of them flew over and suppressed this broken door. The incomparably huge door trembled violently. Their blood splattered into the void. However, the laughter was still there. Fong Ping was still smashing madly, laughing madly. Beyond 9th heaven. Above the immortal source, blood vessels were bursting, and blood was flowing. At this moment, 3 figures appeared. They all took action to suppress the movement of the immortal source. Someone said in a low voice, "We must stop it. The human sovereign realm cannot die. If he dies, who will suppress the gate of vitality?" Fong Ping. Fong Ping, the people of the 3 realms have been driven mad, everyone, someone sighed. They really didn't expect such a scene to happen. The human sovereign realm could no longer intimidate the 3 realms. Not only that, but it also triggered the 3 realms to unite against a common enemy. Under Fong Ping's bewitchment, the 3 realms joined hands to kill the human sovereign realm. Or else, as long as one side did not participate, the human sovereign realm could not be defeated, without several breaking 8, who could kill the human sovereign realm. Suppress the immortal source first. Someone shouted. The 3 worked together to suppress the movement of the immortal source. Then, the old voice was heard again, "Battle, are you going to sit and watch this happen?" In the void, a figure emerged. The Heaven Reverse Emperor said in a low voice, "How do we stop it? The powerhouses of the 3 realms are determined to kill the human sovereign realm and break the gate of vitality. Should we intervene now, and kill them?" They were speechless. Someone said angrily, kill them, then what have we been doing for the past 10,000 years? When they were all dead, everything would be in vain. If we don't kill them, they will not stop. You go and kill Fang Ping, ha. Ha. The Heaven Reverse Emperor sneered, I will leave this to you. I will not interfere anymore. Killing Fang Ping, it is easier said than done. He is the human sovereign realm. If he dies, the human race will die. Don't forget that he has a backup plan in the human world. Once the human world becomes hell, ha. Bastard. Someone was enraged. A group of human sovereign realm cultivators had their hands and feet tied. They were forced into a corner. He couldn't kill him, but he couldn't not kill him either. The Heaven Reverse Emperor said coldly, at this moment, we must give the three realms an explanation. An explanation for what? The Heaven Reverse Emperor said in a low voice, compromise, strip the human sovereign realm. Before he could finish his sentence, someone scolded, how dare you? Then we will sit and wait for the human sovereign realm to be killed. Humph. Someone let out a clear shout and stretched out his hand towards the 9 heavens. Since the Heaven Reverse Emperor realm could not do anything, they would. However, at this moment, a shout resounded across the 3 realms. At this moment, a palm broke through the air. I will protect whoever you want to kill. Fatty. At this moment, in the 3 realms, the cat suddenly stood up like a human. He was about to cheer, jump, and dance. Fatty. Wow, Fatty is still alive. Meow, meow, meow. The cat tore apart the void and ran toward the 9 heavens. He was overjoyed. Stupid cat, a shout resounded across the 3 realms. If you talk nonsense again, I will peel off your skin. Behind him, Sherpa was also overjoyed. He could not care less about the human sovereign realm anymore. He shouted in joy, Fatty Ling, I am here, boom, after a loud noise, Sherpa was bleeding. A finger fell from the sky. In the next second, a female voice was heard, stupid cat, go back. Break 9 and come again. I need help. Big fatty, big fatty, big fatty. I can't break through 9. Yaya, it's okay. I have an idea, Yaya. The cat's fat body leaped wildly in the void. He was overjoyed. Ling Huang was back. Ling Huang was still alive. He thought that she was dead. He really thought that she was dead. After Zhang Tao and the others returned and relayed Ling Huang's words, he thought that Fatty was dead and she was still alive. Meow, so happy. Fatty, you are still alive. That's great. The cat was happy. Ling Huang's voice came again. He sneered, alive? How can a group of people who are neither human nor ghost be alive? Ridiculous. This group of people who can't distinguish between human and ghost finally suffered a great loss today. That's good, ridiculous, ridiculous. Killing Ji is good too. Ji was the human sovereign realm. There was only one name. Ling Huang sneered. In the next moment, there was a roar outside the 9 heavens. The sun disappeared and the 3 realms fell into darkness. Kill. Below, Heavenly King Zhen and the others went crazy. They entered the heaven confining bell and attacked the human sovereign. Some emperors stopped them. Ling Huang blocked an emperor who was about to attack. If he did not kill the human sovereign now, when would he? The human sovereign roared, even if you kill me, don't think about living. The 3 realms will be destroyed with me. Beast sovereign, East sovereign, Do. Attack, or I will self-destruct in the 3 realms and destroy all living beings. As soon as he said this, before the emperors could speak, King Wu suddenly erupted. He absorbed the power of countless people and broke through 7 in an instant. In the blink of an eye, he attacked and shouted, then let's die together and bury all living beings in the 3 realms. Let the 3 realms be destroyed. Destroying the 3 realms in exchange for an emperor, not a loss. Zhang Tao shouted. Threatening who? Threatening us? We are never threatened. Everyone in the 3 realms knew this. Even when the wives and daughters of powerhouses were hung on the walls of the catacombs and were killed by the powerhouses of the catacombs, forcing the powerhouses of the human race to surrender, no one said a word. Our bones are harder than you can imagine. Kill him and bury the 3 realms with him. The martial king roared angrily and lashed out with his whip. causing the human emperor's face to tremble. He was trapped. Even though Xianxia, who had broken through to the seventh realm, only left a red mark on his face, this was still a great humiliation. You are worthy of being the human sovereign? You are worthy of ruling the human world? You are worthy of ruling the human race? You are nothing. Xianxia roared and lashed out again and again. Heavenly King Zhen and the others attacked madly and trapped the human sovereign. Heavenly King Zhen laughed, Xianxia, ignore this guy. Go and take the human sovereign sword. That's yours. What kind of human sovereign is he? He's just a figurehead. The human sovereign sword has absorbed the spiritual energy of the human world for 8,000 years and gathered the human Tao. Use your great Tao to take it. Zhang Tao's eyes lit up and he laughed loudly. He instantly attacked the human sovereign sword. This sword was a divine weapon. Divine weapons could enter the source. At this moment, Zhang Tao was extremely bold. He directly pulled the sword into the source world. The long sword roared and madly attacked the great Tao. You are courting death. Sucking the spiritual energy of the human world and destroying the martial Tao of the human race. I don't want this broken sword of yours. I will destroy you today. Zhang Tao was also crazy. When he saw that the sword was actually resisting, he was instantly enraged. This sword had absorbed the spiritual energy of the human world for 8,000 years. It was an evil sword. He wanted to kill this sword. A heavenly great Tao turned into a long sword and instantly slashed at the human sovereign sword. Countless figures appeared, suppressing the human sovereign sword. When the human sovereign sword touched the sword of the great Tao, it instantly trembled. Zhang Tao saw this and laughed loudly, slashing wildly. The great Tao was collapsing, but he did not hesitate and continued to slash. Soon, the human sovereign sword let out a whimper and trembled incessantly as if it was surrendering. However, Zhang Tao did not care about it and continued to slash down with his sword. Today, I will destroy this evil sword of yours. A divine sword was incomparably powerful, but sometimes, people were just so stubborn. Zhang Tao hated this sword. This sword had absorbed the spiritual energy of the human world for 8,000 years and almost destroyed the human martial Tao. He did not want this thing. He knew that if the divine sword was destroyed, the human sovereign would definitely be injured. That was enough. As for the human sovereign sword, he did not care. Rumble, again and again, and again and again, the human sovereign sword seemed to be restrained by the great Tao. Soon, the whimper of the long sword spread throughout the source world. There seemed to be blood flowing on the blade. At this moment, someone in the source world sighed. The human sovereign sword is the token of the human sovereign. It is just a weapon. Why vent your anger on this sword? It is extremely rare for a divine weapon to have a spirit. Today, I will definitely destroy it. Zhang Tao was extremely cold. He could hear that it was the voice of battle, so he did not speak maliciously. But he still said domineeringly, this sword has absorbed the blood of the human race. It must die. Stubbornness, it could not be said whether it was good or bad, but he was so stubborn that he had to destroy this sword, even if this sword was extremely rare and much more powerful than ordinary divine weapons. If it was not restrained by the human sovereign Tao, he might not even be able to destroy this sword. Crack, there was a subtle cracking sound, and blood rain poured down, falling in Zhang Tao's source world. This sword was about to become a spirit. But at this time, it was suppressed by the human sovereign Tao and could not resist. The blade continued to shatter. Crack, crack, the sound of cracking continued. In the outside world, the human sovereign spat out blood. The divine weapon he had nurtured in the human world for 8,000 years was about to be destroyed today. At this moment, even the sovereigns felt somewhat conflicted. They were shocked by King Wu's determination. An incomparably powerful divine weapon had already submitted to him, but he actually did not want it. He was unwilling. He would not be satisfied until he destroyed the human sovereign sword. Even the sovereigns might not be able to do this. The human sovereign sword was much more powerful than ordinary divine weapons. The human sovereign had encountered this group of incomparably crazy fellows. At this moment, even the sovereigns felt that their defeat was not unjust. If this group of people had fought with them 30,000 years ago, it was difficult to say who would become the sovereigns. The heroes of 30,000 years had gathered in this era. 8,000 years of oppression had liberated their blood, allowing them to completely let go of everything. Perhaps, this was what they wanted to see. But when they saw it today, they could not help but be shocked. Some people felt conflicted, not knowing whether it was right or wrong. The game of chess that was the three realms had nurtured too many crazy people. At this moment, there was a rumble as if a heavenly king had fallen. The three realms shook, and the source universe trembled. It was not that someone had died, but the human sovereign sword had exploded, Earth. The moment the human sovereign sword exploded, an incomparably powerful energy gushed out from the void. Heaven, the immortal world, this was the human world at this moment. In this battle, Fang Ping and the others had completely broken some rules. For 8,000 years, there had been no energy on Earth. They thought it was because of the catacombs passageway, that the energy sun, which was also the immortal source, was only in the catacombs. But now, they knew that they were wrong. The immortal source was actually in the three realms. The immortal source project had only absorbed energy from the human world, but it was also giving back later on. And this energy that was giving back was absorbed by a sword. Otherwise, even if the energy was not as rich as the catacombs, Earth would not be a place without energy. When the catacombs passageway was not closed, the energy of the catacombs could still permeate Earth. But the passageway was closed, and Earth had completely become a dead end for 1,000 years. There was no longer any cultivation energy to speak of. Fang Ping and the others, when they first cultivated, it was still better because there was a passageway opened. But a few hundred years ago, there was not a single passageway. The catacombs' energy did not permeate, and Earth was a dead end for martial arts. Today, the human sovereign sword had shattered. The energy overflowed again, returning to Earth. That rich energy impacted the ground to crack, the mountains to explode, and countless buildings to collapse. And at this time, countless martial artists were resisting the disaster. Countless people were roaring, becoming stronger, bathing in this energy. Previously, the immortal source had blood permeating, strengthening people. At this moment, there was a large amount of energy permeating again. At this moment, countless people broke through. Some children, at this moment, because the energy was too abundant, had their vitality outburst directly, vaguely becoming martial artists. The human king is invincible. The martial king is invincible. The human race is invincible. Shouts and shouts resounded throughout the world. Everyone knew that this was the result of their hard work. They could not see the great war of the three realms, but they could hear it. One by one, legendary figures descended, even legendary emperors descended, and everyone bowed to them. However, at this moment, they knew that the human powerhouses were still as awe-inspiring as ever. They had shattered the human sovereign sword, returning the energy to the human world. They had contacted all parties, wanting to kill this emperor. At this moment, even the emperor's lives were in danger. This was the human race. They were not strong, but they would never compromise, forever protecting their home. The human sovereign sword was broken. The human sovereign sword was covered in blood. This time, he finally showed some fatigue, some helplessness. His sword had been chopped in half. The sword that had been nurtured for 8,000 years was broken just like that. And at this moment, on the body of the martial king, a monstrous vitality gushed out, and a seal suddenly floated in the air, absorbing the aura and energy left behind after the human sovereign sword was broken. The human sovereign seal, in fact, it was just a keepsake, an ordinary seal. Last time, old Zhang wanted to pass it to Fang Ping, but Fang Ping did not want it, so he threw it back. At this moment, this ordinary seal that gathered the faith of the human race was absorbing those things. Rank 7, Rank 8, Rank 9, at a speed visible to the naked eye, this ordinary seal, in the blink of an eye, reached the strength of a supreme divine weapon. Immediately after, there was a loud bang, and the seal trembled. An imperial weapon, this was not the end. The seal continued to absorb the energy, the aura, and the fragments of the human sovereign sword, continued to transform. Rumble. Holy weapon, still not the end. The seal trembled again, absorbing a trace of the aura of the human sovereign Tao, absorbed some of the origin Qi, and trembled again. A demigod weapon. At this point, the seal finally stopped transforming. In the next moment, it fell into old Zhang's somewhat broken source world, falling with a loud bang, suppressing the source, suppressing the Tao. Old Zhang's aura also strengthened a notch. The human sovereign seal, at this moment, someone murmured. Smashing the human sovereign sword and forging a demigod weapon, the human sovereign seal, was it a loss? A great loss, however, for the human race, for the martial king, it was not a loss. This seal was the token of the new martial artists. The human sovereign sword was only the token of the human sovereign, not the martial king. This was the weapon of the martial king. It was also a weapon forged by the new martial artists. Zhang Tao laughed loudly. It's worth it. The human race's aura recovered, and I forged a demigod weapon. It's worth it. Gee, you better die. You don't deserve to be the human sovereign. You don't have the right. He did not call him the human sovereign, he did not want to. At this moment, the human sovereign was bleeding again. Not because of the martial king, but because of Fang Ping. At this moment, in the source world, Fang Ping smashed a small piece of the door. Although it was broken before, the door did not penetrate. At this moment, a small hole was suddenly pierced through the door. At this moment, an unimaginably powerful vitality force instantly surged toward Fang Ping. The other 7 beginner martial heavenly kings, who were originally on the verge of death, actually received some gifts at this time. The vitality force was incomparably powerful, surging into their bodies one after another. However, at this time, the human sovereign outside, his face turned pale, laughing bitterly. You guys, very good. If that's the case, then I'll send the 3 realms to their graves. Let's go together. Those who could become emperors in the past were also resolute people. How? Could they not have a bit of domineering spirit? Since Fang Ping and the others insisted on fighting to the death with him, then it was better to die together than to be slowly tortured to death by them. At this moment, an emperor was forced to this point. It was also beyond the expectations of everyone in the 3 realms. Even those emperors in the dark felt their hearts palpitating at this moment. The 3 realms was about to force an emperor to death. Stop it. When they saw the human sovereign's aura erupting, his vitality soaring to the sky, and even 9th heaven being broken, someone spoke up again. At this moment, the voice was a little different from fighting. It was a little older. Sigh. 3 realms. Stop it. Are you really going to be destroyed together with Ji? Destroy it if you want to. Fang Ping frantically absorbed the terrifyingly high-quality vitality, restoring his golden body. In an instant, he was still frantically storing it, pouring it into the source world, while shouting, "Self-destruct? Who are you trying to scare? Scare me? My human race powerhouses who self-destruct, if not 10,000, there are at least 8,000. I've seen many. Since you're going to die, then self-destruct as soon as possible. Do you think I don't know what you're thinking?" Fang Ping said disdainfully, "Thinking about you guys intervening, thinking about forcing you guys to intervene and save him? Just like this, and you're still emperors. I'm embarrassed for you guys. Be more straightforward, bang, explode. Go and self-destruct. Are you afraid of death? You don't want to die, do you?" Fang Ping was extremely sarcastic, laughing out loud. "Is there any use in scaring me? If you don't want to die, kneel down and beg me." Rumble, the heavens and earth trembled. At this moment, the emperor was really anxious. Kneel down? Fang Ping, I will fulfill your wish today. The emperor was completely crazy, his eyes blood red. Fang Ping wanted him to kneel down and beg him. Preposterous, this was too much. The dignified emperor suddenly felt a little wronged at this moment. He was forced to kneel down and beg for mercy. He might as well die. At this moment, the emperor's chi was unstable. The heaven confining bell was blown away. The heavenly hound was howling. Its arm was blown up by the emperor. The dog's head was smashed directly. It fled hurriedly. Rumble, between heaven and earth. At this moment, only the sound of vitality surging could be heard. The expressions of Heavenly King subduing and the others also changed drastically. Fang Ping was still ruthless. With a few words, he had completely angered the emperor, and also destroyed his hope. If that was the case, then he would not wait any more. At this moment, a few more voices were heard. Stop. Gee, stop. The origin can't be suppressed anymore, it's almost too late. Someone roared. At this moment, the old voice from before was heard again, sighing. The 9 sovereigns and 4 emperors had jointly announced that today, human Emperor Ji will be removed from his position, the human race will return to the human race, the 3 realms will remain the 3 realms. The great Tao is flawed, it needs the emperor to suppress, for 3 years, the emperor will not appear. The people of the 3 realms are not pawns, the heavenly Tao is so, Fangping, Zhen, Kuanping, all of you stop. Ji cannot be killed, and cannot be killed. If he dies, the 3 realms will be shattered. At this moment, the old voice was helpless. They had lost. Yes, they had lost. The 9 sovereigns and 4 emperors' plan was still broken at this moment, a group of lunatics. They might not be unable to make a move, but someone would stop them. Even if no one stopped them, would they attack and kill all these people? If they really killed all of them, they would still lose. They would definitely lose, yes, they would definitely lose. If these people could not defeat the emperor, it was fine, they would not dare to do anything. But now, they were going to kill the emperor, forcing the emperor to self-destruct. Even the emperors were shocked by his decisiveness. However, his words did not satisfy Fangping. Fangping roared, "That's it? The 3 realms has suffered for 10,000 years, and it's over just because you want to dismiss the emperor? Based on what?" The old voice said faintly, "Based on strength. Fangping, you are unforgiving, if you really want to force all of you to come. Then we'll die together." Fangping did not care. "Don't think that I don't know, the origin is collapsing, this universe is going to collapse, I can feel it. Just come, we'll die together, if you don't die, you won't feel good either, I'm not afraid." Fangping was extremely savage. "Come on. Come on. If no one suppresses, then we'll be finished. I'll let the 3 realms return to the wilderness, are you trying to scare me? Do you think I'm scared?" Fangping shouted, "I don't have anything, I only have this body of courage, iron guts. If you make me feel bad, I'll disgust you for the rest of your lives." At this moment, even the emperors were stunned. They wanted to slap him to death, this guy was really crazy, really, in the face of a group of emperors, he actually dared to threaten them like this. The old voice sounded again, "You, what do you want? Who are you?" "Xiong. I don't know. The God Emperor you speak of. So it's you." Fangping laughed. "God Emperor, no wonder. If you want to stop fighting, sure. If you cripple Ji, I'm afraid he'll take revenge. Also, tell me all the secrets of the 3 realms, and help me become an emperor. If I can't do it, then Heavenly King Suppression, if Heavenly King Suppression can't do it, then Martial King. Also, each of you give us a set of divine weapons. As for Chu Wu, you guys talk among yourselves. Hong Kuan and the others, tell them how to become emperors, I, Fangping, will not be the only one who can enjoy it. All of you emperors and celestial emperors swear that within 3 years, if anyone takes revenge on any of us or attacks any of us, they'll be worse than pigs and dogs, beasts. I don't want you to be struck by lightning, it's useless if you don't die. If you swear according to what I said, I'll believe that you won't take revenge." Also, Fangping spoke for dozens of seconds. At this moment, the God Emperor said faintly, "The vitality gate must be suppressed. Fangping, you don't have to delay anymore to absorb this vitality force. Right now, it might not be a good thing for you to absorb too much." Fangping was absorbing vitality force, he was absorbing frantically, he was stalling for time. Not only that, Fangping also secretly informed the old cat to absorb it. The old cat had also rushed over from the false Tao, absorbing crazily. As for the others, they were too big a target, and they had to trap the emperor, they had no chance to come. Fangping actually already understood that he could not kill the emperor. Even the 9 emperors and 4 emperors would not agree, even Spirit Emperor, who spoke before, did not speak now. Obviously, he still did not want the emperor to be killed. The emperor seemed to have a mission to suppress this gate, he could not die. Fangping also felt that there was something wrong with this world. These people seemed to be suppressing something, not letting the source world collapse. If that was the case, Fangping began to ask for benefits. This battle had actually come to this point to force the emperors to give in, forcing them to continue hiding. The appearance of the patrol made everyone realize something. they were still under the emperor's control. This was something that no one could bear. And now, Fang Ping wanted to force the emperors to retreat. This was also inconceivable, but now, it seemed like it could come true. Fang Ping continued to absorb the unimaginably high quality. Vitality, laughing. If you can agree, then we'll talk. If you can't agree, we'll fight to the death. Even if the net isn't broken, I'll dig a hole and come out. There was silence. A group of emperors. Was he willing to compromise with them? Continue to kill. Fang Ping roared. If they don't agree, we still have to die. Hong Kuan, do you think they'll let us go? Stop dreaming. Kill Ji. If we die now, we can still drag him down with us. Boom, Heavenly King Zhen thrust his spear out, stabbing the emperor's chest directly, and he himself was also punched by the emperor, his right arm exploding. Kill. The sounds of killing rose again. At this point, King Kuan and the others also understood that if the emperors did not compromise, they would still have to die, perhaps even more aggrieved. If that was the case, then they would talk after killing the emperor. P.S. I can't write anymore, plead for some monthly votes. It seems like this month's first place, I have to take the free first place. Self-destruct. The battle continued. The emperor did not self-destruct again. Fang Ping had provoked the emperor. Weren't you clamoring to self-destruct just now? Go and die. Fang Ping's voice was loud, and he laughed loudly. Even emperors are afraid of death? I thought emperors were heartless and had long reached the point where they did not know fear and death. So emperors are also afraid of death? The emperors and heaven-suppressing king were speechless. Who was not afraid of death? There was no intelligent life that was not afraid of death. It was nothing more than whether it was worth it or not. Fang Ping provoked the emperor like this. Was he not afraid that this guy would really self-destruct? Fang Ping was not afraid. Even if he was, he could not be afraid now. In the void, the emperor god sighed again. Fang Ping, some things are not what you think, I can't be bothered to think about it. Fang Ping said calmly, I only want to see, to listen, to experience. I know what I have experienced. I also know what I have seen. I will not endure that pain for your so-called future. If you have a purpose, you can say it. Since you are not willing to say it, then I will only believe what I have seen. I only saw the so-called emperor, using his emperor sword to absorb 8,000 years of spiritual energy in the world. I only saw the three realms flowing like a river, and all of this was led by you. I saw countless martial artists of the human race, their families destroyed, their parents dead, their children dead, their relatives dead, their friends dead. I saw all of this with my own eyes. The pain you have brought to mankind, no matter how beautiful the future is, it can't cover up all of this, can't erase all of this. Fang Ping said mockingly, what kind of three realms do you want? The three realms in your mind? The three realms in the future is beautiful? But no matter how beautiful it is it related to us? For our children? For our descendants, sorry, if our children and descendants are all dead, we are also all dead. In the end, the beauty of the three realms is yours, not ours. Fang Ping laughed. If that's the case, then why don't we take a gamble? Shouldn't fate be in our own hands? Even if we fail, even if we die, I will feel that it is worth it, because I have fought for a beautiful future, fought for it, and not waited for death. Fang Ping's words plunged the three realms into silence again. Fang Ping closed his eyes and ignored them. At this moment, Fang Ping was still crazily absorbing the vitality. The quality was too high. He suspected that this qi and blood power might be comparable to the qi and blood power of martial emperors. At this moment, his golden body was transforming. His qi and blood were also churning rapidly, and he could vaguely feel some qualitative changes. Bang! With a crisp sound, Fang Ping used the Heavenly King seal to smash the cracked door, smashing another extremely fine crack on the gap. This toy was of excellent quality. If it were not for the 9-break attack that shattered some parts of the door, Fang Ping might not have been able to destroy this door. Fang Ping. At this moment, someone couldn't restrain himself any longer, and a low shout resounded through the 3 dimensions. Stop. Hong Kuan, if you continue, don't blame us for descending upon you and annihilating you. We'll slaughter the 3 realms and rebuild the universe. Some of the emperors could no longer tolerate it and said coldly, 10,000 years. We can still wait. If they continued to cause trouble, so what if the emperor descended and destroyed this world? Could it be that he really couldn't wait for 10,000 years? Fang Ping licked his lips. At this moment, some powerhouses in the three realms began to hesitate. Should they continue to force these emperors? Just like what this person said, if they really angered them, they would destroy the three realms and rebuild the universe. 10,000 years, they could really afford to wait. For the emperors, they should not die within 10,000 years. 10,000 years, Fang Ping exhaled softly and smiled. They can afford to wait. When you say that, I can't even refute. Humph. A soft snort was heard. Fang Ping smiled and did not say a word. He looked at the cat beside him that was sucking in qi and said, Big cat, do you still have some broken divine weapons or something? The ones that you don't want, or the ones that have already been scrapped? The cat looked at him innocently, a little dazed. This cat only had the divine peeking mirror, and nothing else. The ones that you don't want, you don't even have trash divine weapons? The cat muttered. After thinking for a while, it took out a few things that looked like scrap copper and iron. Fang Ping took it and weighed it. There were holy weapon fragments, and there were also fragments of semi-divine weapons. This cat was really a trash picker. It wanted everything. Fang Ping did not say a word. He pinched these things together. Vitality force erupted and emerged. Origin chi and imperishable substances emerged one after another. Some people did not understand what he was doing. In the next moment, rumble, an earth-shattering loud sound rang out, crack, on the vitality gate, a crack expanded instantly. The source universe shook violently. Fang Ping, you can just wait for 10,000 years. Fang Ping laughed loudly and shouted, kill Ji and let them wait for 10,000 years. What kind of plaything can threaten me? I have a stubborn temper. If you're easy to talk to, then we'll talk. If you're not easy to talk to, then I'll disgust you to death. Bastard. At this moment, a large hand directly descended from the ninth heaven. At this moment, no one stopped it. Spirit Emperor seemed to be entangled. Do seemed to not be ready to attack. Emperor God also seemed to have disappeared. Kill Fang Ping, perhaps, killing Fang Ping would make all parties afraid, and this matter would be completely settled. If they did not kill a few, they might not be able to intimidate the powerhouses of the three realms. The emperors were also unwilling to compromise blindly. Blindly compromising often meant bigger trouble. Fang Ping was the leader. If he was killed, there would probably be some changes. This was also a means of negotiation. Kill Fang Ping, appease the people, give King Kuan and the others some benefits, some hope. Then, the situation would return to the right track again. This was also a historical experience. After that, they could divide some people. The effect would be better. The emperors who had dominated the three realms for many years were also familiar with these regal path methods. Kill the leader, and the remaining people would often scatter in confusion. As for King Wu and the others, they were easy to appease. Give some promises to protect the human race. 4. The sake of the human race, King Wu might not say anything. At least the human race now was much better off than before. However, they still underestimated Fang Ping. At this moment, Fang Ping laughed. He looked at the 7 beginner powerhouses who had locked the vitality gate and said with a low laugh, Seniors, how about another gamble? They laughed. They did not speak, but they flew toward Fang Ping one after another. Fuse. Fang Ping growled and fused again in an instant. Slash. Fang Ping absorbed a large amount of vitality force. His flesh became stronger. At this time, although he did not have the enhancement of the origin Dao, Fang Ping still quickly reached the 7th stage and rapidly advanced toward the 8th stage. Rumble, the Saint Token and the Heavenly King Seal merged into one, turning into a Chung Dao and slashing at the vitality gate. Rumble. The sound of an explosion was heard, heaven and earth began to bleed. Among the countless people's Sanjiao gates, one of the gates began to shatter vaguely. Come and kill me. Let's see if you kill me first, or if I slash this gate first. Slash. 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 Fang Ping roared, raising his saber and slashing wildly. At this moment, behind the Vitality Gate, countless vitality emerged. The three realms trembled madly. At this time, the powerhouses of the Origin sect could already hear the faint sound of shattering. Their Sanjiao gates were shattering. In Fang Ping's and the others' impression, the Vitality Gate and the Energy Gate were the same gate. However, at this time, some differences appeared. The powerhouses who walked the energy path did not feel the changes in the Sanjiao gates. Obviously, there might still be differences between the two. The Energy Gate and the Vitality Gate might not be the same gate. Fang Ping did not care so much. The giant hand descended from ninth heaven. It needed time too. How could it be faster than him, Fang Ping? An angry roar rang out. At this moment, on the side of Heavenly King Zhen and the others, there was also a voice transmission. Zhen, let the Emperor return. Otherwise, once the gate is shattered, it will be too late for regrets. Don't mess around with Fang Ping. After this, we will pass on the Dao verification method to you. The words of stripping the Emperor's position are still in effect. Zhang Tao, does the human race have to choose to perish at this moment? Hong Kuan, Hong Yu, your father is not dead. He will return from his slumber. Seal the heavens has many flaws. There is hope to fix it. Some emperors secretly promised benefits and made all parties stop fighting. As for the Chuwu clan, it was even more overbearing. Some emperors directly threatened to descend and kill them. At this time, Heavenly King Zhen said faintly, everyone, can you really return now? Heavenly King Zhen's voice was faint. This palm. Why is it so difficult to break ninth heaven? Are you trapped? Just this palm. Who is it trying to kill? Heavenly King Zhen suddenly laughed. Then, he roared, Underworld God, trap G. After saying this, Heavenly King Zhen broke through the air and directly broke eighth heaven. At this moment, the huge palm had just fallen into eighth heaven. Heavenly King Zhen held the heavenly spear and roared, you think you can kill whoever you want? Boom, the spear stabbed out, between heaven and earth, a spear shadow pierced through the three realms. At this moment, Heavenly King Zhen's jade bones covered his entire body. Not only that, but the power of his vitality vaguely appeared golden. Be arrogant when your real body is here. A loud shout pierced through heaven and earth. The spear's shadow disappeared instantly. In the blink of an eye, the huge palm was pierced by the spear. Drip. Bright red blood spread all over eighth heaven. Bang, the palm exploded. Humph. A cold snort sounded again. Outside ninth heaven, someone snorted coldly. You broke 2 gates, no wonder. Heavenly King broke 2 void gates. Is this where your confidence comes from? Can't I? Heavenly King Zhen was arrogant and domineering. He laughed loudly. It's not a problem to bully you guys who can't come out. Come, let's see if your clones can break 9 gates. If they can't, admit defeat obediently. Heavenly King Zhen's vitality pierced through heaven and earth. He laughed brightly. I thought you guys could directly descend, but it seems that only Ji Hao can come out because of the human realm. Laughable. Your people have probably awakened to guide you guys back. Do you really think this old man can't see that? Heavenly King Zhen laughed heartily. Spear in hand, he charged at false void Dao. Brat, you can't do it. Watch this old man break this gate with 3 spears. I'll let you know how strong your father is. Before he even arrived, his spear shattered heaven and earth, broke through the universe, and instantly charged at the gate in the source universe. If I break this gate, can this old man reach the 9th heaven? Heavenly King Zhen laughed loudly. At this moment, the human sovereign also roared and exploded. Boom, the underworld deity Jade Bone was shattered. More than half of Monarch Kuan's Jade Bone was also shattered. Heavenly Arm's golden body exploded again. Without Heavenly King Zhen's suppression, this monarch was still terrifyingly powerful. Previously, Heavenly King Zhen was there. This expert who broke 2 gates was terrifyingly powerful. He worked together with the others to suppress him. Now, the others were in danger. But at this time, Heavenly King Zhen was not in a hurry. His clear voice resounded throughout the 3 realms. Children of the human race, recite in your hearts, human sovereign Zhang Tao, the only sovereign of the human race. The human race only has human sovereign Zhang Tao. These words shook the source universe and spread throughout the three realms. At this moment, everyone who heard the voice began to recite in their hearts. Someone directly roared. The million martial artists all shouted. Human sovereign Zhang Tao. Human sovereign Zhang Tao. Human sovereign Zhang Tao. Heaven and earth trembled again, and the source universe also shook violently. At this moment, human sovereign Ji's face was slightly pale. The human race was forcibly erasing his position. Once the human sovereign recognized by the human race became Zhang Tao, he might be in some big trouble. At this moment, Heavenly King Zhen was extremely wise. His eyes were bright, and he laughed when he saw this. As expected. No wonder you had to throw the human sovereign sword into the human world. Without saying anything else, Heavenly King Zhen's spear had already blasted into the source universe. Boom, an earth-shattering sound rang out. Poof, an ear-piercing sound of friction rang out. A deep pit was blasted on the huge door. Fang Ping slashed at it, and with a bang, the deep pit turned into a big hole. Sigh. Someone sighed again. A giant hand reached out from the depths of the source. The moment the sky spear blasted the door for the second time, the giant hand quickly grabbed the spear. The hand was also shattering, but the spear was caught. At this moment, Fang Ping was next to the giant hand. The giant hand seemed to be hesitating. Hesitating, whether to kill him or not. At this moment, a finger flicked over. With a bang, the sky spear and Fang Ping's Changdao were sent flying, and Fang Ping was sent flying with blood spurting out. The vitality gate can't be broken now. The sound of a battle. The giant hand was the Divine Emperor's attack, blocking Heavenly King Zhen. The battle was separating the two sides, not letting them continue to be in a stalemate. At this moment, just as Fang Ping was about to continue charging over, Heavenly King Zhen had already come along the main path, pressing Fang Ping down, and laughed softly. Don't be impulsive. There are two old farts who seem to be able to descend, but they seem to be restraining each other. Don't anger these two old farts. You, Heavenly King Zhen's voice was full of emotions. The Divine Emperor said calmly, since you already know, you should understand that it is useless to continue to make a scene. Heavenly King Zhen was talking about them. Some people could descend. However, restraining each other existed. That was why Heavenly King made a move to separate the two sides. Fang Ping wiped the blood from his mouth and smiled. Is that so? Having said that, he added with a smile, Emperor of Heaven Reverse, are you interested in doing this? If we kill Ji, Heavenly King Zhen might become an emperor. When Heavenly King Zhen becomes an emperor, I will help you kill this old fart. Do you think it's worth it? Everyone was silent again. Only Ji's angry gasps could be heard. He was so angry, Emperor of Heaven Reverse seemed to be stunned. After a while, he chuckled. If we kill Ji, the chance of achieving enlightenment may not be great. Achieving enlightenment and becoming an emperor is difficult. If we fail, the three realms will be destroyed. Why not take a gamble? There is no need. Emperor of Heaven Reverse smiled. Let's stop the war. It is useless to continue. Fang Ping, you have been fighting for the human race for many years. Now that the human race has risen, it may not be worth it to let billions of humans die for this war. What do you think? At this moment, the giant palm suddenly slapped. It was not aimed at Fang Ping, but at Heavenly King Zhen. Kaboom, Heavenly King Zhen was forced back thousands of meters. The giant palm also collapsed a little. The Divine Emperor growled, are you going to collapse the vitality gate completely? Heavenly King Zhen's mouth was bleeding but he cursed, why would it collapse? What's wrong with sucking some vitality force? Yes, sucking vitality force. Who was he, a powerhouse that broke two gates? While Heavenly King Zhen was talking, the old man had sucked so much vitality force that even the cat was unhappy. It could not compete with the old man. Heavenly King Zhen was about to continue when someone shouted from behind, come back. Heavenly King Zhen's expression changed. He quickly flew to the outside world. He was gone. Those guys could not hold on any longer. If it were not for the change in the human sovereign, some of them might have died. Heavenly King Zhen left and continued to suppress the human sovereign. As soon as he left, the turbulence of the origin lessened. Just now, when this old man was absorbing the vitality force, the origin was violently turbulent. If not, the divine emperor might not have made a move. As soon as he left, the giant palm suddenly attacked again. It still did not pierce Fang Ping. Instead, it slapped the huge passageway, a false passageway. There were signs of cracks in the passageway. Not only that, but at this moment, a figure suddenly appeared in the passageway. Without saying a word, he turned around and ran out. Bastard, the divine emperor wanted to curse. The god creation envoy's avatar was hiding in the passageway and was also secretly absorbing vitality. He almost ignored it. If Fang Ping had not stopped when Heavenly King Zhen left and his vitality was still flowing, he would not have noticed anything unusual. This old fellow, the creation god envoy, was absorbing the power of blood and qi through his false great Tao. These people were more cunning than the other. The god creation envoy's avatar ran extremely fast and roared, "Let's go, this old man is going to shatter the great Tao." Fang Ping's expression changed slightly. Once the false great Tao was shattered, their real bodies would be here. Their real bodies would enter the origin universe. If they were not lost in this universe, they would die silently. Fang Ping gritted his teeth and shouted, "Cat, go first. Even if I die here today, I will shatter this door." Fang Ping swung his saber again, the giant palm descended again. This time, the divine emperor was also a little angry, slapping at Fang Ping. Dou's fingers flicked Fang Ping away again, not letting him break the door, nor letting the divine emperor kill him. In the outside world, Heavenly King Zhen did not care about Fang Ping at this time. With a long spear in hand, his vitality outburst became even more powerful. A few broken eight were entangled with the emperor, and he was creating wounds on the emperor's body with his spear again and again. Not only that, Heavenly King Zhen shouted angrily, "Tianchen, attack! Fang Ping, if Tianchen doesn't attack, throw that cat behind the door." In the dark, a figure appeared. The cat protection captain smiled bitterly and said helplessly, "Zhen, Fang Ping, throw that cat in." Fang Ping did not speak. At this moment, the cat rolled toward the door, meowing, "Cat protection captain, kill the old emperor, you're bullying a cat. If you don't kill him, I'm going in." The cat took the initiative to threaten Tianchen, meowing, "Hurry up and hit him, hurry up, hurry up." Tianchen sighed. "My origin bloodline." Sigh, he had his difficulties, but at this moment, Tianchen still walked out and sighed. "Emperors, now that things have come to this, do you really have to fight to the death? Do you really want the three realms to be destroyed? Recreate the universe, it sounds easy, but after 10,000 years, the three realms will no longer have any other changes?" Tianchen looked at the emperor and said slowly, "You gave up the position of the emperor and swore an oath. Naturally, you can go back, why do you?" The emperor looked at him coldly, not saying a word. In short, he had completely lost face today. Right now, he did not want to say anything else and continue to embarrass himself. It had dragged until now because the emperors were unwilling to completely compromise. They were also unwilling to be controlled by the heroes of the three realms. At this point, someone spoke. Zhang Tao, who had not said much before, chuckled. "The emperors are unwilling to lose face, unwilling to compromise with a group of ants like us. Even now, their plan is to kill one to warn the others, so that we can continue to be obedient pawns. The emperor's face is too valuable." A mocking voice mixed with laughter reverberated in the three realms, though it was hard to tell if it was sarcasm or not. "Since I am the emperor, I also don't want to see the human race really destroyed. Fang Ping's backup plan is Fang Ping's, not mine. Fang Ping thinks that only by destroying the human race will you compromise, but I know that you're betting that he won't do it. He can't bear to," Zhang Tao chuckled. "You also think that I won't let this happen, and heaven-suppressing king won't. Isn't that right? So, you're still unscrupulous. Forget it. If you're unwilling, then forget it, Zhang Tao." Fang Ping turned around and looked at Zhang Tao outside, frowning. Zhang Tao laughed. "Threats are useless. These guys have lived for so many years, do you expect them to compromise with just a few words? Fang Ping, you're still too inexperienced. You're not ruthless enough, and you're not determined enough. Today, I'll teach you another move, what it means to be ruthless. At this moment, a powerful origin chi gushed out of Zhang Tao's body, and the Tao fluctuated violently. Humans, martial artists above rank 9, today. I'll break your Tao of origin. From now on, the human race will only take the beginner Tao. A low roar echoed in all directions. Rumble, at this moment, his Emperor Tao appeared in the source universe. At this moment, this incomparably huge Tao ran through all directions, connecting countless stars of the source. Bang, a small star exploded. A human rank 9 powerhouse spat out a mouthful of blood, his eyes glazed over. His origin was destroyed. Don't blame me, Zhang Tao, for being ruthless. Since the source doesn't give me a way out, then I'll take the beginner Tao. I'll let this emperor play by himself. Rumble, a large star exploded. In the outside world, a peerless powerhouse's aura dropped instantly. He did not die, but his aura slipped to rank 8 in the blink of an eye, and he was still dropping. Go play with your ancestors. I won't play with you anymore. Humans, remember, from now on, don't cultivate your origin. Ha ha ha, without the origin, I'll see what these emperors can do. Rumble, stars exploded one after another, in the universe's starry sky, dazzling fireworks rose. Zhang Tao was still laughing, but his laugh was a little ferocious. I won't play with you anymore. Didn't you think that Fang Ping would not dare to do something like exterminating the human race? Yes. Fang Ping might not really dare to do it. Those who knew him actually had some idea of this. At this moment, he, the current emperor, was telling these people that he did not want the human race to be exterminated, but he was willing to let the human race break their origin and never take the Tao of origin again. Everywhere, it was completely silent. At this moment, someone chuckled. Li Zhu sighed. Seems like it. We're just ants. Ants? How can we fight? If that's the case, then today, the land will also break this Tao of origin. Kill. A low roar echoed in all directions. In the next moment, in the catacombs, countless people suddenly attacked the martial artists around them. Whoosh. One by one, the rank 9 martial artists, caught off guard, were killed in an instant. In the source universe, stars were destroyed again. Li Zhu said lightly, then we won't leave. Zhang Tao, if you're ruthless enough. You kill the land realm martial artists above rank 9, I'll go and kill the human realm martial artists above rank 9. I'll break the origin of the 3 realms. Ruthless, at this moment, even the emperors were trembling. These people wanted to destroy the origin, they really did it, Zhang Tao laughed. I can't bear to see them die. If their origin is broken, they might still live. If they die, I can't bear to see them die. Li Zhu, you're still more ruthless than me. One by one, the rank 9s were killed. One by one, the rank 9's origin was broken. At this moment, the source universe shook violently. At this moment, the emperor's expression changed dramatically. A golden path that was not visible before suddenly appeared in the universe. The emperor's path was shaking, fluctuating, about to break. Not only that, the vitality gate was shaking automatically. At this moment, the emperors were completely silent. After a short while, the emperor spoke again, shouting coldly, "Stop! Strip the emperor's position. The 9 sovereigns and 4 emperors will not appear as long as the celestial and human realms walls are not broken. I'll tell you the way to become an emperor. As for revenge, if the emperor doesn't show up, who will take revenge? The origin bears witness to this." Zhang Tao laughed. Are you afraid? Not enough. The human race has suffered heavy casualties. That's it? I don't want much. 5 divine weapons, hundreds of millions of clouds of origin chi, 10 billion units of imperishable substance, 100 saint paths, 10 heavenly king paths. Humph. A snort came from 9th heaven. Zhang Tao had gone mad. No heavenly king paths. 3 saint paths. The paths are formless and difficult to gather. The origin chi and imperishable substance will be reduced tenfold. The emperors had compromised. Fang Ping fought for a long time. In the end, he realized that he was not as ruthless as old Zhang. Old Zhang killed his own people, breaking the path of a paragon and dozens of rank 9s. Li Zhu too. He let his people kill dozens of rank 9s. The two powerhouses used their blood to tell these emperors that if they did not compromise, their origin path would be broken today. At this moment, the emperors finally compromised. Fang Ping fought ruthlessly, but he was not really ruthless. However, the two powerhouse leaders were really ruthless. They killed with one hit. At this moment, the Emperor God said softly, "Once is fine. If there's a next time." I'm afraid, he did not continue. This time, the emperors were not willing to let their 10,000 years of planning be completely destroyed. However, next time, they were also not willing to be tied down. If that happened, the emperors would not be able to bear it. We'll talk about next time. Zhang Tao laughed. At most, both sides will suffer. Besides, after this, won't you guys be plotting in secret to divide us? I understand these little tricks too well. This is also giving you guys time, isn't it? The three realms are not united. Naturally, you guys won't be able to achieve what you did today. Take Li Zhu for example. If you guys give him some benefits and help him break through 8, he might become a dog, right? Woof. A dog barked. A dog was angry. What did he mean? Was he looking down on dogs? Zhang Tao ignored it and continued laughing. Maybe someone will come to assassinate Fang Ping or me. It's very normal. Let's just rely on our own abilities. On the human side, maybe you guys also have a plan. Dividing and roping in are all possible. At the end of the day, it seems like you guys have compromised today. Only you guys know what you're thinking. There's no need to pretend that you guys have lost face. If the emperors don't even have this bit of bearing, how can they be emperors? Right now, they're probably thinking about how to make up for it. I'm afraid they don't care about the loss of face today. Zhang Tao laughed arrogantly. It's just a small matter. You guys have to pretend that you've been wronged. It's fine if you don't know the ropes. To us, it's so King disgusting, hypocritical, and ridiculous. Ha ha ha, Zhang Tao was full of sarcasm. His words were much more painful than Fang Ping's. This was indeed what many emperors were thinking. At this moment, it was peeled open for the three realms to hear. This was even more embarrassing than before. Zhang Tao's words tore apart the emperor's thoughts, crushed them, and revealed them to the three realms. Did the emperors really feel humiliated and could not accept it? Impossible, these people used to be overlords and prodigies. They had defeated beginner martial artists and were truly invincible on the path of origin. How many people like Fang Ping and Zhang Tao cared about their reputation? Did Li Zhu care? Did King Kuan care? If he did, Feng would have collapsed a long time ago and King Kuan would have been hunting Fang Ping for thousands of years. Reputation was not important. Only the winner could write everything. Thousands of years later, when Fang Ping and the others were all dead, the 9 emperors would still be here. Who would dare to say that the emperors were useless? A chuckle could be heard. Someone laughed. Martial King, interesting, Zhang Tao sneered and said coolly, yes, very interesting. Just like how we find it interesting when we observe ants moving. Aren't we the same in your eyes? Compensation? Threats? They are all empty talk. You are afraid that we will ruin your plan and we are afraid that you will come to the three realms at all costs. Everyone has their own concerns. Now, let's give each other a way out and everything will be over. Zhang Tao said indifferently, but we are barefooted. We are not as strong as you but we have fewer concerns than you. I don't know what Hong Kuan and the others are thinking. I only know that the human race will stand, not kneel. So what if you are the 9 emperors and the 4 emperors? I can't kill you but I can kill the human race. Therefore, you have to compensate us and appease our anger. We, on the other hand, have taken the benefits and continued to live. We will continue to act like cowards and find a chance to kill you again. In this way, the situation will return to normal. Isn't this exactly what you want? Zhang Tao laughed again. Emperor of Heaven Reverse and Emperor God are putting on a show, right? One with the red face and the other with the white face? Zhang Tao laughed until his stomach hurt. He clutched his belly. We have been beating up Ji for half a day. One of you wants to help and the other wants to stop us. Are you doing this on purpose? Are you putting on an act? Why does G have to be beaten? Because he is disobedient. He came out of nowhere and almost ruined your plan. Can't you teach him a lesson? Unfortunately, it's not convenient for you guys to make a move yourself. Just nice, borrow our hands to teach him a lesson and make him suffer. But if we really wanted to kill him, the two of you would probably come out, right? It's impossible to kill him. Of course, now that the two of you have come out, it's not going to be easy to turn things around. The three realms will be thrown into chaos. It's not right to kill us, and it's not right to not kill us either, right? Is it really possible to rebuild the universe? Can you afford to wait 10,000 years? It's just a casual remark. Who would take it seriously? At this moment, Zhang Tao's charisma was boundless. At the very least, that was the case in the eyes of all the humans. He was way too charismatic. Zhang Tao was still smiling. So, we didn't kill Ji. We helped you teach him a lesson. This son of a bitch should be more obedient in the future. In the past, he used to recognize the earthly sovereign as his boss. Now that the earthly sovereign is in a deep sleep, he doesn't have a boss and likes to jump around. It's probably hard for you guys to control him. You even suspected that he was pretending to be a fool. Perhaps stripping him of the human sovereign's position was also one of your goals. Human sovereign. Human sovereign. Human sovereign sword, Ji's identity is very important. Aren't you afraid of something? So, take this opportunity to strip him of the human sovereign's position and let me break the human sovereign sword. Isn't this the best way to reap the benefits? If the Emperor of Heaven Reverse comes out and says a few words, maybe Ji Ming will go to his side tomorrow. As for the Emperor of Heaven Reverse, I don't think he will suffer a loss. Maybe he will get something to share. In the end, Ji was the unlucky one. But Ji isn't stupid. Maybe he knew that you were afraid of him, so he deliberately put on a show to show you how miserable and pitiful he was. Don't doubt me, big shots. I'm just a little brother, not an old schemer, right? Zhang Tao burst into laughter. At this moment, the warriors of the three universes were twitching their mouths. What a show! Zhang Tao was imagining it. But, was it reasonable? Was it reasonable? Not necessarily. As soon as he said this, the three universes were strangely quiet. Zhang Tao snorted. You didn't expect me to say this, did you? Will someone scold me for talking nonsense and trying to sow dissension? Maybe you want to shout, but you feel a little guilty if you do, don't you? Ha, ha, ha. Zhang Tao burst into laughter again. I knew something was wrong when the inspector showed up. He didn't come earlier or later but at that very moment. On the one hand, he was trying to stop us from continuing the fight. On the other hand, he was trying to cover up the show. Inspector, it is not convenient for your emperor to come. Ji Ming has to guard the gate of qi and blood. Now, he came out of nowhere. Didn't you see how the Emperor of Heaven Reverse punched his eye? Then, he came. That makes sense. Am I right? Zhang Tao grinned. At this moment, the Emperor of God sighed. King Wu. I am more and more appreciative of you. The Emperor of God didn't say whether it was true or not. He didn't care. Would Zhang Tao's words have any impact? Not necessarily, however, it was not necessarily true that there were none. Zhang Tao didn't care. He said calmly, give it to me. Now that I brought it, I'll go home and find my own mother. You carry on with your plan and we will carry on with ours. I don't have time to talk to you guys. You are all playing dumb. It's pointless. The Emperor of God smiled. I will give it to you guys. But, remember, beginners cannot teach. King Wu, you are a smart man. Smart people should understand that there is a bottom line. Teaching beginners is no different from what you are doing today. It is also destroying the foundation. Zhang Tao said lightly, of course, I won't teach beginners. Fang Ping is just saying. It takes too long. Maybe it is better but we can't wait. We have to buy time. We have to make the human race stronger. Beginners cannot give us that. If the human race was like this 8,000 years ago, I would let them teach beginners. So what? But now, It takes too long for beginners above rank 8. I am afraid that when the day comes, the human race won't be able to kill you guys. As for after we win, maybe we will teach beginners or walk a new path. If we lose, it's over. You guys can decide how to walk and what path to walk. Zhang Tao looked at the underworld god. He smiled. Senior, I have made myself clear. There is no rush to teach beginners. It will be useless in 2 or 3 years. If we win, we can discuss. If we lose, it will be pointless to leave now. My name is Dark. The underworld god said in a low voice, I understand King Wu's words. Zhang Tao said this in front of the emperor. His purpose was clear. Beginners did not need to be enemies. I will not teach beginners today. It is not that I will not. It is that I cannot and dare not. But in the future, it is hard to say. He was also telling the emperor not to worry that he would betray the foundation and teach beginners now. He could not afford to wait and waste time. King Wu was King Wu. He was much more tactful than Fang Ping. According to Fang Ping, what could he do if he betrayed today? Old Zhang understood. Today, he really could not afford to betray. After a short speech, Zhang Tao, the King Wu whose limelight was almost overshadowed by Fang Ping, once again entered the public's attention. Fang Ping was still too young. He dared to fight, kill, and fight. However, he might not be as tactful as King Wu when it came to dealing with the aftermath. The human race has two, it is the human race's fortune. At this moment, Celestial Emperor Reverse spoke. His voice spread. King Wu and King Wu both live up to their names. Beginners originate from the human race. The human race is the root of all Daos. To be able to lead the human race and gain their recognition. Among all the past kings of humans, the two are the most suitable for me. Celestial Emperor Reverse, you flatter me. Zhang Tao laughed. I am just exaggerating. If you are really capable, today, Ji will die. Fang Ping and I have always killed when we can. But today, let's not talk about it. We have to let the tiger go back to the mountain. We will wait for this dog to bite us one day. The emperor's eyes were cold. Zhang Tao said lightly, there is no need to be like this. It doesn't matter if you are pretending or not. In the future, there may be a chance to work together. There is no need to make it look like you killed your father. A dog that bites does not bark. Woof. The heavenly hound bellowed. He mentioned it again. Zhang Tao's mouth twitched. F***ck, are you crazy? Am I talking about you? Did I say you are crazy? You interrupted my train of thought. Damn it. Gee, if you are pretending, then it means you are not that shallow. There is still a chance to work together in the future. If you are really this impulsive and easily angered, then I am not that afraid of you. If there is a chance in the future, I will trap you and kill you. It will not be difficult. Zhang Tao grinned. Therefore, I am not afraid of you. I am more afraid of those dogs that do not bark. King Wu, you are the leader of the human race. There is no need to hurt people. The Emperor God chuckled. There is no need to be too explicit about some things. What do you think, King Wu? You are right. Zhang Tao grinned. But I did not hurt anyone. Look, the heavenly hound is the celestial emperor. His status is supreme. How is it cursing people? Are you looking down on dogs? Or do you think dogs are insulting words? If so, Celestial Emperor, I am not being derogatory. If they all think so, then there is nothing I can do. The history of the human race is shallow. Even if dogs are cursing people, it was passed down from the ancient times. It is not our fault. The heavenly hound glared at the Emperor God and the void. The King Wu was right. How many years of history did the human race have? Of course, he was talking about the Neo-warriors. How old was Zhang Tao? If dogs were cursing people, it was passed down from the ancient times. The heavenly hound did not make a sound. It bore a grudge. It would remember this grudge. Zhang Tao smiled playfully. He looked at the Emperor God again and grinned. Gee, it doesn't matter if you deliberately left the position of the Emperor God or if you were forced to take it. The Emperor, you cannot afford to be call me whatever you want, but don't call me the emperor. As for me, Zhang Tao, I cannot afford to be the emperor." Before he finished speaking, a ball of golden light floated in front of him. The emperor god said lightly, "Let's not waste time." As soon as he finished, he said lightly, "Fang Ping, you can stop now." In the void, Fang Ping absorbed a large amount of vitality force while carving words on the door with his Chengdao. The door was too hard. It was difficult to carve words, however, he had carved a few words. It was slightly distorted, but not big. Fang Ping of the human race, Xianxia, hearing that, Fang Ping did not put away his saber. He smiled and said, "Wait, I'm still missing a word. I'm not done. Gee, don't erase it when you go back, do you hear me? As your pillar of shame, it can stimulate your fighting spirit. This is very effective, trust me. A real man can endure humiliation. If you erase it, then I'll be your inner demon. You have to be ambitious. Kill me, then erase these words. When that time comes, you'll have ascended. Maybe, when that time comes, you'll have surpassed the emperor level. Trust me, it's very effective." Fang Ping smiled. "I like the feeling of being hated. You hate me, I hate you too. This way, you have fighting spirit, I have fighting spirit. You want to kill me, I want to kill you. We'll both improve and be good friends who help each other. How great is that?" At this moment, the three realms became the home ground of the King Man and the Martial King. The two of them faced the emperor, chatting cheerfully and wittily, confident and at ease. There was an indescribable elegance, At this moment, the powerhouses from all directions, even if they thought it was funny, they could not help but have a feeling. This was how humans should be, this was how powerhouses should be. So what if you were the emperor? Today, I'll force you, the emperor, to bow your head. Whether you're pretending or scheming, you still have to bow your head to me. For the first time in 30,000 years, someone forced the emperor to bow his head. For the first time, someone made the emperor speechless, not knowing whether to accept it or not. What needed to be said had been said by these two. What else was there to say? At the same time, the cat carved a miniature kitten on the other door and said, "Old man Ren Huang." Oh. Old man G. Don't erase my cat, or else I'll let Big Fatty beat you up. Boom, an explosive sound was heard. The cat rolled and rolled in the void, rolling into a ball. No one said anything, but everyone knew who did it. The cat crawled up pitifully from the void, rolling and rolling, then rolling back to Fang Ping's feet. The cat looked aggrieved. Big Fatty beat it, Fang Ping was too lazy to speak. This cat was addicted to giving nicknames, he had wanted to beat it up for a long time. Who was the liar? Was he, giving random nicknames? He deserved to be beaten up. Fang Ping carved the last word slowly. He absorbed the last mouthful of vitality force in a frenzy, reluctant to part with it, and walked out along the false great path that was about to collapse. He smiled and said, "Have you given me the 5 divine weapons?" "I didn't. 5 saint tokens are enough. I'm not a calculated person. Divine weapons become sacred weapons." As soon as he said that, the Emperor God said softly, "Saint tokens. Only 3 were found in the source universe, sure, I won't fuss about this." Fang Ping laughed. He had 31, and King Kuan had 1, which he had just snatched away. There were 3 here, which meant that he was still missing 1. As for where it was, whether it was in the Emperor's hands, it was hard to say now. The Emperor God laughed too. Without another word, 3 saint tokens shot out from the void, heading straight for Fang Ping. Fang Ping did not catch them. Instead, he picked up the old cat, waving the old cat's paws to catch them. Under the old cat's confused gaze, he laughed and said, "Big cat, keep them first. Check if there's any danger. These old things might have hidden some clones inside. It's not easy to take their things." As soon as he said that, the cat felt even more wronged. "If you don't dare to take them, why do you want me to take them? It's okay. You're still useful to the source. I suspect that you're the pet cat of the guy who created the source. These guys probably want to make use of you. They won't hurt you for now." The cat mumbled, putting away the saint token, not saying another word. Fang Ping continued walking outside. At this moment, Li Zhu smiled faintly. I don't want much. The method of becoming an emperor. Even if it's fake, it can let me see the truth. Don't be too fake. If it's too fake, I'm still a breakthrough 7 martial artist. I can still see a thing or two. You're interesting too. A chuckle was heard. A ball of golden light shot over. King Kuan said coldly, the method of becoming an emperor, the place where my father is sleeping, or the location of the source. Another ball of golden light shot over. At this moment, Hong Yu suddenly said in a low voice, the method of integrating the origin. As soon as he said this, the void froze for a moment. The Emperor God said calmly, your source is in a mess. This is not something that can be solved with cultivation methods, I only want this. The next moment, the Emperor of Heaven Reverse said, there's no harm in trying. As soon as he finished his words, a ball of golden light shot over. A piece of bone of Emperor Badian. This was Fang's request. Feng turned pale. He didn't want anything else but the bone of Emperor Badian. At this moment, another ball of golden light came. Soon, a ball of golden light floated over. Feng smiled and said no more. The Sea Guardian was straightforward. Remove the seal on the Beast King scepter. Remove the mark on the Beast King. Humph. A cold snort was heard. The next moment, a golden light hit the Beast King scepter. The Beast King scepter radiated golden light and burst into a dazzling glow. The breakthrough 8 martial artists were all making requests. The God-forging messenger said with a smile, give me 100 drops of deity origin blood. You, don't you? Am I asking for too much? Hurry up, don't dawdle. Silence. After a while, the Emperor God said, give it to him. Humph. With a snort, another ball of golden light came. The God-forging messenger was excited. He said in a low voice, good stuff, 10,000 paths of blood. My avatar can try to forge a real body. Once it's done, the relic weapon will be the bone and all 8 avatars will be broken. After the fusion, I will become a Ren Huang. I can kill whoever I want. No one paid attention to him, but no one dared to disregard him. He might not be bragging, it was not impossible for this lunatic to do it. With the relic weapon as the bone and 10,000 paths of blood as the foundation, could he forge an avatar and merge it into one? No idea, however, that fake path from before was already shocking enough. This fellow was extremely terrifying. At this moment, apart from Chu Wu and the others, only the Heavenly King remained silent. The Heavenly King thought about it and said with a smile, I don't ask for much. Then there was silence. This old man asked secretly through voice transmission. Soon, he seemed to have received a reply. His expression changed for a while before returning to normal. He said lightly, I know what I'm doing. He no longer asked questions or made requests. At this moment, the Emperor snorted coldly and was about to leave. But at this moment, Juan suddenly cursed, what do you mean? I don't have it? Why? I want benefits too, hurry up. Juan was furious. On the other side, Tengu suddenly thought of something. They didn't seem to have given him any benefits? I want it too. And I. Sherpa also interrupted, the Emperor God said lightly, the way to become an emperor is similar. You are alone and only need this thing. It might be better to walk your own path. It might be meaningful to refer to it. As soon as he finished speaking, balls of golden light fell. Soon, the origin passage began to close. The Emperor God's voice was heard again, let Ji leave. If the vitality gate is not suppressed now, once it collapses, the origin will be in chaos. The Heavenly King and the others looked at Feng Ping. He was the one who proposed this plan. At this moment, it was time for Feng Ping to end it. Feng Ping smiled. The plan to kill the Emperor has failed today. Fine, I'll leave it for the future. But before I leave, I have a few words to say. Everyone looked at him. Feng Ping smiled. First question, who was that claw in 9th heaven? The Heavenly King grinned. It seems to be the Beast Emperor. It should be him. That's good. This vengeance. I'll remember it. You're from the Beast Emperor bloodline, be careful. Feng Ping continued, secondly, Emperor Ji. He's no longer the emperor now. After all, he's a sovereign. Calling him Ji is a little disrespectful. I thought about it and gave him a name. He's called Emperor Butcher, so that he can remember the humiliation this time. Kill me, Fang Ping, and stop. What do you think? If it's okay, the three realms will call him that from now on. The emperor's expression did not change. At this moment, he suddenly said, Fang Ping, since you have good intentions, I'll accept it. I'm just afraid that when the day comes, you'll regret it. Fang Ping squinted his eyes and smiled. I won't regret it. I'll give myself some pressure. When you come again, I'll smash you into pieces and let you know the consequences of offending me. Fang Ping laughed and continued, Third, are the other three emperors dead or not? Celestial Emperor Reverse, I want to hear your answer to this question. Celestial Emperor Reverse said softly, the emperors are immortal, those who have not become emperors are in danger of being annihilated. I see. Fang Ping laughed. I understand now. You don't have to answer me. If they're dead, then so be it. If they're not dead, we'll see. After that, Fang Ping shooed him away like he was shooing away a fly. Get lost. Emperor? This time, I didn't feel the majesty of an emperor at all. You've been expecting me for nothing. I thought you would destroy the three realms with one punch as soon as you came out of seclusion. But this is the result. So, the emperors are just SOSO. His provocative words did not enrage the emperor. At this moment, the source world kept trembling. The emperor quickly broke through the space and arrived before the vitality gate. Without a word, he moved the vitality gate and disappeared into the universe. The sky passage disappeared in the blink of an eye. The connection point between the source universe and the real world disappeared. With a loud bang, the barrier outside ninth heaven was completely restored. The previous gap was gone. The world returned to silence. It was as if the emperor had never appeared. Fang Ping and the others did not separate. After waiting for a while, Heavenly King Subduing said slowly, It's about time. It's not that easy to break the source universe. It's the same for ninth heaven. But be careful, one day ninth heaven might suddenly drop a claw and crush you to death. Fang Ping did not think much of it. He laughed. At most, it'll break 8, right? At most, it'll break 8? Heavenly King Subduing laughed. It was a strange laugh. So, breaking 8 was worthless, so, you've become arrogant after dissing the emperor for a while. Have you forgotten what your surname is? Fang Ping did not care about this. At this moment, he laughed. No matter what, we won. This time, although we couldn't kill the emperor, we still won. This time, it was a great cooperation. Although we're all opponents, but, we've divided the three realms. It's not the emperor's turn to interfere. This time, the plan to kill the emperor has been a great success. Congratulations. Fang Ping laughed heartily. The others, however, were silent. Li Zhu smiled, shook his head, and turned to leave in an instant. A battle that was only prepared for emperor level ended up, with the death of a total of 10 heavenly kings and the appearance of many emperors. Only then did it come to an end. This battle was inexplicable. This battle also made everyone feel a little upset. And in this battle, the ones who gained the most were actually the humans. As for forcing the emperor to concede in the end, this was everyone's success. The emperor had sealed himself for 3 years. Whether it was active or passive, at least everyone knew that the emperor would not interfere in the three realms' affairs for a while. But this battle, no one had expected it to be like this. Too many people had died. Even Chuwu felt a little sad at this moment. Yuan Hua was still dead. Not only that, the heavenly king powerhouses who had sealed the earthly emperor were all seriously injured. Chuwu had also suffered heavy losses this time. Fortunately, only Yuan Hua had died. The few people who worked with Fang Ping had absorbed a lot of vitality force, so the problem was not too big. Great victory! Fang Ping ignored them. With a roar, millions of military martial artists responded instantly. Great victory! 10 kings slain, countless saints slain, I am invincible. Everyone followed suit and roared again, extremely excited, At this moment, old Zhang and the others also smiled, sweat rolling down their backs. Shock, fear, it was impossible to say that they were not afraid of the emperor's arrival. But they still won this battle. This was also an extremely meaningful battle, a battle worth remembering. After today, the humans would be one of the three realms' hegemons, the strongest hegemon, from being a big fat piece of meat in everyone's eyes. Today, they had become a landmine in everyone's eyes. At this time, whoever still wanted to continue fighting to the death with the humans would be an idiot. Unless the other parties of the three realms joined forces, otherwise, the humans would no longer be the weak group, but the powerhouses. Ha ha ha, Fang Ping laughed and shouted, the southern region belongs to the humans, defeat them. If the catacombs martial artists dare to take a step into the southern region, kill them. The eastern, western, and northern regions can continue to be the battlefield. If the catacombs have the guts, continue to fight. Fang Ping laughed and flew directly toward the southern region. Everyone was speechless. King Kuan and the others left one by one. Too many things had happened today, and they needed to sort out their thoughts. At this moment, the Heavenly Hound and the others also slipped away quietly and continued to head toward the Sky Cemetery. Some things still had to continue. The hostile relationship between Chu Wu and the humans seemed to have weakened a lot, but the few old fellows in the Sky Cemetery still had to continue to keep an eye on it. Everything was back on track. It was as if the earth-shattering battle from before had never happened. However, the Sea of Misery and the Southern Territory that were in a state of desolation still bore witness to the tragedy of this battle. The blood-red seawater was telling the story. The four heavenly kings left behind by the inspector stood quietly in the air at this moment, full of confusion and helplessness. Dead, counting it, their side had suffered the most casualties. A total of 6 heavenly kings had died in battle. All parties had gone to recuperate. Where should they go? The 4 heavenly kings had long been roped in by people on normal days, but not today. The celestial pole wanted to leave quietly. He was terrified now. Previously, he had said that the old emperor would probably be beaten to death with a smack when he came out. That was because he thought that someone had become an emperor. However, he did not expect that today. The emperor was almost beaten to death. Terrifying, he had survived a disaster. Behind him, his eldest senior brother seemed to be shouting at him. The celestial pole pretended not to hear him. He shattered the void and disappeared instantly. It was easy to get into trouble if he did not get involved with these guys. No one tried to recruit these few because they were the emperor's spies. They might stab you at any time. It was more troublesome than killing your head. The celestial pole pretended not to hear him. As for his father, he did not hear him speak. He did not know if he was alive or dead. In short, he suddenly did not want his father to return. It was too dangerous. If they could not kill the emperor, they might kill the emperor's direct descendant like today. As for him, he was a prince, he could easily become a target. Father, if you are not dead, continue to stay outside the 3 realms. He, who had been calling for his father to return every day, suddenly changed his mind. Don't come back. Even if you come back, don't harm your son. It was not easy for your son. It was too difficult for him to live to this day. The celestial pole left. After a while, the West Emperor Dojo moved and continued to go deeper into the Misery Sea, its whereabouts unknown. Everyone left one after another. The humans and the catacombs sounded the gong to call off their troops. The 3 realms was quiet. P.S. 2 chapters today, 15,000. Not bad, just enough to end this little plot. End of chapter 1259. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.